quotes in here from Rudolf Steiner. I'll just give you a link to the Rudolf Steiner page on the plaintruth.info. Anyway, he developed the Waldorf philosophy of education, and he divided children into 3 stages: will, ages 0 to 7; feeling, ages 7 to 14; thinking, ages 14 to 21. So again, like, they were not even like gonna even get into thinking that hard until we're 14, and now you got them like shoving these kids full of stuff, like book knowledge and all this stuff that they're nowhere near ready to deal with, and calling that education, when all of their early education should be way more experiential, which is, if you're lucky enough to either have a Waldorf school around you. They're very expensive, though. I've never actually sent my children to Waldorf school, but there's a lot of Waldorf homeschooling stuff you can do, or even if your children are in a regular school, you could always do it at home, like as a supplemental thing, because they have a ton of like really good, like natural toys and just, cool books and music and stuff like that. So I think the Waldorf education is really good. So, anywho, Karma, did you have anything to say there about the stages?
Well, I guess maybe just that I totally agree that you should teach it at a proper age, but you should always role model good logic from a young age, even if you're not, teaching them properly yet. Because knowing how to use logic at any age with kids, it's going to help them with their self-control and social skills. So, because it always spreads out from itself.
I totally agree. Yes. And even though, you might not necessarily at a young age, and that's the part we can talk about a little more in the next section. Like, even if you're not at a young age sitting there and like making them watch Drace's presentation and teaching them to identify like the formal names of fallacies, you're still doing things that develop the logic that will come later. For example, we all know, if you want to use the scientific method, which is a very reasonable, logical, deductive method, you have to make a natural observation first, which is where like tons of people can't even seem to do step 1, make a natural observation. But that's basically all that children are doing, their whole first part of their life. Anyone who's been around any children ever knows that's true. So, and that's what this first resource recommendation I have, which is for young people, Keo and Gus. That's from the Philosophy Children series by Matthew Lipman. I remember using this with my children when they were like in 1st, 2nd grade, that kind of thing. And they're basically just stories, and then you kind of just ask questions about the stories. It's like just a very low level. It's not like identifying fallacies or anything, but it's just encouraging children kind of to make observations. Yeah, absolutely. Tracy says natural observations are what children do. According to the Globers, the toddlers are doing science. Yep, you betcha. Sometimes they're doing it better than some of these college students we get in here. So, anyway, those are my recommendations for teaching logic from 0 to 7. Is mostly informal training. Allow the child to experience the world on their own terms. Answer their questions as best you can, or research them together at their level, preferably with hard copy books, because they like to touch and feel. Ask them questions about their experiences and accept their answers as valid, presenting alternatives as needed. Okay, so then that's where you're kind of like starting to introduce them the idea of hypothesizing, making your natural observation and then hypothesizing about it. You might know their hypothesis is wrong, right? Like, why is the sky blue? Oh, because God painted it blue or whatever. You don't have to be like, no way, it's not because God painted it. Let me explain to you. You can say, oh, yeah, that's a really interesting idea, and let's, talk about this some more, maybe look at these books. You can, accept that their hypothesis has some validity and, possibility, whatever it is, without having to, sit there and tell them, you're absolutely wrong. Science has shown we live on a globe, that kind of thing. Watch the clouds together, feel the stillness and solidity of the earth while lying on the ground. I think this is a great exercise just in general to kind of get people grounded in reality. Any age. If I had Zanuck here, I'd take him out to the field and we'd be looking at the clouds and we'd just say, Zanuck, you feel any emotion? And would Zanuck lie to me? Hard to say. Number 4, use natural materials as much as possible. Oh, somebody hasn't answered that question. It was rhetorical, but if you have got an answer of whether Zanuck would lie, I totally want to hear it. Is Zanuck here still? No,
I
that's
just
good.
said
Thanks. I
probably.
want to talk to him. You said probably. Okay. Yeah, I totally feel the movement, Mary Mom. Don't you?
I feel it so hard right now. Something like that.
Okay, so number 5, encourage imaginative play. Number 6, begin to introduce musical instruments, starting with drum, endo recorder, or pentatonic flute, lap harp. So Waldorf is really into the pentatonic scale in introducing music, and they have tons of like very cool songs. They encourage like singing songs about like things you're doing. You know, when you have cleanup, you have a cleanup song. Which doing cleanup songs, that's kind of a thing that they do a lot in early education, which I love. Do you have a cleanup song at the place where you work, Karma?
I actually just always make songs for everything without having heard of this. Like when I'm getting a kid to send home, I'll be singing their name. I'd be like, if your mom is here, I'd be like, Dandelion, the coolest and greatest. Your mom is here to pick you up, and I'll power slide into the room.
Oh my goodness! I totally. You're trying to recruit me to move to Iceland so I can put my children in your school, aren't you? That's what you're doing here.
Maybe a little bit.
That sounds great. That's the kind of thing I do too. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? Encourage singing. This kind of goes with number 6 and what we just said. Learn songs using the pentatonic scale to start. So anywho, I have this one. This is not the songbook that I have, but I was going to recommend this one because it looks good, but I don't have it. So later I'll just take a picture of it and find it. But so did you have any other comments about that section, Karma, about 0 to 7? What ages are you working with?
I usually have 6 to 10, but I also had a nephew grow up here from like birth until 5, 6 years old. So that's the age I'm most comfortable with, I would say. Although I always have 11 and 12-year-olds coming back to chat.
Cool.
But yeah, on what you were saying about songs and play and stuff like that, you can use story times and jokes and play and stuff like that to explain logic as well by using examples, by just using it in the play. I often have like where we're playing, you're maybe using Action Man, you can just be like, the guy is doing something. You're like, but what about this? Think about the logic of if he's doing this, he needs to be there, so he has to come over here first. What about the time between? And they're like, yes. Okay. And in the time doing this, and you just help them along a little bit within the game.
Absolutely. Yep. And so I think that's the important thing that people, with their own children or children, that are their relatives or friends can always be doing these things without necessarily. I mean, that's the common question we get in here, isn't it? Like, do you teach your children about the flat earth? It's like, well, yeah, whatever. I mean, like we've said 100 times, that takes like 5 minutes to explain when you have someone who knows how to use reason and logic. Like the more important thing is to have a child who is actually able to observe and make determinations about the actual world where they live and realize the difference between fantasy and reality, and that what's on their TV screen is not necessarily reality. I mean, that's just another example. Yeah, I do with my children because I don't like them being traumatized by like violent images on the TV, which I try to reduce them in general, especially for the young ones. But if they happen to be there and there's some kind of violent image, I will often say to them, yeah, well, those, because they look shocked. They're like, if you notice, especially children that haven't been desensitized to it yet, I'm like, oh yeah, those are just actors. They're playing a part. Those people are alive and well today. They're just using props and so on, because there's no reason for them to be traumatized by events like that. What was the example you used on Ladies' Night about? Do you remember the example you told us? Was that last Ladies' Night? You told us the example from school.
I think it was the one before. And are you talking about the 11-year-old who came to chat to me about NASA and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because we use something.
Story?
Oh, yeah. The thing about this, I also want to mention, we have a thing that we call teachable moments at work, where whenever you catch the kids having a conversation or talking about something, and I do this with lodging and all kinds of things like that, you grab the moment to just chat with them, ask them questions, or teach them something through play. That's what we call teachable moments. And it's all about just grabbing that throughout the day. To create them, you can catch them. But yeah, the other thing was that kid was a freaking genius. He was interested in World War II and the British royalty, and I would sneak to him small little truther stuff, beginner truther stuff that he would check out. So he started to get interested. And then when it came to NASA and stuff, I would be fairly honest, but not say too much. And then I'd be like, well, I don't believe that NASA is telling the truth because it looks pretty fake. It's very badly done. And I think they're just getting a bunch of money without doing what they say they're doing. So I think they're just what we call a peningaplokkar, somebody who steals money without anybody knowing. It's greedy man. It's a word. But then later on, he's like a year older, and he comes walking past when I'm in outside play, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I wanted to talk to you. I was watching the NASA thing, and the moon landing thing is definitely fake." And he was talking about how he watched a bunch of stuff, and his grandma is 6 years old, but she's been working in this pool thing for like 20, 30 years, and she said that the pool they're using isn't even deep enough for competitive use. And then he said he was watching something to do with like launch to Mars and stuff. And he was just like, "This is so fake." It was absolutely adorable. But got a little truther growing there.
That is cool. Yeah, that actually made me think of a thing that happened with my he's 10 now, but when I joined the server, I bet he was only like 7 or 8. And yeah, Brad and Redford, tell us if we're taking too much time, because me and Karma could probably just have a tea party here and talk all day long. I think we're only on like section 1, but okay. If
Why does there need to be a time limit?
Okay, I didn't know if there was.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
just
I'm
telling you.
enjoying listening to you. Like, I think it's great. Continue, please.
Okay, yeah, so I joined the server like not that long ago, and yeah, news flash for people who weren't here when I joined the server. I used to get like really agitated at the Globers. Like I kind of do now sometimes, but I used to get like way more agitated with them because I was shocked. Like when the teenagers would first come in and like be like they're not getting paid. They're just like children, 14, 15 coming in and just like defending their oppressors left and right, and getting angry if you even even tried to just hint that NASA might be lying. That just like blew my mind. I was like not very happy about it. So anyway, and then my son I can't remember what, he heard something on the radio that NASA was, going to Mars and one of their lies. I said, "Oh, Zach, this guy's, this is not accurate. This is a complete lie. NASA's definitely not doing that. There's zero objective evidence that they're doing this." And then he said to me, "Oh, I know, Mom. I hear you yelling at people in the basement about it." And I just thought it was so funny because I had no idea that he was even listening to anything that I said, and apparently he's listening to every word. So anyway.
I remember before. That is awesome.
Yeah. So now we are on, okay, that was 0 to 7. Now we're on beginning formal training generally after age 7. Informal training never stops. Number 1, continue encouraging natural observation. Continue encouraging questioning and keep asking questions. Look into their eyes when they're answering. So that's again about keeping them grounded in reality, not getting off into crazy fantasy land of the internet and the television, which they're going to start hearing more and more. Encourage them to choose a higher level instrument to learn. So yeah, the Waldorf at the young age starts with that pentatonic scale and kind of those easier instruments, but then, at this time they could start learning the violin or the trumpet or whatever, piano's always good. I think everybody should learn the piano because that one's right and left hand together. You have to learn to do both. Even if you choose another instrument, it's always good to have a bass.
You didn't actually drop off that fast, did you? Hold on a second. I'm still.
Oh, I thought that was me.
I thought it was me.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, dang. She may have lost.
Did she just
I
stop
think everyone
talking?
thought it was.
Did she just stop talking, or it literally dropped out that fast? I'm like, wow. What happened? But I really enjoy listening to Dandelion. Oh my gosh. It's fantastic. Ugh, man. That level of discussion is fascinating. Yeah.
Well, until she comes back, I have an example of how knowing logic can help children, if you guys want to hear that.
Sure. Let's.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, for example, I'm going to give you an example of how bad logic hurt a kid. A girl who had horrible anger issues. Turns out the reason why she had anger issues was because somebody had told her you couldn't control your anger. That's why it did. It's okay, you just couldn't control your anger. So her logic for herself was, I cannot control my emotions control me. When she started getting help with this, someone taught her that these are your emotions. If you're not controlling them, then who is? You're the one who controls your emotions. They don't control you. And as soon as she changed this and she started using good logic for herself, she stopped having these anger issues and her social skills also improved. Because when you have bad logic and you make logical leaps, you can get easily upset, especially as a child. They'll be like, he meant to do that because of this, and and they'll explode and get angry. And they push their friends away and they isolate themselves. And the same thing can apply to good logic, where you can see where when there is a disagreement within the child group, when a child has been brought up with good logic, they can actually resolve the dispute between the kids by just presenting it logically and calmly, and the other kids will be like, okay, it makes sense. They'll actually calm down, and it works even with 6-year-olds. But yeah, I think Dandelion's back, so I'm gonna pass it back to her.
I'm so glad you took over. I don't even know when I cut off here. Like I told Redford Beer and Brad earlier, I even drove to the city and I'm sitting in the parking lot right next to Cell Tower just for you people, but I still can't stay connected. But nonetheless, thank you for taking over.
I'm just glad to have you back.
Yeah. But so I started off with the after age 7. I don't know where I left off, but anyway, I was going to talk about the Fallacy Detective book, so I'll just go ahead with that. So yeah, another story about the same son that was secretly listening to me talking to Globers in the server. So when I first started using this book in my homeschool, because I think the ages, it's somewhere on the page, it gives the ages, and like the official ages were only for my 3 older children. So I was only like officially teaching them, but then the 2 younger ones were like sitting there the whole time, and it's very goes into naming something. They have naming each fallacy. I'm trying to give you an example here from the website, and they usually have like little cartoons, like it appeals to children and so on. And so anyway, and my children just really liked this book. Like every time they would like ask to do it, and it's something that we would do, as a group and so on. So anyway, I was going through and teaching each chapter and fallacy with the 3 older, but then the other one was sitting there just doing his own work because I thought he was too young. I think he was only like 7 or 8 at that time. But then he started like identifying them, and sometimes he was identifying them better than the older boys were. So I realized, oh, we gotta get him in here too. And so then now he started doing it. So no matter what it is, the age they say in there, so same thing, like I said about just these, the stages in general are just general. It's not like you have to sit there and like wait for their birthday. And Karma says they learn fast when it's like a game, right? They're competing, and he was like showing up his 3 older brothers by getting the answer before them. Absolutely. So yeah, if you get any kind of competition in there, then that's very good. So anyway, I find that to be a really good book to use for older children. I went through the 5 points of the informal training, never the stuff, but I'm not going to repeat those again. So, okay, here's the C. This is one I really wanted to mention. And I've heard Mimas, our admin, talk about this with his children before because, like, people will ask, how do you deal with this kind of thing with children? So I'll just read the paragraph I wrote before, how to deal with the influence of the mass formation psychosis. At this point, young people will likely be hearing false information out in the world about the globe, evolution, and other pseudoscientific ideas. You can begin to explain to them that it is possible to explore these ideas and learn these fantasy models while also recognizing that they have no basis in reality. You can also tell them that if these ideas with other people, expect an emotional response for the very reasons explained above. These ideas were implanted in them as children before their reasoning stage was able to properly incorporate them as abstractions. Use your intuition when determining what is appropriate to discuss here, depending on your relationship with the child and their life situation. So yeah, basically what they've done there, by implanting, let's just talk about the globe in particular, because, there's many other pseudoscientific ideas out there, of course. The globe in particular, by implanting that as a solid object, the globe in the classroom, the globe on every cartoon, the globe on the Weekly World News or whatever, the globe. They're like implanting that as a solid object, as if it's real at that concrete stage when the child is, learning from actually exploring their environment. So even though they've never experienced a globe, never experienced rotation and so on, we get them in here as adults and they are like not capable of even thinking that it's possible that the globe doesn't really exist, even though they've never actually seen it, right? They've only seen images of it. Even when you point out, NASA explaining how
Oh
this,
no,
that
did she
they've
drop
created
out
the,
again?
oh my gosh, did I drop out?
Oh, you're
I
back.
can hear you.
Okay.
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Still here.
Okay. Oh yeah. So speaking of that, Detective One Shot, he did send me a message DM there, even though we're in the middle of presentation. Detective One Shot, I did want to say, and since it applies to what we're talking about right now, his question is, can we go to space and see if it's flat? So the answer to that, Detective One Shot, and hopefully you'll stick around for after the presentation because roles, or if you want to jump up to the VC check-in and get a role so you can talk to us later, that'd be cool. But yeah, we can't go up to the fantasy medium of outer space as it is portrayed, because Vrace did point this out earlier in his presentation of why the entire concept of having gas pressure without a container is fallacious reasoning. But yeah, it's impossible for that medium to exist. We can't have a vacuum uncontained next to the atmosphere of outer space. And on NASA.gov website, they come right out and tell you that they've created the globe image for you on a computer on the ground. There's no images from space, Detective One Shot. And Mr. Robert Simon will tell you that right on his own NASA.gov website. All right.
What's
Hopefully
wrong
you'll
with
stick
just
around.
going outside to see if it's flat? Why do you have to go to a special place?
Great question, Indio.
Did I come in clear?
Oh, I heard you.
Like, why do we have to go to a special place? It's silly.
NASA does claim that one photo is real.
Yeah, Apollo 17. We could go into why that's all the inconsistencies of that if we want to later.
Yeah, just to clarify, they do
finish
claim
this.
one as an actual legit image.
Anyway.
But we know that's bullshit too.
Yeah, memes Apollo 17, that pretty much explains one argument, but there's probably like 75 more, along with, it being completely impossible to start with.
Looks like a painting to me.
This particular image is obviously a drawing from the book The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof that Earth is Not a Spinning Globe by Edward Hendry. It is a diagram showing you why the Apollo 17 image is impossible to have been taken at the time and in the way that they claimed. There's an entire chapter on it if anyone's interested. The book is free on the internet. Okay, so here's the next book I recommend, Harry Stoutemeyer's Discovery Philosophy for Children, number 5. That's just another resource if you have children, or if you don't have children yet, you can always bookmark it and save it onto a playlist for when you have children. Never too late to start. I think I was pregnant with my first child when I started researching whether I was going to homeschool. They had charter schools in Michigan. I started meeting with this group that wanted to open a charter school. Never too early. Anyway, Karma, did you have anything to say about the age 7 and up stage?
Well, I did have one comment on the mass psychosis in the globe, inundated everywhere, I've seen a presentation on how that just your general attitude, body language, and things and opinions of the parents can affect the children subconsciously. And I've seen examples of that in real life. For instance, a child came to me and showed me a drawing he made that was Donald Trump. Instead of Trump, it's the word for fart in Icelandic. And I'm like, oh, why is he Donald Fart? And he's like, oh, because he sucks. He's a bad man. And I'm like, why is he bad? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, why do you think he's bad? And he's like, my dad doesn't like him. And he's like, has he said something about him? And he's like, it's mostly just even if your body language and the way if you treat the globe like it's a bit of a joke or it's funny, or if you treat it like it's just a religion that some people believe in, just like with the kids that are smart and figure out, okay, Santa Claus obviously isn't real or whatever, then you tell those kids off and like, oh, let's not ruin it for the other kids because they want to believe in it and they're having fun with their little fantasy. They want to believe in this stuff. And I remember being told that as a kid and being like, okay, I'm not going to ruin it for the other kids though. And you can do kind of the same with like, oh, it's people just believe in this, kind of like some people believe in this religion or that religion, and approach it that way. I don't know. I just want to comment on that.
That is an excellent point, Karma. Yeah, you absolutely, it does not have to be a crisis for the child. It doesn't have to be like, and you now must go, and you must each day wear a shirt that's to school that says the earth is flat. You must fight with everyone all day long. No, that's not what it needs to be at all. And it isn't that way. I mean, I've experienced the same thing. Like my youngest one, I was wondering, like, has he ever, because I'd never presented the globe to him as, as reality, whereas these other ones, some of them were at a school, earlier where they got that presented to them and so on, my older ones. But my youngest one, I'm like, I wonder what he thinks about that. And then one day I was actually making, I was either working on the Flat Earth Wiki or a video or something. I think I was working on a video. And my youngest one came up and pointed at the globe in him, and she's like, what's that? I think he was 5 or 6. And I was kind of happy that he said, what's that? Like he's never seen one before. I'm like, oh, I guess I've done my job well. And so the first time he saw it was, me making a Flat Earth video. But anyway, I just said like a simple thing, like, oh, that's just, it's a, people say this is where we live. That's an image of the globe where people say we live, but actually we don't. They just made that up, and he's just like, okay. And then he just went on playing, they're not like, they don't need to have an existential crisis about it because they don't really care. Like you said, it's, if your emotion level is not high about it, like they don't really care that much about it. It's these adult children, little hissy fit tantrum throwers here that have staked their whole life on the globe apparently, and spent all that time memorizing the Klingon dictionary that are worried about it. I love this one that Drace put up here. I don't think I've heard of that one before, and it goes along with our friend Sisyphus rolling my boulders. Sisyphean fallacy, where a proponent of a position says someone can refute or confirm a position if they are able to complete an impossible task. That is good. That's based on the question that our friend asked about if we can go up into space. Grace?
Yeah. When they say they can prove the globe by either you or them going up into space and looking at it as a globe, they're using the Sisyphean fallacy.
I love that. That is wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, and then I found a link to Hendry's book. So if anyone's interested in seeing, all the inconsistencies, even in the images that they claim to be true, beyond the ones that Robert Simon admits are CGI, you can read that entire book. And it has a lot of other good stuff in it, too. Okay. Oh, there's a few sources I wanted to give for like high school or college level, like an advanced high school student could do these, especially if you've been like training them up the whole time. This first one is from Carnegie Mellon University. It's a free logic course. This next one's the Lumen Learning course that Drace found, which I haven't actually looked at that a ton, but I know Drace uses it, so it must be good. And this other one's a book that my high school sons use, and I have some lesson plans based on this book if anybody's interested in it. logic. So anyway, those are those 3 resources, and that's pretty much all I had to say, unless anybody, I don't know, Karma, if you have anything else to say, or if anybody has any questions.
I think that's good, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize again, just ending the way I started, was it's never too late, to retrain your brain. Like, actually, I mean, even this logical fallacy book, like, I go through that with my children, and, I learn stuff from it, because even stuff written at a child's level, you can learn things by teaching it to other people, obviously. And then, you can, it's not too late for any of us. So I just wanted to, even though this is focused on, like, how to reach children, it can apply to all of us. And Dre says the same thing. When you go over it, you learn more. Absolutely.
And even if you don't have kids, it's good resources, because sometimes you really do have to explain it at a child's level, whether it's a language barrier or an intellectual problem. But it can be helpful with Globers as well.
Okay, does anybody have any questions from you or Karma?
Well, like one of the things about the you're talking about the adult kids, it takes more patience, because when they're children, you still have to have patience, but when these adults, they have more tantrum, you have to have that patience to sink that information in.
I think that's a great point to make. Yeah, it takes more patience, especially dealing with adults in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, than it does myself dealing with 6 children, or when I used to teach in the public schools, dealing with 30 children. Even substituting 30 children in, like, one of the worst schools I've ever taught in was easier than dealing with adults, even one of these fantasy glow believers in the half the time the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0. They're just so stubborn and recalcitrant. They refuse to think logically. They refuse to put aside the premise of the globe. It is because of what we just said. They're stunted at the time of their development when they should have been learning about the real world. And some, I mean, I'm not saying, like, it's not like education. They just, like, prop up their eyeballs with toothpicks, like in Clockwork Orange, and force them to look at globe pictures all day long. I mean, some, there's experiences, obviously, you have in just even your typical school where you're dealing with reality. Certain subjects lend themselves to it more than others, like certain aspects of biology and chemistry and so on. But it's just overtaken. I really do think it's partly this generation where the internet and the television have just overtaken their brains to the point where it's like you're literally, reaching through the matrix, talking to someone that's plugged into a completely different reality, and, trying to, deprogram them to convince them to go back to the reality where they actually live and are breathing, walking around, and eating, but their brains are somewhere else, disconnected, and that takes even more patience. And the thing I've learned here on the Discord is it also takes sometimes recognizing, this person, and I never want to say they're hopeless. Actually, I do sometimes say that, and then I feel bad afterwards. But at this stage in their development, some people are just not ready, and maybe it's because of that. Some people don't want to revisit their childhood, right? And so if that globe was implanted there in childhood, some people are like, nope, not going back there. So there's a lot of psychological things going on there that we have to deal with that you don't have to deal with if you're talking to a child who hasn't been, like, as badly indoctrinated or contaminated with this stuff, for sure. I agree, Karma. Yep. Karma says she has endless patience for children, but when a grown-up is being a deceptive sophist, even I don't want to deal with them sometimes. Absolutely, because they won't listen to you. So what's the point of spending the time with them when they don't?
Yeah, the kids at least listen. They have the sense to listen, or if not, it's easy to get their attention.
Dandelion, can I just say something that I've said to other people in the survey before? And that's
Please.
these children are taught things at the age of roughly 5 years old. and it's kind of a 1 or 2 year period in which they get taught this information about the globe. But then it's not challenged at 10, it's not challenged at 15, it's probably not even challenged at 20. So you're looking at maybe 25 before they start reflecting on whether or not the globe is real. So you've got 20 years of indoctrination there to deal with, essentially. And that's a long time. And
Yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
it's until you're out of school or out of college or out of university or out of study that you can actually reflect back as an adult and re-examine your life and as someone who's more mature.
Yeah, that's why I think, I don't know what the answer is, because it's not like people are coming to this gaming server and saying, yes, can you please go back and retrain my brain and re-educate me? No, they're not. So, we just can do what we can and present the information, and some people are ready to hear it, some people aren't, but, we can give them different resources and hope that maybe, even if they're not going to thoroughly get it, completely understand this globe model has zero basis in objective reality and is not scientific, or mathematical in any way, even if they just start to even question that, or question the moon landings, or question just, stories that they're told, I mean, at least that's a start. So we aren't necessarily going to bring everyone to completion, that's here. Helio also suggested this logic lessons with Mr. Spock, which I haven't actually watched, but I know other people have recommended this in the server, so I just thought I'd put that up there. Apparently it's good. I haven't actually watched it. Okay, so are we ready for India, or what are we doing?
Yeah, does anybody, I guess nobody has any other questions. Thank you for presenting. That was very informative. I enjoyed listening to that.
Bravo.
Thanks for having us.
It was almost like a 2-for-1 special. It was like a presentation on logical fallacies, and then we got like a grinds my gears type of rant. I love those rants. So yeah, it was like a 2-for-1. I appreciate that.
Did I rant? I don't even remember ranting. It just comes naturally. I probably did.
It was a 3-for-1 with ladies' night included.
There you go. Do you want me to start ranting about ladies' night? Yeah, if India's not here, I could rant about something else for a while.
Let's see if India's around.
I'm here. Give me a second. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, I wasn't sure how you were going to tile that in, Dandelion. And then when I saw the what was that, a PDF or that wiki link thing that you had sent in the chat, and when I read it, I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. So that was very enjoyable to listen to. But yeah, if you want to add anything else till India's ready.
Oh, I do have a question for Dandelion.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering what you would say to teachers or educators regarding flat Earth and looking into it. Because I'm sure we have those people listening as well.
Yeah, see, that is a very good question, Cyberblitz. Thank you for asking that. Because when I first realized, and I will go into this story in detail on my podcast with Crypto and Crowd. I can't even remember the name of that podcast anymore because they stopped doing it. But, it was called Why Would They Lie? I don't remember. Anyway, regardless, I explained how I got into flat Earth. It's because I was writing a term paper to get my master's in science education to tell students why they were wrong when they said the Earth was flat. If they heard that on Twitter with their favorite rapper, I was going to explain to them why they were wrong, because that was our assignment, is to explain them.
Well, sometimes.
So.
No, continue. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay. So anyway, but then when I started researching it, and oh my goodness, I can't, I did write the paper and I kind of presented both sides of the issue, but I realized there is not a lot of good answers to some of these questions these flat earthers are raising. And at that time in 2016, I didn't, in no place on the internet did I find the 8 inches per mile square predicted curvature, any mathematical measurements and so on. Once I found that, later on, it was game over for me, but it started to make me agitated. How am I ethically going to keep teaching this if I can't back this up? But then and then even after I was certain, after I saw the mathematics that prove it conclusively beyond beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this curvature is not measured or observed anywhere, I was like, oh, can I keep teaching earth science? Like they assigned an earth science class to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to be able to teach this? But then I found that it's just kind of like how I explained about teaching to your own children. It's like, I have not even one time lied to a student about any of this. And it's not an issue. And it's basically the things actually, to the contrary, I found like I've gotten way better at my job because I am hammering home the scientific method, hammering home examining sources, hammering home, oh, you might find that on the internet here, but look over here where it completely contradicts what it says there. So what do you think the real story is? I mean, it's made me a way better teacher without one time ever using the phrase flat earth. So my advice would be, if you start to realize it, don't get anxious about it or think you have to quit your job because you probably have to feed your family and all that. And that goes for anyone who has a job that's, where you think it's going to be a problem. Like, you don't have to go to work and, start, like I said, about the children, you have to go wear a flat earth t-shirt to work. Like, that's, some people do that, and people have different paths. But to me, it's way more important to just to get people grounded, thinking logically, thinking in reality, than to get involved in phrases and ideas that are controversial, that are going to make people emotionally triggered, to where you're not actually going to make any progress with them and so on. So I don't know if that was your question, what should they do? I mean, I would say just, keep doing what you're doing, but become the best you could possibly be at it, so that, there's no room for anyone to be questioning you, basically. I mean, isn't that what we do here?
Yeah, and just to touch on that, I think what Dandelion said is really key. Especially when you're still in the learning, or you think you're in a research phase and you're still gathering information.
Right, because not everyone is ready to tackle this topic in public, as we've seen, and that's why this place is a great training ground. And then you'll find, that you can't, in India, whenever you're ready, you can cut in. We're just killing time till you're ready. But you can find that, you can introduce, is he roboting?
Yeah, was that India?
Okay.
Am
I
I
think
roboting?
you were, I don't know, maybe try disconnecting and re-
Oh yeah, he's roboting.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, what I found is you introduce, and I know a lot of people do this, you see what level of truth the person you're talking to is ready for. So you don't have to go right to the juggler, right, with flat earth. I mean, you can if you want to, like if you're with it, and you are into that kind of thing. But like I did with my homeschool group, I've told this story before, I'll just tell it briefly. They were going to make outer space the science topic for the entire year, our homeschool co-op, where, you can go once a week, and cooperative, like each parent teaches a different class and so on. So I wrote them a 2-page essay using my credentials, my degrees, and so on, about how it was impossible for outer space to exist in the way claimed. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Here's this physicist, that physicist, the other physicist that questions these theories such as dark matter and so on. Never once did I mention the words flat earth anywhere in there, but I, just explained to them why they were going to be misinforming children, as well as they were supposedly Christians, so that were going to also be contradicting what they were telling their children and telling them to read the Bible and so on. And, never mentioned flat earth once, but said, if you guys choose to do this, I'll have to withdraw my children, and we ethically won't be able to participate in, in spreading this misinformation about the astrophysicist fairy tale. And then I got no response, no substantive response at all. Like, I wasn't even that nervous about writing it, because I'm just like, even though these are the ladies, I go to dinner with and so on. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. But I know if you got your facts, if you kill them with the facts, right? Like Carmen, you were talking about killing them with politeness, be polite. List the irrefutable facts. And most people are just, that's what I find in the find. It's like, they're just kind of like, they don't have an answer. We know they have no answer because they've never researched it. They don't really know what you're talking about. And so they would just avoid it. I mean, that's my experience. And then you can feel like you are moving through the world in truth and continue on with your life and don't participate in the lies if you can avoid them. Or if you have to, like I said, explain to your children that that's what we're doing to humor these people, just like Karma said about Santa Claus. You know, you don't want to necessarily make other people's children have information that's going to get them into hot water if those children are not ready for it or if they're going to have an emotional breakdown and so on. Yeah, you're way better,
Well, I think
Indio.
it's okay. Well, I want to say something about what you said.
Oh, goody.
I personally, I have no problem with teaching somebody the globe model, as long as you emphasize that it's just a model. So there's actually historical precedent for this, because when Copernicus and Kepler came up with their heliocentric model, the Ptolemaic model was taught side by side with it for something like 200 years. They didn't just say, oh, we're just going to abandon this. They just said this model might be right, that model might be right. In fact, they would teach Tycho Brahe's model, which is where I think that one's where the moon and the sun, I think it's the sun and the moon orbit the earth, but the planets orbit the sun, something like that. So that's even an even weirder one. But as long as like you tell them this isn't a physical reality, it's just a mathematical model to make predictions of this, that, or the other thing, and it doesn't mean anything real. I mean, we have lots of models that do that. So I don't know why people are surprised when we like globe earthers come in here and they're like somehow surprised when we tell them it's just a model and it's not reality, and we do this all the time. Like they seem stunned. Like, no, this is like well known. You know, things aren't really in two places at once. They have no problem. Quantum physics does it, but like when it comes to the shape of the Earth, all of a sudden, no, it really is. No, it's really a globe. Go to space, you'll see. Anyway, that's what I want to
Good
say about
point.
that.
Yes, I like that. Thank you. I appreciate that, definitely. You don't need to be afraid of models. We can examine them and then discard them.
Yeah. Even if it works in one particular circumstance, just use it for that particular circumstance. I mean, usually you're doing it for some utility. Like, do what works. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, that otherwise you're just as religious as they are, right? You're just like, well, because you guys are saying this is the reality, I refuse to use this globe model, even though it works in this situation. That's just being religious too. And so, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, whatever. So should I go?
Yeah, man, you might as well shouldn't even pause. Keep going, man.
Yeah, so this is a short and sweet. I got this idea kind of, well, I'll go back. So Matthew Learns was in our live stream, right? And he was talking about a mathematical proof, and there was some over it.
Did he cut out for anybody?
Yeah, I cut out for a second. Sorry. So there was an argument about it, and what Matthew Learns said that you can prove that there's an infinite number of primes using a proof by contradiction. Now, this kind of like bothered me because, you know, I'm not too hip on infinity, and I realized that this is all actually, and he even cited like, this goes back to like Euclid. Euclid was the first person to ever use what's called the proof by contradiction. But so the proof is this, that if you have a finite set of primes, whatever that is, right? Say the first 10,000 prime numbers, if you multiply them all together and add one, that will also be a prime number. But that prime number won't be in that finite set that you started with. That means that for any finite set you have, there'll always be a prime number that's not in that set that you can create with that set. So this is a proof by contradiction because there's always there's no definite finite set, then there must be an infinite set. This is actually wrong because, and I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say why. Because two logical fallacies. The number one logical fallacy is it's a false dichotomy. Even though we use the word infinite and finite as if they are opposite things, they actually are not. And the reason they are not is because, what's the word for it? Is because it's a false equivalence, right? They're actually not equivalent things. A finite thing is an object, where infinity is an operation or an action, right? One is a noun, the other is a verb. So notice in this proof by contradiction, right? You have to do an operation. You have to multiply primes and then add one. That's actually doing something. Now you can do that action forever, but that doesn't mean like the result of that action is infinite too, right? So it's also a non sequitur fallacy on top of it. But the point of all this is, we have a lot of traditions where people say things are proven, right? And they'll use, I would call this a false proof. And I would say, don't have any sacred cows. Don't, just because someone said, yes, this was proven by so-and-so 10,000 years ago, and it sounds good on the surface, don't be afraid to examine it and poke at it to see if actually it might contain some sort of logical fallacy. So, sure, Matthew Lawrence is probably like spinning right now, spiraling that I actually said not a mathematical proof, but he'll get over it. Anyway, that was pretty much it. But this also does go to something with flat Earth when they say things like, where's the edge, right? Well, if I walk in a straight line forever, there's got to be an edge, right? This assumes that, but this is the same false dichotomy, finite versus infinite. And there's something called Zeno's paradoxes, and he proved 2,000 years ago that you can't prove with logic whether we are in an unbounded or bounded universe, because you can do this mathematical operation where, right, and I'll give you with the example he used, it's Achilles and the tortoise. Well, that was one. I'll give you a more modern type example. Say you have a wall, right, that's 10 feet away. Now, I can walk 5 feet, cut half the distance, and approach the wall. And mathematically, I can keep doing this, right? And then I can go half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance. And I'm approaching this wall. Mathematically, even though I'm getting closer, I'm actually never going to reach the wall. But we know from experience that we actually can walk 10 feet and touch a wall, right? We can prove that there is a boundary by going to touch it. But mathematically and logically, we can't prove it. So when they say things like there's an edge, there must be an edge, especially when they say there must be an edge, I just ask them to prove it. And their response is, well, what else would it be? Which is not actually a response, right? It's like, this is the only thing I can think of. This is what I grew up with, so it must be this. So, like I said, the point of this is, don't assume that there's any sacred cows just because we grew up with these like in our childhood, and they've been told to us by our teachers that X, Y, and Z has been proven. You know, they relied on this proof 1,000 years ago. That's not necessarily true. Re-examine what you've been told, and you will all be better off for it. That's it, Finny.
I got a question for you, Indio. Since you got a pretty short presentation, I wanna bounce a question off of you.
All right.
What do you think the number one fallacy that a flat earther commits? That we don't call each other out on.
Let me think about that for a second.
All right, go ahead. While he's thinking about that, does anybody have any questions, concerns, comments, or anything?
I would like to answer that question real quick, and I would say the fallacy, because I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but there's a lot of flat earthers that in the heat of the moment do make non sequitur statements.
Yeah.
And like you said in your presentation, non sequiturs are very common, They're not like some weird thing. They're very common that people just jump to. It's really not sequiturs. It's jumping to conclusions without evidence and without a logical step in the middle. And everyone does this. I'm sure I do it. So I'd say probably that is the most prevalent. But the fallacy, that's probably a cancer too. Thinking just because somebody can't prove something that it's disproven. That's not how it works. It just means they can't prove it. Proving something is actually pretty tricky.
Yeah.
Like the primes, like that's a good example of disprove that there's a finite number of primes, right? Or disprove that there's an infinite number of primes. And in order to do that, they do these, weird contortions, and what they end up skipping over, they have to make an assumption, a non sequitur in there, that finite and infinite are opposite things when they're actually not. I can actually take a finite thing and have it, but there's no infinite thing I can possess, and I can only talk about it by doing an operation that I can actually never complete. Basically, it's imagination versus reality, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I have another one that we are sometimes guilty of, and that's the red herring, because we allow them to drag us into the weeds, or we drag them off into the weeds ourselves instead of letting them concede the point.
Yeah, I agree. That's something we can all work on more. Is making them especially when they jump from one topic to another, making them concede one point before they move on, because that's what they do when they get uncomfortable, is jump on to another one.
Can I input here?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Awesome show. I had some audio issues, so I've been listening the entire time because this is an amazing presentation that everyone's given. Drace, that was awesome. Karma and Mary Mom. I hear Redford over there too. And was Norman hosting it? Is it Norman? Is that his name? And then
Norman? No, man, this is Brad.
That should be your next name. I like Norman for you, Ghost. I think that'd be good for your next name change.
Well, my bad. Everybody involved. This is awesome. This really makes my day. I would say that flat earthers affirm the consequent and in an attempt to answer a question after the burden of proof has been reversed. So they'll try to come up with a reason as something happens in the sky, and sometimes it falls into an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Okay, Elijah, I got a question for you, man. I tried to when we were planning the show and we were coming up with the presenters, I tried to get a hold of you, but I couldn't. So I'm actually glad I got your attention for a second. I have a question for you. So, I had it on the tip of my tongue, and now I don't. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, man. It's gonna come to me. Somebody start playing elevator music for me.
No problem. I'm here. Whenever it comes back to you, I'll be on the side.
Yeah, somebody else take over for a second. I'm gonna try to think of this. I had it, and then it just went away.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in regards to what India said earlier about, not, about recognizing the premises that we are accepting as true, or that someone verified them at some point. I think, there's this other extreme where people come in here often when they're the straw man fallacy, I guess. I mean, what was the question? Is it what's the most common or favorite? I can't remember, but straw man is like, don't we used to have straw men in here all day long? It's like, in one of the straw man fallacies that they come in here is like, oh, so you guys don't believe anything unless you've seen it yourself, or you guys throw out everything. Nothing is true. Nothing is real. And that's just so far from the truth, because I feel like what we're doing is the opposite. We are starting from scratch, but we are building up, kind of a body of knowledge here with the info channels we have down here, with the work we do here every day, with the YouTube streams, with this Flat Earth Wiki we're working on, where, no, we're coming up with some information here that, is highly verifiable. Like, you could run out to California and go look at those oil rigs if you want, if you care enough. You can come over and look at the Chicago skyline. You can do all these things. Here's a body of knowledge that we are compiling here that you can verify, that is verifiable. Whether you choose to have the energy to actually go do it or not is up to you. But that is probably my least favorite straw man fallacy is that coming in here and saying that nothing can be known, then you guys are throwing out everything, which is not true at all. What was the question Ghost asked that we're answering?
I think
Earlier,
Earthers use most.
Yeah,
What?
he asked, you're answering the question before that. Last question was, what fallacy do you think flat earthers use most? But you made me think of missing the point, because that's a really, really common fallacy, or not conceding your error and not addressing the argument being made, but rather, like you said, with a straw man or something else, go off into something else. If you want to answer the question, that's cool.
Elijah, man, I got you. So, okay. So based off of the fallacies that you know of and that, you can basically retain, what's the hardest logical fallacy for you to hear, like, in real time? Elijah, go ahead.
I'm sure it happens all the time because I'll hear something that sounds off or not logically consistent, but I won't have the proper term for it. I just can't think of it off the top of my head.
I know how
Sorry.
you feel, man.
A trick for me when that happens is finding an example that works, that uses the same logic, that's really absurd. That can often, and like, you just condense it a little bit, and then that often helps you identify it.
I think I might have one, because I was just questioning what fallacy it was, and I think I've identified it. So this guy, well, people will go, "You're welcome." People will go, so there's this black swan, how is this scientifically proven or scientifically validated? I don't know how to answer it, because the first thing, the first feeling you have is to tell them, well, it's not a scientific experiment that I'm doing, but they'll insist that that you can't scientifically validate something that was never supposed to be scientifically that was never put forth as a scientific inquiry. So I think that would be a category error on their part, and a category error is pretty much when something is said that's odd, that doesn't necessarily go together, necessarily make sense. Like, let's hold on. Let's go to good old Google. One second, I'm in the elevator too. So.
So yeah, before he comes back, I don't know if all you saw there that CJ made a logical fallacies category while we were all speaking here, because somebody asked about that at the beginning, so now we have one. Thanks, CJ.
Nice.
Good job.
We could put, some of the stuff we've shared today, we could put in there. We could
Sorry.
add more stuff. Maybe this presentation, if Helio or Roger have it, we could put that in there. I don't know. Are you guys going to make this as a separate thing? Redford Baron?
Yeah,
Brad?
that's why we have the recording bot, Craig. We're going to try and do that. I think Indio should get the file and then I'm not really sure what happens after that. I'll have to touch base with him and maybe create somewhere where we can post these, or I can even just get it and start like a YouTube or something and just upload them. Whatever is the easiest.
Was Elijah still answering? Because I thought he said he was in an elevator. I didn't know if he was out of the elevator.
Maybe not yet.
No,
We're
you
running
really
in.
play the elevator music.
Oh yeah, where's Krishimir?
Has anybody already posted videos for children to learn logic and critical thinking? Because I'd like to find some to play for my son, who's 9 years old.
Yeah,
And my daughter.
She posted a lot of books and videos. Like the whole.
Are they just in chat or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all those links that I posted and I'll put them down in the Logical Fallacy channel so they're all in one place. So you don't have to like go searching through.
That would be awesome.
Starts at from 12:36 and.
But I actually don't think... Oh, you know what? The only videos I posted were the ones that Helio suggested, the Spock series. That'd probably be good for children, but I don't actually have a lot of actual videos. But that would be a good thing to have. I don't know if that even exists for children. That's a good question. I'm mostly focused on books. But...
I just searched it on YouTube. I'm listening to you guys. I was like, let me, because I have my kids this weekend, and so I was like, trying to get them off the video games for a little bit and watch something educational. And so there's a video right now. I haven't watched it myself yet, but it's how to teach logic in homeschool, logic and critical thinking resources for second grade. That was just like one of the first things that popped up.
Oh, well, put it up there. I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, I just typed in teaching children how to think logically into the
Same here, man.
But yeah, I can share that, sure.
Glad he asked if the Fallacy Detective book is very Christian heavy. I don't think it is. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it is. And that's the thing I also wanted to say about resources in general. Like, you know, obviously, I think there might even be something about globes in that book. I can't even remember, but like a lot of times I just pass over those things or, examples that I don't want to use. I just don't use them. It's definitely not very Christian heavy. They might have something there, but I really don't think they do. I think it's pretty secular. Fallacy Detective book, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we should just have a resources, for homeschooling, which I don't know if we have that or not, but because because geography books are iffy, but I just got a good one for my first grader that just has flat maps, doesn't even mention, because some of them, like at the beginning, especially workbooks, they'll say like, we live on a globe, and then every other page is flat maps, so I just like rip out page 1, although some of you guys don't like that, I know, I guess I just rip out page 1 because they've seen that. I've told them before. It's like that's what they say, but it's not really true. So I just rip it out and then we just start on page 2. That's pretty much almost is they just they don't actually go, as we know, they don't teach anyone the globe model. Nobody here knows the globe model because it doesn't work.
Well, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark of the show. Out of the almost 50 people that are in here, does anybody have anything that they want to say before I ask these guys to make any closing statements or anything like that?
How to get away from the straw man fallacies, like they say, because sometimes we do waste a lot of energy on the straw man they bring up, because it's all based on assumptions, logical, that they brought up.
And begging the question. We tend to beg the question with them a lot, and it's better to not do that and nip it in the bud. So yeah, straw man and begging the question. Nip those right away.
Yeah, I would say that the best course of the most correct course of action when logical fallacy is committed is not to speak as if it didn't happen. Because once you go down that road, you're kind of continuing off of a faulty premise in the first place. So in any instance, it would be a waste of time to even allow it to continue. Unless you're just having fun or unless you're trying to demonstrate to someone how deep in fallacious reasoning someone could go. When someone is trying to learn what your position is, it's fully within your right to tell them that's not my position. And if they begin to become assertive and tell you that it is your position, you can just disengage with that person. So if it's not really about a crowd or really winning a debate, respectfully, if someone's coming to you for answers about what you think, they should, if it's genuine, they'll just allow you to tell them what you think and where you've gotten the information and what examples you can give or that you've come across and things that you've done on your own to validate whatever it is that you've said. So if that's not happening, you don't have to do it.
The fallacy that usually follows begging the question or straw man that usually comes right after that, which you don't want to fall into either, is the burden of proof reversal. So you don't want to fall into that either. So when you call them on one and they'll be like, you know, if they want to know what you think, and then they'll say, oh, well, how would you? So you also can't fall into that trap of reversing the burden. Because that was something when I tried to talk to my girlfriend about these topics, she would often be like, well, what's your, you know, and you can't. She was like, you can't question it if you don't have like the answer to. She wanted the replacement or whatever, and I was trying to explain to her the burden of proof reversal, and she wasn't quite getting it. But those three are the most, I think, common. So they'll straw man or beg the question, and then right after that, they'll reverse the burden.
Yeah, with the straw man, for instance, it's just important to let them know that that's not what you're saying or how you're presenting it, and then restating your case. You can see this really well done if you look at Kathy Newman's interview with Jordan Peterson, Mr. Make Your Bed.
So what you're saying is,
Yeah. So what you're saying is no, that's not what I'm saying. I said this. This is what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Every time someone says that, it's 100% straw man coming, 100%, because they're about to rephrase your words for you.
I absolutely love that video of Jordan Peterson and that woman and how she was doing it over and over and over. So what you're saying is, and he would not allow her to do that in straw man him.
No,
That's a great video. I also seen a video. It was pretty cool about logical fallacies where they used Joe Rogan as an example, and then they analyzed one of his interviews and then highlighted how many times logical fallacies were used, and I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, you're jumping around topics right now.
Well, since I'm, can I say something really quick? Just before we get too far away from it, based on what Lai just said, I just want to say that, yeah, if you ignore bad behavior, you're also encouraging it. So if you don't address the fact that they made a fallacy, you're just encouraging them to be more fallacious because they get away with it.
Are we ending the show or what?
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up, man.
I'd like to just make one little statement. Thank you, Drace, for doing this and everybody for putting this together. I'd just like to say something real quick and concisely. It doesn't matter the content of the conversation. If it is illogical, then it fails all tests.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know what? Because I was just thinking when Roger put in here, don't forget Globers like their ad homs. I think when, when you asked, what is the reason why this is important? It's probably something we should have started with, but let's end with it. It's because we are encouraging everyone to look at the content of the argument. And the reason why Globers tend to use this fallacious reasoning is because it's all they have. They don't have content. As we know, they have no evidence. They have no proof of curvature or rotation. They can't show us gas pressure without a container. So that's why they rely on these fallacious reasonings, because that's supposed to distract people from the point. And it works in many contexts. That's why in many contexts it does work. That's why here in this server, we try to force people to stick to the content of the argument. So like when Roger mentions the ad homs, that is, and people misunderstand that one all the time as if that's just, that's when you claim that, oh, they're just a bunch of flat earthers. Why should I listen to people on the internet? It's like, yeah, why should you listen to people on the internet? You shouldn't. You should look at the content of the argument, examine it on its premises, and see if it makes logical sense or not, which is everyone wants to do everything else except for that main thing.
I love that you mentioned that because I was really close to being guilty of ad homs earlier today talking to Senek, because I would end after my arguments when he ignored my arguments and my next argument would devastate his previous one. I would end my argument by insulting him. And that's not, that's just rude. That's not fallacious. I'm not substituting my argument with an insult. Which is what an ad hom is. It's a diversion from the arguments with an insult.
I think we're guilty of
Yeah,
that.
Zanuck is a special because what he's done so many times to me and others is he'll reposition the conversation at every point. Like you can, make yourself clear, but he'll reposition it and he'll try to move forward 3-4 steps.
Yeah.
And it would be hard to undo that. And then when you begin to undo it and point out what he's done, he'll just say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about. And he'll stop you from bringing clarity to the conversation. When all he's doing is strawmanning your position, really, and then trying to work from that. Or he'll be talking about something that is correct or accurate, but it'll be a non sequitur or red herring to the actual point.
I find that really annoying because it's not addressing what was said before. It's just proclaiming you're right by talking about something unrelated.
Yeah,
I mean, talking how. Sorry, go
that's
ahead,
okay.
please,
Keep
man.
going. Oh, it's just a little thing. I was just gonna say, part 2 of this presentation could be a live demo with Zanuck, where he just speaks, and then we each just like in the voice text see how quickly we can identify all the fallacies.
I was actually wondering. I don't really know who he is. Could he come in and we could do that? Actually, that's pretty funny.
It would be fun. I mean, we could. Yeah, you could do it with a lot of people, right? That's what we got to start practicing on. What were you going to say, Elijah?
Just that the light rays bending, always in the context that they're talking about is really begging the question, because it's a theoretical model about how light rays bend around the globe at a specific rate. That's all it is. But in reality, nothing. We don't have a phenomena that we can identify and validate that those presuppositions, because if you look on YouTube and you type in does light travel in a straight line? Yeah, it does. An example someone gave it was a pretty it was pretty ridiculous to get the point across, but he's basically saying, we know that light's not bending because I have this piece of paper in front of my face and you can't see my face because the light is not bending around this paper to meet your eye. And so the bottom line is, when something is in front of you, the light is making its way from that thing to you. That's at least how it's described. So that being said, the only way to describe light bending from a source to your eye is in the model that they've, used to explain why everything that we think we're not supposed to see on the globe can be seen on a globe. So I don't know.
All right, so we're pretty much going to end the show from there. Do you guys want a part 2 coming up in the next few weeks, next month or so?
Yeah, with more examples, like some video examples.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Or not video, but audio, of an interview and point out the fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
The common ones.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out for sure.
Trace says no.
Grace wants to break. He just wants to be an audience member next time. Don't make him overachieve again. He's an overachiever.
I don't mind doing more work, but I was talking about Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's not okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad.
I thought he was answering the "Do you want a part 2" too, because it came in there right after he said that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who's involved. Redford, Dandelion, Dre, Cindy-O, appreciate you guys. Karma, thanks for making a cameo. Same to you, Elijah, for making a cameo. And thanks for everybody coming out and listening. It was a good time. Appreciate you guys.
Fallacies.
Thank you, sir.
Fallacies.
Thank you, everyone. That was very good.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentations, Drace, Dandelion, Karma, and Indio, for putting all the effort in. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now we go watch Monkey.
Yeah, can you try to stop the bot, or do we need Indio to do that now?
I don't know. He sometimes just keeps it running. Then I think he can cut it off.
Oh, okay. And then he can kind of cut it out or whatever.
I think so.
Right.
But yeah, hopefully he'll be back here.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go ahead and play this out, KJ.
Fallacies.
Geopolitically, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip a pill. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big Pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl, somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick. With a forceful grip, they force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature to mean extorted it. They forging it, if news ain't good informants who informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this, we porting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
And thank you, Redford. Thank you, Dandelion. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Elijah, Karma. Thanks for everybody showing up. Thanks for everybody having some awesome live stream etiquette. Much appreciated that nobody had to be muted, nobody had to be kicked. It means more than you know. I'll see you guys next time.
Peace, bro.
That was an excellent outro right there with you talking over the music. That really closed out the show well. I like this.
Yeah. Yep. Very. Yes.
We were just talking in the voice text about what you guys were saying at the end about the part 2. I don't know if you guys remember Manso. He was here like last week. I know Indio, I think, had the Craigbot here when Manso was here. He was like, I feel like I can't even remember how many fallacies he went through, but he just went through so many, probably 15 to 20, so we could get like, because somebody mentioned, having a demo, like audio. We could even, go through and have some exchange like that. Maybe not him. He was like a child, so maybe that's not the best example, but somebody who you could go through, like, just let them talk and then pause it and say, what fallacies do you see there? Because just like Dre's demonstrated, like in just one sentence, didn't you guys pick out like 3 or 4 fallacies in one sentence? I mean, there's a lot of times it's a combo.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about working together and looking at these things together and making a game out of it, because we can all see different angles, and sometimes people tend to get hyper focused into what they have seen already. So having everybody contribute really adds to it. I think we should make some sort of game that we can play together.
Yeah, I'll ask India about the Manso audio. That's the one that comes to mind. But we've had several, or just, next time they come in, just make a note of it, People could even put it into the Logical Fallacies channel. They could just put it, here's timestamp. Because I don't know how to cut out the audio. And if I learned, then people would ask me to do it, so I might not learn. But other people do know how to do that.
Yeah, I know how to do it. It's just painful.
Yeah, I bet it is.
There's also the other thing, which is we need some kind of protocol for handling the fallacious users, and that's one of the reason why I'm so excited to work on the fallacy project with you, because at the bottom of each fallacy, once you click the fallacy itself, I'm gonna have like ref rulings or easy breakdowns for moderation of those fallacies. And so once the rules are more concrete to all this, it can all be linked together into a more neutral, simplistic, and easy to use moderation to stop these fallacies at birth.
Oh, okay. I saw that ref ruling section you put in there. I didn't actually know what that is. So you just put that in there like as a future thing, but you haven't actually put them in there yet? Is that what's happening?
If you look at those that I have put in there currently. They're essentially just what the moderator would be saying, and it's still a work in progress. But I'm essentially.
Oh, okay. Now I see. Okay, because I'm looking. Oh, yeah. I'm going to put up the denying the antecedent one so people can see what we're looking at. Okay, now I see where you've got them like below that category. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Keep going. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No problem. I'm just looking for the reference here so I can copy it and paste it so you can see it. It'd be something along these lines where, although it's missing the preamble, if you will, the thing that would help soften it, because currently it's just the raw rules, like it. So you would just be like objection stance, that is denying the antecedent, and probably once I would have the rules, I would reference the rules, and have it all intercorrelated. It's easier to moderate because you can just be like, I'm citing this rule number this. Don't use fallacies.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, please reformulate the argument without this fallacy, or concede and move on. Failure to do either, and you'll forfeit the debate. I like just those words right there. I feel like, yeah, we could use those every day, all day long.
Because it can come as a non-personal thing, and instead of the person who's trying to argue with them or trying to talk to them, have a conversation while the Glober's trying to argue, the moderator could come in and just neutrally dissolve it, the fallacious argumentation, and allow him to start again without the fallacy, and then he'll just sit there stammering because he has nothing but fallacies.
Yeah, we had a guy on Ladies' Night that came in here with the Cavendish argument, and then Damsel Medic just made some statement about, I think, just it not being an experiment or something, and then I was trying to set up a one-on-one with them. Just even that's the thing, is you can hardly even get them to even start the debate once they realize they actually have to back it up, and that the person they're talking to might know something about it. You know what I mean? Like, they think they could just say Cavendish and just, that's the end of it. Once you actually like literally as soon as we started to set it up, where I was like, we're gonna have a moderated debate, one-on-one, and so on, or then he just disappeared. He just left. Doesn't that happen all the time? Or they try to move on to the next point, which I think is what we need to. Either they leave, or moving on to the next point. Of course, that's the one where we can use these little, like you said, phrases, and just make sure that they realize that they're not going to get away with it. Because when they do that gish galloping, and then they realize, oh, they're going to call me on the Cavendish, and I don't really know anything about that, then they move on to, pictures from space, and then you call them on that, and then they move on to, gravity or whatever. That's what we need to prevent them from doing, because for the untrained ear, they don't see that Glober's lost, and that's why they're going on. They just hear, oh, this person's really knowledgeable. Look at this. They know about Cavendish. They know about gravity. They know about this. And I've seen the other Globers that are in here, the fanboys like Sasha 2.0 will be in there saying, oh, this guy's making a lot of sense. I mean, that's who they're talking to, is their Globe believer buddies, right? And they're just going on to the next point of dogma in their holy scriptures of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, that's why we have to call them on this stuff.
Yeah, they're confirming the biases of the other Globers, and they're missing the point, or missing the point fallacy. They're not conceding the points in between. They're just jumping off into a red herring, essentially.
Yeah, I think everybody can do that, and like you said, just calmly for the audience, just kind of debrief, like what just happened there, because a lot of people who are new to this debate won't see that that's what's happening. But if you point out that's what's happening, then at least hopefully the audience will be somewhat educated about how the believer is running from the debate.
Yeah, I think it's just smart to not make it or depersonalize it. So, because I'm guilty of it when I listen to some sophist use fallacies again and again and again and again, and he's getting away with all sorts of mischief. I start getting annoyed, and then I'm like, is no one gonna say anything? Do I have to say something? Okay. And then I eventually say something, and you can hear the annoyance in my voice. It would be easier sometimes to have some sort of strict methodology and methods for all that, and I'm sure we're always working like that. So I'm sure it's just going to get better from here on out. But it's something to work on.
Oh, no, I know what you mean. I think a lot of us can relate. Like, you're listening on YouTube, I'm fixing dinner. I'm like, do I have to go in there? You know, I think, and then by the time I go in there, I know, like, kind of annoyed. But, like, yeah, I just think as more of us get, trained in, like, not letting, these globe believers take the argument in their direction, because that's when it's always going to go, because they don't have evidence, so they're just trying to distract with these tactics. But they're tactics that have worked, that have been refined, that are, we see everywhere in the world. So it takes a while to get used to finding them and pointing them out. So that's what we're working on.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Can I say something?
No, thank you.
About flat Earth or fallacies, Smurf?
Yes.
I'll give you a chance. Go ahead. Nobody else is talking.
Okay. I just wanted to say that the Earth has always been flat, and if anybody believes they have any proof that the Earth is not flat, then please send it to me, and then I will disappear forever. And that's if anybody has any real proof. That's all I have to say. It looks kind of flat. I'm on a mushroom. I ate a mushroom. Anyway, I'm on top of one, and it looks very flat from here. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's a good public service announcement to go out here on Sunday, February 20th, 2022 on the Flat Earth Discord server 2.0, 24/7. We're here, as the name suggests. Anyone has any verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container, we're here ready and waiting for you. Or if you just want to come in here and discuss your globe beliefs, that's perfectly fine. If you want to tell us why you live on a spinning globe, we're always interested in hearing that. So, what is it a fallacy, Drace, or anybody when I don't know, it's a technique definitely when they come in and you ask them if they live on a spinning globe and they don't want to say they do, even though they obviously are a globe believer, but they don't want to say that because they know that you'll try to pin them down to define, and give proof of that. What is that technique when the people do that? Maybe that's just general sophistry. I don't really know. I don't really know if I live on a globe. I'm open to everything. You flat earthers are sure.
They're pretending that they're us. I don't know if that's a fallacy.
Just deceptive, I guess. They're just liars, right, Elijah?
Yeah, because they'll say, "Well, I don't have a position," but the people who you lend your faith to for whatever information you think that people smarter than you may have, or more knowledgeable you in various fields may have, they'll say, well, I don't have a position per se, but there are certain truths that do exist, and yada yada yada. But the bottom line is, we don't have a position. Like what the earth objectively is and how we perceive it, that's not a position. That's just a what it is kind of thing. They're the ones that have a position or believe someone who has a position. There's a claim that the Earth isn't entirely how you experience it, because outside of that basic understanding, where you can use your senses to kind of come to the conclusion that you don't feel like you're moving and you don't see any curvature. Curvature is not measurable in any way, and so their claim beyond it not being measurable, the movement not being measurable, is that it's there, and here are the reasons why it's there. That's their claim. The Earth is a sphere with a set dimension. That's the claim. And if you believe in the people who have given you information derivative of that claim, then yes, it's safe to assume that because you're utilizing information that already presumes that we live on a sphere, I can kind of infer that you believe that you live on a sphere. When they ask us if we believe or know that we live on a flat earth, they're positioning themselves to strawman us because they're talking about the entire thing. So they know that it measures flat. Sometimes they'll say, well, I know you haven't measured it from end to end. Yeah, of course not, because we never claimed that, which is why that's a straw man. It's like, why? I never said that the whole earth measures flat. Then why do you think it's flat? Well, that's the thing, because they claimed that level is being being level is being, well, how did they, what did they say? Level is when you're equidistant from the center all the way around the ball. If you traveled around the ball at the same altitude, you would technically be flying level. Well, that already assumes that the Earth is a sphere, and that even though you don't experience it when you're traversing it, you're doing it in a level, equidistant from center kind of fashion. But we don't know that. We just know that it's level for all intents and purposes. What is level? It's when you have something that's horizontally parallel with the horizon.
I think also
Yeah, because
when they say they
Go
don't.
ahead,
Oh,
Carmen.
sorry. You can go ahead, Dandelion.
I'd totally rather hear you talk because I feel like I've talked more than you and my throat's more sore than yours. So you go.
Okay, I'll go first, but then you have to go second. But yeah, I was going to say, when they say they don't have a position, that's generally indicative of the fact that they don't know their position. They don't know their globe model. So generally, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. That's often, a pattern.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going to say because we had, I don't know if it was on Ladies Night or sometime recently, we had a person that just came right in and said, I asked you, why do you believe you live in a spinning globe? And they said, because I believe there's people smarter than me that figured it out. I mean, that's a common position, even if they don't admit it. But I think even these people that say, they don't know or they're not sure, it's because they are really, aren't they acknowledging that they are really sure somebody else figured it out. They know they can't explain it. I think that's what, because, I think that's what you just said, and then the question is, where do you go from there? Like when I made that realization, which I kind of touched on earlier, that freaked me out because I didn't even realize that's what I was doing. When I started researching, I thought, yeah, people figured this out, and now I'm going to go find these people who've proven curvature and rotation, and I am going to now be able to explain that to others. And when I realized that didn't happen, I was like, Lord, that was very difficult for me. And some people can't even get to that point, right? Because then I went to the debunking videos because I'm like, okay, these guys are going to explain why there's all these inconsistencies, why they don't have scientific proof, why the helicopter can't go up and wait for the Earth to rotate and then land, having to move forward, and so on. They're going to explain all these for me because they are, Professor Dave or whoever it was, that. And once I watched those, Karma, then I knew I was lost. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's, there's really something to this. If this is the best arguments they got, then this globe doesn't have a leg to stand on. There's no proof. But, I was, obviously, since I'm here, able to work through that and follow the evidence where it led. But I think some of these people who just want to outsource their brain, to these people allegedly smarter than them, they're not even going to let themselves get that far down the road, right? They're just going to leave the 24/7 Discord server, la, 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 pretend they were never here, and go back to their regular scheduled programming.
That was the weirdest thing for me. Yeah, sorry. No, that's all I was gonna say. Those videos, because I had a real genuine concern when certain questions were posed to me, and those were valid questions, and then these people are like, no, those aren't valid because those can be explained away. Here's a set of questions you should be asking yourself. And
right, they
that's
don't
when I was
answer the
like,
question. Right, they don't.
yep.
They obfuscate. They use propaganda. They show you pretty pictures of the globe. They don't answer any of the hard questions. Elijah, the way you put it there was just so great. Yep, and then they just distract you with, oh, here's the 10 things flat earthers can't answer, even though flat earthers have answered those 10 things like 3,000 times. You know what I mean? So once I realized, oh, these guys got nothing but propaganda techniques and sophistry. They don't have a logical argument to save their life. These debunkers, I realized it's really bad. If this is what is being promoted, by the mainstream as people who can explain the globe, and this is the best they got, is this clown show McToon or this clown Professor Dave, like, there's no science here, is there? Oh my gosh. Those guys are the best argument for flat earth around. Those debunkers.
I just want to say one more thing, because I know Karma's jumping in. This is how I knew something was wrong, because I experienced on the ground, talking to people directly, going to events, being a part of this patriotic duty that is to vote for the person that you want in office. When things would happen, I would watch the news put out debunk videos, and it would have the same disrespect, straw man, red herring being that they don't actually answer the problem that, say, a group of people are bringing up, like, hey, there was a lockout at CNN, why wasn't it televised? And they'll just go down a red herring and not kind of answer that. That's kind of something people want to know. It's like, well, there was this event based on this really important issue, and it's just so odd that when there are record people outside of this place, it doesn't get televised, and then when it is spoken about, it's a straw man. And I realized that these people that were popping up on YouTube to try and combat the actual genuine journalists, they would have this air about them, like they would talk down about the people who are asking certain questions. They would have this goofy music. They would try to make them look really dumb by misrepresenting them. And I wondered why that was happening. So when I saw it happening for Flat Earth, I was like, oh, it's the same thing. They're lying. The Earth is flat because this is bullshit propaganda for sure. Like, sorry that I took over. Then I just realized that the same tactics that are employed, in politics, are the same tactics that they're using to obfuscate, not actually address any of the real issues that are going on, et cetera, et cetera. So
it's funny you mentioned politics, because literally while you were describing this, I looked at Drace and said, yeah, politician talk. That's how politicians always talk. But yeah, I totally agree with you. The thing I was going to say earlier is just the type you guys were also the type to project onto us. Like, you guys believe in flat earth, because they believe in the globe and they know they don't have evidence. So they subconsciously keep saying that we believe it, even after you're correct them 3 times. I just think that a lot of times the fallacies that the globers use reflect a lot of the internal thought process, should I say, also how to break them out of it as well. It's just hard to apply on the fly.
Hey, can I say
Absolutely.
something regarding this?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, maybe in a minute, but I just wanted to say there's a couple. Yeah, we'll give you another short. I liked how you kept your other things short and sweet, Smurf. You are getting better. You are improving yourself. So we'll give you a minute. I just want to say to the new people that just came in, if you don't have any roles, if you want to be able to unmute yourself, there's a bunch of people in VC Check, and this is a great time for anyone who's in the live stream that doesn't have a role, or anyone listening on YouTube. We've got like 20 people to serve you in VC check-in. Jump right in there, discord.gg/flat earth, or if you're already in the server, just go right up to the VC check-in channel. The live stream above this where you see a whole bunch of people, and they'll just ask you a few questions, quick 5-minute interview or so, and you can get the VC verified role. Then you'll be able to unmute yourself, join the conversation, ask any questions you might have about flat earth. So, Smurf, what are you going to say? Did I just give Smurf the floor?
Oh, hey there. I just want to address you all talking about the side effects or symptoms, but the cause. I've been on reading 4chan, excuse me. But anyway, I found some scientific studies that 67% of people do not have an inner monologue, or within that 20% use it less than 5 times. So the remaining 1/3 of people, only a fraction of them can visualize things in their mind when they close their eyes. So what we've done here is everybody who's a flat earther is capable of visualizing the alternate cosmology, the actual real cosmology. So we're dealing with a fraction. Okay, now I'm going to shut up. I'm going to stop talking real soon. My point is that somewhere probably more than 3/4 of people fail to visualize what we're trying to speak of here. Does anybody want to talk about that?
No, I think that's a really good. I think that's really good, because that's why earlier in our presentation about children, I was talking about the importance of the dream life and like allowing yourself to dream, and that's one reason why they recommend people, not have a lot of screens on like right before bed. Try to wind down doing something else, because I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but if I'm like on a screen, like stuck here in Discord right before I go to bed, like sometimes I'll just have weird like mental dreams where don't have a lot of visuals in them, or I'm dreaming about like conversations or something, or I don't really know what the dreams are. But like other times when I've more had like a wind down routine and doing something else, like I'll have incredibly very vivid dreams and so on, which is healthier, for your brain. So I think there is something to it about that visualization thing, because we're so bombarded with images these days, that we sometimes are losing that ability. So that's interesting that you brought that up.
Yeah, I thought it was super interesting. You can train your visualization and stuff like that. A lot of people, like you were saying, Dandelion, use memorization instead of visualization. And they just remember something they've seen before instead of creating that image in their mind themselves.
Oh, because we were told definitely has stuff to say. That was that was a good point, Drace. He's in the voice text arguing here. He's muted, but I can server unmute you. Hopefully you're going to be polite here. It looks like you're a globe believer. So because we were told, can you tell us about your position or why you think you live on a spinning globe?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, if you could just call me Drip, because I'm pretty sure like someone changed my name to this like, as a meme, because I think I was getting like memed. So you just call me Drip. And basically the reason why I think is the biggest problem that like flat earthers have with like proving whether the Earth is a globe, whether it's flat, is that they don't trust NASA. They don't trust what anyone else tells them what it is, right? So we can actually just test it ourselves, and it's pretty simple. You can build a ham radio and you can bounce radio waves off of the moon, measure the distance between the moon and the Earth, and we can observe that the distance between the moon and the Earth is the same. Like, I think it's between like a 10% difference, like no matter where it is and at what time we point at it. And the only possible shape that this like phenomena can occur in is a globe. Because if it was a flat Earth and the moon was like moving around, right? The moon would be at like different distances depending on where it is. And so it would like fold into the Earth and it would crash, right? But that obviously doesn't happen because it goes around in a circle, staying at like roughly the same distance. And this test can be done by anyone. It's been done by universities, done by like flat Earth groupers as well. There's like tons of like YouTube videos about it, and like people have posted their results.
What's the test? I'm sorry.
So basically, you bounce radio waves off of the moon, and they bounce back to Earth, and then we can measure the distance between the Earth and the moon, and observe it to be the same between like a 10% difference, and it doesn't change like no matter like what position the moon is, and like at what time we point it at the moon.
How do you know you're hitting the moon?
Yeah. So like, are you trying to say like it could be like hitting something else, right?
Yes.
Question, and we can actually prove that by we can point like the antenna at the moon, right, and then we can point to the side of the moon, and we can observe that the radio waves are only coming back when we point it at the moon. So that means there is no like other like interference in the atmosphere like next to the moon or anything. They only bounce back at the moon.
That's a false dichotomy because you haven't gone to the moon and back.
Who has? Or what do you mean? Who hasn't gotten to the moon to the back? And how is this?
So if there's something that you can't see, if there's a piece of glass in front of the moon, how do you know it's not bouncing off that piece of glass?
Oh, okay, yeah. So like, even if I like steel man this, right? So let's just say like in front of the moon and like between the Earth, there is something, right? And it's not actually hitting the moon itself. So essentially, whatever this object is, right? As long as this object is like moving around the Earth at the same distance, like no matter what and at what time we point at it, it would still basically support the idea that the Earth.
No, it wouldn't be moving at all. It'd be a container. No, it wouldn't,
okay, so in that
need
case,
to be moving at all. The Earth isn't moving.
Okay,
the
so then
Earth
in
isn't
that
moving.
Case, yeah. What do you mean the Earth?
And neither is the container that gives us gas pressure, as far as we know. I can't think of any reason it's moving. So the Earth is flat and stationary, and we are contained. And I don't know the dimensions of the container. I don't know what it's made out of, but I have no reason to think that the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure, I have no reason to think that's moving either. Just like the ground.
I'm not talking about the Earth moving. I'm talking about the moon. Let's just focus on the moon, please.
Can we just
I know,
come
but
back
if
down
the
to Earth?
moon is on the other side of the container, then you wouldn't be hitting the moon.
So I've already explained. So like, even if there is like something between, like if it's hitting something between the Earth and the moon, and whatever this thing is like staying at like the same distance, like no matter what time and like where we point it at, then like again, the only shape it can be is a globe and not a flat Earth, because then this thing, whatever it is, would crash into the Earth.
Bro, what are you talking about?
No, that doesn't make any sense at all.
What part of what I'm saying doesn't make sense? I'll try and like elaborate and like maybe like change my wording a bit.
It's not the
I'll
wording,
let
bro.
someone else explain. I'm too high.
That's fine.
Wait, what about the moon proves the ground we're standing on, though?
Yeah, so basically, we bounce the radio waves off, we measured the distance, and essentially, like the distance between the Earth and the moon, like try and like visualize. I wish I could like turn my camera on, or like, and I could like try and show this, but like try and visualize it, right? So like, imagine you had like a ball, and then you took another ball, right? And so if you wanted to make this ball go around the other ball at like the same distance, like, right? You see how it would like form a circle around the ball, right? Like it would go around it.
But why are we
It'd be
assuming
equidistant.
balls?
I'm trying to like visualize. I'm trying to give you like a visualization, because I can't like, if I can't explain it with words, then like that's the only way I can like get my argument through to you.
You have to beg the question that the moon is a sphere in the first place.
But yeah, so even if the moon was like, let's just say it's like a cube, it doesn't matter, because that's not what like the point of that. That's not the point of like the experiment.
Well, your radio waves
The
are
experiment
bounce off.
is simply hold on. The point of the experiment is simply the distance. Like the moon could be like a prism or like a cuboid or like anything, right? As long as the distance is the same all the way around, that proves a globe. And you can do this with anything. Just pick up two objects right now and try and move it around at the same distance.
In the globe model, the distance would not be the same on the side that's closer to the moon or the side that's further from the moon. There's a distance difference there.
Yeah, I think it's like roughly like a 10% difference because like I think the Earth is like right, it's like kind of squashed. Yeah, but it's like only like a 10% difference. It's not something like significant, like
So now you're
300%.
contradicting yourself, and you're accepting that there's a difference. So
No, wait. I said at the beginning there is like a 10% difference. I think I said that twice. Can anyone like vouch? Like I do remember saying that.
10% of what? What measurements?
So there's like a 10% difference. So like when I was talking about like if you were to like plot like all the results or whatever, right? I think there's only a 10% difference in terms of like how the results like vary, but like the average is like all consistently the same.
Yeah, no, this is pretty badly presented by you. There's a difference when there's an angle. You don't know the medium that this is going through. You don't know what it's hitting, so you're just making assumptions about a light in the sky.
So I don't know what medium it's going through. Can you elaborate? What do you mean by I don't know what medium it's going through?
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. You don't know what the medium of the light is going through. You don't know what's between you and the moon.
So I've literally already explained that even if there was like let's say like hypothetical, right? Like there is in fact something between the moon and the Earth. As long as whatever that thing is like stays the same distance as it like moves around the Earth, it would still prove like the Earth is a globe.
You don't. No, it does not.
How?
You're just assuming.
Okay, so then, it's not. The claim made without evidence. I'm giving evidence for what I'm saying. But let's go back to the visualization. You can actually
unfounded claims about how the shape of the sky.
The shape of the sky. What the fuck? Okay, so let's go back to the visualization because you can actually do you can swap everything I've said and just do it again. So you know how I told you before that I want you to take two objects and I want you to put one in your right hand, put one in your left hand, and then move it around like roughly the same distance around the other object in like a circle, right? You can now imagine if you took that object and brought it just a little bit closer and then made the same circle. Do you see how that would still not affect the shape of the other object?
False
equivalence. Yeah, but how do
why
we
is that
know
a false
the moon?
Because you don't know that the moon is an object. You're just assuming that. So
Yeah,
you're
the
using
moon
an
is an
object to make a demonstration, and then you're going to try to say the moon is an object, but you don't know that.
It's physical. What do you mean?
You don't know
How do
that.
you know that?
Yes, we do. Because like radio waves only
Who's
bounce off
we?
physical things.
Who's we? I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't think.
How do you know
Like,
that?
if you're ignorant, like I can't really do anything about that. But basically,
it's
we
not
can test.
ignorance.
We can literally, we know for a fact because like we can
No,
use
you
radio
don't.
waves on the ground, right? They only bounce off physical things. That's how radar works.
So when it doesn't bounce off the moon, it's on
Bro,
us
the
to
moon
just to
isn't
explain why it doesn't work. But your toy only works when you aim it at the moon. But if it's not aimed at the moon, it doesn't work. Therefore, your toy works. I don't
Because there's
think so.
nothing physical for it to bounce back in like a conceivable amount of time. That's the point.
Okay, so how do you go about verifying that it's physical?
Yeah, because radio waves only bounce off physical things. We've tested this on Earth.
Okay,
Like
you
this,
said
that's
that
how,
already.
that's how radar works.
Verify.
But they can also go through physical things too, can't they?
They can, but they bounce back, so we know that's not happening with the moon.
Still looking for verification of what the moon is.
Yeah, it's a non-falsifiable claim.
Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. Like as long as it's like bouncing back and like giving the same distance readings like consistently.
You're
then that's
assuming the
close.
distance readings because you don't know the medium. I explained this earlier.
I'm assuming the distance. No, I'm not assuming the distance is literally like worked out. Like
Do you
speed
have the
equals
data?
over time. You can just rearrange the equation to get distance.
Do you have the data?
Not personally, but I think you can just go on like you'd either go on YouTube or actually let me try and find a link for you guys. There's like tons of.
I don't need a YouTube link. I need like a PDF with some data so I can see the
Sure. I got
methodology
you.
behind what you're saying.
I got you. Let me try and find one.
Find a cool NASA video.
No, I'll try and find like some amateurs. Like, Wait, go on. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'll wait.
Oh no, I wasn't saying anything. Like you can finish, bro.
No, I'll just wait for the information.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just gonna say like it's like a very common experiment. Like just going on YouTube alone, it like comes up with like so many such.
I doubt it. I doubt it's common. I don't know how many people can have a powerful enough quote unquote laser to bounce photons and get them back and time it. And I don't not that I don't even know if that's possible, but even if it is possible, I don't know how practical that would be for it to be as common as you say.
It's
but,
not
but I'm
photons,
willing
it's
to
radio
take a
waves.
look.
I got you. Let me just give me a sec to try and find it. To address the other guy, where he said it's not an experiment. So like an experiment is you give like a hypothesis, right? You make a prediction. You say, okay, if I do this and then this thing turns out to be the case, then this hypothesis is correct, right? And then you basically create a novel, future, predictable like test, right, that anyone can do and like produces like consistent results. We've got a hypothesis in this case. If the distance between the moon and the Earth is the same, like no matter when you measure it or like when you point it at the moon, then the Earth is a globe. And then we carry out the result. Also, we carry out the experiment, and that's the result we
That's
get.
not a
It
scientific
confirms a
method.
hypothesis.
You're not following the scientific method.
Way off.
How am I not following the scientific method?
Needs to be an independent and dependent variable. You don't
It
have.
doesn't.
The moon isn't real.
No, that doesn't.
That's how you define a hypothesis test, which is
Okay,
called
so
an experiment with an
okay, so that
independent,
doesn't.
dependent, and control variables. If you don't have these variables, you don't have a test.
And it's a cause and effect relationship, not a what is. So you're talking about what is the distance to the moon. That's not a valid inquiry.
Okay, you guys are hitting me with a lot of points. I'll try and if we could keep it just like max, like 2 at a time, like that would help. But like obviously 1 at a time is preferable. But to address the first thing you said, we need an independent variable. Not really. We can just we do like measurements in science all the time. That doesn't require like changing anything, right? We can just take something that like already is there and then just like measure it, right?
Yeah,
And then still form like a hypothesis.
Science.
Hold on,
Measurement is not science.
please
When you
can I
take out
finish?
a tape measurement,
Please,
that's not
I'm
doing
speaking.
science. That's just
Okay,
you measuring things.
Could
Science
we
is
like
following
not
the
cut each other
scientific
off?
method. When you call something science, but you do not follow the scientific method, that is the definition of
Drip,
pseudoscience.
can I ask you a question?
No, I wasn't finished. You saw after. Can I just finish my point? Because I got cut off like in the middle.
Yeah,
So, like,
did you understand what Drace just said?
is it?
Because you're not adhering to the
It's not
scientific
okay
method.
because like we need to like we can't have a discussion. We're just gonna keep like cutting each other off. Like if you mind, like what I was about to say is
Yeah, but
you can still form a hypothesis. You can
need
still
to
form a
listen to what's
hypothesis
being
off the
said
basis
and
of
not
just a
just
measurement.
talk and not listen. You need to
I
listen
can't
to
speak.
what's being said.
Okay, I'm listening to what's being said. Can I please speak?
Okay, so
No, you need
address
to
what you
respond
just
to
said.
what's being said
Okay,
and not
so
just something else.
I am. This is the subject. I'm not like straying from the subject. So you can make a hypothesis off the basis of measurements. That's fine. Measurements don't require like independent variables or anything like that, right? And a hypothesis is just a prediction. You're gonna say, okay, this is gonna be the case if this occurs from like my experiment, right? The experiment can just be like a measurement. Like it doesn't have to be something you change. Now, what was the other question?
Experiment. That's an observation.
Yeah,
You don't know what
all
you're
experiments,
talking about.
observations.
Well, we don't. Here's the problem. We don't agree. When you say this can be a hypothesis, right? We're basically saying no.
No to what?
Yeah, I posted
No,
a bunch of
what you laid out is hypothesis.
Drip, can I ask you a question?
Is a hypothesis just a prediction?
Well, we need to no, because if you're talking about experimentation and hypothesis, that is a supposition as to what causes an effect or a natural phenomenon. That's
Mm-hmm.
one thing. What you're talking about is something else, and that's fine, but it just has to be known that it's different. So
Okay,
when
so
you
let's
say this is my hypothesis, what is that?
sure. So let's
Can you
try
lay
and
it out one more time?
break it down. Yeah. So like my hypothesis is, if the Earth is a globe, then the Moon will be at like the same distance no matter when we point it at, no matter when we point the antenna at it or at what time the Moon will stay at a relatively the same distance around the Earth. Okay. That's my hypothesis. If the Earth is a globe, this result will occur. Okay. So then my test is we bounce radio waves off of the Moon. It comes back. We measure the distance. And we see, is the distance the same? Is it the same? Oh, it's within 10%. Does that fit my hypothesis? Yes. Proves the Earth is a globe.
Can you give me scientific data that the moon is a physical object?
Well, I mean, even more. I mean, before that, it's like, well, this is what he's saying. He's saying it based on some set of data. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I just don't
understand.
understand.
Sorry, I got
I'd like
caught
to
up.
see
Yeah,
this.
it's because I started answering like a bunch of questions and I started answering like a bunch of questions and I didn't Like, do you guys mind if I like you guys can like speak between yourselves? I'm just gonna look for like a PDF file or like some test results because obviously I can't like look for it and speak at the same time.
Mm-hmm. It just has to involve the method for getting the result, you know.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you need like an actual like. Obviously, I can
Yeah,
sit here
so
all day and just tell you these are the results, but I need to give you the results. So let me find some.
yeah,
Well, I just want to see the methodology behind getting the result. Because if it's not faulty, then it is what it is.
I'm just curious on your
Whoa.
on your thought process on
Oh wait, sorry. So just give
what
me a
you
sec.
call
Wait,
evidence.
just give me a sec. I just need to wait. So the only thing you need is a methodology, right? So like the methodology is literally just you bounce radio waves off of the moon, they bounce back, and then you measure the distance.
Yeah, I don't. I need to take in the information
Radio
for
waves
myself.
aren't evidence.
Radio waves aren't evidence. Like it's evidence of the distance between the Earth and the moon. So
radio waves are evidence. I mean,
yeah. So they move. They go there and then they bounce
Well,
back. Then
obviously
we
there's a standard of measures, so that's what I mean. Like I'd like to see how they did that.
Yeah.
What they're
So basically,
using, what they're doing. You know.
yeah. So
So
basically,
instead of you telling me, because I've already said, I just want to see like the information. I mean, for me, I don't need an explanation. It's fine. I just want to see the work.
yeah. So like, we measure the time it takes for it to come there and back. And then that tells us the distance, and then we divide it by 2 because like it obviously has to go there and back. And then that's how we get the distance. I think someone before was trying to ask me a question.
Oh yeah, that was me. I was asking if you could give some evidence revolving around the moon being a physical object.
Oh right, yeah. So I think you must have not been in the VC when I explained it. Basically,
No,
radio
I
waves only bounce off radio waves basically like only bounce off physical things.
No, they can't. They can bounce off non-physical things as well.
What non-physical
No,
things
they
would
can't.
bounce off?
Otherwise, radar wouldn't work. Planes would be crashing into each other. Submarines would just not work. Like,
oh, okay.
Radar is a thing and it works. Yeah.
But isn't that kind of circular logic? Because you're saying that radio waves are what you're using to prove that the moon is far away, but he's asking for proof that the moon is a physical object in the first place, and you're saying radio waves prove that, but you're starting off with
well, the radio waves are bouncing off something, and when we point them at the moon, they're bouncing off something that's where the moon is. So that's something.
I'm sorry,
it's
it just
probably
sort
the moon.
of went past me.
Yeah, like radio waves do like 100% work. Like, I mean, that's the only that's the only possible way to argue against this. But like, we know for a fact it works.
How fast do radio waves travel?
I think it's like
Speed of light,
almost the
right?
speed of light. Almost,
You
I think.
You think it's the speed? Did you do yourself, or you trust in NASA?
Oh, it's not NASA that come up
when he
with
said
that
when he
information.
said
It's
radio
a collection of
waves.
scientists
I'm not
working
getting it
together.
off NASA. Like, I just remember it from like my physics
You
class.
don't
Like,
know.
it's almost the speed of
You're
light.
you don't know how fast they travel.
It's
How
been
do you know how far
proven. It's been proven.
It doesn't really matter how fast they travel as long as
Can
we
you
know
show
they
that it's
bounce
proven?
off. The
Can you
details
show
aren't
us here in the room?
Can I show us here in the room? What do you mean? You want me to like turn my camera on and like measure the speed? Like, what the fuck?
You don't
Yeah,
even know the
that'd be
speed of
nice.
radio waves. So how would you know how far the moon is?
We know they're fast. It doesn't matter if we know the exact speed.
Okay,
Then how
wait,
do you
hold
know
on. The
how
other
far the moon
guy,
is?
wait. Actually, no, wait. I'm sorry. Like, I know you're trying to help, but like, it actually is important. We do need to know like exactly how fast it is, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to get the distance. But we do know exactly how fast the radio waves are. But like, so it's like I think it's like
Amazing.
almost the speed of light, and we've measured it on Earth. Like, we bounced it off shit, and we literally like measured that shit.
So how long does it take for the radio waves to go and come back?
I think it's 2-point-something seconds, 2.6 maybe.
How about this with science? You don't know that?
Sorry,
You sound pretty
what do you mean?
confident.
Did you not know that the
just
median affects how
don't
fast
remember.
those waves travel?
I just don't remember like exactly off the top of my head, bro. Like,
So
I
I
feel like-
have you're giving a lot of explanations. I have an explanation. What if the radio waves are bouncing off of a firmament dome, and the moon is completely a transparent light? What about that?
the moon is a
Yeah,
completely
that makes sense.
Okay, so how is it bouncing off a firmament dome. What?
I'm giving you an explanation. What if the radio waves that you're so confident about are bouncing off of a firmament glass dome, and the moon itself is in between and is a transparent light?
I mean, can you prove that? I mean, you can just say anything. You can like add what ifs to anything. Like that's the thing with science, right? Like a cup. Wait, hold on. Yeah, like so, like a cup can fall over, right? And like we can have like an infinite amount of like explanations for that. Like, oh, it could have been a leprechaun, it could have been an alien, right? But then what we have to do is we have to make hypotheses, right? And we have to say, okay, if we make this prediction, then this thing is likely the case if we get these consistent results. So if you're trying to assert that, okay, it is like some sort of like special dome, and like maybe the moon is just a light or something, then I'm gonna need like actual proof for that. Like, you
Yeah,
can't just
exactly.
This
Hold on. Exactly. So, no. Hold on. Hold on, bud. Exactly. So right now you're giving us explanations of what you think happened with they supposedly bounce radio waves off the sun, but how do you know exactly that's exactly what happened?
Yeah.
Wait, did you say radio waves off the sun? What the fuck?
What would you say? Well, they bounced it off the moon. Sorry, the moon.
Right. Yeah, so like we point it at the moon, and the radio waves only come back when we point it at.
I understand that, but how do you know that's exactly what's happening?
So that actually, now that I think about that, literally like
Hold on. Yeah.
Stop.
Wait.
That's not right.
I just
Because they
realized.
say- hold on, stop, because you just said only at the moon, but they bounce radio wave off the ceiling all the time.
Sorry, off the ceiling.
They say atmosphere, ionosphere, or whatever.
Question. So somebody mentioned
Yeah, you haven't heard of this. Have you not heard
Hold
of
on,
this?
let Elbow TV take this part
then
to
that's
the
what I said at the
conclusion.
start.
He's trying to point out to Drip how he believes it works on his model, and then other people are proposing it could also work on other models to try to get Drip to understand that even though he has a presuppositional model that he's fitting the evidence to, that we could come up with 20 other explanations. He has no proof of this actually happening. So Elbow TV, keep going until you take into this to the conclusion and either pass it to someone else or Drip concedes.
Okay, so I don't
So
know.
are you
like, why
are you
we
gonna
concede.
concede
I
that
think I
they?
heard your point. But like to address the thing you said, like,
Okay.
I wasn't actually like aware that happened. But like, even if it did, right? If you remember near the beginning, I said that we can test this to be the case, right? So we can point it at the moon and we can point it to the side, right? So if there was these like little spots in the atmosphere, like where it bounces off, because I assume you're not trying to say like it bounces off like everywhere in the atmosphere, right? It's only like specific spots.
No, they bounce supposedly radio. Well, let's put it like this: when they send a signal,
How do you know it's actually hitting the moon?
Okay, interrupt what I'm.
When you point it at the moon, and then
Elbow TV will let us
goes down
know
and
when
bounces
he's ready to pass it off, as I just mentioned.
So when they bounce, when they send a signal, a Morse code signal from I think UK to Australia, they said it couldn't go because because of the curve of the Earth would be in between. Yet it reached what 10,000 miles all the way down there, and they said, well, it had to be because it bounces off the ionosphere and comes back down. So, and there's so many other ways they say that when they bounce TV signals and whatever and radio waves, they say they bounce it off the atmosphere.
Yeah, so there's like specific spots in like the atmosphere that like causes. Yeah, so it's not the entire atmosphere, right? Because you realize like
so
we
they
can
had certain
literally
spots.
point at the atmosphere and it doesn't like.
Okay,
bounce
well, now
back
you
from
made an assertion. Can you cite that only in specific spots?
Isn't that what you're arguing? You said something about that.
I said they bounce it.
I'm sorry, Elbow. Go ahead.
They say they bounce signals off the ionosphere. So you're saying only specific spots. That's where I want you. Okay, tell me what
I'm trying to
specific
get your
spot.
argument. Are you saying okay? So it's
No,
okay.
no, Drips, hold on. I'm sorry, Drips. I got to reset this. Hold on. I got to reset this whole thing. But let's just put on the record here. You've been asked for 2 different citations. First by Elijah about the original data for this demonstration that you've claimed. Now you're being asked for data from Elbow TV. So I thought we were giving you some time to go look for that, but I never heard that happen. But nonetheless, the problem, let me just give you the big picture before you keep going, Drip. You came in here saying it can only work this way, and I'm presupposing that these waves are hitting the moon, and I'm saying this is absolutely what happened, and it
would work on my straw man model if you're a flat Earth. That was your original assertion. So there were like 25 things to break apart just in your original speech that we could go through. But we're not going to keep going on point and point if you're not point to point, unless you're going to come up with the data of your original claim, which is the radio waves bouncing off the moon, which is what Elijah asked you to find. So are you able to find that or not? If not, then you can concede that this is a story you've been
Dana,
told.
let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's just
Guess
take it
what,
knock
honey
down.
bear? I'm
Chill.
really calm. How calm are you?
If
You're
you
the one
remember
who
what I said-
seems to get a little bit agitated here.
Okay, so please don't mute me. I said before that I can't find like the evidence and speak at the same time, and I keep getting asked questions.
Okay,
So
so
how
we'll
about we
talk
do
about
this?
Okay, you go ahead and
How about
find your stuff. It's 9 minutes after the hour. We'll talk to someone else or talk among ourselves. Do you think it'll take you 5 minutes or whatever? Just come
It's
back
just
and
one
tell
last
us when you
thing.
got it.
Yeah, just one last thing, just to address what the last guy said, because I don't want to like forget about it, and then I'll like go and mute and like find like the PDF or whatever the fuck, right? So like I just wanted to ask the guy I was speaking to. I wasn't like actually asserting anything. I was just trying to get like clarification of what you're trying to say. So are you trying to say that like we can bounce like radio waves off of the ionosphere, right? So like is it like the entire ionosphere, like they bounce back, or
That's their claim that they just pointed up a dish, and then all of a sudden they that's the way they bounce signals.
so okay, so
That's
someone
your
made
claim.
this
We're
claim.
claiming it's just going across because there is no curvature in the way.
Dandelion,
That's
please
your
be quiet.
claim.
I'm speaking to Aldo.
Whoa.
I know, and I'm trying to clarify what he's saying.
I don't need
You
your
don't seem
clarification.
to
I understand
understand.
what he's.
Okay, well, you don't need to be in the server if you don't want to go along with the moderation here. I'm trying to out here and clarify the situation. If you don't appreciate my moderation, put it in the complaint department.
I was trying to talk.
Yeah, could I please just speak to Aldo on his own? Like, just don't interrupt. Like, it's just annoying.
My apologies.
Just when you get the mic, don't complain. So, or if you're gonna complain, you just go back on.
That is the claim of the globe. We don't.
Okay, so Aldo,
it's elbow, but yeah,
Elbow. Oh, sorry. I don't know why.
No problem.
All right, so Elbow. So like what I'm just trying to like. It's like you're saying like this. Okay, so the ionosphere, right? It's like a certain part of the atmosphere. So I'm gonna ask one last time. Are you trying to say that the radio waves bounce off like anywhere in the ionosphere, or like
that is their claim, not ours?
Okay, so I think that's definitely wrong because you can literally like build this ham radio, and if you point it at the like anywhere in the sky, like it doesn't like bounce, like the radio signals don't come back.
Well, that's what they claim.
I don't know who's claiming it to you, but it's just wrong, bro. Like, I'm sure there's like to be honest, like I'm not even that good at like physics. Like,
if it's wrong, then there's no
got, like,
Earth curvature.
What the fuck? Okay, so yeah, I got like a D in that shit. So when you said like there's certain like areas in the atmosphere like where they do bounce back, I totally believe that. There probably is like specific areas where like it messes with signals, whatever the fuck. But I think the consistency is that we've got this thing in the sky, right, the moon, and then most of the time,
sorry to interrupt you. But I'm gonna cite you something real quick because you say I don't believe that's what they say. Okay, so I'm reading you something from Science Photo. The ionosphere is a region of the upper. No, because you're babbling on, and I want to get straight to the point. Where you say I think that's wrong, but this is what they tell you, right? So they're saying that the ionosphere is a region of the upper atmosphere where there's a large concentration of free ions and electrons. The region reflects medium and short waves radio signals, bouncing them back towards the Earth and enabling these radio communications to be heard over a vast distance. You want the link?
Okay, so who keeps muting me?
Did you hear what he said?
I put the link.
I was just trying to finish what I said.
I understand that, but when you said, "Oh, I think that's wrong," I go back and show you the proof that I'm giving you the citation. Which
where did you post the link?
I'll have a read. Oh, I'm sorry, I posted in the wrong.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to contact binary balls, who also appears to have proof of the globe. So you go find your citations, read the citations that Elbow found for you, Drip. Don't comment on the moderation anymore. We don't want to hear about it. We'll talk to contact binary balls while you're working on finding those citations. Just let us know when you've got them. Are you there, contact binary balls? I see you've got a story here for us. Let me go back up and find it. He says, I'm currently Where is it? I lost it again. You're currently working on a rocket. Is that what you said? And you're going to find proof of curvature in some future fantasy land for us. I'm currently working on a rocket, so in a few months, I should know for sure the shape of the Earth. All right.
Oh,
So
for
before
myself, yeah.
you go to actually bring back that data for us in a couple months, what's your best proof right now? Contact binary balls.
Funny enough, it involves garlic bread. Let me find the video. Anybody know Tom Scott? The YouTuber. Just kind
He's
of
got the
random.
garlic bread proof. Does anybody want to go over the garlic bread proof with him?
I feel like this is, I mean, for me, this is proof enough. It's just like, I mean, the main reason why I believe in the globe is just because the model explains everything all at once in one model, and I haven't seen a model for any other shape of the Earth that works.
It's because it's a story. Of course, it all checks out.
But the model
it does
proves
work.
the fundamental logic of it works.
No, it doesn't.
Not really, no.
Let me rephrase myself.
Isn't that a
I believe-
reification fallacy?
I don't know what that is, sorry. But
reifying something like a model into something concrete.
I mean,
yeah, the problem with your contact binary balls, the problem with your model is it's all based on the R value of 3,959 miles, which we can destroy and blow out of the water 1,000 different ways. So if you take away the radius of the Earth, you have no heliocentric model, as well as the fact that it does not predict things that you think it does, nor does it do a good job of explaining things. So would you like to hear about how the radius has been falsified and thus your entire model is destroyed?
Everything
I
works,
can hear
baby.
how some people. Sorry, I can listen to how some people have decided that their experiments have proved the radius is not that, but then I can also listen to the same amount of experiments that I think are more not professional, but more accurate, that prove that the radius is that wide.
We'll just get the radius measurements then.
I don't know how to do that.
But you said there's accurate and professionals that have done this, right?
Yeah, and I take them for the word.
Elbow,
If
you're
I
hot
don't take them-
micing. I'll mute you. Elbow, you're hot micing.
Remember the other one?
Sorry, I muted him.
Oh, I think I still. That's okay.
Paid $107.
What was I gonna say?
Anyway, yeah, just go get the radius measurements if they're there somewhere.
See, I don't know how to do that. I mean, the day that I'll contemplate believing in the, well, I mean, I've already considered the flat Earth, and the thing is, if you can't make a model for it, I just don't know how it could ever be actually possible for the Earth.
Why do you need a model, bro?
Because the model proves the fundamental theory.
No, it doesn't though. It doesn't. Think about it this way, right? I've got a badass grape vineyard in my backyard, and I make wine. Okay, and you come over and I share a glass with you, and you keep asking me, "Whoa, what's the brand? What's your label look like?" So I don't representation of this wine that I grew in my backyard. You can experience the wine just like you can experience the earth. You don't need a label or a representation to have the experience. You can go out and experience the flat earth. You don't need a repackaged idea. There's no Hot Wheels of the earth.
When I go out, I experience the globe Earth. And
no, you don't.
It's my experience.
But
so
you
can't
don't,
tell
though.
me otherwise.
You don't, because we all have the same experience. So what are you experiencing that is globe?
Do you believe in the objective reality? Like, do you believe that everyone has the same objective view about the world?
I just want you to
and
back up what you
experiences the
just
same
said, that
thing?
you experienced a globe. So what are you experiencing?
I'm experiencing what the model suggests. The Earth is huge, so it might seem flat, but it's not. And to me, it doesn't seem flat because, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't.
But still, you're not answering the question. What is the experience?
Well,
You just said it seems
of the
flat.
flat Earth?
You just said, well, you're the one who made the claim that you experience a globe. I'm just asking you to sort of back
made
that
the
up.
claim first that you experienced the flat Earth. So what does that mean?
No,
You
I said we
just
experience the
said
same
you
thing.
experience the globe every day.
Yes, and
I
you
said we
said that
experience
you
the same
experience a
thing.
flat Earth every day.
Yeah, we all experience the same thing. You said no, you experienced a globe. So go on.
I mean, people don't experience the same thing every day. A blind person and a colorblind person do not see the same things.
That's not what we're talking about here.
Well, we're talking about subjective experiences, and you're claiming that it's a subjective
No, we're talking
feeling
about
of
reality.
Yeah. I mean,
an objective reality is a stationary Earth, for starters. And two, you didn't experience any curvature anywhere. So I don't know where you would even get the idea that you're experiencing some sort of globe. That's in your mind, if anything.
I mean,
if you were being honest, you could be a globe earther and still be honest and say, okay, yeah, we do experience a flat Earth that's stationary. If you have curvature evidence, so we can get into that, that's no problem. But you're being dishonest if you say that you experience rotation or any curvature.
Yeah, so our frame of reference experiences were stationary with respect to the Earth. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
No, the Earth itself is also stationary, so...
With respect to itself, yeah. But everything's stationary with respect to itself.
Okay, so you don't experience any globe then?
I just, like... Do you experience radio waves? Do you experience photons? Well, you do experience photons, but I mean, it's just so much science has been proven that we don't experience. Like, we don't really... Yeah, I guess we can experience, like, magnetism, but it's just...
But notice how we're not experiencing a globe. You actually experience the opposite, right? The water is flat. Earth is not moving, so...
It's flat, but I don't agree with that.
Well, it's fine. It's not just about perception. That's where the next step comes in, and that's measurement. So that's why I asked you to, well, if there is curvature, then surely there are measurements for it, because the globe has been claimed a specific size that requires measurements. Two, if you don't have those, then, well, you're sort of missing a big chunk of your globe, which is the curvature. And then two, welcome to Flat Earth, because now we have measurements. So if you want to see those, just let us know.
I mean, sure, and I can tell you why I think those measurements are wrong, and you can tell me why you think my measurements are wrong. I just don't think we're going to get anywhere.
First of all, you don't have any measurements, so that's a big problem. First of all,
no,
and
I
two,
haven't taken any measurements myself. Have you
not
taken
you,
any
my
measurements
friend,
yourself?
not you. I didn't say you had to do this. Remember, you said there was professionals that did this, right? So go find out what they did. And how was a measurement wrong? How tall are you?
I'm like 6'5"-ish.
Okay, so how would anyone debunk that?
By measuring me.
But you're already measured to be 6'5".
Because I measured myself a few weeks ago, and I don't know how tall I am right now.
So how would anyone come along and say, nope, you're actually 5'2"? How is anyone
going to me evidence of that and saying, hey, you read the measurement wrong?
You already have the measurements, though.
Sorry, you're losing me. Sorry.
You have the measurements for your height. That's already set in stone. Who's going to come by and debunk you when you already have the measurements?
I took a measurement. Say I took a measurement of my height 2 months ago, and then I grow a few inches. Somebody takes another measurement. I'm like,
okay,
I
so
thought
is
I was 6'5".
Is the Earth growing?
I think we got way off track.
Well, I just answered the question. Is the Earth growing?
I mean, if you want a really, really technical, kind of annoying answer, I'd say it's technically shrinking, I guess, because there are some particles of gas kind of floating off when they're way, way in the exosphere, basically not even a part of Earth. Gravity's not
Shouldn't it be growing?
Tight enough, so they're just kind of like flying off, but I wouldn't
Shouldn't it technically be growing?
Why would it be growing?
I mean, how did it become a sphere in the first place?
Because there's a lot of matter that just kind of revolved around itself and became a sphere.
Right. So
it's like if you have a lot of little...
Why would it be shrinking if gravity is pulling matter to the center of now what is a big ball?
There's more forces than just gravity acting on the Earth and gravity acting on those little tiny particles at the very, very edge of the atmosphere. So imagine
I'm just asking you why the Earth isn't doing what it did to become an Earth in the first place. That's all.
What do you mean? Experience gravity?
What?
I think gravity basically sums up why the Earth came together. Because all matter attracts itself. So if there's enough matter in a confined space without a lot of other forces acting on it, it'll just naturally come together.
So when did it stop growing? When did it stop growing, and why is it shrinking?
It's not that it grew. I mean, think of you having like a whole bunch of Play-Doh in front of you, and you put it into a ball. When does it stop growing? Well, when you run out of Play-Doh.
Well, it wasn't a clump of Play-Doh that shaped and formed into a sphere. It was a bunch of tiny atoms that came together to form the reality that we see today, supposedly. So why did that stop happening?
Because it ran out of atoms to keep eating up. There's only a cloud of atoms. Once that cloud's gone, there's no more atoms. It's not like there's this infinite supply of atoms in space that's constantly coming to the Earth. So
Okay,
it
that's
would be
obviously
pretty weird
silly.
if it. Okay.
But you understand what I'm talking about with measurements, right? If you have measurements of something like your height, no one's
I'm
going to come along
completely
and
lost.
debunk you.
Sorry. People can debunk me if they measure me again, and then I'll be like, "Oh, well, I must have grown." Then I'll take the same measurements, realize they're right, and say, "Oh, I
Okay, but
grown," or
we're
maybe I
talking
shrunk.
about the Earth here, okay? We're not talking about some inflatable globe that you live on that changes every day. All right, so you
You're
don't have
just
to be a
losing me.
weasel for every
Right.
question that I ask you.
Weasel. Sorry for being a weasel. I
Oh,
apologize.
thank you. So that's what we're trying to get down at. If you have the measurements for curvature, please present them. If you don't
Do
have
you
any
have the
measurements,
measurements
well,
for
it's a
not
huge
curvature?
problem. That's fine. We'll be
I can
happy to
ask you.
present those.
I think I can ask you about 20 questions and not get answers from the flat Earth.
Okay, but what if not knowing something is better than just making stuff up?
But what
So
if
do you
just
have to have answers
neglecting
for
an
everything?
answer is neglecting an answer and not thoroughly contemplating enough? Is that better than just not knowing something?
You're just assuming we're not contemplating it. That's just an error on your part.
I don't know. I feel like if I was a flat earther, then I'd constantly be doing work to try to prove that the Earth is flat and constantly be thinking, pondering, why do I always see the same side of the moon? Why is, it's half? Why? How does seasons
Well,
work? And also
unfortunately,
feeling
that's not
space.
what we did.
It's not what you do. Well, because, I feel so. I remember talking with somebody last time I was on here, which was like a few days ago. And they said that the flat Earth isn't so much about proving the Earth is flat; it's about debunking that the Earth is a globe. And I can get behind that because
That's where it starts, yeah.
Yeah, and
I don't think anyone just woke up one day and was like, "I'm going to be a flat earther." It's like, no, dude, we were into the globe, we were into space. We wanted to prove that stuff to be true, but when you start investigating, it starts falling apart. So here we are left with the globe, and now we have to start over from scratch. Okay, let's go out and measure some bodies of water. Let's go find out if these curving lakes are really there. Turns out they're not.
So did everybody get it wrong before, or did
What do you mean get it wrong? We believed in the same stories
In order
that you
to get
do.
something.
It's not stories. It's
My bad.
measurements. It's evidence.
Go ahead, Eli. It is stories, because there is no evidence. Otherwise, you would have presented that radius measurement by now. But go ahead, Eli.
Eli?
Yeah, I think Eli's busy. I just wanted to butt in for a second. I apologize. I just wanted to say that he come in here and claim that he has a working model, which he does not.
Your volume's way low, Hank.
How about that? Is it better?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So what I was saying was that he does not have a working model, right? Because everybody knows about the cosmological constant problem, right? And this problem is not a little, it's a massive problem. So according to Michio Kaku, if you have a theory and you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, this is horrible. But in cosmology, we're off by 10 to the 120. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. So if 2 or 10, he uses the word horrible, you need a new theory. What do you think he means by like 120 zeros? Like
Sorry,
that would
what are we off by? What exactly are we off by?
10 to the 120th when you try to compare the theories of gravity by Einstein and you try to make them fit in quantum mechanics, because quantum mechanics debunks gravity. And if you don't have gravity, how do you have Spaceballs?
Quantum mechanics doesn't debunk gravity, it debunks Newton's laws. It doesn't disregard gravity, though. Gravity is still a thing in quantum mechanics. It's just literally the weakest force, so it doesn't really do shit.
It's not even a force.
Well, it's called one of the fundamental forces, and it's not. It's really
How could
just
you
a law
say
of the universe.
But how could you say it debunks the thing that holds this reality together. The reality that you live on a ball that had particles attract to themselves.
Do you think that the same logic applies to every single scale of a certain problem? Do you know what an exponential scale?
Are you going to answer the question that I asked?
Go ahead.
Sorry, what was the question?
Can somebody repeat it? Train is coming.
I didn't catch it because I was looking up this link. I'm posting it now.
It's not. It's really
How could
just
you
the law
say
of the universe.
But how could you say it debunks the thing that holds this reality together? The reality that you live on a ball that had particles attract to themselves.
Yeah, so I'm answering that question with another question because I don't think you understand why, like what they mean when it debunks it. I mean, it debunks it it doesn't debunk it really in like the Newton's laws still apply. It's not like Newton's laws stopped working once Einstein came up with his theory.
Einstein didn't come up with that theory, by the way.
Mass does not
He
attract
discovered
mass.
it, and
No, he explicitly said, "Do not ascribe this to me." Anybody who would fall for this is not competent in the faculty of philosophical thinking. So that's you.
I mean, I feel like I can think philosophically. That's kind of why I believe in the globe Earth.
Go to the voice text. Do you see where the live stream voice text is?
Sorry?
Yeah, you do?
What am I looking at?
The live stream text. So you said you could think philosophically.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the voice text.
So we have a double slit experiment, Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, we get 10 hits at point A. We close the slit and open the other one, we fire a bevy of electrons, we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons, we would get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does this mean? This is the end of Newtonian physics. The next one says, hold on, this is the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. And I think I'm skipping one here. I must have messed up on my. And the next one says we're going to shoot down, but I'll have to post that in just a second. So what do you think he means by nail in the coffin? This is the end. We're going to shoot it down, and I'm about to post the shoot it down part.
That doesn't make any sense because, like, yes, it doesn't work on a quantum scale, but why can I still use Newton's laws to calculate the trajectory of a ball I throw? Why does those predictions work? Down to reasonable accuracy.
The way that you're thinking, right? So you're thinking gravity is mass attracting mass, and they're saying
well,
no.
It's a lot more complicated than that. I'm just kind of accepting that as a very base understanding of it.
Yeah, it's just wrong.
Yeah, it's still.
It doesn't mean it's wrong.
Not that we don't understand it, dude.
We don't understand. We don't understand. Like,
we
so
understand
many
that
things.
it's wrong and it wasn't based in anything scientific.
The thing is, we don't really understand everything because you can keep asking why to any question an infinite amount of times.
That's not what we're asking. Asking for verification isn't a why question. Go ahead, Nick.
Yale, sorry, the chair of physics at Yale says it's wrong. You're saying no, he don't understand. It's actually correct. So you think the chair of physics, Professor Shankar, doesn't understand?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
who doesn't?
That, no, you wouldn't want to say that.
Can I just explain this? Like,
sure, go
my
ahead.
thought process of this. Do you believe that if we have one piece of logic and we prove it works on one certain scale, do you believe that that piece of logic applies to every single scale just because we tested it and it works on one scale?
Be specific.
Yes, there's nothing different between the scales, and I'll post that next. Right now, I'm posting the thing I said about we're going to shoot it down. And you said things you have different scales. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, let me give an example.
Okay, I'll go ahead and shoot that down right now.
Can I give an example? Yes. Okay. I forgot the exact name of it, but something called the law of volume or something. I can't. No, I don't know the exact name of it, but please don't disregard my fact because I don't know the exact name of it. It is basically stating that as things get bigger, they as things gets bigger, they get exponentially more heavy. So, I mean, and that's kind of the same thing with gravity. As things get smaller, they become exponentially less attracted to each other.
That's
So,
not true. How like how much helium gas do I need to collect together for it to be heavy?
For it to weigh something?
You said like when things get collected together into a big thing, they get heavy. So how much do I need?
Thinking about it again, that example it's not a great example. Oh, sorry, what did you want me to answer?
How much helium do I need for it to become heavy?
I don't understand the question.
You said that as you collect things together, it gets heavier, and this was some kind of law of volume?
Yeah, think about why we don't see gigantic mammals. I mean, there's the blue whale, which is huge, but it exists in the water.
No, that's because the
I think you're
non sequitur.
That's not.
I think you're.
It's a bad example. It's a bad example.
To be honest, you're conflating together several things there. There is an equation for volume, which means that as the dimensions of an object get bigger, its weight goes up by
3.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a cube. It's a three-dimensional shape, and it's a exponent
square
3.
cube law.
However, yeah, something like that. But that's just an equation. That's not a law. However, what you're talking about with biology,
I mean, an equation describes a law.
What you're talking about in terms of animals and so forth is a completely different thing, and that's to do with the ability of an animal, but particularly mammals, to hold their own metabolic condition intact. So for a small animal like a mouse, it has to eat an exponentially higher amount of food to keep its biological function going than, say, a blue whale, which still eats a vast amount but can go longer periods of time and has a much lower rated metabolism. But the two aren't related at all. The volume and the biological system aren't directly related in any sort of equation or law. One's a description of a biological system, one's a mathematical system. And similarly, even if you put gravity within the apparent operating framework of something like Newtonian physics, the amount of gravity, the gravitational effect between two objects is only linearly proportional to their mass changing. So in other words, there's no exponent. If you look at the Newton's equation for gravity and the gravitational effect between two masses, if you interpret it as it is, it says that there's a power of 2 exponent over the distance between the two objects. So that's an exponent, but the function above that is the mass of one times the mass of the other. So if you linearly change the mass of one of those, there is a linear reduction, an equivalent linear proportional reduction in the gravitational effect. It's not an exponential one.
Yes, but it's
that's
more
not correct
complicated because it's more complicated from that. And what I mean by gravity gets exponentially less powerful as you get smaller, because other forces start to take into effect. Electromagnetism starts to take into effect, and the strong force, if we get really, really tiny into like the actual nucleus of atoms, the strong force completely outweighs gravity. Gravity can't do shit against the strong force.
Well, at the level of mass you're talking about, the gravitational, the weak gravitational effect, which is what you're talking about, is negligible. It doesn't come into play. Newton's effectively what Newton proposed for his law of gravity, as is written by his equations. Most of Newtonian physics deals with things on the real life scale. In other words, things that are discernible and measurable within the framework which Newton set them out. Newton wasn't talking about on the atomic level, didn't understand anything at the atomic level in that respect. They hadn't actually ascertained the mass of those things meaningfully at that time. And he certainly had no notion or understanding of what it meant in terms of anything like a black hole or a planet or a star, because again, everyone's perception of the upper limits of mass were also either not there or cloudy or foggy. So Newton was only describing systems he could see around him.
Yeah. But when those descriptions of those systems still hold up today, it's not like they just don't work because we discovered quantum mechanics. We discovered how
Yes,
kind of
the
how quantum
scale,
mechanics works.
the realm of scale you're talking about, they still work. But the key thing is that Einstein came along and said, yes, they do work, but they are still to some extent an approximation.
Yeah, but they're an approximation down to a very reasonable accuracy.
Enough for you to build systems on the basis of them, yes.
Yeah. So then we agree. Not that on the shape of the Earth, but on Newtonian physics.
Yeah, I mean, Newton was kind of Newton was a multi-specialist, and some people would even allude to the notion that Newton, much like some of the Greek philosophers, might have been an amalgam of several people in their work to some extent. I think that's probably less likely to be true than it is for, like, say, for example, Archimedes or Plato. But he was effectively a polymath. He was a mathematician at first principle, then a physician thereafter. But then again, Newton was batshit crazy about some other things as well. Newton was spent a disproportionately large amount of his latter life just in the study of alchemy, and he was convinced that he could mix things together to make gold. And
well, he's not wrong. You can mix things together to get gold.
Yeah, but without sounding facetious, in the context in which I made that statement, in which he was alluding he could do it, he's talking about mixing things that are more from pestle at room temperature in a lab. Yeah, that's what alchemy doesn't. When you talk about alchemy, you're not talking about nuclear reactions that break down atoms into break down higher mass atoms and lower mass atoms. Yes, you can get gold. You can get gold that way, but you can get gold that way in a nuclear reactor if you're lucky.
No, you
it's
don't.
fuck all used to you.
Guys, can I get hold on, guys. Let's get back on track, right? Okay, so earlier the guy made a claim that you don't have different laws for big and small. I would say 39 minutes after the hour, the laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You do not have separate laws for big and small things. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, and by big things, I mean things that you see in your daily life, give the impression that the world is Newtonian? So what does that mean, give the impression? Like if I did an impression...
the world is Newtonian, though. Sorry for cutting you off. But...
No, you said that the laws are the same for big and small.
No, I'm not saying... I'm saying the opposite of that.
Right, so there's quantum mechanical laws, right? And if you scroll up a little bit where I posted earlier at 34 minutes after the hour, one could see that relativity and quantum mechanics are the two most fundamental theories of matter. Sorry, I screwed up. The two most fundamental theories of matter really directly contradict each other in the sense that relativity is local and casual and determined. It continues, and the quantum mechanics is just the opposite. So quantum mechanics is experimental science. Where you actually do the scientific method. Can you show me where we have an experiment for gravity, and I'm going to need the dependent, independent, and control variables for any gravity, and I can actually give you a gravity that works, that you can run the experiment, right, an actual scientific experiment, but you're not going to like this gravity because
There's
actually
a different gravity?
Yeah, it's called specific gravity.
Then I'm very interested in that. Please explain.
Okay,
and
so
show evidence.
Yeah, so my hypothesis is that an object in a medium, it's going to seek its equilibrium relative to the density of the medium to the object. Right? So why?
Yeah, why?
I don't know why. It just does, because the buoyant force.
It's not why. What causes the buoyant force?
The medium density.
Why does medium density cause the buoyant force?
Because if there's enough density in the medium, it's going to push up the object, just like a.
So why does it do that? Because
of the buoyant force.
What causes the buoyant? I have an explanation of what causes the buoyant force. Can I explain that?
Sure.
This is a proven thing. This is why huge, like gigantic ships can float. It's because it doesn't really matter how heavy the ship is. It just matters how much water you're pushing away from the ship. So the more water you push, the more that water pushes up on you. That's called the normal force that we can all agree on, right?
Principle.
And so when you push away all that water, the water pushes back on you because gravity's helping you push down on that water.
Well, if you don't know what
You don't
specific gravity
have a
is, then you're just misinformed because it's a real thing that they use to measure metals and all kinds of things. It's not like he's just making up a theory that
Hold
you're
on.
trying to debunk.
How I understand specific gravity from your explanation is that based on the other forces acting on an object, you can kind of...
Can you hear me?
Sorry?
What I'm saying is that I just gave you an experiment, and then you just labeled your Einsteinian gravity all over top of it. No, this is specific gravity. You can't just Einstein on it, right? You can't just say, "Oh, well, that's because of Einstein. That's because of gravity." No,
You're
this
not
is
saying what it's because of. You're just saying this happens, and there's no way to explain it. But I'm saying there is a
That's
way.
that's what happens when you observe a phenomena. You establish the cause of that phenomena. You don't then ask why it's that way.
Why wouldn't you ask why? Why? How can you not be curious enough to ask why does it do this? Why
No,
is
but
there
the
blue
point
lines
is
in
the
the world?
point
Why?
is the cause is established. That's the point. And so what you're doing is a red herring because the point is the cause is established. You have an independent variable. That's that's the supposed cause, Lynn. Right? It's the
I think we
supposed
disagree
cause.
with how science works, so I don't know if we're gonna get anywhere.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if we have a disagreement yet. What do you mean?
That works.
I mean, just labeling something as an independent and dependent variable doesn't prove that it's true.
No,
Bro.
just labeling something an independent and dependent variable would be hypothetical. Is that even a word? Your hypothesis. So your hypothesis is what you presume causes the effect being the phenomena. But then after you've labeled it this is when you test it and you either get a no result or you prove your hypothesis correct.
But does
So
that mean
that
that
is how
that
it's
hypothesis
that's how it's done. That being said, when Hank says his independent variable is the medium, when you vary and manipulate the density of the medium, you get movement, either up or down, or laterally even.
I'm just asking what's causing that movement. There has to be some sort of force acting on an object if it's moving.
buoyancy, which has nothing to do with
Medium.
So why does the lack of what is it? Okay, well, why does water boil at a specific temperature and a specific air pressure?
Sorry?
That's exactly what you're asking.
Can you go back like 15
Informed.
seconds? Sorry, I was looking at a link.
So why does water boil at a specific temperature at a specific pressure?
Because that's how the electrostatic forces hold it together, and once we can add enough energy to break those electrostatic forces, it starts boiling.
What?
I mean, that's a very, very possibly.
Why?
I mean, what's your explanation of it?
No, I'm asking you why. We already know what happens. You introduce heat, and then the water boils when it gets to.
I'm answering why
So
does
I'm
that heat make the water boil? And do you know the physicists?
And there's an answer for that.
Do you know
because if there's an answer for that, well, you have to have a new hypothesis, and then you have to be able to validate that new hypothesis. You know that?
I mean, you can make a hypothesis and prove it's correct, but it doesn't mean that hypothesis is what reality is. It proves that your explanation is correct, but it doesn't prove that your explanation is.
No, that's
what's actually out
incorrect. The test proves or disproves that your supposition is correct or not. So you have to actually do the test. So when you manipulate the density or when you manipulate the heat, this is what changes things. Okay? So that's what the cause of the phenomena is. Asking why after that, you would have to create an entirely new hypothesis and then seek to answer the question. But the point of the matter is, When Hank says, well, you need a scientific experiment to validate what you think gravity is, well, specific gravity, you can do something with that. You can't do anything with Einstein. As a matter of fact, you can't even find a valid hypothesis for Einstein or Newton.
I'm trying to find a video that explains my point pretty well. Basically, my point I'm trying to make is you can't really answer why forever. And as soon as you can ask first,
Oh,
like,
who
why
said
do
you could?
magnets work? Right?
Who said you could? Who said you could? You're the one that asked
You're
why,
saying that,
and I was asking what the point of that is, and now you're saying you can't ask why forever. I know that.
yes, but then you're just saying that you can't ask why. You shouldn't ask why once you already figured out one way of.
No, we're not saying you shouldn't ask why.
I
We're
didn't.
saying
I
this
didn't
is a
say
red
that.
herring. You're adding on to what I just said. I just did a mic drop, and you're asking why. Why did the mic drop? Okay, well, it dropped because it's denser than the atmosphere, right? And you're going,
That's a
why?
correct explanation.
Yeah, I know. You can't refute it because it's science. Okay, so you said that he didn't
Why
know
does
what
it?
science. Hold on, bro.
Okay,
You said that he didn't know what science was talking about when he started talking about independent and dependent control variables. At 45 minutes after the hour experiment from Penn State, there should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment: dependent, independent, and control variables. Right? And if you keep on reading, you'll see that I think you have a misunderstanding of science.
I feel
Because
like you just
if you look
made
down
a
here,
very
it says
specific
experiment is
explanation
the
of
only
science.
means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. Max Planck, Nobel Prize in Physics.
Okay. I don't have to agree with that quote just because somebody important said it.
No, but you just have
No,
poetry.
you can be wrong if you want.
This is the video I'm talking about, and I think it encapsulates my point very well. And I mean, you have to think of this in a more philosophical way. You can't just take an answer at face
We're
value.
talking about
Take
science.
it as a fundamental.
Sorry.
Yes, this scientific experiment explains that phenomenon, but it doesn't. That's all it does. It doesn't explain, like.
No, yeah, but
What does it mean to really explain something?
philosophy, utilizing philosophy isn't going to give you an empirical result that's outside of yourself. That's exactly what the scientific method is for specifically. It's to remove you. And the only thing you're doing is you're being the casual observer in an experimental setup.
Yeah, we're going in circles. I'm probably gonna head out soon because this is just not going anywhere. But I want to show you what I was working on.
Have a good day, sir. Appreciate you coming here. Next time you come by, maybe you can give a valid hypothesis from Einstein or Newton.
If I can come up with, you can come up with whatever you want, and I can come up with whatever I want. But I don't think we're gonna. I don't know.
Well, I
It was
didn't. That's not
awesome
what
to
I
talk to
just
you.
said. I said maybe you can come by and give Einstein and Newton's hypothesis on gravity. You don't have to.
fine.
Maybe not. I mean, I know it doesn't exist.
Okay. Sure.
But it was good talking to you, sir. I'll check you later.
Remember, the science is
Yeah,
on
I
our
wanna.
side. Have a nice
Can I
day.
send? Sorry. Can I send like pictures to the chat?
You probably have to
What
just
are you
message
staying or are you
someone.
leaving? Are you going to
Well, I
address the
wanted to ask
problem
him
or are
something
you?
before he goes. I don't know what he's doing. He wants to send pictures. I don't think you have image perm, so there's probably somebody who'd be willing to get them in a message for
I just
you.
want to show you the rocket test stand I was working on yesterday.
Does anyone want to take the DM from contact? Is anybody willing to take his pictures? I guess I'll take them. Nobody else does. Go ahead, send them to me. Contact. How sure are you, contact binary balls, that you live on a spinning globe? What's your percentage certainty?
Say it's like, I mean, a specific percentage doesn't matter as much. I pretty much
Just
believe
give
it.
me
It's
an
not
estimate.
100%. It's not 100%. So I'd
Give me an
say
estimate then.
99. Sure.
99. Okay.
And
So even though,
let me rephrase that. I believe
go ahead.
99% that the model of the globe Earth fully encapsulates what we experience on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, but when we started out this whole conversation, and I said that we could present you evidence that would destroy the radius of the Earth, which then destroys the entire heliocentric model, you didn't seem that interested. Gosh, when somebody told me that few years ago. I was really interested in that evidence.
Yeah,
I wanted to
yeah.
examine that. So do you see like anywhere in your mind here, like the problem with being 99% certain of something that you cannot prove and have no empirical evidence of? You're just
But
sure that somebody
you're
else
assuming
figured
that
it
I
out
can't
for
prove
you.
it. But
Well, go ahead.
I can't prove it to you, but I can prove it to me.
That
I've
no, that's not how proof works. You don't it's not your personal truth. It's if you want to prove something, you have to prove it empirically and objectively, that in a testable, repeatable, verifiable way.
And
That's
I
what science is. You don't get to make up your own definition of the earth and then come and, impose it on us and then get upset because we don't live in your fantasy world. That's not how science works.
I'm not opposing. I'm just telling you what I believe.
Okay, so
I
you're
don't really
acknowledging
care if
that your
people believe
belief
it or
in
not.
globe is not provable, not scientific, not testable, repeatable, verifiable. Okay, I just want you to go away with your 1%. I'm glad you got 1% because maybe there's something to work on there with your growth there where you can at some point begin to view the world in a scientific, objective way. You think you know science, and I'm here to tell you that you do not. And that's what the other gentlemen were very politely trying to explain to you this whole time. So I do hope you come back with your proof of curvature, with your measurement of the radius, with your proof of rotation. Show us how we can have gas pressure without a container. Show us the proof of your imaginary gravity, the proof of the cause, any of these things that were asked. Show the scientific experiment that verifies that the cause of things falling down is what you say it is. Show that this cause and effect has been proven with an experiment, with a hypothesis, and the controlled variable, the independent, dependent variable, which are the criteria for science. Otherwise, it's science fiction, it's pseudoscience. That's fine. If you want to live in that realm, that's fine. But you don't get to come on our live stream, same with Drip, even though he's gone, you don't get to come on our live stream and push without us pushing back. That's just the way it works around here. But I do hope you come back, and I hope you come back with some more actual evidence next
But
time.
you're gonna discredit any evidence I give you because you just
Nope,
don't
you don't
agree
get to
with it.
predict. Nope. You don't get to say that about me.
If you
I don't
bring
think you've ever
scientific
spoken to me
evidence,
before. Yep. Go ahead, Hank
I
Hill.
doubt. I'm sorry. If you bring scientific evidence, I seriously doubt that Mary Mom's going to be like, for the first time in my life, I'm going to start denying science. I seriously
Yeah,
doubt
but
that.
you're gonna disagree with that evidence being scientific in some way. How the
How do you
same
know
exact
that?
way that
Oh,
I
now he's
disagree
a
with.
soothsayer. Now he predicts the future. So, in addition to having your superstitious globe religion, you also believe in astrology. Do you go to a psychic and have her read your crystal ball? How can you read my mind and know what I'm going to do when you haven't even brought the evidence? That's not how it works when we're having an actual conversation about reality. I'm saying bring the evidence. I'm not saying imagine how I'm going to respond to you when you don't even know me. I'm saying bring it. And then if that happens the way you said, send me a link to the live stream because I want to hear it, because if it's not going to be me, like Hank said, for sure. I will examine it in a scientific way, and I might ask you questions about it. I might look into it. If you have the details, the data, we'd look at the source. We want to know if it's been repeated and so on. But no, I don't think anyone here is just going to, deny it. If you have scientific evidence to prove a curvature rotation or gas pressure without a container, we've been looking for that for years. So if anybody comes in here and dismisses your scientific evidence, please DM me, give me the timestamp of the live stream so I can address it with that person, because they aren't following the mission of this server, which is to demand objective, scientific, testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of any claim.
Okay.
Thanks, Contact. Hope you see you another time.
Yeah.
Just remember, there isn't big or small things. There's no different laws for those. And just remember that Newtonian gravity was shot down, nail in the coffin, and this is the end of, according to Professor Shankar at Yale. And just remember, quantum mechanics doesn't mix with Einstein. And quantum mechanics is an experimental science, not a theoretical, right?
I mean, I don't know. I can ask you like 20 different questions. The flat Earth just doesn't hold up to science, or like it's not even. You don't even need science.
Give us, if you want to give us
Because
one
it's
question,
because it's
that'd be
not
cool.
science. Yeah, category error. You're right, Hank. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a category error. Measuring the shape of the Earth is geometry. That's math. So you don't get
science,
very
not math.
many. No, it's math.
No, that's why there are
Measuring?
different words for them.
Yeah. Geometry is a math class, isn't it?
Yep, we have
You
mathematical
think
proofs
the
to
Earth
disprove the
exists
radius,
because
which
of
you're not
math, though?
interested in.
Like,
I put your picture in there. So yeah, also make sure you come back with your
oh,
Rocket
thanks.
Man picture of the Earth, man. We can't wait to see it. But go ahead,
I
yeah,
mean,
continue
oh,
with what you
come
were
on though,
asking them.
is that cool though? Like it's all like iced over, and like I don't know. That's literally all I came on here today is just to show that because I thought it was cool, and I thought people that really appreciate science would think this is cool too.
Tell us more about it.
Yeah,
This
the
is something you
transfer
built
working.
yourself? He's
I built parts of it, but not much. No, this was a very huge collaborative team effort across the design team I'm on, and we
so you
built
so
rockets and stuff.
okay, so you know what? Ask your team if they would like to buy a weather balloon, amateur weather balloon. Put your money together, and if you put many people have taken amateur weather balloons, launched them above the Earth, and would you like to see some images of what they find there at over 100,000 feet?
I just want to comment on something that
Cheaper.
Trace
Oh, wait, hold
posted.
on. Okay, yeah, you can comment on that. Can you just answer my question? Like, are you interested in
Sorry,
what
I was
people see? Only for like $1,000 or something. That's what people have done it. That'd be real easy for you to do. Camera,
I
weather
mean,
balloon,
how high does the
flat
weather balloon
horizon,
go?
over 100,000 feet. But anyway, I'm sorry.
Sorry, what's
Comment
that
on
to
Dre's. Comment
kilometers?
on what,
100,000 feet to kilometers.
I don't know. How high are these in kilometers? Does anybody know? We could check it out. We could find out.
100,000 feet.
I think it's going to be like 140,000 kilometers.
It's
Something like
30
that.
kilometers. 100,000 feet
No,
to
it's not
kilometers
30
is 30.
kilometers.
It
A
is.
kilometer
I
is
have it
1,000
right
meters.
here. I have it right here. 100,000 feet, 30 kilometers, 30.48 kilometers. I mean, it's a simple Google search away. You can't disagree with that.
Yeah, because it's a little bit more than 3, right? 3 feet, a little bit more than 3 feet per meter.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're sending it to the Kármán line, which is, well, hopefully if it actually ends up getting there, which is, I mean, we've been working pretty hard, so hopefully it does. But
What kind of engine are you guys planning on making?
it is going to be a single stage liquid engine with kerosene and liquid oxygen.
So you're
with
using
helium
kerosene
and
oxygen?
nitrogen as the inert gases.
Cool. Yeah, did you watch the video I posted of the rocket hitting the dome?
Rocket hitting dome.
Go fast amateur rocketry.
Wait, where did it hit the dome? It just stops. It doesn't hit anything, it just stops.
Yeah, it just stops.
Yep.
But no, the video just ends before it goes anywhere. So it's not hitting anything in this. Come on, that's not evidence. It's not even hitting a dome.
Well, it does. Spinning at high speeds,
Does it
and
hit the
then all of a
dome?
sudden it just stops.
That's because the video stops.
No.
No.
Yes. Come on, the rocket's still going when the video is like ends.
No. Look at it. Look at it at 50, 55 and up.
55.
You'll see it spinning at really high speeds, and then all of a sudden it seems to enter a different medium, and you can hear a sound as it's hitting something, and it just almost stops and goes into a really slow spin.
That could easily it's literally just separating the stage. They just sped up the video and then they slowed it down when the mechanism started to separate the stage, and that's where the sound comes from. If it hit, come on, if it hit the dome, do you think the camera would still be there? If it's going like this is probably going quite fast, as you can see in the video, and then do you think it's just going to magically bounce off a dome instead of completely obliterating itself into it?
No, I'm not saying there's actually a dome up there. I'm not saying there's a solid that's hitting there. I'm saying it appears to go into a separate layer of sorts where there's less potential.
Okay, you've completely lost me with saying that this is hitting a dome because it's clearly not hitting a dome, and now I'm having trouble.
I'm not saying it's hitting a dome. That's just the name of the file.
You just said it. Look at it hitting the dome at 58 or 55. Like, come on.
You need to also realize that it's a single stage rocket. It's called a hybrid rocket.
That was a dew
Probably
stage.
using
It's literally
NO2
separated.
as
So
an
not a
oxidizer.
dew stage.
Yeah, I didn't say specifically dome. I said it appears to hit something and slow it
But
down.
what is it hitting at that speed, and how is it not?
I don't know. I'm not up there.
Good
I'm not
question.
measuring
So
it.
why does that prove the Earth is
Carbon
flat?
fiber shattered.
I didn't say it
I
proved
mean, the
the flat.
globe model doesn't disagree that there's
The
other
balloon
stuff out there.
footage
Don't
goes
draw
that's
me. I
flat.
said, I hope yours goes as high as this. So please just try to stay on topic.
Thank
and
you, because
not crazy.
I hope it goes that high too. I don't know if it will. I don't know if that's 100 kilometers up, but
Aim for 72 miles. That's the distance that it traveled, and it created a world record.
72 miles. Holy.
72
Wait, a
miles.
world record of like a student design team, or?
Yeah, and you can see
No,
at the end of
amateur
that.
rocket.
Yeah. So that's kind of what we're doing. Okay, yeah. Ours isn't going to go as high as that. It's going to go about 15, 16 kilometers below that. Sorry, I used metric.
Yeah, but you can see at the end of that the horizon, it sways from being flat, concave, or convex. So
Yeah, but you can see very clearly that it's looks much more curved because the fisheye
No,
just
it looks
adjusts
more
that, right? But
flat to
it
me.
doesn't look the exact same amount of curved as it flips over. It looks just a little bit. It kind of looks flat, but as it goes back, it looks way more curved. It's curving one way way more than it does the other way, and that holds up to if you shot a fisheye lens at a globe. It doesn't hold up if you shot a fisheye at a flat Earth. Anyways, I gotta go, and it was fun talking with y'all. Yeah, see ya.
Didn't want to hear the rebuttal to any of that on his way out.
He doesn't even know how fisheye.
That's fine. Rebut it anyway for the audience.
Yeah, he's wrong because the center of the horizon is not at the center of the camera when it's flat, but it's off to the side. So at those points, it should be extra curved.
That's how you know it's flat, because it looks curved.
Well, it looked flat to me the whole time, and then as the rocket circles away, if it were a fisheye lens, the whole Earth would distort accordingly. It just isn't. It's just turning flat, but there's a little bit of barrel distortion, but that's about it.
Yeah, I just want to say that we definitely should have shown the guy the high altitude balloon footage without the fisheye lens, because it's pretty hard to say, yeah, that looks like a curve. And it's like, well, if the balloons can't see it, right, and we can't get any rockets high enough to see the curvature, where's the curvature actually at? And my opinion is that it's in your head. It's on TV, and it's in the magazines and the books, because there is no curvature in reality. We've been trying. Some of us, it's getting close to 7 years, right? I mean, maybe not all of us, but some of us, it's getting pretty close.
Did you see the two I put in there, Hank? Are those not, or did you just not see them? Because I did put two amateur weather balloon footage,
I'm
but I don't
sorry.
know if
I
he
did
actually looked at them. No, but I don't think I called his attention to them. Maybe I did. I can't remember. But either way, he doesn't want to follow the evidence where it leads. But because he
I
has this little
apologize.
rocket project. No. I'm not scolding you. I totally agree that he should look at those, and I hope he does. But
Yeah, the
I was
problem
just wondering
here
if you were saying the ones that I put in there had fisheye lens, but I don't think they do. You were saying that the one Dre's put up there has a fisheye lens. Is that what you were saying?
it doesn't.
Okay.
It only has a little bit of barrel distortion because it's not a perfectly rectilinear lens. It's almost impossible to get a perfectly flat lens. However, his problem is much worse than that, because neither one of the rockets will go as high as the ISS, which is supposedly 3 times higher up. And according to their priests, that's too low and close to the surface to be able to see a curve in the horizon. So any of them looking at any of these effects due to the lenses at much too low an altitude and claiming horizon is curving, just don't live in reality.
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
can see he's invested all this time into this rocket project. He really thinks he's going to go out and see the Earth. It's whatever. What were you going to say, Hank?
yeah, I was going to say he better bring some fisheye lenses if he wants to see a curve.
Did he say that they're putting a camera on the rocket?
I kept asking him that. He never actually answered. But I think at the very beginning, wasn't that his original claim that he was going to, in a couple months, show us pictures from space or something? I think he might have said that at some point.
From space? Would love to see that.
Oh yeah, he says we're going to have cameras. Yeah, I'm just a first year, so I'm not doing much, etc. Yeah. I'm currently working on a rocket, so in a few months I should know for sure the shape of the Earth. So there you go.
Hopefully they're not fisheye lenses, because if you want to deceive yourself, by all means go ahead, but don't give others presented as not fisheye lenses, because I've had people give me a video and say no fisheye lens in the video, and I find the source, and the you ain't got a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sad to me that a person who claims to be interested in science who's doing this project, when you guys mentioned the math, I told him we could disprove the radius mathematically. He's not interested in seeing that. It's just very bizarre to me. Like, if you were really interested and you had an mind and had a true spirit of scientific inquiry, you'd want to see that, wouldn't you?
It's the only thing we can validate. The one thing we can validate, people are going, not interested.
Yep, I got to build my rocket. I'm going to be the rocket man. I don't want to hear about your proofs down here on Earth. Whose attention horror troll take 22? Somebody must have renamed them that, right?
Pea drinking buddy again.
Okay, thanks for the warning.
Yeah, you know what to expect.
Yeah, grilling Healy, but he wasn't stepping out of bounds. He was, just throwing him under the bus, and I was like, man, fuck that guy. Helio was on point. We're the only ones allowed to pick on Helio, Fooker.
That's right. You betcha, Hank Hill. Yeah, you guys handled that guy really well. I was listening while I was driving, and I was really enjoying the conversation. I thought it was a good conversation. I hope you come back.
Who were we talking to before?
Well, Drip was the one who was going to find the data for Elijah and the citation for Elbow, but he is not here anymore. I tagged him in the live stream. Let's see if he answered me. I doubt it. Oh yeah, Drip, I said at 6 minutes after the hour, are you going to present your evidence and citation? I don't think he answered me. So you guys see Drip in the future. He's supposed to, before he goes on with another claim, I was thinking for our logical part two, I should bookmark this live stream because I would want to go back to Drip's original claim about his moon bouncing. He said like 25 different things, that were just so outrageous. But I was happy everybody let him get his whole little fantasy out because that would be a good thing to pick apart, his little moon fantasy there.
Yeah, I know that I was citing a few things, and it was like he didn't recant. He didn't say well, you know what? I may have been wrong. Maybe the professor of physics at Yale, maybe he knows what he's talking about. That dude was like, you guys just don't understand. It's like,
I
well,
know.
we agree with the professor of physics. And he was like, well, he doesn't understand.
That's a good citation. That was Contact Binary Balls. That's who you were talking to then. And yeah, Drip was before him. I don't know if you were here when Drip was here, but Contact Binary Balls. He doesn't, he's not a big fan of science. He just wants to make his little project. He's a fan of
So
science
who's the science
fiction.
denier? I mean, if we're, citing sources from credible sources from people who are actually doing science, and then we're actually doing experiments of our own, like who's the science denier here? Is it the flat earther or is it the globie?
It's the one that failed science.
Well, science is defined narrowly by people as materialistic, generalized materialistic exploration. But when you're talking about anything beyond just saying, it's physical or anything like that, and say, not created and therefore not spiritual, you're talking about something that's testable, observable, and repeatable. Materialism doesn't make science. Just because you say that it's physical stuff and you have a generalized explanation for why atoms form or this ball Earth forms doesn't mean that it's actually testable, observable, or repeatable. That's just a generalized philosophy. It could be, say, flat, covered by a dome, and or created by something non-physical. It's a bit bigoted to say that you're being scientific simply by being materialistic in your focus.
Although I respect you, right? And I mean that sincerely. And I think you're an honorable person. Like, I'll ask you this question. When I add heat to an egg and I boil it for 15 minutes and then it's solid, wouldn't that mean that, I've done this, I've experienced this? At this point, it's knowledge and it doesn't need any spiritual or anything else like that. It's just knowledge at this point.
Up to a point, yes. But did you say put all of the egg molecules in a solid formation? No. You followed a process and got a result. This is why we can't quite say that science or anything can prove causation, because if you're trying to say that you caused the egg to become solid when you cooked it, yes, you did, but in a way you didn't. You weren't there for every step of the process to verify your generalized philosophy of how you cause the egg to do this or that. We may need to investigate further, even though I would generally believe you, yes. You did follow a
I
generalized
don't
process
know what kind of
without
fallacy
going to
this is,
something
but
metaphysical before I finish. But if we wanted to investigate further as to why the egg did this, beyond you just turning the dial and putting an egg in a frying pan and following a process, that would be where the rubber meets the road. And that requires causation, philosophy, metaphysics, and other ways to guide our exploration.
yeah, I don't categorize that in. But um, when you say that the method is like rigid because of the materialistic view, I think that's a bad character of what's going on, because it's like if I have a rigid method for, I don't know, writing a song because I'm not doing other things, does this mean that I have some sort of, sorry, train going by?
I didn't hear anything, Elijah, you were saying. I wanted to respond after you were done, by the way. If I may, you cut out. You're not speaking anymore, by the way. If you want to explore other ways to cause the egg to do that, well, then other causation is going to need to be explored. At that point, you're going to need a philosophy, something metaphysical, maybe even faith based and maybe even spiritual to guide your way toward another way to fry the same egg. Otherwise, you're going to be frying the egg with the same cause, the same way of doing it with no exploration, no revelation, and no way forward. So at that point, if you want to fry that egg using another way to explore scientifically or whatever, you're going to need a metaphysic. You're going to need philosophy. You're going to need a way forward into the unknown beyond your old form of causation, frying the egg on the eye.
Well, I don't think you need that, but
I don't think you need the philosophy part, but the metaphysical definitely.
Then how do you know about the unknown? Have you seen an egg fried in another way for you to
Oh,
explore?
but
Okay.
philosophy would come from an extension of metaphysics. I'm on your side. I'm just saying I don't think philosophy would be needed for that.
Well, how are we going to explore unknown causes without some sort of philosophy to guide us forward?
You can explore unknown causes. You don't need to adhere to a strict philosophy that prevents you from looking at it beyond that. You just don't call that science.
Science was known as natural philosophy.
and especially in the context that you're talking. I'm sorry, the context that you're talking about it, because the only way he would be able to justify anything would be something along the lines of a miracle, which would only be explained metaphysically, because there's nothing he would be able to give philosophically that would explain it.
But science was known as natural philosophy before it became known in its current iteration as science or whatever the hell we're calling it. We're talking about causes seen and unseen in a generalized, framework or a generalized narrative to explain by theory, by, experimentation or whatever, what we think we're seeing. That's basically what it is.
I think with that approach, though, you're kind of ceding him some ground, saying it could be, just going off of what you just said, seen or unseen, it would have to be in a way that he wouldn't be able to justify it, something that would be unseen. And then I think in that sense, there's nothing he would be able to say philosophically that would even get to. And again, I'm on your side on this, so I'm just saying, if you're trying to approach it that way, and if you say seen or unseen, he would automatically try to go to something that he could explain philosophically by seeing something, rather than
at best, science could give us a cause, but it won't necessarily give us all of the causes until we explore them. So that's why we don't say.
I guess in that way,
anything. It proves one way of doing it, maybe, but that's it.
That's a very no. So what you did before the other guy was speaking is an etymological fallacy. Taking the word as it's used and understood today,
that's fair,
and applying its original meaning. But we're not talking about the etymology of the word science. We're talking about how it's passed off today, what the method is and what the method is not. Using a method outside of the scientific method, like other forms of inquiry, philosophy, whatever, is totally fine. You don't have to characterize. You don't have to characterize. Not you, Lemon. Not you, Lemon. So I'm saying you don't have to. I don't know. It just felt a little icky when he was like, it's a philosophy built on a materialistic view and blah 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 blah. I think all of that is not necessary.
It's necessary to see what sort of conclusions it can or cannot draw and what conclusions it is or is not authorized to make. Once the limits of science, so-called, are clearly delineated, we have a clearer way forward with clearer categories of what, if anything, this science is, delivering and what it is not.
Well, it's how our world was set up. It's, the metaphysical and the physical included. And what we know is that there are forms of logic. And as far as the scientific method is concerned, you're only asking what causes a natural phenomena. If you want to do something else, just call it something else. Of course, when you're only asking what causes a natural phenomena, you're not going to have there's only a specific way to go about answering that question.
But effect can have several causes. And so when Hank puts
how do
his
you go about
on
establishing the cause?
to turn on, to turn the egg from scrambled to unscrambled to scrambled, that could be a cause, sure. But is it? Do we need to find more causes? Do we need to keep more exploring more? that is where the rubber meets the road in science, with trying to go forward with a generalized philosophy to guide more exploration, or just stop and say the thing that
it
caused
works
my
just
egg
fine.
to boil is me putting it in this eye and turning up the heat.
Well, it works just fine because the method up until that point got you up until that point because you were actually doing something by way of inquiry, right? So if you wanted to know more, guess what? You'd have to do it all over again. You would have to, okay, I want to know more about this. So you're going to have more of a phenomena, and then you're going to have to, after, I don't know how you would have more of a phenomena, but you would have to have a phenomena so that you can then recreate a hypothesis as to what is causing this phenomena, and then that's you going further, is building off of another hypothesis and another if you like. And if you can't determine a cause, well, you just can't determine a cause. That's all that means. You got to know. Okay, and big deal.
Well,
But
I
the
think the
method works just fine.
philosophers that talk about this stuff do have it right that causation itself is moderately philosophical. What cause are we going to focus on? What cause is sufficient? What cause is not sufficient? What other causes, if any, need to be brought to play? Which cause are we going to focus on here? And that is, in a way, highly philosophical. What linkages are we going to make, or which linkages are we going to ignore? That's another baby in and of itself. And so, in a way, like they were saying,
That's relevant
before
to the
science
method.
as an etymological word changed to its current iteration, back then the etymology that this science came from was some sort of natural philosophy, some generalized way of looking at the world with some generalized premises, some questioned and some unquestionable, some axioms that are assumed and not as assumed, to guide this
Well, that's what
naturalistic
I'm saying. When I
explanation.
said what I said, now you're giving this explanation as to how people do things and what they claim is possible to do and what's not possible. That has nothing to do with the scientific method. It's not related in the slightest.
How
What
do you
men
think the
do and
scientific method was formulated without these philosophies in place? We would
well,
need to jump
what
into
do you
their
what do you
minds
mean?
to see
Hold
what they
on.
meant when they
What do you mean
formulated
by
the
that?
scientific method in this
What
way
do you
or
mean
that
by
way back
that?
in the 17th century.
Well, that's incorrect because the scientific method is based off of the inherent ability to think logically in the first place. Logic wasn't invented, it was here. And I think we know how, and I think we know why.
Wait, what do you mean
But
if that was here?
logic and reasoning is inherently part of our reality. It
Wait, so
didn't
it
come
wasn't here, but
sometime.
you just had
It
it.
didn't come. It didn't come
Wait, you're saying it
sometime
was here,
later.
like something you would have to
Listen to what
come to
I'm.
know.
Listen to what I'm saying.
But
It didn't. It.
So you had
We
it,
didn't.
or it was here?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Explain it better.
I'm just explaining. We didn't create it. It was already inherent in our reality.
Okay, but you said both things as in different ways. You said it was here, but it's something that we were born with. So it had to be one or the other.
It's inherent in our reality. I didn't say we were born with it, but I
Wait,
guess you
right there,
can. I
you did
guess
say
you can.
both. We
I
can
guess
replay
you
it, but
can
it was
infer.
here.
I guess you can. That's what that means. But the bottom line is
But you wouldn't have
the
to say it
logic
twice
is
then.
the logic is inherent in the design. We didn't create it or make it up.
Okay.
Are you saying that we made up logic? Are you saying that we made up things making sense?
No.
Because obviously
Well,
we utilize
you broke
math.
it
We
up into
utilize math.
two different
We
instances.
util-
You
we
said it was
utilize
here, and
math.
then yep. Go ahead.
We utilize math. We utilize language. All of these things that wouldn't be possible if we didn't have logical strings of thought. If information wasn't a thing. So information being a part of the design in this reality So is logic.
You know,
I don't understand what what's the argument?
Voltaire is just the best.
Sorry, you were robot.
Go ahead, somebody.
You're robot. You were robot.
Well, I don't know what he was going to say, but I mean, when it was brought up, I was just trying to make a point saying that you brought it up in two different types of circumstances. You were saying it was here, but it was also something that we were born with. That's the way in the series of things that you were saying, how you presented it. So you kind of had contradictory statements there.
Okay
it's something that was here that we were going to find.
Are you okay with my clarification?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because it seems like you're just trying to push a point that's irrelevant.
No. The way that you said it made it seem like you were trying to argue two different things at the same time.
But we're past that now, right? Or are we not?
100%. For sure.
So why do you keep bringing it up when I fought?
No, I'm not.
You
were waiting for like 5 minutes for someone to respond to you, and I thought someone was.
No, what I'm saying.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is when I was trying, you were talking through me, right?
Because you started doing the same thing you were doing in the first place. And then you got to it at the end, so I just let you keep going, but you stopped, so. But no, we're on the same page.
No, thank you. I appreciate us being on the same page. Took you long enough to listen.
Oh, no, I was listening the whole time.
I doubt it. You were talking while I was talking. You can't be doing both.
Oh, yeah, because I can't listen to nonsense at the same time, so.
But you just agreed with me. But you just agreed with
me. At the end, when you came to the conclusion, because you can't argue in a circle forever, but it's all right.
Well, I didn't argue in a circle. I said that logic was a part of the design. I said that from the beginning.
No, that wasn't what you said at the beginning.
What I didn't say what you said. I said either verbatim.
For the argument, if you started that from the beginning,
I didn't say what you said verbatim. No, I didn't.
Oh, no, definitely not for verbatim.
Okay, so then what did I say?
Wait, if you're going to say something verbatim, then I would have just quoted what you said verbatim. But the point you were trying to make.
What did I? No, don't tell me what point I was trying to make. What did I say?
I mean, I don't have a voice recorder on me, so it's hard for me to say what you said.
Okay, so the point that I was trying to make is the point that I made in the end.
What you were saying,
that's obviously the point I was trying to
opposite
make.
of what the point you were trying to make. So if anyone was listening, like a third party here, there's no way they would be able to draw your conclusion from what you were saying. Which is why it said something.
You want to do me a favor and play back what I said originally?
I wish I could.
Not you, because you're not 100%. Creation Bear. This is the problem with you not being able to listen.
How could I reply to you if I wasn't listening?
Your name was not Creation Bear. I wasn't just talking to you. You weren't listening just now.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think Creation Bear is even here. Whatever. Well, we got to it in the end. And in the end, yeah. The scientific method is for a specific purpose. The only way you'll be establishing the cause of a phenomena, an action, something that's happening physically that you can see, that is not a thought. This is something that is testable. I don't know how you philosophically determine what causes something physical. Now, if you're saying, well, how do I determine something that's not physical? You can go off into the pursuit of that. That's fine. But you don't have to. You don't have to talk about the scientific method as if it's this rigid out restrictive thing that doesn't allow you to philosophize and think. No one said that. Nobody's stopping you from imagining.
So, if I can butt in, if you don't mind.
No, please go ahead, Hank.
So they say that the Big Bang cosmology. Well, it's the best guess that we got, right? And really, that's what it's a guess, a postulation, right? Well, with a scientific method, that's actually the best thing we got because I always talk about walking into a hotel room, right? And you flip the switch because it's a pretty good model for the scientific method. You're manipulating the cause, right? You're breaking and opening the circuit, and then you see when the circuit is open, then the light comes on. So what's the cause of the light coming on? Now you don't really have to get into all the metaphysics of electrons flow from what is it, negative to positive. You don't have to get into all that stuff, right? Like all that stuff is another test, another trying to figure out which way the electrons are moving through the wire, right? That's a totally different thing. So you don't have to get into all the spiritual stuff, all the metaphysical stuff. Like you go into a hotel room, you can theorize for 10 days in that room which light is going to turn on by which switch. And, you're never going to figure it out. You're never going to have knowledge until you start, the experimentation. And, he was right about some things. I want to say, Lemonbird was right that, you never know, there might be an additional cause, right? And sometimes in a house, there'll be 2 switches to 1 bulb, right? So, yeah, you never know until you do the experiments or the testing or the manipulation of the cause, whatever you want to call it. And I think this is a really important method because, if someone says that, specific gravity is a bunch of BS, and then you show them, like right here, look at this anvil made of steel floating in mercury. Is there not mass in the anvil? Right? And then, they're like, but mass attracts mass. Okay, well, how come it's not doing it right now? And then they can disagree, but they're disagreeing and they're ignoring, their senses. They're ignoring their common sense, their eyes, a lot of things, right? But when it's
Yeah.
like right there in front of you that, specific gravity is the real gravity, show me your space time. And they're like, well, I don't have any space time on me right now. I wish I did. We could manipulate it, but they don't and they can't. So it's not fun.
Well, Hank, you also have to remember that if gravity, like they say, mass attracting mass is true, then the mercury should be flowing not just underneath the anvil, but also on the surface of the anvil. But it doesn't because it's more dense than the anvil itself. Right? It should be flowing on top of the anvil if mass attracts mass, which it doesn't.
And I love
Just like dust don't stick to the bottom of things.
I love how they hear me say all this stuff, right? And I give them an experiment that they can do, and then they just want to slap like Einstein's relativity on it. Like, no, it's already called specific gravity. You can't make this a proof of space-time because we're not manipulating space-time. We're manipulating relative density. So you can't just come up and slap gravity on it. It's already gravity. It's just not the one that you think is the one happening in reality. Anyway, is there any new people here?
I would say I'm new.
How are you?
I don't know who I was just talking to like 15 minutes ago. Now I'm in the voice text chat, and everyone seems to think that I was arguing on behalf of Globe Earth. So I'm just trying to figure that out.
Are you a flat earther?
Oh, 100%.
What are the three best evidences for that?
I would say the black swan, sextants, and the fact that I can see Chicago over Lake Michigan.
Well, what about refraction? You don't believe in refraction?
I mean, not over that little bit of a distance, and the way that they try to argue that there is no physical horizon, although they argue that at the same time that we're also on a ball, which by definition would have a physical horizon at some distance.
That sounded kind of sort of like all one to me, that we see too far.
I guess. I mean, what are you looking for specifically? I mean,
Just the major ones. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
can you tell me all the three things that I said?
Well, you said the black swan. You said seeing
Yeah, that's the
across
distance one.
Chicago.
That was the
Yeah.
third one.
Yeah, that's see too far. Both of those are see too far.
No, but you said all three were exactly the same.
No, that I didn't use the word exactly.
I mean, those are all three different circumstances, which kind of are, I guess, in your way, I guess, yeah, it does make sense that they all are relatively
I'm not trying to
the
give you.
same. No, yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, and the
And
ones
I said sextants, which I mean are
had-
star-based rather than distance-based. I mean, if you're looking up in the sky, which stars naturally would start to rotate, I mean, you're getting a path which is based off of a central star that's going to be so far away. But in the helio non-centrical model, it would eventually, I mean, they would have to, if you're using the North Star, it would eventually have to move.
So you said helio non-centrical model. What
Okay,
do
I
you
meant
mean by that?
nonsensical. No. It's David Weiss always says it in his, like little presentation.
Okay,
That
I got you.
Yeah. I said nonsensical, but I
said
meant nonsensical. It might have sounded, yeah.
Actually, that's true. It's not a heliocentric model.
I
even
don't
though
think
they
so at
tell
all.
you, right? It's actually acentric. There is no center of the universe. There's no center of the galaxy. Well, I guess there's a center of a galaxy, but there's, no center of the universe. So it's acentric.
Yeah, I don't think it's
model.
infinitely expanding.
To be fair, when they say heliocentric model, they're talking about a model of the solar system. In other words, the relation between the sun and the moon and the Earth. That's what they're talking about there. And that was when that was proposed first. Like what the kind of Copernican movement. They had no notion of the universe in that context. So the heliocentrism is just a way of describing the relationship between the sun and us, sun and the Earth, really. But you're right. I mean, in the rest of their model, there is an arbitrary center which has no meaning or any contextual location. There's an expansion, and they don't say exactly where the center of the expansion is. They might have a notion where it is, but it's not. It's certainly not anything specific to the relationship between us or the sun or anything like that. I mean, they don't. They propose that the sun is part of a bigger system called this Milky Way, which is a galaxy, and all the galaxies are flying apart. And they don't say, "Oh, there is a boss galaxy, or core galaxy, or a core element in their model at all." So heliocentrism just literally is used to describe the sun-Earth. The sun-Earth system predominantly, in how they talk about it. And in that sense, of course, it's completely different from the there's the Earth being the center of everything for the obvious reason.
It's funny because I definitely picked up on that, and I forget exactly why. Because I thought, oh wait, well, heliocentrism only deals with the solar system. Obviously, they're not talking about the rest of the universe. I did have this thought a couple of weeks ago. And thank you, other guy, for conceding that I didn't use the fallacy that you claimed I used, that I didn't say what you said I said. Much appreciated.
What now? What?
Now I had to go back to the live stream and screen record it so that I could show that I didn't say, so that that whole argument is basically um, unnecessary, but necessitated by that guy that I don't know the name of.
All right, cool. I just think that it's pretty obvious that this is the best method that we have, not postulation, but experimentation, not affirmation of our indoctrination, but rigorous experimentation. And if people say, that's too narrow, you're too narrow-minded with your science. Well, what should we do? Should we just let any village idiot come by and explain? Right? Okay, well now we're too broad. Okay. Should we let any fucking guy who can cheat on a test for 16 years and get a degree? Right now he's a doctor, right? Because he's really good at cheating, or he had someone smart in class with him, right?
Well, this is a seed of real circular reasoning. Oftentimes, the fallacy that comes to mind is begging the question. Lemon does that a lot. And it's like, well, the only reason, I don't know, it was just a weird setup, man. That's like, it's just a method. It's not trying to do anything. It's not trying to cast people out. It's not trying to stop people from thinking. It's just a method for certain about the physical and natural world. Because it's not doesn't mean that it's against metaphysical things. That would be reification. It's not against anything. It's just a method. And it's not like some materialistic. I mean, I don't even know. I don't really know how to respond to that. Yeah, I mean, we're testing things that are material, things that are happening. We're trying to figure out how it's happening.
Is it that?
And then we come up with really cool technology off the back of that.
We're talking about natural philosophy. So I guess, Lemon, you need to explain to us, well, what is supernatural or metaphysical philosophy? If there's a method for testing the spirits, please let us know. But until then, we're just going to stick with testing what we can see, taste, touch, smell, feel, sense, in any kind of way. And we're going to test it as narrowly as possible by eliminating all the other variables, right? And we're doing the best we can to just, establish a little bit of knowledge, because it's really hard to do that. It's really hard to establish knowledge when everybody around you can, say that, it's all subjective, right? I don't know if I drank water. I don't know if I, ever lived in a brain in a vat. Fuck all that bullshit. Let's go with what we can sense, and that's the best we got. Because if I tell you I'm 6'3", and then you meet me, and I'm 5'3", well, you can measure that and prove things, right? And if the tape measure doesn't go all the way up to 6'3" from the bottom of my heel, then you've proven that Larry is a liar. So that's why we like the scientific method or natural philosophy. We like it so much because we can prove and disprove things.
Yeah, what you were describing earlier, if you're still listening, is pseudoscience anyway.
And if you have a tape measure that only measures 6 foot, and he's saying he's 6'3", you both can come to the conclusion that you cannot measure that he's 6'3". But we want measurements. I don't know if that was a good analogy, Elijah, because I know there's some things we can't prove, but we want to prove the things that we can prove.
So I can prove that if you add enough heat, the water will boil. And if you add enough duration with the egg in that boiling water, 15, 20 minutes, that it will certainly solidify the egg. Right? So I can prove that. Can I prove that I'm a good person? Let's say that I thought I was a good person, okay, which I don't. Let's say that I wanted to prove it. How could I prove it? Well, I could demonstrate, 100 charities, 100 good events, right? Help 100 ladies cross the road, go fight crime, right? But does that make me a good person? Does that prove that I'm a good person? Because what if I did 1,000 deeds before that? I mean, would that karmically cross cancel each other? I don't think so. I think we're all bad people because we all did bad things in our life. And if you're, trying to
I
tell
think
someone
we
that
have
you're
to
a good
make.
person, go ahead,
I
bro.
think the method for that is post-dictive assessment, where your experience with someone informs to you whether they're a good person or not. But you have to have experienced them in order to make that assessment. Like, that's the only thing we can do. Like, because what is a good person? Like, we watch movies all the time, most times from the good guys' perspective, but there are movies where the villain is the main character, and they pretty much have some of the same justifications to do what they do as heroes do. And it's like,
Maybe in that sense.
yeah,
Sorry, I was going to say maybe in that sense it's not a particularly good example for framing and proof because you really all you ever do is demonstrate you're a good person, don't you? Because it's
right.
in if we're honest, it's something which is it has a context and a lot of movies show that they show they demonstrate a good person or a bad person, but they also juxtapose sometimes that the good person's motives might be a bit ropey and the bad person's might be a bit good and there's an overlap, the dark and the light. And what I think
Yeah.
of as a good person and what you think is a good person may be different things. So to prove you're a good person is kind of it's not a good, I don't think it's a good example, but you can demonstrate it but in
Yeah, I don't
demonstrating it
think it's
you're
possible. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Well,
you
not
I
can
agree
without the
with you.
scientific method, right? You got to have the method to prove certain things. And this is outside of the scope of science.
Of course
So,
it is.
like I'm asking for Lemon, can we please have some, metaphysical method to prove things?
Well, there is one thing that comes to mind. Of course, I haven't done it, but I guess maybe I should. And the independent variable is feelings. So apparently, you take rice and you put them in 3 different containers, and you, I don't know, project love, whatever emotion that you tie to love and goodness and happiness, and you project that as best as you can onto one container of rice, and then hate to the other container, and one where you do absolutely nothing. And well, the claim is that it will um, yield different results based on, well, yeah, it'll yield different results. So that's something that I would like for, more than like people here and there with maybe I don't know. I would like to do it and also see it be done multiple times before I'm like, yeah, man, emotions definitely affected this physical thing right here.
I have a
That would
question.
be interesting.
My
But
question is
emotions do affect us. So sorry, go ahead, Jenny.
no, it's all good. You've heard of Dr. E. Moto, I think that's the correct name, where he did investigations into water under different conditions and environments. And I do believe they had one for love, one for hate. And so this is in water. So his claim is that what you're saying is that our intention, our feelings affect physical things. Metaphysically, I do believe. Have you heard? You've heard of that guy before,
Maybe
haven't you?
I mean, maybe in passing, maybe I'm, maybe everybody's doing what they're like the right thing and all of that because of this guy. I don't know,
Right.
but
Maybe.
but it is very interesting.
Let me see if I can find the YouTube channel. Just a second.
So you can measure someone's aura, right, or the magnetic field produced by their heart. I think it was like 8 feet in each direction. So if he walked over there, wrote hate. Excuse me, I'm about to cough. He wrote hate on there, and he was thinking hate or things that made him hate, right? Maybe his own chakra, or should I say magnetic field, or whatever you want to call it, his heart, his intent, maybe it caused these changes, right? This could be one of those things where the scientist is manipulating the the outcome, but the weird thing is that's what he was trying to do. So this is a very interesting one.
There you go, Elijah.
Thank you, Diddy.
I mean, clearly there's much more than meets the eye. Like, and that's what I hate. Like, whenever we try to get hyper specific about what the method is, versus what's not possible, people want to tie that to mean that you can't do other things or you can't inquire about other things. Well, that's not true. Like, just me saying, hey, this is the scientific method and this is what the method details, and then me saying I want to know why plants have a seem to have a time period where they're asleep versus a time period where they're awake. Some people will say, well, the plants dance to music and this, that, and the third. I can't confirm that because they could just be moving, period. I don't know. But there are moments where they're not moving at all. And then there are moments where they are moving. And it's like, I'd love to know why. And I would inquire about why and philosophize about why, but I don't have to bash the method of natural inquiry.
Hey,
Because I don't. It's not related.
hey, can I say something on this subject to y'all, Hank and Elijah and everybody?
Sure, sir.
Okay, I'm really frustrated because I was yelling, but my mic was blocked and my phone. Oh, I'm so frustrated. Listen. On this subject, listen. What's good and evil is the same as positive and negative. It's like saying 2 + 2 is 4, and the positive is the giving energy, and the negative is the receiving energy. So we know that what's good. We know it's true. It's true and false, and it's obvious. You all are wrong, in my opinion. Respectfully, I respectfully say that you're all wrong. There's no relative to this. It's 2 + 2 is 4, and it is good to help the old lady cross the street. It is good to speak the truth, and there is a clear difference in the same way that God engineered our minds to be able to discern good and evil, and 2 + 2 is 4 are the same as positive and negative. The sun is positive and the moon is negative. Sorry, I'm so frustrated. It's because I didn't know my mic was blocked, and I was trying to on my phone here, and I got frustrated. But can you guys understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
understand why we're wrong or what part about
2
No, you
times
guys.
2 is
why we're
also
wrong.
4.
You guys were saying what's good and what's evil. I said it's the same as 2 + 2 is 4.
I didn't hear anybody bring up good and evil.
Nope.
All he's saying is that it's an equation that
2 + 2.
has an answer, and whether it's a positive or negative, you're supposed. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
I think he may have been responding to what I said about the relative nature of what is good, and
Yes.
demonstrate. I mean,
Oh yeah, good and evil is definitely not relative.
Right.
That was my point. Thank you. I agree, Elijah.
I mean, just like people say beauty is subjective. No, it's not. I mean, because we can't put it through the scientific method, people can lie and say that it's subjective, but it truly isn't.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
It's inherent in the consequence of our art. It's inherent in the consequence of our artistry. Like we express that we know the difference all the time.
No, beauty in the eye of the beholder. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder is a statement suggesting that everyone's got a slightly different notion of what beauty is.
Yeah,
that's what that's.
Yeah, there's a difference between that. There's a difference between that because you can find beauty in anything, and as a matter of fact, the more the more reverence you have for someone, the more enjoyable and appeasing their look to you is.
Exactly. So
that comes with their emotion and the way they look. But as far as beauty is concerned, as far as symmetry is concerned, there is objectivity to that. It's very different than us talking about there's beauty in all things. Two different things.
Yeah. Why do you actually care? Yeah. Why do you actually care? Why do you actually care what somebody else find beautiful?
No, that wasn't the point. I don't
that was not the point, buddy.
Why do you care about what somebody cares about? About beauty.
The point is whether or not it's good or beautiful, not whether or not we can all see this is a beautiful painting, dude. Clearly, God gave it.
I don't know about good. I think that I would say, and then I could be wrong. Give me time to think it through because I've tried to share this sentiment before, but I think good and evil is really just truth and falsehood. Like look, I mean,
okay,
yeah.
but how
you guys can test that because I don't know if I'm right or not. So
yeah, okay, but how you actually lay this labels to beauty? Because somebody thinks waterfall is beautiful. Somebody thinks like the mountains are beautiful. So where is the falsehood in that?
Okay, and some people, well, most people think that the East River is very ugly and disgusting here in New York City. Like people understand the difference between cleanly and beautiful and unkept and ugly. Like everyone knows the difference. Let's just keep it real.
I think we talk about aesthetics, so
it's an esoteric. Beauty is subjective. There's no question about it.
Okay.
No, I don't think it is.
I think it is. I think it is because I'm talking about stuff you see and find beautiful. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just saying. Yeah. Well, specifically when it comes to people, beauty is definitely objective in the greater.
Listen,
but I can recognize. We have beauty pageants. We have movies, books, everything that expresses the difference between the popular person and the not popular person. Oftentimes, it being symmetrical body, the symmetry of their body, their face, certain characteristics that the other may not have. Like I don't know.
You do understand that some
Mm,
cultures find obesity more attractive than other cultures, don't you?
Well,
You
he's
do
also saying
understand that.
shit and throw up is not gonna be pretty and beautiful.
Exactly.
Shit and throw up is still gonna be shit and throw up, is what
No,
he's saying.
yeah, actually,
you can say other places find obesity. Listen. I have found beauty in women that I know for a fact, not thinking into it, not trying to give a response that wouldn't offend me. If you were just to open a book and say, "What do you think about this chick?" Chicks that I've dated, people would definitely say, "Man, she was ugly as hell. What were you thinking?" Right?
Then
Like
the
I
beauty was
know that,
objective
but
for
at the
you.
same time, I found them beautiful. But did I understand the difference between me thinking they're beautiful and me thinking they were aesthetically very pleasing to me, tantalizing to my senses? I understood the difference between feeling that for them and how the world would view. Like if I was objectively thinking about it, like if I were to go, is this woman attractive? My feeling, I would be able to say yes or no.
I have every respect for that. Anybody who says that yes, I can see the beauty in things against the norm, which is what you're saying, or what you think is the norm. But all you're doing is you're saying, I saw this woman beautiful, and I know that the majority of the people around me wouldn't. That doesn't. That you're projecting a consensus upon a group of people. And like I said, there are people who don't find people of other ethnicities attractive. Okay, that doesn't mean to say that there's a whole chunk of other people, millions of them, who don't find it. It is a subjective thing. There is no such thing as a person that is beautiful in the
yeah,
absolute aesthetic sense to everybody. It's
if I actually
we could
may,
all go to the Louvre and we could all see a beautiful painting and we will all agree it's beautiful.
which painting?
That might be a little different. People like abstract concepts and all that, but again, people like abstract concepts. People like movies that suck really bad. There's a whole I don't even know what it's called, but there's a genre for movies that suck really bad, but are top tier movies. In this
They're
culture.
poorly rated because we can all see 2 + 2 is 4 and the movie is terrible.
But again, look, people can come up with a genre. As to movies, they absolutely love that they've classed as the worst movies ever.
I have a
So
friend
what I'm saying is, yeah, you can find beauty in anything, but everyone knows the standard. The standard is set not scientifically, but by our expression through art, or just by our expression, period.
Elijah, let me tell you, the sun is beautiful and the moon's kind of ugly.
Smurf stuff. Which standard do you actually find ugly? Because you talking about the 18th century standard, 17th century standard, or which standard?
No, that's what I mean by standard. When I say standard, I'm talking about the expression through art, whether it be movies in a script that was written out for a couple, or whether it be music, whether it be art, whether like.
Can I butt in as an artist?
No,
please. I know for a fact. I'm gonna guess and know for a fact that meme is on the same page.
Okay,
guys, can I butt in as an artist?
Art?
Hold on. Can I butt in as an artist? Can I butt in first? All right. Here's the thing. What is art is objective. It is not subjective. All right. There's postmodernism started about 160 years ago and tried to take art and turn it into this subjective thing. It's not true. Art is objective. Now, tastes are subjective. What you happen to like is subjective, but standards of beauty are objective. But within that objective standard, there are tastes that people have. Like some men might not like blondes. Some men might not like Asians. Some women might like skinny men. Some women might like tall bald men. You never know. But like these are all taste within objective standards, though. Everybody knows ugly when they see it. Everybody.
Yes. He just perfectly defined this. He's correct.
And-
nobody actually agrees what's ugly. So
Yeah,
nobody
because
agrees on
if
that.
you woke up with Shrek, with Shrek in your bed, you'd say that's ugly. Yes, you would. You don't have to be contrarian. If you woke up with a Shrek in your bed,
yeah,
you'd be disgusted.
Exactly.
We even know the difference between beautiful animals and. We even know the difference between.
Actually, can I actually finish?
Oh my gosh! Oh, go ahead.
Actually,
I don't
only
know.
if
I
you
don't know.
find
It's
Shrek
because
in our
meme
country.
went, and then me and Smurf was fighting for the mic. I don't know when you were interrupted.
He's correct.
Okay.
He's correct that something's either beautiful or it isn't. In the same way that one is positive and zero is negative, you know. And then you have your preferences as a subgroup within that, right?
Babies know the difference between beautiful and not beautiful. Like, I mean, as babies.
People have looked through my artwork and they'll say, "You've got a lot of different body types in here." And I say, "Well, that's because what I prefer specifically is aesthetic." So a woman she can have weight on her, she can be really skinny, she can be any shape, she can be athletic. It doesn't matter to me. There's an aesthetic that I appreciate, right? And that all comes down to taste.
Yeah, you actually mean if it clicks, it clicks.
Yeah, if it clicks, it clicks. And there's like these particular lines I look for, and those are what appeal to me. But I also believe everyone who's healthy has the potential to be beautiful. But I mean, that's part of like how you present yourself. So there's a lot of unscientific things that go back and forth that have to do with interpersonal human contact that can't be quantified by anybody, right? So really it's not, if 99% of the world has an objective standard, then it is by objective. And we all, and I think typically health and symmetry are two big things people look for. I'm not too concerned with symmetry, but like health is an objective standard.
I've got.
And I think health is what makes somebody beautiful.
Hey, Mame, I've got a question for you. Okay, since you perfectly defined this, what can we switch out the word beauty with good and evil? And I think it's got to do with positive and negative in the sun of the.
Yeah, we actually cannot.
Can you elaborate on good and evil, Meme?
I don't think you can, because art reflects society. It doesn't. Art isn't causative. It's downstream of what society does. So it's a derivative. So you can't really compare. Yeah, you can't compare. You can't compare them. They are related, but one is causative of the other. The other can't cause the other. So art can't cause art.
We have a whole world caught up in what beauty is. You have filters to make you more aesthetically pleasing, and people use this because everyone would like to be just a bit more beautiful, quote unquote. Like this is not it's, if it was a subjective thing, none of these things would exist.
Eli, this is not difficult, but this is also not very easy to disprove. So
no, you're right. You're right. Because that was the whole purpose of me bringing it up, is like, this is something that I believe wholeheartedly, that I would also say, well, there's evidence for. However, I can't input this into the scientific method. So can I prove? Not really.
Hey, can somebody read the quote I'm about to post?
I guess I could. There
Yeah,
is
look.
no.
Sorry.
Oh, did somebody? Oh, there is no excellent beauty that truth hath not some strangeness in the proportion. Francis Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
See, so I think we have objective standards, but if people are just
We have.
concerned with like those objective standards, then it's just boring. If everybody's beautiful, or if everyone is exactly the same, it's boring, right? So, like,
Of course, it's boring. I mean, gee, you think I watch supermodel porn all the time? Let me not phrase it as all the time. Whenever I watch porn, nah,
Yes,
I'm going
yes, we do.
for I'm going for SSBBWs. I'm going for Slim. I'm going for every nationality you can think of. Ugly, cute, cockeyed. I like different stuff. It's like, but I also know the difference between what I find interesting and what seems to be objective.
yeah, it comes down to
You're talking
personal.
about
Okay.
what he's talking about is what you like and what is conventional beauty. Yeah, conventional beauty. Yeah.
What is actual conventional beauty? Because I'm not sure we agree on the term.
Well, you're good. You're good for picking that out because when he said conventional beauty, I'm like, what are we arguing for then? Like, you feel what I'm saying? Because there's a
Well, no,
convention.
There is a convention. That's right.
Convention is not an absolute. It's not an objective absolute. A convention.
Oh no, I don't think I would never put it down to like this perfect absolute, because I do think it's been modified over time, but I love history, and if you go back and you look at the sculptures for the past 4,000 years, you will find that gap, booty, and booba are all considered awesome and essentially the same over the past 4,000 years. You can go look at old Vedic statues from 4,000 years ago. You can look at the Greeks. You can look at the Romans. You can look up to the 18th century and all the famous Venetian artists. And you will find that there is a convention that has not fundamentally changed.
He's correct. He's correct. Absolutely correct.
Now, that's not to say it's like.
Yeah, I actually completely disagree with this body type, and I actually know how Venus looks, so I just disagree on that point.
Okay, that's fine.
God,
but I
can
like.
put
I
in
mean,
2 cents?
But don't
plenty of
get me
sculptures
wrong.
you can look at. I mean, nobody was
sculpting. Let me finish. I
Go
actually
ahead.
understand why people found this body type attractive, because it is for some people. It's just not for me. So why should I fight
Well,
with that?
let me put it to you like this. I married an objectively beautiful woman. Like, she was like the committee that does Miss Teen South Carolina asked her to be in it when she was 17. Like, I married a really beautiful girl, got a great body, all this stuff. But my tastes are all over the place in reality. Like, I could literally get down with any body type. It doesn't matter to me, because I think women are beautiful. And I'm just saying that as like an artist.
I have absolutely no problem with that statement.
Yeah, but
I got maybe a little bit more broad, but
and I get that, but
I make promise I won't troll in this those arrows, so I won't go anything further. So yeah,
I think
anybody
the
type.
correlation with beautiful is good, right?
Well, see, here's the thing is, a lot of what we're talking about with art, it's easy to argue for objectivity. With what we perceive as beautiful in other humans, it's hard to argue that, because a lot of that has to do with biology.
Quite.
Like, we're biologically driven in certain things, certain aspects of like human nature, but there's no biological imperative that makes us want to. There's no biological imperative.
I don't think so.
Art makes itself, yeah.
to be actually kind of objective, I think I don't care about any body type. I just care if the person clicks with me. If I like how this person looks like. And for me, there is any body type and any personality. It's depend on the mix.
Well, see,
Just
I would
his,
I would say
We all agree there. We all
I
agree there.
personally would say, yeah, I would say the same thing because what I'm looking for, whatever body type it is there's an aesthetic of proportion that I'm looking for. That's
Can I
that
ask
is what it
you,
is.
is there
the
is
on
there a
the
correlation with positive and negative, good and evil, and beauty?
No,
No, no.
I don't think one's look. Standards of beauty can be caused by that, but standards of beauty don't cause that. So I don't
I'm a
think
bit
they're not.
confused. Can you help me?
Yeah, the thing you actually have to work with is the body type you like, the body type which is actually excites you, and the personality. And you have mixed those things together, and if it clicks, then it clicks. That's all.
But we all agree with that.
I think we all agree with that, probably.
We're just saying additionally, like that, like that's what we that's when it gets into our personal preference. You know,
Of
what we
course.
feel for that day. But outside of your feelings or your of a beauty, if someone were to just ask you a question about some random person that you didn't know, and they're like, give me your honest opinion. No, matter of fact, because if you know the person who's asking, you might tailor your response to their emotions. But just thinking about someone that you don't know, say you're flipping through pages with a friend, and neither of you have any emotional attachments to a woman. You're gonna if there are 20 of them, there's gonna be some where you go, oh, she's gorgeous. Somewhere you're like, and somewhere, nah, she's a little rough.
Hey, Meme, there. Are you still there, Meme?
That's actually just
Yes.
your opinion. So
It is just opinion.
I know, but like I
I'm
said,
seeing there's a strong correlation with the sun and the moon and good and beautiful and ugly. I really
There's no correlation. Smurf, I already answered. There's no correlation. Obviously, people of all beauty or non-beauty types commit atrocities as well as good deeds. Like there's no correlation.
That's all true. I'm merely speaking of perspective, like what you visually. And the moon is ugly.
Right.
The moon is evil.
Good isn't synonymous with beautiful. That's all I'm saying.
Why is the moon evil?
There are things that look good that are poisonous.
What?
So I'm just
evil?
answering your question.
Because this energy of the world comes from the sun, and the ground is the ground in the electrical circuit. The energy is positive sun. The cross, the Christian cross, is the sun, and the moon is negative. The moon is a negative drain, and it is draining like a parasitical drain on this reality. It gets charged up and is draining. The moon is ugly. The ugly parasite.
Well, can you accept what I said about beauty not being synonymous with good?
No, that's the question, Elijah. That's the very question.
Okay, so did you hear my answer?
Can you allow? Okay, yeah, I was listening, man, but that's kind of a vague question. Yeah, I did hear you, man.
No, that's your question. If it's vague,
you
it's your fault.
actually,
But my answer to it, my answer to that was there are beautiful things that are poisonous. What do you like? Beauty is not synonymous with good.
that is actually.
I'm not sure.
Here's the thing, guys. We can't talk about these objective standards inside of like what we find beautiful as far as like biology goes. When it comes to architecture or art, city layout, then we can talk about like objective aesthetics.
Right.
Yeah,
but like when it comes to people, there's a lot of biology. It's like this. I was hot dogs and pizza. And now I'm all about every taste I can get my hands on. I've become a foodie. But when I was younger, I was all hot dogs and pizza.
Facts. Yo, I love me some pizza, man. The best thing on earth.
Yeah,
But
Memos,
see,
I actually try to behave as well as I can through my beliefs. And if
I
somebody
gotta go to a
actually
Dungeons and Dragons
choose
Zoom. I'll see y'all later.
this curveball,
All right, later, me.
he
No, I
actually
got a Dungeons and Dragons Zoom. I gotta go. I'll see y'all.
Oh, later, buddy.
Later
We
That
on.
lost,
sounds fun as
we lost
hell.
our expert on beauty. Oh, damn. That sucks. No, me.
That
Tell me when it's a
sucks.
moment to talk.
There
I'm
can
just
be
going to interrupt
beauty.
everybody who's speaking right now, and I'm going to go ahead and talk. Yeah, sorry about that. I kind of
There,
think we've been neglecting like the one thing, the elephant in the room. I mean, unless there's new people that want to talk about the flat Earth. Is there any new people? Nobody's speaking up. Moving on. All right. So, what about like the beauty within? Right. We're all talking about the beauty without. Right. Like I'm not asymmetrical at all. Like I have relatively short legs compared to my upper torso. It's huge. Um, that's a fact, right? Everybody will tell you. Um, so like I said, when I was young, I had an 8-pack. Most people had 6. So anyway, what my point was is that the beauty from within. Like some people are like extremely ugly on the outside, right? Or what you would consider not beautiful, but inside they're like extremely beautiful. So, for example, I like Mary Mom, no hetero, but I like Mary Mom. I think she's very beautiful. I love how she could be kind and sweet, but if you cross her, she could become fiery. And I think that is a beautiful aspect for a woman to be as sweet as possible, like a beautiful little dandelion. And then the second you do something wrong to her, she's a dragon and she's about to burn your ass. And I think,
Right,
a
a
lot of women,
carnivorous.
a lot of,
She turns into a
yeah,
carnivorous and
okay,
bites your head off.
and, and these are all compliments.
But
And
see
there's a
now,
lot of other ladies,
A
there's a lot of
dandelion is
ladies
like
like
a
that in
tongue.
here. And I think that's beautiful. I think it's the most beautiful thing ever to
Even she
be
has
super
within
sweet.
her a good energy. Like good is positive and giving energy. Yes?
Yeah, and
well,
women are.
see, in that context, it was synonymous with what you were saying. Yes, the beauty inside is
And
synonymous with a good person. Versus
Yeah.
in that context, yes.
not
Oh,
necessarily
sorry.
so.
Go ahead.
Women, yeah, women are a perfect example of you could have something extremely beautiful but extremely dangerous. You might not be able to tell.
Amen, brother.
I don't know.
Just
Well,
because she
that's
pretty
just
doesn't mean
because
she's so nice.
that's because the exterior is good, but the interior, the inside is not good. You know what I'm saying? But goodness is positive, like the
That
cross,
that
like
was
the
our
sun.
yeah, like a dangerous
Okay,
cliff.
Papa Smurf, if I may ask, how many women is actually in this room?
What?
Oh, I don't
How
know.
many women is actually in this room?
In this stream, there's like a handful.
Yeah, like a handful. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would actually like to know what they think.
Oh,
There are all 33 of us.
cool.
About
I would like to know as well.
about specifically what? Everything you guys have been talking about? I mean,
What is
Is
beauty to
beauty
you?
subjective or objective? I'm talking about the outward appearance, not the inside.
Well, they're two different things. They're
Come
two
on, Smurf,
completely
let her
different
answer.
parallel
That's
things.
what I've been saying.
One's
I
taste,
know
and
they're
one,
different.
yeah. Elijah nailed
And
it.
the
First
boss
time.
actually stop talking and let the women talk. It would be nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. Let the women talk.
okay, so I'd really have to think more about, I think there's a standard of beauty, but I don't know if I would say it's objective. But for myself, since I'm more mature, I'm not really looking for the standard of good looks. Well, there's other things, but one of the main things is that, I don't mind if someone is like a little bit overweight or whatever, but, you just have to be proportional. And you know, that kind of opens up for other stuff. I mean, you know, if there's something with the body that's, you know, that's maybe that should be paid attention to. That's my opinion.
Yeah, look,
Now,
what if,
I guess there's always an exception to be had. I'm not shallow by any means, even though I might be sounding like it right now, but everybody has their preferences. I've been turned down because I wasn't fat. You know,
yeah,
it's like, dang, that sucks. Because I really liked the guy and he was way taller than me. It's like, yeah. So,
yeah,
but yeah,
look,
I mean, people just, I would say subjective.
hmm
Yep.
yeah, I get it. Body
But
type is body type, but who actually cares?
right
And why
because
actually
good,
cares?
right? And good is like the sun, right? Which is like positive. But I'm asking you a question. I'm not making a statement.
Yeah, why
Smurfy,
you
you're
actually
cracking
care?
me up. Smurfy, you're cracking me up right now, man. Sorry, I laughed at you.
So it's a physiological response to external stimuli, and it uses the same chemicals every time, and that means it's an objective process, but it creates a subjective stance inside the
Right.
beholder, the person looking at it.
Yeah, why you actually care?
Oh, okay. I'll answer your rude question that you asked 4 times. This is just what we're talking about, dude. You don't like it? Kick rocks.
4 times. Go ahead.
Now that's very interesting. The chemical reactions alchemically, yeah, we can discern what's
Wait a minute,
Okay.
Smurf, calm down. There's something drastic just happened, and you just rolled by it like, oh, no problem. People dead on the tracks. I'm not going to look at it.
Stay with
So
the
anyway.
program, dude. Stay with us, man. Stay with us.
So
my fault.
why do you care? Why do you care to be on the Flat Earth server?
Because this is
Right,
the
but
only
wait.
place that
No,
we
Smurf, he's
live.
asking the other guy.
Smurf.
Hold up, though. I think somebody else was asking something, and then you guys started. But can we back up a minute? Somebody said something about repeating it for the 4th time. What was it?
Why do you care? Is what he keeps saying.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Sonny.
No, it's no problem.
I thought you were. Okay, I think I'm. Maybe I should mute myself.
No, we're good. You're good.
Not at all. I'm sorry.
You're good, Jenny.
No, they're enjoying themselves too much for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody is okay. I love to hear your input, Jenny. I totally do.
Okay, the only
Sonny,
thing.
you're super quiet.
Oh, I'm quiet again? Okay, I need to move closer.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jenny.
This is a maybe not related, but it's something I'm thinking of. Is Elijah still here? Please say yes. Okay, so I was listening. Okay, so I forget what video it was. Somebody was having a talk. And I just remember this one thing just really stuck out at me. And they were talking about chickens. And chickens, you know, what they eat, grains mostly, right? And pretty sure there's no calcium in those grains. But their eggs do produce calcium. So there's some sort of process in there that takes, you know, transmute, I believe is the term somebody used. And then I was gonna say something else, but I should have wrote it down. I'm not at my desk. I'm leaning outside.
It's okay. Plants do kind of the same thing. Plants will pull up nutrients and actual minerals, and through whatever process is going on in the plant, they create, you know, foliage of like different, you know, kind of material.
Oh, I remember the other thing I was gonna say. Sorry, Sonny. Sorry, I apologize. Okay, so I also remember a portion of a description of a paper. It was quite some time ago, and I just haven't made time to look into it. And that was something about when we consume cow's milk, the calcium in it. I really need to. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm not more prepared to be more elaborate more, but in layman's terms, we need to use our own calcium in our bodies to process calcium that cow's milks provide. It's like WTF. So that's a problem. But that's like probably way off in left field from what you guys are talking about. But
No, not really. It kind of correlates in some ways, yeah, because
Okay.
like the
Well, I
body creates
appreciate
its own
that.
vitamins. People that are starving sometimes can still have like their vitamins for a
Yeah,
while.
but okay, that may I just think that they always blame genes, but we got a lot of people with osteoporosis, but I'm pretty sure well, I guess there could have been a period where people didn't have any milk or whatever, or no social source of calcium, but I'm sure they ate eggs, but anyway.
Your body,
But
your body for a long time will keep up the store of vitamins and minerals on its own.
But for us to use calcium in our own bones to process the calcium of cow's milk, I mean, I could be really wrong, but I don't think so because that was like a reason for me to stop drinking it as a beverage. I'm not saying I don't consume dairy, but not like I did before. When I was growing up, I drank like my mom used to bitch at us all the time. We drink a gallon of milk a day, me and my sister.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
if I tried this now, right, I would throw up and it would be awful. It would ruin my day, maybe my week. But I used to skateboard all the time and get real sweaty, right? Sweat out all the water. And then getting Gatorade or water, I would chug a bunch of milk. Yeah. Because it had, it had a little bit of carbs, a little bit of protein. It felt like I was getting more
Sure.
accomplished than just with water. And it
But
tasted
in
better.
your mind, it was okay at that time, but now you see things differently, and yeah, I get it. Where you want to throw up if you did it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if I did it now, whole body would reject it.
No, I love milk.
It's crazy.
Really?
I
found out that milk is
I
just
can
too
still drink milk. I still can.
I can eat it with cereal, but I won't really drink the milk part,
I
or I'll
found
dunk
out milk has slightly too many carbs. It takes your body out of ketosis, and then your brain runs on sugar. You want to, unfortunately, you want to not drink milk. You can
He's
eat
right.
cheese. Cheese is good for you.
Okay.
goat's milk.
Sure.
I heard was better for us.
I'll keep that.
Goat's milk is decent. Yeah, it's good. It doesn't have the lactose enzymes.
If I could go get some,
I drink almond milk, but that's not milk at all.
if I could get some whole natural milk, from a, cows that are just feeding on something natural, that would be a different story. I wish I had access to that kind of.
I've been drinking almond milk, and it's not real milk, I guess, and also coconuts.
Yeah,
It's tasty
you're right.
stuff. Good.
Almond
Coconut
milk.
water and juice is really good for you.
You can make your own oat.
Sorry, Jenny. Go ahead.
That's so good. You can make your own oat milk. Have like okay. This is the technical term for it. It's a nut milk bag.
Whoa.
So you blend it
can
and then
make
you put it
oat
through
milk
the
if you have
milk bag. You're like, whoa.
Well, the issue is that milk has slightly too many carbs for you, and it takes your body out of ketosis, and you run on sugar.
Unless you're doing whole milk, then the fat outweighs the carbs. Then you might be good.
Oh, wow. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. I didn't know that. I got to do more research. Fascinating.
I disagree. My grandpa worked at a milk factory for
that
quite a few
sarcasm?
years, and he said there's 3 types of syrup that they add to the milk. So even if you got like whole milk from the store, it's still going to have syrup like soda, exactly like soda. So if you're getting like whole milk from the cow, it might have a little less carbs, but it's still got carbs in it.
Is it safe to go to the farmer and drink the raw milk? Because I used to do that for a few years.
I can't tell you what's safe and what's not. I can't give you like medical advice or legal advice. I know it's illegal to sell it, right? But I guess if you have your own cow, it's not illegal to drink it. But the thing is that you have an immune system, and you really don't need Big Daddy government, telling you what you can and can't sell. Because if the cow is infected, then the cow's infected. Don't let her give milk, right? She'll get better, right? Don't get the milk while she's sick. But if the cow's not sick and you're drinking milk from the cow, well, that's what Europeans have been doing for thousands of years. I mean, it's literally how we survived the harsh winters of northern Europe.
Yeah.
Cows, cheese, butter, this sort of thing.
Exactly.
Very wise word.
You still need that So a couple of goats would be cool. I could deal with some goat milk, but I'm not.
What's that? They don't have
Yeah,
lactate.
I would
I just
filter
heard
the
that.
milk. I would filter the milk, maybe with a towel or some sort of filter, like literally a brand, right? Wash it, no
Cheesecloth.
detergent, no nothing.
Cheesecloth.
I mean,
There you go. Yeah, some sort of filter, and then I would drink it whole, just like that, right after the filter.
Interesting.
It's good
I
stuff.
mean, it's in a lot of places in the world, it's against the law to sell what they call raw milk that hasn't been pasteurized, because milk is a fantastic medium for fatal microbial infection. You can get salmonella, listeria, all kinds of staphylococcus type, lower order.
Yeah, but you could also fall in your bathtub because the soap is slippery.
But that's true.
You know
But the
what I mean?
point is that the reason we pasteurize milk, or at least the reason that milk is pasteurized, is because it cuts down on infant and child mortality in the population. I mean, and all the other things that pasteurized milk has helped to curb is tuberculosis and diphtheria, for example, because they effectively
I had
took a whole
tuberculosis when I was a kid.
Yeah, I know. Some of my relatives did too, and some of the generation before me died of it by all accounts. So it's not that you can't I've been on the farm and had milk, from the dairy, because I used to live next to a dairy farm, but my mum was particularly chuffed about it, and it was always straight from the cow. The trouble is that historically people didn't know about, obviously with pre-refrigeration, milk could be quite deadly after a very short period of time. And if you're trying to ship milk in one part of a country to, people somewhere else, like we do every day when we live in a suburban or an urban area, really without pasteurization, transportation, and proper refrigeration, milk is more deadly than it's arguably not worth risking.
Well, I didn't know all that, man. That's fascinating.
I mean, that's why they pasteurize a lot of food. They basically blast it, give it a short blast of heat, and in a very controlled environment, just to kill off any microbial bacteria that might have been imparted to it, not by the cow necessarily, but just by the environment. Because cows are like all other animals, they haven't got any inherent sense of cleanliness, and we keep them in. I mean, nowadays, on farms, they're as careful as they can be, but at the end of the day, a farm is just an absolute haven for all kinds of infections. So
what I don't like is that the cows are being injected with vaccines, dozens of vaccines a year or something like that.
Yeah, there's loads of that stuff going on.
That's what bothers me a lot about milk. That about any livestock is they're getting all these injections.
Yeah, that is pretty horrendous. And like I say, pasteurization, a lot of people are very wary of it, but it's really just heating something up in a pressurized oven really, really quickly. There's nothing Machiavellian about the process, really.
I think you're right.
Actually, it is. It cooks all the nutrients. It cooks all the good nutrients out of it, right?
It does. You're right. You are right. It is impactful. It doesn't take all of them out. It is impactful. Because it breaks down some of the complex proteins and complex carbohydrates, because the heat is damaging in that respect. It's not doesn't totally affect it, but it then again, cooking food does exactly the same thing. A lot of food you cook, you destroy some of the vitamin constructs are broken down just by the virtue of the fact you cook it, which is why raw vegetables are better for you than vegetables that have been cooked for a long time, because you're breaking down some of those things. That's not to say that it's not restricted. There's still a quotient of value and energy and vitamins and nutrients in food that's cooked, but it's not the same. But yeah, you're right. Pasteurization is impactful on the value of the food. But yeah, I mean that's raw milk is. If you're ever on a dairy and you've got a cow and it's just been milked, raw milk is really weird. It doesn't taste like milk you get in the supermarket at all. It tastes like it's almost like a food. It feels like you're eating it rather than you're drinking it in some respects. And of course it's warm, which is a bit weird. Because a lot of the time, a lot of people don't. I know lots of people who don't, heat milk up and drink it hot milk. So normally people have cold milk, and when they have it in tea or coffee, they're not actually tasting the milk implicitly. They're tasting whatever else they're having, But actual, and also I tell you what, we used to go around there, and the first time we went around there and saw a cow being milked and the milk coming out, it was almost off-putting in some respects. It's almost like where the milk comes from. When you actually see it, it's like, wow, you drink that. That's weird. It is a bit of a bizarre. And then, funny enough, when I was older, I was working in this company making maps, and I was living in this 16th century manor house on a hill. And but during the day it was busy, at night it was empty, and the only thing around me for miles was a dairy farm. So at night it was deadly silent. There was zero light pollution. It was a fantastic place to live. But I didn't know that one night I woke up and I could hear screaming. So it sounded like a woman screaming, yeah. And I sat bolt upright in bed, and there's no one in my vicinity, and I'm sat there. It's pitch black. I was thinking, what the hell is that noise? I went to the window, and it really sounded like some woman was going through some horrific, something horrific was happening. I couldn't work. It's too close to be, too far. It just didn't make any sense. And and it stopped. And I thought, do I ring? I rang the guy who I thought about ringing the police, but then I thought something told me it didn't quite sit well. So I rang the farmers, the ward, the bottom who used to look after the security, and he said, go back to sleep. He goes, that's the time. That's because this time of year they take the calves away from the cows to encourage them to carry on milking. Yeah, if they leave the cows with them, then the calves the way the calves feed will mean the cows stop producing milk. So the mum cows would actually make this noise, and from a distance it really did. It was horrendous.
And that's how vegans are made, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's not even an environment where this is a normal farm where the cows are free range, and free to move around, and they're not like crated up and this sort of thing. But that's just we have that relationship with the animal. The domestic cow is in many respects quite a long way removed from the first domestication of it, when it was like like a plains animal, a grazer. They are they have been selectively bred to be something slightly different, and they are really modern farming cows are really vulnerable to diseases, really vulnerable because of that. In the same way as pedigree dogs are usually got fucking shit lives, or at least they get osteoporosis, pedigree dogs, or they get problems breathing or problems with their respiratory system, because that kind of selective breeding can actually, it's against the natural way of things.
Like the Chinese
working.
pug. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
My pit bull, she has problem breathing. I follow this chiropractor, and he was saying that this sort of breathing is a deficiency in vitamin B6, and the more sugar you eat, the more it consumes the vitamin. So, like, if you ever get like the little white spots on your fingernails that like start off little and like grow out, that's because that was probably likely a few months back. You had a birthday and you ate a bunch of cake and a bunch of ice cream, drank a bunch of soda, right?
Yeah.
It's like you completely depleted your B6, and now you're snoring and you got the sleep apnea. And it's like maybe you should stay away from all them carbs and get you some food like liver or something that's got good vitamins in it. I don't remember what food he said to eat for B6, but yeah, I think a lot of our problems health-wise comes from deficiency and exposure to obviously stress. So it's emotional, chemical, and physical stress, and then everything else is exposure to poisons, maybe too much sugar, and definitely not sunlight. Like I remember, like when this whole my first started, like some of the edicts and some of the mandates were like so antithetical to what I knew already about like vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin K2, and it's like you can't lay down on the beach. Really? Like we can't sit down on the beach. I was like, what do you mean we can't sit down on the beach? It's like, well, you can't. It's a mandate. What the fuck does that mean? You can't sit down on the beach? Can we sit in the water? Yeah, you can sit in the water. It's like, okay, so we can't get any vitamin D out here on this vacation where I drove fucking hours to get to the coast, and I'm spending all this money here in your little town. I can't sit on the fucking beach because Miley Cyrus. What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, that was my 4th of July.
I've been learning recently about this keto diet, ketosis, something about high fat, low carbs. So I even had to go to the store to
And
get
moderate to
bread.
low protein. You got to remember, moderate to low protein. You can't just grill a whole bunch of chicken and think you're doing keto because your body will store it as carbs.
Damn, I just did that last night.
Yeah, I'm just reminding you.
I don't know, Hank. All I was eating was half chickens and the salmon and almost nothing else. And man, I couldn't stop losing weight.
I'm paying $10 for a loaf of bread, and it's only half the size of regular bread.
How you doing keto and eating bread?
No, I mean to say that I got keto bread made of almonds and coconut and stuff like that.
Cool.
It tastes like bread almost. It's most of the same thing.
I'm on a seafood diet at the moment.
Wow, that's
I see it and I eat it.
That's exactly what I'm on. Yeah.
No, walked right into that one.
No. It's,
I stole the joke from him, dude. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can do the joke. It wasn't mine to begin with, if I'm honest.
It was tonight.
No, I don't diet very much. I don't look after my health as much as I should do.
I found out I can't drink beer, but I can drink wine.
That's quite a common thing for people to be able to consume one type of alcohol, not another. Some people only get on with spirits, and even wine has got like you can have it. Your body can object to some of the some of the residual part of the brewing process in wine and beer, and they are distinct.
Certain people harbor funguses and yeasts and there's another word for it in their body, and alcohol adds to that.
The enzymes in it all.
Yeah, so I can't drink normally.
Candida, that's what it is.
I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
Candida.
I'm lacking the enzymes, so I normally can't get drunk. But one night somebody gave me a bottle of Southern Comfort, and I drank the shit out of it. And I went and had like a spiritual experience where I can't stand up anymore, so I better go sit down. And then I started like analyzing myself, and I started thinking, oh man, I'm so greedy, with time, and time equals money, and I'm greedy with my money. I should be like more charitable, and I need to do this, and that, and stop doing this, that, and that. And I was like, man, like if I ever need to like psychoanalyze myself, just go get some Southern Comfort.
Yeah, a little therapy session, yeah.
I got so pissed on tequila once in Spain. So I was in Spain once. I got really pissed on tequila. Yeah, and I went out into this. I thought, oh, I'm gonna be ill. And I left all my mates in this bar, and I went outside and I stood in this street. It must have been late afternoon. And I turned 90 degrees to the bar and looked down this pavement, this road, and I was convinced that at that precise moment in time, the entire Earth started pivoting on a line from my across the front of my toes, and I glanced behind me, and the whole world behind me was slowly moving downwards, and I glanced forwards, and the whole world in front of me was slowly moving up. And it got quicker and quicker, and it came up and just slammed me in the face. Obviously, it was me going straight over.
No way, dude. You listen. You got so drunk that you made the earth itself move. That's how drunk you were.
It wasn't me moving.
No, there's a saying. we get real tequila in Texas, right? We got the worms, right? So there's a saying: 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor. Because most people don't make it to the 4th one before they hit the floor.
Yeah, I mean the stuff there where you're getting it straight from so close to the best stuff, aren't you? Basically.
Yeah, it's Texas tequila is dangerous. It can be dangerous.
the stuff we get in Europe is, it's like Smirnoff is to vodka. It's not the same. It's a corporate branded shit.
Yeah, we can have 15% alcohol. So what are those? Man, let's talk about it and everybody gets excited.
15? You mean in beer?
Yeah, 15% alcohol in beer. Yeah.
Okay,
Loco,
yeah.
Four Locos?
Four Loco, yeah.
Yeah, we got Four Locos here.
15%
Still?
proof, don't be saying.
Yeah, we got Four Locos. So, like, one night I was working with a guy. He was like, go get me some beer. I was like, bro, you got to tell me you're going home and you ain't going nowhere. He said, I need this to sleep. I've been having a rough time sleeping. So I go in there and I buy like 4 or 5 Four Locos. And they were like, sir, I don't know you, but get some help. And I was like, damn.
Dude, yeah, 4 or 5 to sleep?
Well, he was getting it for a couple. He was getting them for a couple nights.
Oh,
So that was his Four Locos for the week.
Still,
and
the last thing I'm going to do is drink one of those before bed.
The lady was like, get some help, sir. And I was like, they're not for me. And she was like, okay, sure. Get some help,
They're
sir.
not. Sure, they're not.
Is it? Do you measure like ABV? Is it ABV you measure for beer over there, or because we do over here?
Alcohol by volume.
Yeah. So what's a good strong like tin or bottled beer in the States kicking out at?
10, wouldn't that be like platinum?
Yeah.
I don't know. I quit drinking.
Bud Light Platinum.
There's a trend here in the UK at the moment for like these microbreweries making all these fancy triple distilled IPAs and stouts.
My stepsister makes that.
Yeah,
they do contests in Colorado for it. They're not even that good at it, but nobody cares. They're just craft beer. Let's go fucking join that.
Yeah, and I think you can buy. They got to about 19% here. They're usually about £8. They'll be about $8 or $9 a can.
Yeah, I've had one at 21%, and it was terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, there's like a boutique liquor store around the corner here. They've got all that super duper expensive. Yeah, I don't drink anymore either.
So when I taught my children to drink,
I'm done.
I taught them with the Four Locos, and I just poured them shots, right? And I just kind of monitored how drunk they were getting. And I was like, look, this is how you drink. You drink one thing, you know that you can drink it. You don't mix it with, I was teaching them the rules of drinking because, drinking in public is different, right? So I was teaching them just to drink at the house, right? So make sure nobody pours anything in your drink. Wash it cracked open. Because I'm pretty sure somebody tricked me one time and they put something in their pipe that wasn't supposed to be in there. So I've been tricked before and I was furious, dude.
If you've ever bought weed in the if you ever bought weed in the ghetto and they made you smoke before you left, you've smoked you could be smoking whatever from that pipe. Anyway.
Well, this was a really
paying $3.50 a bottle at
house. Like this dude. Sorry. So this dude was a rich kid, and I was just working with him. And then we rolled a blunt. He rolled a blunt. I sit there and watched him roll it. He's like, "Oh man, you got to come and try my steamroller." And I was like, "Steamroller? What's that?" And then he showed me, and I was like, "Oh, I know what that is." He's like, "Go get a chair. You're gonna need it." And I'm like,
"Oh, for sure."
I ain't no amateur. So I go get the chair, and I didn't see him stuff it, but he was like, "Hit it twice." I coughed for like 2 minutes. Could not stop coughing. And then for like 15 minutes, my heart's racing. I'm like, "Bro, did you put anything in that?" He was like, "No, me? No, why would I do that?" And he kind of had the duper's delight look on his face.
Yeah, no.
And I think he tricked me, but I don't know for sure.
Could be.
Dude, it might have been some brickweed with some nasty stuff already on it.
It could have been
Sometimes that happens. You dose too quickly with certain either it could be certain strands or either it's that or we've all been finagled a little bit. You know what I mean? Because there's some times where I was like, was there crack in there or some shit? Like, I can't fucking move right now.
Like, I want to do taxes right now. I've never wanted to do taxes. What's happening?
Went to a nightclub in Hawaii, and the owner of the nightclub gave me a real strong drink, and there was something in there, and I knew I was about to pass out. And he put something in my drink, and I stood right up, walked right out, and I passed out on the beach.
So
and then I woke up. But I knew he poisoned me. That was
Smurfy
about
got a
to pass
roofie.
out. I walked as fast.
Wait, so somebody roofied a Smurf? That's fucked up.
Why would you do that to a Smurf? Like a roofie a Smurf?
They're so nice, all of them, most of them.
Yeah, I got roofied one time. He was telling me I should meet his sister, and he was a multi-millionaire, and he wanted me to get with his sister, and then like marriage or something. And then I only had one drink, and I knew I was about to fall asleep, and then I walked out. I walked across to the beach, and I passed out. But I woke up on the beach, and
It's
you know.
good that you had all your teeth when you woke up. I went to a party once. Shit faced. Sorry, this is a quick one. I went to a party once, shit faced already, and I guess the guy didn't like me. He gave me one drink. There was something in it because I don't remember the rest of the night. But I woke up in the morning and I felt a little emptiness under my lip, my upper lip, and then I used my tongue to kind of check and see, and it was just all jagged. And I'm like, I look in the mirror and both my front teeth were chipped out. Like it almost looked like somebody took a beer bottle and fucking. Now it didn't hurt. So it didn't look like I got in a fight or anything. It was just I was missing my two front teeth.
Wow. Oh damn.
That sucks, man. That was me. That was me since like my first, like just before I got here, I got into an accident that knocked my my front teeth out. I was so fucking.
Anyway,
you cut out at the end there, Elijah.
The dude that gave me a roofie was a Japanese dude from Tokyo, and I knew he'd put something in my.
So you go upstairs and you go that way.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. Let Elijah finish. Smurf.
Here, Elijah, maybe do it over because you were robot or you were gone for most of that. It cut out.
What was I saying?
Something about your teeth falling out.
Was so fucking.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got into that. Yep. So I was very It fucks you up.
Yeah.
You know? It does.
I was scared shitless. I was like, hold on. The two front teeth are gone like any other tooth.
God.
And I would, but it was that week. Like 2 days later, I spent $6 grand on my teeth.
If your confidence was a woman, it's walking out.
Right.
Thank God I got my two front teeth. Lost almost all the other ones.
That's what MC Hammer said. Thank God I got a mind to rhyme and my two front teeth. That's what he says. And you can't touch this.
Yeah, the day that I fixed my teeth, man.
Right.
It changed my life again. You know,
I felt born again, dude. I was like, okay, second chance, new lease on life.
I was like, they're better than my originals. How the fuck did you guys do that?
Right.
I'll tell you some of this.
Why don't you do the whole mouth? Shit.
I'll tell you somewhere in the world it's an inherently dangerous place to get drunk is Amsterdam.
Oh
Red
yeah,
Light District in Amsterdam. Because basically you get pissed, you roll at the bars, and as a European you're not used to it anyway. Well, it's not even that, yeah. Even if you're just on your own or with your mates, yeah, you've got these narrow, wet cobbled pavements because it's invariably raining like it is in most of bloody Europe, yeah. On one side you've got women in lingerie trying to make eye contact with you, okay, right? And the other side you've got a canal, yeah.
Right.
It's the most bizarre amount of times we heard of someone falling in the canal when they were pissed.
Yeah,
you guys don't watch the movie Hostel.
What a choice to make drunk.
Yeah. But it was a really weird place. I mean, in the bar, they have
You said there's only one choice to make drunk.
No,
yeah,
I said.
Yeah, there is only one choice to make a drunk.
No, that's not what I said though. But I said, what a choice to have to make while drunk.
Where you're looking, definitely.
Well, and are they women?
Choices, worst choices.
I mean, in Amsterdam, you could get all manner of thing going on in Amsterdam. Shoot.
Which wet ditch do you want to fall in?
Right. The choice is which tunnel, which hole.
If you saw the colour of the water, you'd realise it was more of a debate than you thought it was.
The which ditch or the wet ditch?
It's really weird. They have these smoking houses, and they call them coffee shops, where you can buy coffee, but that's just basically just tradition, yeah.
You can also buy a pound of mushrooms. No big deal.
Yeah. But these days, because obviously smoking cigarettes is banned indoors, If you buy gear in there, you can sit in there, you can smoke it, but you can't get cigarettes out, break them open, and put tobacco into a joint if you're trying to make a light one. So you've got this absurd situation where cigarettes aren't allowed, but marijuana's allowed. If you smoke, you can sit in there and smoke it, and the police come in and get their drinks and go. Yeah, but if you stepped outside and smoked it on the street,
Then you're
you get
busted?
fined.
Yeah, so in Amsterdam, so you have to sit inside the coffee shops, huh?
You're not allowed to walk around the street normally.
You can't smoke out in the street.
They turn a blind eye in some festivals and some big public events, but generally speaking,
they will pull you over and say you can't smoke. They'll give you a fine.
yeah, they won't let you do it, and it's really weird because you go in these streets and you have all these like sex shops and all these peep shows, and then you have like
yeah,
so it's like if you look along the row, it's like sex shop, peep show, sex shop, McDonald's, sex shop. It's really weird.
I know.
Well, it's no problem to engage in satanic sex, evil magic stuff, but don't bring that plant onto the street, motherfucker.
Isn't that crazy? It's so wild, man.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
The heck.
And the really
Upside
weird
down.
thing is that when we went over there, you go
Burning
around
that substance.
Elijah, you robot. You sound like a robot.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. So that's the roboting term. Don't have to say anything else. Domo. That's all you gotta do.
I wasn't saying much. I was just saying, don't you burn that substance outside because it won't go anywhere because of gravity, and it'll stay close to the surface and get everybody high.
Oh yeah, exactly. Right.
I got pulled over recently, and I was roasting the bone, smoking a joint, and my friend brought it up.
Smurf, do you ever take a breath? Like after somebody speaks, can you just like take a pause before they, like once they stop, just give a second, a millisecond?
Are you ready? Are you done?
Yes, thanks for asking.
Okay. What was just saying?
That's my man, Smurf.
Got pulled over, and I was roasting a bone, and my friend brought it up, and the cops said that it's not illegal because they had just recently legalized weed in the beautiful state of Virginia.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
So down in Austin, Texas, South by Southwest and Austin City Limits are both festivals that happen. And 6th Street is like the music hub in the city. And it's the attention hub. Everybody goes there for no reason. We call it Dirty Sixth because all manner of person that you can meet across the world, good, bad, indifferent, ugly, beautiful, stinky, real stinky, and smelling good, and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, the cops, especially during festivals, they ride horses through downtown. They perch on horses and they just trot through. And there was one time I didn't even know it. There was a cop coming up behind me, and I had a big joint in my right hand, and I was just holding on to it for a second. I went up to take a puff, and I was going to pass it because some rando in the middle of the streets handed me a joint and said later. I was like, alrighty, well, here we do this now. But the cop anyway came right up on the horse, and I'm sitting here puffing on the joint, and I look up at the cop, and I just make eye contact, and I'm thinking in my head, what are you going to do? What are we doing here? What's going on? And he just kind of nodded at me and looked forward. And there's no way he didn't know that I was smoking a joint, is what I'm trying to say. And they weren't busting anybody. Everybody on that street was smoking on something. Everybody. And so what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Arrest everybody?
Too much paperwork. Yeah, if people realize that they could just do that with everything, not just that, Yeah, people be weird. I used to walk. I've walked stilts on 6th Street before.
Nice. Stilts, huh? That's cool.
Yeah, it was fun. I love walking stilts, especially when there's lots of stoned or drunk or whatever. People, their eyes get so freaking big, and they like stop in their tracks. And I stop in my tracks and do the same pose they do.
Yeah.
They start laughing.
That's great, dude. That's great. Yeah, you can find some good good street stuff in Austin sometimes.
I've learned that in Virginia, the cops do not care at all. Another friend of mine, he got arrested for a DWI, and he didn't want to give a test, but they said they let him know that weed is not illegal. The cops here seem to love weed. They're kind of very pro weed. I don't know what else to say.
That's great.
They've probably been growing it themselves for like 2
Yeah.
generations.
No, they've probably been wanting to smoke it for 2 generations, and now they can.
They've been growing it themselves. They're like, sure, man. We
I
don't.
think it's a combination yet.
Not causing us any problems either.
We know that Virginia is the land of tobacco, and so weed is like, of course.
It's easier to move than moonshine, so us law enforcement went to weed.
I wonder what it's like for the guy who just got busted and had 5,000 plants ripped out of his garden, or whatever, and then the next day they passed the law and he's still in jail for it. That's
Oh,
the guy
yeah.
that starts.
Fuck yeah. Amen.
All I can tell you is we have an awesome governor. He's based.
That's cool, man. Shoot. Yeah. Searching out the freest state, man. I want to find the freest state where they just leave me the fuck alone.
Check that. No, that I don't know about that one, but let me tell you, a friend of mine was in a commercial for the governor right before he got elected, and he got to speak with the governor. And he said, "What's up with this limit on 4 plants?" And he said, "We got to fix that."
Right on. That's kind of chintzy, don't you think?
He just looks at him straight away and points at him and says, "We got to fix that."
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what it did. Yeah.
So we don't live in Washington D.C., so I don't understand how these phony federal codes. They don't even apply to us. They have no juris.
Okay, I can explain that to you. So when you use your social security number, your driver's license, or something like that, and you get a job, these are called minimal points of contact.
I did do that.
Right. And when you make minimum points,
Keep
well,
going.
I'll turn on my
Keep going,
Wi-Fi
Hank.
then.
Keep going, Hank.
Yeah. So Wi-Fi 3, 2,
No, you're
1.
good, man. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Sure. So yeah, when you make minimal points of contact with the government, they assume because of your actions, because that's how you're judged based on your actions, not what you're saying.
Yes.
They assume that you're a United States citizen according to the 14th Amendment, right? So the way that it works is Congress has the right to regulate that which they create. So they only have jurisdiction over, the 10 square miles that makes up Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
But they have the right to regulate anything that they create. So when they conquer a landmass and now it's not a state, what do they call it? Like, what do they call Puerto Rico?
Territory or
Yeah.
Commonwealth.
So they have a territory, right? They created the term territories, so they have the right to regulate it whatever they want. Well, they
Puerto Rico,
created
absolutely gorgeous. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they created the term U.S. citizen because it didn't exist before the Civil War, right? So when they created that U.S. citizen, instead of making the slaves free, they made everyone a slave unless you're gonna, do whatever you want without using the Social Security number. So when you're using the straw man, they assume that you are a 14th Amendment citizen, which they have the right to regulate because they created it. So it's like this: if you live under my house, you're gonna play by my rules. But if you're out there sinking or swimming it and not using your Social Security benefits, no benefits and privileges, then you're a grown ass man. You can do whatever the hell you want. As long as you're out there.
It's time to relinquish those. It's time to relinquish those things where your implicit consent, where they just assumed it because.
Well, they got to stop the
Don't
birth
relinquish
certificate
it.
thing first.
Don't relinquish it. Put it into trust.
They consider you a delinquent until you tell them otherwise. So until you tell them I'm a full sound and body and I run my own affairs, so I think that's what a lot of us have been talking about in here is you make what Whitsitt is talking about. You make these affidavits.
But the affidavit is like the lowest form on the public side. The affidavit, you have to have standing for them to recognize you because there's a public and a private side. And if you try to take your private side into the public court, they're going to call you crazy and send you to jail. So like, because it's like considered a trade secret. It's private information. It's a confidential commercial information. And if you don't know what to do and how to do it right, you can try to say, "Oh, I'm a grown ass man" and whatnot, but they'll just be like, "Ha ha ha, your signature's right here. Your signature's right here." It only takes three points of contact with the government, and then you are basically assumed for life, unless you
What
rebut,
about
which
London?
it is rebuttable.
What about the Vatican and London?
If you have a weapon,
Oh, Hank, your robot in this
one
time.
point of contact.
Hank, give it just a second. Just pause for a moment and try it again. Go ahead, man. Because the robot usually doesn't last long. It's just like a second or something, second or two.
Hank, you was robot, man. Can you say that again?
Yeah, he knows, man. Just give him a break. Domo. Oh my God.
That's kind of funny, buddy.
Just relax, everybody.
Well, I wanted to ask Hank, and you all.
Smurf, gosh, Smurf. Just relax, bro. Why are you so on top of everything, man? Come on.
I just want to find the truth.
I know, but you're jumping. You're just jumping. Just chill. Just slow yourself down. Can you try that, man? Just slow yourself down a little.
No.
Take slow, deep breaths. Exhale slowly. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Someone said domo.
I got something to say on the breathing thing. So there was this blonde, and she went in to have her hair done, and she had these headphones on, over the ear, over the head, and whatnot. And she says, "Don't take my headphones off, no matter what." And she was sitting there, and the lady's like, "Well, I can't do this without taking her headphones off." And so the girl, while she was working with her, she had fallen asleep, so she took her headphones off and she did her hair. And when she was done, the girl was dead. And she put the headphones in her ears, and it was saying, "Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out."
Holy man! I knew there was comedy in there. I could tell it was gold.
That was a terrible
Yeah, that was
joke.
good.
Don't say that's gold. That was horrible.
Yeah,
That was funny.
It was morbid.
I thought you were gonna say something like she worked around the headphones or something.
No.
Made it work anyway, but yeah, that was much better.
Definitely satirical.
That's funny. Hey, am I too loud? Too close? Like,
No, you're just fine. We hear you loud and clear. You good, dude?
Okay, good. I think if it's green and blue, it's fine. If it's in the red, it's
You ever been told you're too perfect?
No, nobody's
Hey,
ever
Hank,
said
are you
that.
still there? I want to hear what he had to say.
About what?
Well, he's gone. He ain't in here right now.
Sorry.
Hank is dealing with some
What?
connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have there.
Can I ask you all on the subject he was speaking of with the connection with the Vatican in London?
Yeah, the lizard people. I got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
I think that's kind of now common knowledge. Ooh, secrets in the Vatican. We'll talk about it all, folks, right here. Gay frogs withstanding.
Vatican knows it's flat.
Yeah, they know it's flat.
Oh, they know, dude.
They're just on the side of that telescope. Oh, what's it called? Oh, Lucifer?
No big deal with that name. No
Side
big
of
deal.
Lucifer. Okay, good.
Didn't they change the name?
They probably
Didn't they
did
change it
because of
to
flat
something
earthers.
different because they were like, yeah, that's a little on the nose, guys. We need to.
Well, they moved the atmosphere out to the moon, so I mean.
Yeah, they did do that.
Don't put anything past them at this point.
CB, you're all right, CB. I didn't like you, but I like you. You're good, dude.
CB's great. What are you talking about?
You better only have good things to say
I
about
remember when you
creation.
first came in the server.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, I remember when he first came in the server, CB.
Yeah, me too.
My time has come.
That's a real art form, man. Whatever you do.
But he got like a board or something.
He does, and I'm glad nobody else has really done that and like stepped on his toes. That's CB's.
I know.
It's like
super.
64% of the reason I come to this server. Okay.
That's a good percentage. 14 percentile over 50%.
69% of what I come.
Above average.
We just gotta figure out how to push all his buttons.
Well,
I get it.
What about those buttons? Do they have buttons on the ISS?
They don't let me talk about the ISS anymore.
Yeah, don't. Just sit down for a second, Don. No, it is Don. We do want to talk to you, Don. Hold on. Just take a break, too. Wait a minute. We're going to... we have a general question coming in for Don Pettit from the crowd. They want to know what's the process in the morning. What kind of processes do you have in the morning when you get up on the ISS?
Well, you most definitely can't take his headphones out. That's for sure.
Definitely
I
don't
signed a non-disclosure piece of paper, and I cannot. No.
That's good.
He sounds like Trudeau, man.
Cannot disclose it. CB, are you there?
Then we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh my! So thanks, Don. That's one of.
He puts such funny emphasis on
So
certain
that's
words.
one of
It's
the
great.
processes they do. Then okay.
Now, is he trolling and playing like he's Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah.
Or
no,
or is this the kind of people that they employ? Because that would be the only way you can trick somebody is if they didn't have all their cognitive abilities.
I know, but Elijah, think about this though. How do you put a magnitude on either one of those two ludicrous ideas? Either one is just as crazy as the other one. Like, which one do you prefer?
Girl. So mentally held back people, that's the like what if they're employing these people on purpose? Like you know how you go to the Walmart and
Well, they don't need to be smart. They just need to do their job, right?
Oh
Whatever
my
the job
God.
is.
Don't even go to Walmart, man. Please. But
but I got mentally disabled people in my family, and they like again anyway. Never mind. Let me chill out.
I didn't mean to laugh. Sorry, I don't want. Sometimes the timing's off, and sometimes I laugh, and then somebody said something just a second, and it's like
because
it sounded like a freaking like a diss, and it's like it wasn't.
It's not that people's conditions are funny or their dispositions are funny. I mean, shit. I mean, anyway, yeah. That's not the funny part. The funny thing is the smartest people in the world seem like they have mental disabilities.
Yeah.
Bro, check this out. If you got any mental issues with anybody, you give them zeolite clay, and it will take all the metals out of their brain, and they will be normal again. That's called.
What do you do with the clay?
You eat it.
Oh, I've heard of that. You put it in.
It's got a special geometry that grabs all the metals out of your body, whatever it is. Anything positively. I meant to say anything. Well, I think positively charged, or I got that backwards. But you type it in zeolite clay, Zeolite, man. It will cure all mental illnesses.
Do you have a?
You just go outside and open your mouth and eat sun rays. Then.
Do you have a citation for that? That Could you
Well, yeah,
provide?
I do. What it is you type in a search engine ZEOLITE, and just type it in. And
No. Sorry, I want you to put a link in the text chat.
Oh, I'm too drunk to do that, but I did relay to you the importance of.
Oh, well, when you sober up, then put it in. That's your assignment.
I can give you my Amazon link. That's the thing I bought, but I'm not trying to sell anything, man.
Or stop now and drink some coffee and then put it in.
I just quit drinking coffee, man. 'Cause I'm,
eat some food then.
Yeah.
There are people with
high protein content. Just eat a whole bunch of protein. Like
people with a mental disability.
You make yourself a cup of coffee.
They're called humic minerals. Here,
I wouldn't think that would be bad for you, but I just don't like any kind of intervention. I'm like a non-interventionalist. I don't want any kind of man-made shit. Like I don't care what they say it does. Like
check the live stream voice text.
Full of shit most
Check
of the
the live stream voice text.
In my experience, most of it's full of shit. So
Okay, the zeolite clay is not man-made. It's mined somewhere in the like Nevada or somewhere, and it is a special tetragrammaton geometry.
So you could eat a little bit of dirt. So you could eat a little bit of dirt, which everyone knows is how we're so healthy. If we were kids and we played around, ate dirt, play with dirty balls, like our mouth. That's what what we needed to do to be as healthy as we are right now. And guess what?
I was about to say
For
something.
thousands of years, all of our ancestors
I heard
apparently we're still here, so it worked.
That's all
he fell for the banana in the tailpipe. If you want to know if it works, there's a couple of countries in Africa where they eat clay patties.
Yeah,
there you
Dirt patties. They call it something, and I was watching this documentary or something where the people are saying they know it's not the most nutritious thing, but it fills you up. Like it's just the cheapest thing there. Like it's the thing that you can afford, so you eat it because to me, honestly, I mean that's akin to like pasta and shit.
Put a few bugs in there, roast
To keep
them
it
up
real.
a bit, roast them in the sun, roast some bugs, some locusts, like put
some
it on
dirt
top,
bugs,
roast
maybe a
them.
little bit of bark jerky, tree bark jerky.
Some kind of root out there.
I mean,
put
to
that
keep it real, like if you're eating
cinnamon's a bark.
If you're eating like just bread, like pizza for dinner, like there's no nutrition. Like
Not much.
you may as well eat a patty of dirt if there's. Hey.
How are you going to dispute it? There's probably more nutrition in the dirt than the pizza.
Oh, absolutely.
Grain of yeast. Like, what's the difference? I don't know.
Right? That's why, like, everybody should go out and find something that is growing all around you, no doubt, that is edible. Like, I don't know about in New York City, but out here there's a huge park. There's clover growing. You can eat as much clover as you want. Just grab some of that
There's
clover.
more than enough squirrels to go around killing.
I mean, listen,
Raccoons.
I wanna find out. There's like wild, what is it called? Wild radish growing. They grow these little purple flowers, and you eat that, and it's like you could eat as much of that as you want. I can eat any kind of cactus growing anywhere around here. So people don't know that.
Yep.
It's like there's little succulents putting out these little things out in the center. If you break that off, you can just chew on that whole thing like it's a piece of celery. People don't even know that. People starve to death here in the city. They don't even know there's food.
I'm not talking about nutrition or health. I'm just talking about specifically mental issues, which the cause, I think the common denominator is a metal accumulation. So you take the zeolite and the metal is gone.
It could be. Could be DDT. Could be
That
all
may
the
be the case.
chemicals in the foods, all the processed foods. Could be whatever chemicals that they don't tell you.
This could be a problem for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there are people with genuine mental disabilities, and no amount of eating dirt or anything else or taking metals out of their body is going to help them. They actually are.
Yeah.
They actually are biologically.
Diet can fix that shit. My son had autism, and I feed him the right things. He doesn't. If he eats one time, he eats the wrong thing, and all of a sudden he cannot focus for shit. It's totally weird.
Eli's right. We might want to move it past the medical thing.
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
I didn't say anything.
exactly the same.
Hang on a second. Is it mass attracting mass with that zeolite attracting the metals?
No, bro, it's geometry.
No,
but
wait,
you're
what did I say? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
No, you didn't. I thought that's what you were kind of alluding to. So no, that's my preempting. But anyway, if you're not, no big deal. I don't really have a problem.
But what did I say? That's what I'm because I forget.
I don't know. I guess sometimes I think I have ESP. So honestly, that's it.
You probably read our minds. Quit doing that.
You're just looking out for the server, bro. No worries.
Cool. Man. Check this out. Okay, so the zeolite is from a volcano or something, and and so geometrically stuff gets stuck in it or something like that. It's like porous volcanic stuff that you get in your bloodstream because it's so small. It's real small and gets in your blood, and it cleans the metal out of your brain, man. And I got 80 other things too, like diatomaceous earth kills parasites and candida. Also, I also eat bentonite clay, which gets the biosludge out of your guts and kills parasites too. By the way, also you cure hangovers. You can't get a hangover if you eat bentonite clay.
Activated charcoal will make any kind of nausea, poison, like food poisoning or anything like that. It'll soak it up and get it out of you.
Yo, you're correct. You're correct. The things I just mentioned are more powerful than charcoal, but you're absolutely correct.
And
well, I use charcoal specifically for food poisoning. Like if I eat something that I wasn't like that bad, then I do that and it makes the nausea go away like 5 minutes later. The other
I know a cure for mental disorders to get off the medical topic, kinda. I know a cure for mental disorders. You guys want to hear it?
Go ahead.
Measuring for Earth curvature helps.
Dun dun dun.
Yep, that's what we need to do to separate to find out who is ill or not.
That's right.
So it does.
And it's fixable, you know.
Everyone says.
I'd like to Hey, I'd like to point out that only less than a quarter of people can visualize stuff because 3/4 of people don't have an inner monologue. So only a fraction of the remaining third have a capability to visualize the alternate cosmology, which is the actual real cosmology that the flat Earth is. I 3/4 of people are insane.
Yeah, actually, that's the one thing I was going to ask for a citation, but then before you're right when you finish, you don't need a citation for that.
Not anymore. No, he completed the thought. That was great.
Lots of people are insane. Absolutely, that's objective.
Yeah, but you know, like that, like obvious, like I don't. Obviously, everyone hasn't been tabulated to say, okay, out of all of humans in existence, 1/3 of them. Like I don't know. It's like something.
There's no way to know that. Yeah.
I don't like statistics in that sense. Like I don't really know how reliable. I don't know. Come on.
Well, 100% of statistics are
I
made up.
used to say that because I thought it was very interesting. Yeah, statistics are definitely, some of them are made up. But like what I was gonna say is, yeah, I guess
just messing
I don't
around.
know. But like, I used to say that, like, damn, there are people out there that don't have like an internal dialogue, that can't what's the word? Virtualize what they're thinking, for lack of better term.
Visualize.
But I haven't actually met anyone like that though, yet. So it's like, well, I don't even know if what I heard is true. I'm gonna stop saying it till I can at least, you know.
Eli, I can send you a link to an interview with a person that doesn't have an internal dialogue. I shared it the other day, but I guess you missed it. It's really interesting, and based on what the girl said in the interview,
is it common though?
Well, I heard it 15% is what I heard. It was 15% didn't have an internal dialogue or monologue, and actually they can visualize. That's what they do, is they just don't hear a voice in their head. They don't, like, I don't know. You'll just have to watch the interview, but they do visualize. They just don't have the thoughts in their head, and when they do have a thought, they have to say it out loud. Like if they're looking in the mirror, they can't just think something. If they think something, they have to say it out loud. Like when they read, they have to move their lips. I mean, some people do this that do have an internal monologue, that you like move your lips while you read, but they like physically have to move their lips. So she's basically reading out loud, but just not saying it loud, like she's whispering it, kind of. I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up
I
around
think I did
people
hear
who
you talking
did that.
about it. I think I did. There was a day like last week or the week before, some very not distant day that we were talking about that. But I think there's a distinction. So the people who I guess can't communicate or well not communicate but speak or have a dialogue in their mind. I guess okay. I don't know. Maybe I might say, well, what if that's just like, some sort of disorder where they think that they have to talk every time they think. Like people have disorders all the time, but now people who actually can't visualize, like that's not a disorder. If somebody claims that they can't see things in their imagination, aka they don't have an imagination, like that's what I want to know. Is that what you're saying, Smurf? That some people can't actually
Yeah,
simulate? That's the word.
yeah.
Images
It's been multiple scientific studies to reinforce exactly what you're saying from different universities. I found it on 4chan, and they got links to scientific PubMed, whatever. I don't have it right in front of me, but you can find these things. They have done studies where people do not have an inner monologue. 67% of people either do not have it, or a small fraction use it less than 5%
the
of the time.
monologue is the monologue or not monologue is fine. I heard
But listen,
at
with
some
it,
time that people can't even
I
like
didn't get.
I'm
I didn't get to
fine
the
with
good
the
part.
non. Okay.
Dude, let me tell you the really interesting part is the remaining 1/3 of people, only a fraction of them can close their eyes and visualize a three-dimensional object, which is critical and to discover the earth is flat because they've been so deceived, right? You've got to be able to close your eyes and visualize the alternate the real cosmology. They lack the capacity to visualize three-dimensional objects when they close their eyes.
Yeah, that's not most. That's like, even if that were true, that's a
It's
very, according to the data, a very small percentage of people. Like the rest of the Glovers, then.
Oh, okay. They just believe whatever they're told. They go default to the authority.
Yeah.
It's like a social tribal thing. They're always reacting all the time. It's just backed up by the data. I feel so bad to say this because it's kind of I always expected we all found ourselves here for a reason because we can visualize things. We're in the small minority here, and I'm sorry to share that with you. It hurts me to share this with you. We're in a small percent here that the vast majority of people do not have an inner monologue, and those that do, only a fraction of them can visualize three-dimensional objects in their mind. This is backed up by there's a dozen scientific studies floating around on 4chan. They call them NPCs or non-player characters.
Not that I want. I mean, I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna drill you on accuracy, but 1/3 is not most.
I was trying to say 2/3 of people lack an inner monologue, and then the remaining third, a fraction of them can visualize three-dimensional objects. Do you understand?
Can you back it up just a hair and say that of the people studied, that seems to be the percentage?
Yes, that would be most accurate. Yes. That's correct. So looking at that, we can guess that at least half of the people can never figure out the Earth is flat.
Half of those people.
Unless CNN told them it was flat, then they would all agree with us.
Well, of course.
What's funny is you could make the correlation that people without an internal monologue are the only ones willing to participate in those studies.
Oh, well, I'm just sharing the data with you. It's all over 4chan. They call them NPCs.
Yeah. No, I call them NPCs too. I'm with you. I'm just
I
joking.
call them
I'm just
normies.
making. Yeah.
Normies. Dude, ask yourself. I don't want to change the subject, but looking at current events, it's clear. Like, yeah, it's kind of obvious.
What's obvious?
You know that I don't want to. I'm just going to say it one time because we get in trouble here. The shot, you know, that they're taking is because the television told them to do it, and they're not thinking for themselves. They're not thinking for themselves. Not to change the subject, but they're not thinking for and the television is thinking for them, and we found ourselves in this awkward scenario.
That's why this topic is so brilliant, because it helps with thinking issues, literal cognitive deficiencies and disorders that can, again, be fixed.
I suggest a zeolite clay. They may have been poisoned or chemically lobotomized with heavy metals. And also in the cereal, if you put a magnet through breakfast cereal, oh, God.
Yeah. It's the bad one.
Yeah, you want to never eat cereal. I love the taste of it because I put milk in it and it tastes great, like soggy cereal. But don't eat it. It's bad for you. Eat eggs. Eggs are much better.
Yeah, I don't drink milk or eat cereal anymore.
You're smart.
I haven't drank milk in a long time.
Okay, so the detox is zeolite clay. Also, avocados create glutamine, which is some sort of, it's an NAC. NAC is the more direct, but you can eat a lot of avocados, which is also in what's that word called? Guacamole. Guacamole has avocado in it. You can eat some guacamole and you'll be smarter.
And then put garlic in it, and it'll help too with the
also
vasodilation to the brain and blood. Yep.
Yep. Garlic is a natural virus killer. I always take that if I have like the sniffles or I feel something coming on, and I just swallow a raw garlic clove like a vitamin, and it usually goes away the next day. I also take activated charcoal for the whole detox thing. You're not supposed to take it like as an everyday thing, but it is good for detoxing. The zeolite and the clay and activated charcoal.
I've been drinking, and so tonight, if I can remember, before I go to sleep, I eat bentonite clay, which takes all the toxins out of my body. So I wake up feeling better than if I didn't even drink at all. But
you're cheating.
Yeah, yes, you got me. You got me. Sometimes it's good to forget, and I wake up feeling terrible.
You or somebody needs to market that as the hangover cure. Just take one of these before you go to bed, before you pass out, and you'll be good to go in the morning.
Yeah,
you make millions of dollars.
I'm part of the 1% of people that don't get hangovers.
I went to church and they had this amazing breakfast once a month, and they had some pastries. Anyway, long story short, there was a lot of sugar in their desserts, and I had a terrible toothache. I tried brushing and mouthwash repeatedly. Nothing helped. But then I rinsed my mouth with diatomaceous earth, which are algae, and diatoms are like algae fossils, and the algae fossils rip and shred all the small bacterial as well as. Anyway, long story short, parasites too. If you eat diatomaceous earth, you will cleanse your body of parasites. I also eat bentonite clay, which cleanses my body of toxins. And then I also eat zeolite clay, which cleanses my body of heavy metal toxins. So I eat 3 different things.
Smurf, I would be careful how much you eat of that stuff. You don't just we don't give medical advice here. Could we just kind of move on? I know, because it's just like a little off topic. That's all.
Okay.
We've talked about it, and there's a lot of information about it. So I think we're good on it. I agree, Sonny.
My fault. I was just trying to help.
You're very excited, and you are helping. but we have to move forward, I think.
Roger that. Let's move forward. Advance.
Yep. Yeah. So there are many, probably, well, it's a finite amount, but it's a huge number of things that allow the human psyche to be shaped and molded the way it is. And I think some of us are born with like a sort of blood-brain barrier for bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why we're all here talking about it, at least in my opinion. The flat earth helps helps me understand everything better. You know, that sounds like a broad blanket, too good to be true statement, but it truly does.
It gives you fundamentals to stand on, not a fantasy foundation. It's more like a come down to earth and accept things in a more objective way instead of entertaining false ideas that have no relation to reality. Because we can spend a lot of time thinking in fantasy, and our brains can kind of shape into that way of thinking. But once you have solid fundamentals in reality, that's a very strong place to be, I guess. So to understand things.
Never get high on the CGI.
I agree,
Give me
James
the
D.
goal, no matter what.
And I agree, Hank. And I agree, Creation Bear.
And I agree, Jamesy. I just drove for about 20 plus hours and I just made it home.
Dude. Well done.
Glad you're not dead, bro.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad I'm not dead because people are freaking crazy.
I know, bro. I know. You don't even have to tell me. Like, if you drove for 20 hours, I bet you at least almost got in a wreck twice.
Yeah, at least I had you guys to talk on my travels and listen. That kept me back to reality.
Actually, yeah, on that note, I'm going to stop talking. It's been a pleasure speaking with you all. But what I did recently is I sold my trailer and I turned it all into Bitcoin because we're at a near monthly low average, and you can buy low, sell high with the volatility. Now I've got to sort through all this stuff. Please go continue. I'm going to be listening. I wish you all a good night. I'll be listening though. If you want to talk to me, if I notice you say my name,
Before you go, Smurf, before you go, I just want to say you were a pleasure to talk to today.
Dude,
I
it's
second that.
always a
Yep.
pleasure. I love talking with y'all, and thank you, Hank. I learned a lot of stuff from you.
Well, I learned a lot of stuff from you, bud.
No way. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to trying to pick up my stuff, and I wish y'all a good night. I'm still here, but I'm gonna stop talking and pick up my stuff.
All right,
So
brother.
I'll see
Good
you guys
talking to
by
you.
Bitcoin.
Hey, Smurf, whatever you did, yeah, whatever you did, keep doing it. That was a good convo.
Thank you, buddy. You as well. You call me anytime. By the way, I'm still here, but I'm not here. I'm gonna be picking up my stuff. I'm out later.
All right, later, man. Get that stuff picked up.
So wherever Helio is, he sent me a message yesterday that I needed to make a private phone call, something about we couldn't talk about something over the live stream. And I FaceTimed his ass and he didn't respond, so he didn't get to see my face.
Well, he has to sleep because he was up for a long time in here.
Who was?
Okay, well, I'll just wait for him to wake up then. No, Helio.
Oh, Helio. Oh, okay, okay. Well, yeah, and congrats on your drive, Jamesy. Glad you made it home safe.
Thank you.
Did you say 20 hours?
That's
yeah.
Jesus, bro. I've only ever done 10.
20 hours is brutal. I've done 19. Yeah, that was brutal. So well done, well played that you could still even like sign on and be like, hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, 10 was hard. We only stopped and got gas and take a piss on the side of the highway.
When I was 17, we did Palm Springs, California, Daytona Beach, and we did it in a 26-hour straight.
Man,
stretch.
That's quite a drive.
Whee!
Must have been beautiful.
At least you had people with you.
I bet you still have those that visual inside of you still to this day.
Oh, I still remember driving through Texas at 1 a. No, it was actually about 2 a.m. and hallucinating. Like your dreams are like coming to life because you're like
Wow.
everything that you're not glimpsing, like out of the side of your eye, is like not quite uh solving. Your eye isn't quite solving what you're seeing, and so you'll see, like, you think you see ghost and you look and it's like the white line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've done that before. One time I picked up a girlfriend from Dallas. I brought her out here. We did our thing. I brought her back home, and I was driving back. And back in those days, the Edge was a radio station, 94.5, and they changed it. But the story goes is that late at night they would play like techno music. So it's like that that thing that people do, and I'm like kind of falling asleep halfway, and then out of nowhere the techno music goes Danielle, which is one of my ex-girlfriends, and I was like, what the fuck? That was the only lyric to the whole song, and it like woke me up so good, like it kept me from like falling asleep, and I was like, why did it? Was that real? Was that in my head? Was that a dream? Because it pissed me smooth off. I was like, how is that one word going to be the whole lyric and the whole song? And it was probably in my head now that I think about it.
No, there are songs where there's just one lyric and they get away with it. Yep. It's horrible.
Yeah, that was before I got married, by the way. So I must have been like 18. Yeah, I was kind of promiscuous when I was younger. Not anymore. So leap year 2024 will be 20 years.
Congratulations.
Yeah. That's a long ass time to be married.
It's a long haul, yeah.
Because sometimes you wake up and it's like, oh, it's you again. And then sometimes you're like, man, you're fucking awesome. Look at you, like all the stuff that you do.
So did you get married on a leap year just so you only have to celebrate your anniversary every 4 years?
Damn.
Leap year. That's good.
Well, I can't say I did it intentional consciously. But but yeah, when I saw that it was on a leap year, I didn't change it. I didn't want to change it.
Yeah. We know.
I was like, February 29th.
Like,
oh shit.
She'll be like, you forgot our anniversary. I'm like, no, I didn't. It's been 3 more years.
And the
Yeah,
stars
3 years ago we went to the log cabin. We went to Holly Lake in the log cabin, remember?
Seems
You
like
don't
whatever
remember that?
dummy invented the Gregorian calendar is the guy.
And a rainbow appeared on every horizon for the newlyweds.
Sorry, I had to bring that up.
That's all good.
It's good material.
Yeah, my wife wants to be a comedian. Most of her jokes are based on me, though.
Hey,
that's okay.
Hey, you know what? Since I have you, Hank, Galveston. You know about Galveston, right? So, in Galveston, giants, more giants up there, down there, bro. Right by the, like, have you heard about them?
I saw some giants in Galveston.
Yeah, man. All in different places in Texas. I'm all about. Listen, I'm on the Giants in every state campaign. They are almost every.
Okay, look up the Rockwall Giants, Rockwall, Texas.
The what?
You heard that one? The Rockwall, Texas Giants.
Yes. Well, the Rockwall I've heard of. Yeah, Now I don't know about the History
Yeah,
Channel.
but there was a
They're
giant.
not too reliable, but.
No, History Channel, hell no.
Yeah.
There was a newspaper article, and in the newspaper article it said that they found a giant with a skull, and his eyes were the size of a bushel of apples.
I know, I've heard these.
So if you know what a bushel is, it's that little basket that they fill it full of apples. And the apples may be big or they may be small, but you still get the same amount of apples because it's measured by the bushel.
I'll send a link. Hold on, let me mute this while this.
Tea's ready.
Yeah, I'm drinking some fresh tea right now. Not enough ice in it though.
Yeah, I'm making coffee, and I have to. You know how we learn how to adapt, right? Like I have to drink coffee black because I don't have any creamer and I don't have any sugar, so I'm just gonna have to make do. That's all we can do, right? Anyway, so where were we? Were we on the rock wall? The giants with the
Yeah, so
size
Rockwall, Texas.
eye socket the size of a bushel. Yes.
Yeah, a bushel of apples.
Yeah, a bushel.
Did you say human eye socket,
socket,
or of an animal?
So
Or
no wonder they covered that
A
up.
giant skeleton with an eye socket the size of a bushel.
Right.
a
So
bushel?
I don't want to distract you, but I have a link for everybody. And
Is that 33 apples or?
if hold on a second, let me get this link. It's an audiobook on this. It's 7 hours long. It's really good. I want to actually get the book, but it's just one of two.
Yeah, Sonny, and I want to believe you.
Well, I don't know. You just got to do your own research, because almost every place I've lived in, all of a sudden I find this much later in life that they were digging up giants and reporting it, and people were going to get it, and it was being sent to places. Some of it never to be ever seen again. You know.
Oh yeah, the Smithsonian comes in, and I don't know what gives them jurisdiction, but they got like jurisdiction all over the world. So they, there'll be some construction workers, kind of like the men that work on here, and they'll be digging, getting the, foundation ready, and then they find remains. Well, over here, it's illegal to dig up Native American remains, like really illegal. So they have to call in the authorities, and the authorities come in and they'll be like, "Yeah, we found these giant skeleton bones," and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're going to send it off to the Smithsonian." So Smithsonian comes in, grabs jurisdiction, sends it off, and we never see it again. So we don't know if they're like hiding it in the basement, if they're making super soldiers. We don't know what they're doing, right? But we just know that when you go to the museum, there's T-Rex, right? It's like, well, where's, that 8-foot skeleton? Oh, we lost it. It's just not on display for some reason. But yeah, if you go to chroniclingamerica.gov, it's the newspapers. And if you set the parameter from 1800 to like 1920, and that's my estimate of when they started taking over the media, you'll see that you type in giant bones. Now, this is an ambiguous search, right? It's going to pull up giant dinosaur and human bones just the same, right? It should. But what you'll find is that there's all these different article after article after article of these local newspapers, right, who aren't owned by the Rothschilds yet, because there hasn't been the Great Depression where they bought up everything for pennies on the dollar. And all these local newspapers in these local towns report the same thing. We found some bones, the Smithsonian came, and they were never seen from again. But the interesting thing about the rock wall, every other county in Texas is named after a man, because he had the naming rights.
Oh yeah.
And they said, we can't give naming rights to you because this rock wall, somebody already lived here.
Yeah.
And the rock wall is sticking up out of the ground, and you can actually see it. Smithsonian came, they dug right in the middle of the county, because the rock wall is like the circumference of the county. It's like a 20-mile rectangular like circumference. And they dug in the middle of the county and said, this is all natural formation. We don't see anything. Which was true, but they didn't dig at the rock wall site. They dug in the middle.
They glossed over it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the middle. Ridiculous.
So what they did was they built the city, what do they call it, City Hall, right on top of that spot where they had the Rockwall Giant. And the whole place was supposed to be like underground, covered in marble. They found the giant's bed. They found all kinds of weird shit, like bones and shit.
Yeah, so
and they just cover it all up. And it's illegal to dig a Native American.
I'll DM this to you. And did you get the 12-hour long or 10-hour long exploration of the north, the Californias, starting with the Spanish?
I don't think so.
I think I DM'd it.
I don't think so. Did you?
Mm-hmm.
So
if not, I'll find it again. But right now in the Livestream voice text is the series I've been listening to, which is fascinating. Some of it repeats.
Oh,
so
you
might
did?
get
Yeah,
annoyed
you
a
give
little
it to
bit.
me.
I did? Do you see it?
Yeah, you did send it to me. and the lovely children that you have there under the grow lights.
Yeah, I know.
I did want to say this about the Smithsonian real quick.
I have new ones now. Hold on, I have some new ones. But anyway, continue
Oh
on,
wait,
folks. Sorry.
I just wanted to say real quick about the Smithsonian. I had read, I don't know if it's true, but didn't they destroy thousands of skeleton remains, of giant skeletal remains, like in the early 1900s or 1930s or something like that?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're saying that instead of them putting this up, it goes against the theory of evolution. So what they do is they put up dinosaurs and say that they're 65 million years old, even though you can go to the Paluxy River, Glen Rose, Texas, and you can see human and dinosaur footprints in the same stratum, right next to each other. So the thing about it is that they have to make up this 65 million years, right, in order for the evolution to work, because the technology helps out evolution by providing all this time that you can't prove or verify. And then they base this off of, well, we can just hide all the giant human bones and say that, we used to be amoebas and now we're getting bigger.
Right.
And everybody go to chroniclingamerica.gov. I'm telling you, man, you'll be there for days, weeks, and it's just like, where's the dinosaur bones? Like I keep seeing all these.
Wait a second. Say that name again. What was that name again? Because I got lost looking at my pictures, zooming in and stuff at the at the botanical beauty. Anyway, what was the name
It's
again?
Chronicling America. or the Library of Congress newspapers. But yeah, either one of those should pull it up.
Oh yeah, I've always had trouble because they want to get you.
I posted the Rockwall Giant mystery in the chat also.
Thanks, bro. I'll check it out, see if it's accurate. Because they change shit. You know what I mean? Oh, you're here in the live stream.
So this stuff is in every state. What I've started determining, so it's pretty astonishing.
I actually live like 15, 20 miles from Rockwall.
From Rockwall, really? That's amazing.
Really? Who said that?
Gizmo.
Who?
Gizmo. Gizbo.
Oh, Gizmo.
Gizmo.
I live in Josephine, Texas, which is right outside of Dallas.
Trippy.
A little bit north of
Are
Rockwall.
you live north of Rockwall? Okay, so close to like 380.
No, so like if you're taking 30, which goes right through Rockwall, taking 30 up north, then you'll hit Roy City, and then you'll hit Cotto Mills, and then you'll hit Greenville. Well, I live west of Cotto Mills. I live in between Cotto Mills and Lake Lawn and all that.
Okay, right before right before the interstate starts to curve towards the east.
Right when it starts to just start like loafing out towards going up north and all that stuff.
I got you.
Or
Yeah,
not
me and you are
loafing out going
about
north.
me and you are a short distance drive away from each other.
Probably so. I live on the very outer edge of Collin County. So.
Yeah, Cotto Mills is a nice little place to live. I think lots of
I think so too.
lots of good property.
Lots of good flat land to live on. And,
yeah, I'm in the piney forest. I'm on the edge of the piney forest.
oh, what's that? What's that town going out there east towards Louisiana? It's Pleasant something.
Yeah, Mount Pleasant. If you take
Mount
271
Pleasant. Thank
south,
you. Yep.
yeah, you'll get into the deep part of the piney.
Fucking flat. You're roboting.
Well, there's more hills. There's
There
more
are.
hills.
But it was one of the
But
first things I remember. I remember looking at and like driving out there, and like, man, it is flat out here. You're probably roboting again, or maybe I am.
yeah, so if you look at like north of Dallas, it's like Great Plains, all the way, whatever, what is Nebraska above Kansas, I think? Yeah, so it's like Great Plains from like the north side of Dallas all the way up. And then if you go like southeast, it's like the piney forest. If you go much south there, then it turns into like a little bit of swampland.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain places that are like real low. And then if you go west, it's like desert and mountains.
Yep.
So we got everything but tundra. But who wants tundra? The Canadians certainly don't want all that tundra. They don't live in the tundra.
And a mountain. I don't think I've ever seen a mountain out in Texas. Maybe I'm wrong.
I can show you a picture. I can show you a picture of one. We got mountains out west for sure.
I was born in Texas, but I grew up mostly in California, and I lived in a little place called the High Desert, and I lived like an hour from everything. Like whatever you wanted to do, you could drive an hour in any direction you go do it. And
sounds good and peaceful.
Everything's just so far away out here. Well, it was a shitty area, dude. Everybody up there was on drugs and on welfare. And it's like, man, how can this oasis be such a shithole? But it was. There's no value there.
Because the people that want to make it that way are still able to, so they keep on making it that way. They legislate it into existence.
Yeah, definitely. No, that's what they do. They legislate it into a corner to where that's all you can do. unless you know somebody that's gonna like you can do business with.
Did
Yeah,
Hockey
no,
Puck
no.
ever get unmuted?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Now I need to go look into the Rockwall Giant thing and just see if there's like a museum of that there or something. That'd be cool to go see.
No, bro, it all got swept under the rug. They ain't gonna display that. Josh Reeves has a YouTube channel and he did quite a bit of work on it, but he's one of those, you got to pay me, boy. You know, you
Oh
gotta
yeah.
send him some money to get the full story. But you know, the Bible does say, you know, a man's worth his wage.
I gotta
So, you know, if you're
wonder.
really interested, go ahead.
I gotta wonder though. So, say everybody found out they were giants, right? There's these petrified rock things that are, you know, elephants and whatever, and you know, we're like, hey, you fucking lied to us. What would we do with that information? What are you going to do about, are you going to awaken one of the giants then? Because, like, hey, you guys must have the technology. You know how they were petrified or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Cool, giants. So now what?
It would like we would, you know, what else are you lying to me about? What else has always been a lie?
Sure, okay,
Yo,
yeah.
yo, yo.
It's a pastime for us flat earthers to keep doing something while we wait for the rest of the numpties to get on board.
Also a good point. I like it.
But yeah, like all of that stuff led me to this, eventually getting into this chat, getting into this Discord was, you
Good
know,
choice.
going into mythologies, looking at all the ancient mythologies, looking at the deluge, the flood, the Ragnarok, whatever you want to call it. And like, it's like, okay, from the flood on, everything was normal, but from the flood, pre-flood, everything was outrageously ambiguous on every aspect, and it was all because of the fallen angels. And I'm like, okay, well then, like, just I'm like, well, what if the Earth is flat? You know, like, what if they were right if the Earth was flat? And so that's when I started looking into that, and I couldn't find any evidence that it wasn't. Started coming across the lake views and people doing camera views from like a 7 inches off the ground over ice, and all of the lights are all the same height all the way across. You know, I would like to do my own research. I just don't have the money right now. But there's some things that I would like to look into. Just using a telescope, or not a telescope, but just the lens that can look up at the moon and just finding faults in what they say
Bro,
is
do you
over.
got like a little Honda? You got like a little gas saver?
You know, I got a gas saver.
Yeah, you don't drive like a big ass
No,
truck or anything, do you?
I don't have. I got a Nissan Altima, but nothing.
That'll work. Man, I'll give you the gas money. You go down to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and you can just pull your car right up on the beach, and you can stay there for a couple days. You know, just sleep in your car, and you'll be able to see the other side of Corpus Christi. You'll be able to see the buildings while you're in the water, 10 miles away, and you can't. Like once you see it, it's like, well, fuck. There's no going back. Like you can't unsee it. Like once it's there and you register it, and you're like thinking to yourself, like, where's the 6-story hump of water?
Right.
Somebody hot micing? Somebody got some news going or something on TV?
Oh, I do. Here, let me turn it off. I'm
Someone
sorry,
got
it's
their
me.
wife talking in the background or something.
I know, right? Let me turn my volume down.
It's okay.
But yeah, that's what I did.
How's
I
it
went on
going?
the 4th of July. Yeah, and I got in the water, and I was like, looking right, looking at the big ship next to me, the USS Lexington, and then I'm looking, in front, and then I kind of look off to the left, and I'm like, what is that? Okay, it must be a boat or something.
Yeah.
And then like all day, all night. The next day, there was lights over there, and then I pull up the GPS, and I'm measuring, like 10 miles, and I'm like, that shit is flat.
You go out to the beach. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I used to live in California, and like I wish I'd done all those experiments while I was still out there, because I know I would have seen all that stuff. I'll
Is it
get out
okay if
there
I
and do
ask
all.
you what city or state you're in right now?
I'm in Texas, but I'm in North Texas, so it's like a 600-mile drive to
Yeah,
South
but
Texas.
still, Texas is flat.
Tejas.
Yeah, for the most part. But so here's the argument on the whole flat land. Flat land changes with elevation. Water's always flat. Like when people say, "Why
Yeah,
can't
I've
I
heard.
see New York from San Francisco?" It's like because there's two fucking mountain ranges in the way. What
Yeah,
more
I've
excuse
heard
do you
people say
need?
it's leveled, and then yeah, considering there's still hills, but still.
There's two mountain ranges in the way. What's the elevation of San Francisco versus the elevation of New York? There's so much fucking shit in the way.
Variation.
New
It varies
York,
quite a bit.
if New York and San Francisco were across from each other over water, that would be something to be able to look at. Matter of fact,
Yeah, you could take the height of each and then the distance and then factor it in so it's the lowest common denominator, and then you can figure out in a ratio, do a decimal point and figure out how many decimal points that would be. If that's under the threshold of revision in decimal point, then sorry, your eye cannot possibly resolve anything less than that. Someone that is more better versed in is that a double positive? That's lame. Someone that knows more about optics of the eye. I'd like to hear more. I know there is a couple of you, but yeah, no curvature found.
Well, I don't know much about optics of the eye, but if there's a 6-story hump of water, you wouldn't be able to see through
that. Yeah, indubitably.
So the sea level isn't curving as far as I can tell. It's just like it sounds. It's level. And I'm not just saying that because it sounds level. I'm saying that because it looks level. And if you say, well, it only appears that way, well, when does it not appear that way?
Right.
When it's foggy, when there's atmospheric conditions. Because I went on the 4th and it was clear. Everything was clear except for the water. The water is kind of muddy. Comes from the Mississippi, I think. But yeah, everything above the water was clear, crystal clear.
I was just going to say, it's our visibility that our visual length gets shortened because of visibility. Like anything above the water, like I'm talking about observations over water, right? So that shortens our visibility. It doesn't change the direction or where that horizon is. It just shortens your view so you can't see out. We're like sometimes when you're looking over the ocean, like let's say the beach, and you have a super clear day, you can see way out there. Who knows how far that actually is on the clearest days, because you have no reference point. But you'd have to go to sailors' accounts and things like that. So you'd have to go to like the longest distances, and like I know Indio's brought that up before. Lighthouse sightings from 300 miles out. So how'd they know they were 300 miles out? Right triangle.
yeah, that right triangle fucking gets them every time, dude.
Mm-hmm. Ba-boom.
I mean, you just can't have an 89.5 degree angle to make it measure.
Mm-hmm.
Or a curving angle for that matter.
So did Are you back with us, Hank? Sorry, yeah. If I didn't mean to rumpus you if I did.
Like all of that, all of that, like putting all of that together, I personally have no observation of like a mathematical observation where I'm standing over a body of water and doing that. Yeah, I've seen the videos. I love the videos. Um, it all coincides with what I believe God says how the earth was created, and when He returns, um, everybody's going to see God at the same time. Everybody's going to see Jesus returning on a cloud at the same time. And how can everybody in the world see Jesus returning at the same time when
Yes.
when it's round
And
or when
several
it's a
times in Enoch.
globe?
Several times in Enoch as well, mention that, seeing all of the nations or seeing the entire.
Yeah, from one mountaintop.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, Gizbo, I would say if you ever see me in biblical, or you ever get a moment, I would like to go down there and talk to you about the Messiah.
well, definitely. I mean, we can talk about it whenever or wherever too.
Yeah, I try not to bring up controversial subjects that are
Oh yeah.
not related to the shape of the earth in here, because it is controversial. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna challenge you a little bit. But hey, you know what? Doesn't the Bible say test all things?
That's right. Test all things, and even the spirits. Test all spirits. Like even if you believe
Right.
you're listening to the Holy Spirit, test all spirits.
Right. So yeah, just remind me one day in the future.
Mhm.
We'll have a little time.
All right, I will.
Hey, Hank or Sonny, my mic working?
Check, check.
10-4, good buddy.
What's up?
How you doing, brother?
Just wanted. There's a couple of people in here with no roles. If they want to go up to the VC check-in, somebody else, Jocks and Jordite. Unless you want to try to unmute them here, it's up to you.
Let's see.
I say we dive right in.
Yeah, I don't know how to unmute them.
You're a moderator. You got to keep it moderated. Come on, Hank. You know how to do
Yeah.
it.
Jocks, if you could just join me up in what is it? Voice check-in 1, or anyone else who wants to be VC verified, I'll do my best. Hank out.
If you're listening there, Jocks, you need to go up to VC check-in 1, or Hank probably should have just grabbed you and took you up there
I
with
think
him.
he's gone. Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of them went. Jocks.
Oh no, Jacques is still here.
Paz is still here. You still think you live on a silly spinning ball and nothing? Is he not talking right now?
I think he comes from the ambivalent point of view, tries to stay on the fence.
He can't prove anything, kind of thing.
I mean, it's a smart way to be for like temporarily, but you got to make a decision.
Well, to each their own. Whatever people want to believe, I guess. It's all about proof, right?
It's all about curvature, Dave.
Yeah, if we need a direct measurement of Earth's curvature, have you heard of this? People think they're on a ball and we can't find the curvature.
So far, measured
It's
Earth
flabbergasting.
curvature is an oxymoron. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I'm just saying it's flabbergasting that we cannot find this curvature of this ball that we supposedly live on. It's
Right.
amazing. But everybody knows it's a globe, but they don't know why. They know it. Anyway, somebody else talk. This is Dead Air Dave. I create Dead Air.
Not when I'm here, partner.
Yep. Thanks to Gillette Flow, we will not be dead at the moment.
But it'll be close.
I was trying to dig through some old videos, and it was so much easier before we got shadow banned. I'm trying to go through my old links and stuff, and it's just not there anymore. You know, try to get into
Yeah,
YouTube.
those are
It's impossible.
those ones from 2015, 2016 are hard to find. Even
They are
27. You know.
brutal. Jaguar Bigzenki, this dude. He was. Oh, I got the link actually. And that's some pretty basic stuff about. He was pretty good on buoyancy and all that
Who's that?
old stuff. This Jaguar dude. I can't even pronounce it.
Shredder.
Ah, see, it keeps bringing up Route 1. Damn it. He did some original. He's an East Indian guy. He talked in front of high school students and stuff in India about buoyancy and whatnot, and explaining the differences. There were some pretty good videos. That is, like you said, in those 2015 years. And then you got hit. And I can't even link it. I have the video, but it's not showing up.
I know of one place that has several of the old videos behind the app. It's Dave Weiss's Flat Earth Clock. He's
Yeah, I've
got a bunch of them on there.
tried. Yeah.
Somebody should have saved all of them on some website or something somewhere, but it is what it is.
I have hard drives full of videos.
Right?
Yeah, at least, yeah. You're probably not the only one.
No,
I'm
there's
not that savvy. I'm not
hundreds
that
of
savvy.
thousands of us out there.
Yeah.
I've got a crappy laptop with limited memory, but I don't think it could handle very many if I tried to even do it. It's what it is.
You can get a cheap Walmart 2 terabyte hard drive for like $39.
Here's one. Who's going to show up? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Shagswear Bagooty guy.
Who? What? Glover? Where?
No, Flat Earther, man. Yeah, no. He's like an OG of Flat Earth. He was like first buoyancy and stuff, man.
Got it.
And he sat down with a high school class. They actually they let him in.
Jordite's about to come down here, and he's I think pretty new to the topic. He said he's leaning towards the globe Earth, but he's not really making any claims.
Oh,
That must be gravity making him lean that way, because only globe has gravity. So he just roboted Hank, or was that just me?
I thought he did okay.
Someone wrote. Oh yeah, Hank's out in left
Domo.
field picking daisy. No, I'm just kidding.
Domo. Riding on eggshells is here. He's a flat earther, always has been, right?
Hey, cool. Welcome back, Mr. Shells.
I'm sure he doesn't think he lives on a silly spinning water space ball zipping around through nothing.
If any of you guys ever wanted to get in one of those flights where they make you weightless by making the plane drop really quickly?
Parabolic maneuvers.
Zero G flights.
Yeah. Ever fancied the idea of doing that just to see what it feels like?
I'm too old.
Stupid Americans, in your country, you call it vomit commit. So
Yeah.
stupid. So stupid.
Must be quite weird.
Silly Americans.
I'm surprised.
Well, I don't have to know what it feels like to be weightless, because I spent a majority of my childhood on a trampoline. I could do sideways,
sure.
front, back flips, and I could get some really good height when I'd get a boost, where they jump right before you.
Yeah.
And then you steal their energy. Yeah, so I know what it feels like to be weightless.
double bounce. Yeah.
No, but I mean that's that. I understand what you're saying, but those when you're in that space, it's a continuous, non-changing. Do you know what I mean? It must be weird. Do you know what I mean? It's not like when you're on a trampoline, you have that sinusoidal, really feeling really heavy at the bottom and feeling light. Imagine go like a minute. Well, you're falling, aren't you? That's basically what it is. You're falling, but you're not really.
Well, there's no wind resistance, but yeah. Yep, you're still
sure,
trying to find your equilibrium in the fluid dynamic wherever the fuck you are.
It must be quite weird.
Well, that's what I was saying. They call it vomit comic because most people can't hold their lunch when they go and do it. And I'm just kidding. I guess some people. I've never seen video of a parabolic flight where people are just doing that. I'm glad too. So.
What, chundering?
Just throwing up everywhere. Just like anti-gravity throw up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great, would it?
Like during the flight, it would float in front of them, right? I guess.
Yeah, right.
Whoever's walking in that plane with a mop and bucket at the end of it, it's on their first day of the job. They're pretty have a pretty long week, aren't they? To be honest, it's gonna be fucking everywhere.
What was everywhere?
The vomit. Imagine that.
God, yeah.
That's not just running around the J cloth, is it? That's literally 360-degree spin round.
No, it's terrible. I don't want to stay on this topic, but I want to let you know that at certain state fairs or at rides and carnivals and such, and like a Six Flag area, there's just like a cylinder, right? And you stand up against the inside wall of the cylinder, and it just spins and spins and spins, and you get held against the cylinder wall. People try to do it like upside down and shit like that, and they're all having fun. But if even one person so much as sneezes big, you're gonna get it on your face. And I was in one, and luckily it didn't get on me, but it got on a lot of other people. It was terrible. And that's my story.
Gravitron, isn't it? The one.
Yeah, the Gravitron. You got it.
Or
Yeah.
Starship's another one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but my memory from grade school, the only thing worse than vomit in the hallway was whatever the janitor put on it to clean it up.
Oh, yeah, bro.
It smelled
For
worse.
sure. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, I think.
And then that spot of
it was
the
bad.
building always smelled like that, no matter what you did.
So when I was a child, I rode the Gravitron. I would try to stand up because, at first you're just standing up and then next thing you know, the wall is the floor because the centrifugal force, which is a real force, by the way. And I would try to stand up. So you know how when you first lay on the wall's down at the floor, then the wall slides up to the ceiling. And that's how you know it's now you're at the peak. So I would try to stand up and you kind of feel like there's an elephant standing on you when you're trying to stand up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's crazy hard just to get on your knees, right? And then once you get on your knees, you get the marriage proposal stance and you start trying to stand up, and it's so hard.
It feels like you're in a dream.
Yeah, and the DJ, the guy that's in the middle that's spinning, who's not feeling any of that force, he's just looking at you and you're looking up at him trying to hold your head up.
Please stop this ride, please.
What a sick person to do that.
The ride that made me the most sick was called the Teacups or the Tilt-A-Whirl, where you actually sit in a little cup and spin yourself, plus you're on this platform that's spinning. Y'all remember that one?
Yeah.
I even peed myself on my sister one time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen those videos online of those fucking idiots who get on one of those kids roundabouts, and one of them, teenagers usually, and one of their mates puts a wheel of a motorbike to the thing, and they spin it up to the point where they literally
they go flying off at 30 miles an hour.
Oh my god! Yeah, and they're just occasionally you get one who gets his leg caught, and you can literally see him being spun so fast his bladder's up coming out of his nostrils.
Dude, fucking no. See, this is why I didn't want to stay on this topic.
No, sorry.
I knew it.
And
It's got to be a Brit that's going to take it to that next level, right?
Take
Gotta
the
be.
piss out of the Brit, why don't we?
We had the drop. We had the drop of doom. It was an elevator drop of like floors in West Edmonton.
Oh, dude, I can't do those. I get freaked out.
It was insanity.
Yeah, I can't do
I
it.
don't know what was better, the conversation making me hungry or the one that was making me sick.
Who's more douche?
Thinking about it, I can't do it anymore. No,
We talked a long time ago.
yeah, but even with all that spinning and whizzing, and we're all sticking to walls. We never, oh, this is gravity, but this gravitron is pushing me against a wall, not sucking me in. And there's something wrong with this equation, right? Later on, right?
Yeah, because you know about maple syrup, how it achieves its tries to achieve its level. So that's why you know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jocks made it down here. Is that the one you talked to? Jocks, the new person.
Yeah, he finally made it.
Hello, Jocks.
Oh no, not Jocks. No, not that one.
Um,
He never went up with us.
It's probably Jacques.
Where's Captain Caveman? He's VC verified.
Captain Caveman. Hello, Captain Caveman.
It's your time to shine, Mr. Caveman,
Men don't
Mr.
shine.
Man.
They're usually covered in dirt.
Calling Captain Caveman.
Should I go?
Captain Caveman.
Say hi, we know
Calling
you're there.
Captain Caveman. Are you there?
He posted a GIF without image perms. That's adorable.
Wait,
What? Can you describe it to us as well?
I'll look. I don't care.
Madagascar, southern pegments. Hey there.
I'll sacrifice.
I just like to fuck with them.
Pretty sure.
Oh, it's a.
Is he a globe card?
Oh my god! Here's what it is.
Oh.
It's noisy at Captain Caveman's house.
That's cute. I guess.
Why is he a globe card?
There we go. That's what Captain Caveman put.
All we know is he's VC verified at the moment.
Funny, bro. Okay, well, you don't have to speak right now, but eventually would like to say hi. But that's all.
We got Jocks with no rolls. But
Jacques, bonne nuit. Jacques, bonjour.
Parlez-vous français?
Bonjour, bonne nuit. Wherever you may be. You didn't know I could speak French, huh?
Oh, I'm surprised. I could only make the accent. That's all I can do.
you sound
I see that kid.
You sound like Pepe Le Pew. Remember the skunk?
Say what? Pepe Le Pew.
Oui, oui, it is possible.
Viva Pepe Le Pew. Funny shit.
Wasn't Pepe Le Pew like a parody of Charles Aznavour?
I don't know.
I thought
That's
he was
over
just
my pay
over
grade.
it.
I don't know.
Famous French
He
actor.
was
on
just
the
chasing.
Looney Tunes, wasn't he?
Wait,
He was chasing that pussy.
What?
Yeah.
Pepe Le Pew was politically incorrect nowadays. The way that he was, molesting them cats, those female cats. He's a sexual predator. Go back and look. Pepe Le Pew is a predator.
Yeah, well.
No, I know he's gross. It's bad.
Oh, he was chasing.
Yeah,
Hey, you
and
got
those-
something in
and
your
those
eye. Oh
feelings-
wait, here.
Those feelings are just like, wow. I don't even want. I want to
It's
stop.
too
right
bad,
there.
man. They're teaching kids nasty
They're
stuff,
falling
horrible
for it,
stuff.
Let's just say that.
I'm so glad I got out alive.
Is that Captain?
You just slap her by the ass, grab her pussy.
Oh my god.
No.
He had some. Yeah, whatever.
He had some flaws. He had some flaws. Okay, I'll give you that.
Flaws, but see, Pepe Le Pew, no matter how disgusting, he still has beauty.
He showed them all their beauty. He liked all of their beauty.
I want to know how Pepe got all of his experience if he stinks all the time.
What the
Well,
heck? How did he pull that off?
That's all I'm trying to say.
Is that like mic control? Everybody did so good just then.
That was
Nobody
good.
said a word. That was awesome.
That's right. I like how Pepe Le Pew walks up and he's like just meeting the cat for the first time, and the cat's like,
oh, what's going on? And then that smell hits that cat's face. It's like,
It's the
Yeah.
way that every single time something happens to the cat, some sort of contrivance where it gets a stripe of white paint from it on its back on its tail, that from
Right.
that point on in the entire cartoon convinces Pepe Le Pew that it's a skunk rather than the cat. That's the whole premise of the
Well,
whole
he's
thing. It's
he's a
every
superficial
single
guy. You know, he only pays attention to what's on the outside. So clearly, that's gonna be the case for him. Just nowhere in nature do you see a skunk spraying around talking to cats. It's not happening.
Yeah, but you know, let's be honest. You know, there's stuff that Bugs Bunny gets up to that, frankly, I've never seen in real life either.
Yeah, I've never seen a tall bunny either. But you know,
and the fact that Goofy is an animal, but he's got a domestic pet, which is another animal himself. That you know.
Wait, so is Goofy a dog or is he an alien?
I don't know what Goofy is. Does anybody know what
Exactly.
Goofy is?
I don't think we know. I think it's just
Goofy's a dog.
He is a
I
dog.
thought he was a dog. I thought he was. I don't know.
I think
we can go
that Pepe Le Pew cartoon has more meaning than expected. That cat having one stripe, and then that's all it needs to convince Pepe Le Pew that it's a skunk. Well, look at flat Earth and globe Earth. They say, "Oh, look at the sunset," so that's globe Earth, and that's all the proof they need in order to convince them of everything else.
True.
So why did Mickey Mouse divorce Minnie Mouse?
Because she was fucking goofy.
Correct.
Gentlemen.
Didn't. Wow, that could
Did
go.
you take that out of
We
context?
won't.
What's wrong? There's nothing off color.
We shan't go further with that one.
I just don't think you should be bringing up somebody's dirty relationship laundry in here. Okay.
I always
That's really all I'm
talking
saying.
about cartoons. I always wondered how come the Coyote kept ordering stuff from the Acme company when it failed on him every time.
Right, every
I
time.
think we would have changed vendors at some point.
There are other companies, dude. Yeah.
Anyway, get your anvils somewhere else, and maybe they won't fall in your head.
But it would be kind of fun to take some of these cartoons apart because they do have some moral implications in them. So it's interesting to see what you can glean as far as viewpoints of the writers or what are they actually saying. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I cheered for the Coyotes sometimes. Is that what you're getting at? I wanted him to catch that little son of a bitch.
Little smart ass roadrunner.
Beep beep.
Yeah.
Beep beep. Get out
Damn,
my
you just
face.
want to see one time him get flattened too.
No, because then it would be over. Like, then you'd be like, oh,
That's
shit.
true. That's true.
There's no more suspense, no more, you know. Even if it just happened once at like the end of one of the episodes, and then the rest of the time he catch him. But everybody would overwatch that episode and be sick of the whole thing.
No, but the Roadrunner uses a helium balloon and the rock bounces all boing, beep, 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 beep.
I like how the Coyote could run off a cliff and be okay until he realized he was actually off of, in the air. As long as he
Right.
kept running. All right.
Reality doesn't react to your stupid decision until you give it attention towards that intention.
What was the name of the pre-Amazon company that shipped him was equipped? Was it Acme or something like that, wasn't it? Everything he bought was an Acme written on the side.
Acme company, yeah.
There was an Acme company. I think there still might be.
Hold on, I think
He
I
said
was
quit
used
ordering
for
from
that.
them.
Gravity
Acme
lessons.
just makes boxes.
Wiley Coyote Gravity Lessons. Hold on one second. Pull up
Everything's
that,
shipped in a
pull up
box.
that bill. Pull up that Billboard Gravity Lessons.
Everything shipped in a box is pretty much from Acme boxes.
Okay.
That's where it came from. That's where the Green Bay Packers team came from.
What's going on
Acme
in here?
Packers.
Okay.
Oh, I get it. So he didn't buy that device from a
shoot,
company
it
called
actually
Acme.
came-
Acme just shipped it.
Fine.
Right.
Okay. Enough.
It actually came up
Oh.
when I did the search. Amazing.
Because
Acme
we
was
were
like
in Europe, I
UPS
just
of
presumed
the-
there was some sort of like an online store where you could just buy, catapults, cannons, all kinds of shit from one company who sold you all these lethal things.
At least you're a globe skeptic. You fit that really well. And It's too bad riding on eggshells. I'm not sure what's going on with you, bro, but you don't want to be this dude in the last little meme I put at 41 minutes. You don't want to have
You
that
don't
be
want to be the
riding
last one
on
on the
riding
block.
on eggshells gravity lessons.
Don't be the last one on your block to think you're living
You
on a
don't want to
silly
be that one.
spinning waterfall.
You're better than that, my brother. I told Zanuck he should talk to Paza. I thought Zanuck and Paza might have a really great conversation together.
You notice how Zanuck didn't answer my question today? Did you hear that one? I asked him, does he like being a used globe salesman? Does he
Yeah.
enjoy doing
Did you really?
Honestly, yeah. How does that feel? Yeah. But
That's exactly
honestly,
what he is. All he does is tell stories. He
I don't
has
think
no facts, no citations, nothing.
I don't think he answered any question, not one. But that's just, that's typical here. We see that a lot. But not answer one single question without going to somewhere else.
I was listening for about 20 minutes, and he diverted from the question 6 times in that 20 minutes. I counted. He deflected from the direct question from you or Elijah like 20 or like 6 times in 20 minutes.
That's like between, you know, a globetard and a normie. Like a normie will come in here and they might accidentally do it a time or two, you know. But when it seems like their number one skill is like deflection and red herring, they're like, you know, obfuscation experts, you know.
Yeah, if you ask them a direct question and they start talking about something totally different or vaguely related in their mind, you know, whatever. Oh, we need some real world evidence, practical demonstrations of this ball that y'all think you live on, please.
Well, you just don't understand how science works, obviously.
Sorry, that's funny.
Here's a good one. Just hand him I'll just hand him a card. Watch. Yep.
Yes.
Have brain, will travel.
That's a Glober thing.
Super genius.
Wile E. Coyote. Super
I don't need a
genius.
citation. I am the citation, Zanuck says. And unquote.
I mean, that would be great if he was a professor and he was like saying something within his field, right? Like when Jordan Peterson talks about psychoanalytics or whatever, he's usually pretty on point. But when he starts speculating about something he doesn't know about, not really worth quoting him on that.
I looked for that particular cartoon picture
Wow,
for I don't know how long in the memes, and I can never find it. And then you just pop up with it like it's nothing.
Duck, duck, go, bro. It's right.
Which one?
The
What
one
picture?
where it shows the card that says Wile E. Coyote, super genius, have brain will travel. I've been trying to find that on the meme thing, and I could not find it.
Wait, here's.
What did you look under?
Oh, wait a second. I
copied it, but I'm saying.
Duck, duck, go, and I just.
Oh, is that what it is?
Let me see what I. Hold on. There's a whole bunch. Look at this one. I never saw the speed envelope one. What?
Oh, where there's little formulas he's writing on the board? Yeah, that's correct. That's classic.
No, the next one. He's riding a rocket, and.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's awesome.
That's funny. Looks like somebody drew that one though.
I did a search Wile E. Coyote Super Genius ID card, and that's how I came up with that.
That looks like something that, like, if I were like substitute teaching a class, like a physics class or, well, biology, because they don't teach physics in middle school or elementary school, which this would be apropos for. Anyway, point is, I'd like to teach the children about how Roadrunner can never catch Wile E. Coyote because Earth isn't a
Wile E.
globe.
Coyote can never catch the Roadrunner.
Right.
These before. Wait
You might
a
want to keep
second.
those two the right direction.
He
Otherwise,
never has to account for curvature or spin of the Earth or anything at all. Wile E. Coyote relies on a flat station airplane.
Look at these memes. I never saw these before. What the
Somebody
hell?
should actually draw some new cartoons of Wile E. Coyote with some good
Exactly.
flatter stuff on there.
Well, it
Like
looks
do a
like
really
they're
good job of it.
It looks like they're
I'm
starting.
not that good at drawing, otherwise I would.
Gravity fun. Gravity is inconsistent at this location. He's falling off a cliff. That's like
What the hell is that yellow thing punching him?
That's funny as hell. Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Better.
Is that the Zanuck posting Old American Gladiators episodes?
No. How dare he do that?
He was on American Gladiators? What?
What a racist. Oh,
No.
God. Just joking.
I mean, anything's possible.
Doesn't even
Nice.
fit. It's not even the
that's
proper
it.
ad hoc.
I was going to
So
say,
you guys
Bugs
seen
Bunny
the
is
meme of
definitely in
Zanuck
that.
testing the reference frame? You guys seen the meme that I have of Zanuck testing the reference frame?
No.
I think I have seen
Okay,
it.
good.
Oh, there's another one.
I think there's some flat Earth imagery in the somewhere.
That's cute.
But
That's funny that you found them.
I know.
Yeah, I found a lot of the really good ones of. I forget the name of that character. God, I've just play a game too where I know his name. I can't. The dog beats the crap out of the Wile E. Coyote. Anyway, I found a lot of those online. What's this?
I remember seeing the coyote do one thing that I thought might work in real life. Let's see what y'all think. He goes off a cliff like in an outhouse or something, but right before the outhouse hits the ground, he just walks out of the outhouse, and he's okay.
Yeah. I
Would
thought that
work?
was pretty funny. Yeah, sure, why not? You'd be flattened, but you'd be outside.
Yes.
That's like hitting the elevator door and jumping out at the last second.
No,
Oh, check this
yeah,
out.
right before
Wow,
it hits the ground, he just walks out. He's okay. He just walks along the ground, and the outhouse crashes
Check this out.
behind you.
Man. Look at this.
So Zanuck's name is Mark?
Yeah, this is the breakdown.
As a result of his ill-fated attempts at hunting, Wile E. Coyote racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills. Fortunately, Acme has excellent health benefits. Much of the coyote's failure and frustration stem from the fact that he must obey the laws of cartoon physics.
Funny.
Yeah, disobey physics. Second law of thermodynamics.
Roadrunner Digestus.
It's squash. It's perfect.
There's so many of those little silly things that they put at the beginning of the show. They call Wile E. because they don't always call him Roadrunner Digestus. There's a bunch of other things that they call him. Like those little silly words that sound like scientific terms. Love that.
Animation. This almost sounds like a globe. Animation follows the laws of physics unless it is funny or otherwise. Art Babbitt. And this just in the news desk in 1963, Bugs Bunny took speed pills and successfully stood in for the Roadrunner who had sprained his giblet. Okay.
His giblet. All right.
I think we all
What does
know
the
how
E
painful
in
that
Wile E.
is.
Coyote stand for?
That's amazing. You never thought you could get
Do you know?
that much out of Wile E. Coyote, but
What does the E in Wile E. Coyote stand for?
yeah, good question. Let's ask.
Ethelbert.
Ethelberg?
Ethelbert. Ethelbert. Not
Ethelbert.
Ethelbert. Yep. You know how I know that? I looked it up on Google.
You looked.
I looked it
Thanks
up
for
on.
looking it up for
I looked
us.
it up on BoobTube, which is Google. It's funny they do have a lot of information on Google. Some of it's actually true, but you got to really pay attention.
Listen,
Got to
this
watch
is
yourself.
like addiction. I think this dude's got addiction. This is Wile E. Coyote. After failing to hold down a steady job due to an obsession with catching the Roadrunner, the Coyote was hired at the Acme Corporation. He ended up working for Acme.
Mythical endurance of Wile E. Coyote. There's all kinds of crap about him. I just looked up the name too. It was so funny. What's weird is that it's actually as old as it is now. Because when I was a kid, it wasn't that old. It was like 20, 30 years.
That's true.
And now it's like, fuck, it's so weird. It's just
Oh,
weird.
how,
Like,
how do you think I feel? It's like super old.
I don't know, because you're 10 years older than me. I don't think it really makes a whole lot of difference, but yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
I hear
it's
you.
old.
What inspired the
Because I
Roadrunner?
remember all the things before it, like going way back to like Felix the cat, even on black and white screens that weren't even square. Or they had rounded edges, weird shit.
Yes, they did.
TVs look strange. Spaceship.
And they were so small, you had to sit really close to them.
Get
Of course,
transmitted.
then our eyes were better, and we could see them from across the room. Now, if I had to watch a small TV like that, I wouldn't be able to watch TV at all.
Yeah, make sure you come
Because we've
on
become
before
so
so you
accustomed.
can get transmitted to at 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Ooh, 9 unbreakable rules of the Coyote universe. I used to always think of
I
it.
think we should do the flat Earth.
Are you want to
You know,
post it?
10 Commandments.
Yeah, all right, okay, fine. Fine, if that's the way you're going to be, fine. Be that way.
I'm glad we agree.
Back
We'll
on
talk about
topic,
flat
guys.
Earth.
Let's go.
All right, damn it. I'm still going to post this
Anybody
link.
new on here got any
Somebody asked me.
questions about anything? Feel free to speak up. Sorry I rumpused y'all.
It's all
Is there any new
It's all
people
You're
good,
right.
on
bro.
here?
You're right.
Got a question about anything? Ask.
I got a question that's going to give Neil deGrasse Tyson a heart attack.
Uh-oh.
If the Earth is a sphere, where the curve at?
Yeah, where'd that curve at?
Where's Smurfy? Leaf? Smurf wants to know where the curve
Yeah,
is.
Smurf said he had some work to do. He's not smurfing around today. He was
Oh,
top
man.
notch today.
He was in here earlier, though.
Yeah, but he wasn't smurfing around.
He wasn't? Oh,
No.
not fun.
Must be his day to work. What's today? Yeah. You got to get back to work.
Hey,
So he
didn't
held
It's
a
over.
coherent. He
Whatever.
held a conversation. Good job, Smart.
Yeah, he did good today.
Really? Nice.
Yeah,
Did you get
really
a
good.
recording?
I'm gonna tell it like it is.
Proud of him. I've only talked to him a couple times, but I just like picking on him anyway. He seems to take it pretty well, so I let people pick on me, so I figure it's only fair. I get picked on a lot, actually, but I like to be picked on. It's fine. Why do I always kill the chat like that? Why is it every time I talk like that, somebody just nothing? Nobody wants to say nothing.
No, bro.
Thanks,
I
guys.
was thinking about my
You're
wife.
not touching that one. Huh?
My wife used to pick on me all the time, man. She'd be like, "You got any pimples?" I'd be like, "No." She'd be like, "I'm gonna make some up."
Oh no, is she one of those that'll hold you down and squeeze
Is
you?
your wife?
What?
Oh yeah,
Pimples.
Wait a
Your
minute.
pimples,
What'd
silly.
you say? Excuse me,
Your
ma'am.
pimples.
What'd you say you're gonna mix up?
What'd you say?
Make some up. If you, I don't have very many pimples, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not around a whole lot of grease. I don't get blemishes. She loves like picking pimples.
Yeah, my wife does too. She
Yeah.
loves it. Like literally, she'll get my daughter and me both like run from her because she'll see something and she'll be like, "Oh, let me get it!" And nope. I'll go outside and hide. Yeah, I can totally relate. You still driving?
Always.
Always. How far are you going today? Or I know you've been going somewhere. You've gone pretty far already because you've been driving for at least 4 or 5 hours.
Moving along. A bunch of flat ground.
I drive in circles.
You do long haul or what? Oh, do you? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought maybe you were long
Pizza.
haul.
He's the best pizza delivery person in Tejas. Anyway,
I bet he is. I bet he
There
is.
used to be a big poster.
You know what?
People
Pizza
used to
is
put
flat
this
like the
poster-
earth.
Look, people used to put this poster on the wall when I was growing up. I think it's pretty old. It says, "Winners never quit, and quitters never win. But he who never wins and never quits is an idiot."
That's a good point. That is a good point. That's probably Confucius say. Confucius say through bus terminal sideways is going to Bangkok. Took you a while. Took you long.
Literally. Yeah, no.
Well, if I would have made that the second Confucius joke, you would have laughed more of it. But I should have let into it. My bad. We really need to come up with some more flat Earth comedy. We really do. Like somebody to actually sit and write some good jokes.
I got the best joke ever. The globe.
Yeah, but that's my joke from yesterday. I was going to say refraction's today's joke. I have this weird vindictive streak in me that makes me want to go and make a video for every little stupid thing that they ask about to show them how wrong they are. And then, like, every time they ask, just post it. You know what I mean?
Did any of y'all see what I was saying earlier about refraction?
I may have caught parts of it. I'm not sure.
Funny. That's
Where I
funny.
was
That video. Don't look at my face. Don't look at my face. That's hilarious.
where I was saying basically, like, how do they talk about how shooting a laser to the surface of the moon and having it reflect back to us to give us the distance to the moon, but then they'll talk about refraction on the sunset.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Like, you can't, so the sunlight has refraction, but moonlight doesn't?
Mm-hmm. Just take the Tycho crater 50 miles and do the distance and see how small that sucker is. At 250,000
Somebody
miles.
sent me something
Thank
cool.
God.
Yeah,
End,
check it out.
end
I'll
of
be back in a little bit.
story. Thank
I'm
you
just
very
saying
much.
as an argument against them, like, shooting through the atmosphere, wouldn't there be a refraction if it was shooting through their atmosphere to give us a distance from the laser? Wouldn't that laser refract? That was just basically my argument back on them.
I don't know. I'm still waiting on that PDF.
Refraction only works when they want it to work. I thought it was
You know, QE's been hammering down on talking about refraction, like what is refraction? And I think there's atmospheric distortion, and then there's like refraction when there's two like different media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it on his thing? Does he talk about it on his site, or? Because I'll go look it up and watch it during my downtime.
He's got videos.
I need to look at him. He was cracking me up the other day.
But as far as refraction goes, I mean, honestly, in any other conversation, we would never accept. Let me see if I can give an example of what it's like. I can't. I'm sorry. My brain hasn't been 100% today. But the bottom line is refraction. Detailed in Snell's law, and then the examples we get with, like, say, a piece like a pencil that's in the water and in the air, you can see the difference. That's not the same as.
That's three different media: the glass, the water, the air. So when you're under the water in the ocean, let's say you're at Florida where it's real clear. Like, you're not looking in the fish and he's way the fuck over there because you're in one media. Now, does that mean that there's not like
You're sharing
tiny little? It's like comparing, a taser to getting shocked by someone with static electricity, right? We're saying it's a very small amount of bending, right? Because now they're not about bendy water. Now they're all about bendy light, right? So it's a very small amount of bending, kind of like when you touch your wife and she shocks you, right? But they're saying, like, no, it's taser. It's like 10,000. No, it's not that much. There's no way it could be that much unless you have three different media, like a fish in a tank, where you're looking through glass. Okay, that slows down the light. Then you're looking through water. That might cause it to speed up a little bit or slow back down. I don't know. I haven't measured it, but it's the change of angle. It doesn't actually bend.
Right. But that's true, 100% true. It doesn't actually bend. Like, there's no bending. But to the point about how they use the word refraction, which is an equivocation fallacy. Um, well, if you're to take the definition of atmospheric refraction, they just use it interchangeably, like they're both the same thing. One is a mathematical concept. To I don't even know exactly why. Maybe to explain some phenomena that maybe shouldn't be seen, or that you wouldn't expect to see on a globe. I don't really know where this refraction stuff for 7/6R, where that originates. That might be my new project, figuring that out. But what I do know is when you look on YouTube and you type in does light travel in a straight path? Yeah, everyone says it does. And that being said, uh obviously in air or in one medium, when you have something in front of you, is called line of sight. Is the light from there is going directly to your eye in a straight path. So that being said, there is supposed to be a geometric horizon that's obstructing, I'll say, anything beyond the horizon, or any land beyond the horizon. You should, obviously, the horizon is the point at which you should be able to see no more Earth, right? That's
Right. It should be
basically the
dipping.
definition.
It should be.
So
It should be
that
dipping.
Right. So when they say refraction and they're talking about light traveling from some other further point to bend into your eye, what about the light that's traveling from the geometric horizon? Where's that at? They
Right.
talk about it as if it's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to appear as if it's somewhere else. No, it's like a building that's 2 blocks away from me. Depending on my angle, I may or may not be able to see uh, the sunset for that much long. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's like 6 o'clock, I might still be able to get a glimpse of the sun. But if it's like 7 o'clock, well, it's gone now. I can't see it unless I'm like on a roof or there's no buildings in the way. You know what I mean? So it's like with this, it's in a geometric occurrence. It's obstruction at a specific location. So where's that at? You can't just say, well, it appears as though it's somewhere else. And by the way, you can see the oil rigs that technically some portion of them should be cut off by the geometric obstruction, but that's not the case because of refraction.
Right.
That's insane.
It is.
And the math that they use, which is invalid anyway because they can't demonstrate curved gases, actually get the geometric distance of the horizon anywhere near where it is appearing in like the Black Swan and others.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird shit going on in those photos though.
No, there isn't actually. There, you know what? That where those oil rigs enter the water, the one that's further out, habitat, where they enter the water is further back and higher up. The further out, it's higher up as well in the image. This is just the way our world works objectively. That cannot happen on a globe. It will have to drop away at that distance.
Sure.
You can see the water all the way up to where both are entering the water. How can you see both of them?
Yeah, but in the images I've seen, I don't want to go on. This is the images I've
That's a
seen.
non sequitur. Yeah, I know you have nothing to say.
The position of the altitude of the lighthouses differ to each other anyway in the photos I've seen, which is a bit weird.
Have you seen the video yourself?
Yeah, I've seen the video. I've seen the shots. He says occur quite a lot, and the shots he says occur rarely. I don't know.
Have you seen the 31 mile from 1.5 feet above sea level? 31 miles.
Is that a Black Swan one, is it?
Well, that's the newest one that BM SLB did. LSB, sorry, I get that wrong all the time.
BMLSB 69.
BMLSB
Yes.
69, yeah.
It's the
That
initials
man
of Santa
does.
Barbara's. Remember, SB's the last take. That's how I remember.
Yeah. That man knows how to make videos. I don't know where he is. I don't know who needs to reach out, but come on, like we got to start reaching out to people. We could do a lot of things with this platform. Like, for instance, it'd be a great opportunity to hold on.
Yeah, 31.8 miles, Anacapa Arch.
The lodge is cut
Santa
out.
Barbara Channel from Miramar Beach, I think is where all of his observations are from. It's in the place of Santa Barbara.
I'm looking
Santa
at it
Barbara
now.
Channel to the Channel Islands, which are Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa, San Miguel, and San Nicolas.
So to explain that one away
Dan,
with
what was I
refraction.
saying? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No, my bad. My bad.
No
All
worries.
I said was he's looking across the Santa Barbara Channel from a beach in Santa Barbara called Miramar Beach, looking across to the islands and across the Channel Islands, Santa Barbara Channel. They're called Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa, San Miguel, and San Nicolas.
So for that observation, now they need to artificially inflate their Earth radius to something like 1.6 million miles.
No,
right?
way more than that. Yeah, well, 31 miles, yeah, because the islands in the Black Swan are 30 miles, and that makes the radius more than 2 million miles, so this is slightly more than that. So it just keeps getting
the
further and
standard
further out.
refraction formula gets them like a fraction of a percent the way there, I guess. So
Mm-hmm.
the math that they claim, which is invalid to begin with, because you don't have curved gases, it doesn't
Mhm.
even work
No.
to explain this.
Right, that's what I was explaining earlier. Like they're saying that, you know, standard refraction through the atmosphere is going to be more than looking through a fish tank with 3 different media. And it's like, no, that's actually not how it works, right? The way that it works is that when the light goes through, hits the barrier at a certain angle, the light will change directions. And what I heard the other day is that there's like 1 million barriers, you know, in 10 miles because that's how gas works. And I'm like, whoa, where are these gas barriers that you can bounce, you know, light beams off of and that you can bounce radio signals? Where is this gas at? I've never seen any gas like that because anytime I've ever used, right, some sort of laser, it doesn't bend unless it goes through a separate medium. Because how many times have my stoned ass been at home smoking weed all day long, playing with my cats with
Let's
laser lights?
go.
I know how that shit works, so I'm somewhat of an expert, right? It doesn't bend like that until it goes through glass or water.
Yeah, I'm watching that video. That's the latest one, is it? Sorry.
Yeah, I believe so.
And when I say I'm an expert, I've spent many hours playing with lasers. Like, if you're not talking about laser on my Mac 90, how about the laser that I play with my cats? I mean, I've always been the type to like experiment with shit and like try to figure out how shit works. And the way that they're claiming refraction works through just the atmosphere alone, that's not reality. It's like being afraid that you might get tased when you kiss your wife because she's got, you know, static electricity. Like, you're not going to get tased. It's going to be like a tiny little amount. And they're like, no, it's orders of magnitude more, 10,000 watts.
Okay, guys, we got a new person. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. No roll. Just let you know.
Humpty Dumpty, welcome to the server. Can you go up to the VC verification? We can get you verified.
All
If
the
you do that,
king's
I'll follow
horses
you up
and all
there.
the king's men will meet you up there. And we'll put you back together.
Yeah, if you could just go, we'll follow
That's
you up
the
there.
That's his original shot, wasn't it, in his first video of it? That's right. That's the one, isn't it?
That's the
You
one.
watching the one where you see an island 30 miles away.
Yeah. So do you notice how Bo, that's his name, QE has spoken to this gentleman, apparently. So you notice how Bo puts the information exactly how all the conditions are, how high from, you can see it's very easily determined that how the camera is being set up, where the location is. There's no fooling around. You can see exactly yourself. It's objective. You know, how high he is above the water and so forth. We've never seen anything like this from any glober ever in the whole time. I've been looking into it for 5 years. Some of you here, 7, 8 years probably.
Some of us. All right, so here's the thing. If they could just, show us, right, that the light what we see never goes past 1.225 times square root of the observed height feet. If they could just show us that, then they would have an actual plan. Or, let's give them a margin of error, okay? Maybe 2 miles, right? You can't see the horizon past 2 miles, but that's not what's going on, right? We're seeing it past orders of magnitude past 1.225. So if this one is 30 miles, then that's that's an order of magnitude. More than.
It's a lot of distortion if it is, isn't it? That's the shot. What's that one? BS.
What does that have to do with where the horizon's appearing?
That's 30 miles away. Think about how far that is, positive.
Doesn't have to do with anything. Look,
30 miles.
That's the other shot he shows, isn't it?
You can see from the observer, you could take a screenshot at any particular portion along the way while he's zooming out past the first oil rigs going out. You could see surfers in between before the oil rigs. Then you can see things in between the oil rigs. You can see the oil rig and all of it's getting higher up and further back. So how is that possible? At 31 miles? The island is further back than all of the other things leading all the way up to it, that you can see every single thing in the water. It's a really calm day.
That video was amazing.
There's some sort of, between those two pictures there, there's definitely some sort of distortion there, because look at the proportional altitude of the two rigs next to each other.
Seems like you're
There's
not
something going
listening,
on
though.
Hold, guys, you mind if I take this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, please, Drew.
Go ahead, Elijah.
So there's some distortion, so?
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at in the one, the top of those two pictures just put up, in the top one, the furthest rig on the left. Look at its look at each of its features in terms of its vertical height compared to the nearest one, and then you do the same with the second picture, and they're definitely different to each other, aren't they? I'm trying to work. What is that? What's that difference between, in the top picture, you can look at the base gantry above the leg stem on the right hand side, and it's kind of like amid the gantry on the right hand side, and then the bottom picture is just out of view below the water level, but you can still clearly see a significant proportion of the gantry.
Yeah,
the near one.
This image that you posted, did you make this screenshot?
Okay.
Do you know which video that's coming from?
Yeah, it's from his. Both of them are from his original video.
This is not from the same. This is not from the same day. It's from the same location on a different day. The waves are like 5 feet high, 6 feet high, and the first day they were not.
But that's still.
So he's at
I get
1
that.
foot height still. with huge
I get
waves
that.
in front of you. You been to the beach, right? Have you
No,
ever
what I'm
laid
saying,
down on the sand and looked at the waves, like
I
right
get,
at the water edge, and you look at the waves, that big waves come up, you cannot see anything behind them.
sure. But here's the point. I get that. I get that, and that would be definitely a colluding phenomenon, yeah. But the point is, both these rigs are, I believe Habitat and what's it called, the other one?
Hill House.
Yeah, Hill
I,
House. They're both power driven onto the about 100 and something odd 190 odd feet of seabed. So they're not moving up and down with waves. There's anybody here who, unless someone else knows differently. But
yeah,
they're
there's something called shoaling. Where you'll have the tide, I guess, coming in. And they'll create a little bit more of a bulge there.
it's
Where
not.
there's a a steep decline in the elevation. Depends on where you are. That spot happens to be a spot prime for that.
Sure, I
But
get that.
Right.
In both
but
those,
but that being said, well, you see what you see. I get it. You're telling me to look at the picture. I see the pictures. Okay. And
in both those pictures, I'm completely ignoring all the water. The point I'm making, completely ignore the
okay.
water.
Even though
Look
the
at the
water's
two rigs.
blocking your view.
Hold on, guys. Hold
Yeah, I'm
on,
saying.
guys. I asked you guys.
Yeah.
Completely ignore all the water in both those pictures and look at the two rigs. And he's observing them from the same beach on different days. I get that, and different weather conditions. The furthest in the top picture, the elevation of the furthest rig is different in comparison to the nearest rig than it is on the second day. And they're both on the seabed, so they're both not moving up and down with tides or waves or rivers or any storms or anything like that. I'm just asking, what is the phenomena that makes the top one, the rig appear taller out of the water in the first picture and lower in the water in the second picture? And it's not, and again, completely ignoring the actual water in the two shots, just focus on the two rigs. There's definitely something happening there, isn't there? That's different between those two shots. Because if it's straight lines of light coming from the two rigs across flat water to you and going in your eye simultaneously in both instances, and he purports to be on the same beach different days. There is something about the way he observes the rigs in total isolation of any water that is different on those 2 days. And that I don't understand. That is the bit that throws it for me. I can get how there's an inconsistency there, and throws any accurate assessment of what I'm looking at out the window, really, because I don't know what I'm looking at. If I can't work out why those rigs are up and down, then what does it matter where the water is?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see how long. You know what I mean? This is. I want to hear more of him speak than them speak.
Sure, I don't know. I'm just opening. I'm begging the question.
So I mean, it's been maybe it's been the better part of 3 minutes, maybe more. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate what you're saying. I don't know how it relates to the points previously put to you. Are you saying that because of this other non-related thing to the point, are you saying that it renders you incapable of making any comments about the point made to you unless you knew what was going on specifically with the question that you're asking?
I'm trying to pick up what you just asked there. No, I'm saying that
You can't answer any questions unless what you think is an issue, which is non sequitur to the point made to you about the photo and the argument, right? You can't answer to that until what you want is explained, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that there is some altitudinal
No,
distortion.
no, I'm not asking. I'm not asking what you're saying. I'm asking what you're doing because it's not. It's not like you're addressing the argument. So I'm asking, is that because you're choosing not to make any assessment because of the non-related thing that you're asking about?
Do you think it's non-related that the observation of that lighthouse one against the other is completely different on 2 days? Forget the water, just look at the two lighthouses.
It's most definitely a red herring by the definition.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. If you think it's a red herring, that's all right. That's pretty much. You don't think it's a
Well, it
related
is.
issue.
If the point is okay, let me take a look see here. If the point is about the geometric horizon, so called, so the geometry of the surface we live on, and you're talking about the placement of the oil rigs, I'm going to guess in respect to the horizon, why it looks lower in reference to what? Right. You're talking about one thing while the point is about another thing. That is by definition a red herring. Though it seems related, it doesn't actually address the point. That's how the red herring fallacy is defined.
Okay. If you think
That
it's a
being
red herring,
said,
if you think,
that being
what do you make
said,
of that?
at c.sdsu, looming and sinking are the simplest of all the refraction phenomena. They're simply abnormally large and small refraction, respectively. As was first shown by Lambert, 1759, a constant density gradient in the lower atmosphere produces only a vertical displacement of distant objects, not a distortion. So looming is just an exaggeration of normal refraction produced by a steeper than usual decrease in density with height. So as it relates to your red herring about the vertical distance, the vertical difference, well, there's something called sinking and looming. Now, that's described as a vertical displacement. We're talking about a lateral displacement. So while I've just addressed your question about this vertical displacement, can you address what we're talking about with the lateral displacement? Please and thank you.
The lateral. You mean the displacement of the observed horizon?
What does lateral mean?
Of a line.
Okay. It's not on one point, it's on another point. Why?
Is what? Sorry, what is what on one point and what on another point? What were we talking about specifically?
What does laterally mean?
Lateral means on a line or on a level.
Okay. Well, first of all, isn't the point that refraction is making it possible for you to see what you're seeing?
More of the further light.
So ultimately, it's straightening out the curvature, essentially.
Well, I can see more of the.
So across this line of sight, we're asking you what's up with the displacement.
What in what respect do you think you're asking? I don't know what you mean.
Where are the oil rigs?
Out at sea.
Where they specified distance wise from the observer.
6.9 and 9 point something miles away.
Okay. Where's the geometric horizon mathematically?
At the height he is it what 1 point something, 2 miles, 1 point something miles, 2 miles? At the height he is, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right.
1.2 miles? Okay.
1 point, I don't know, 2 point. It's a lot nearer than the rigs. Just put it that way, yeah.
Okay. And where does the horizon appear to be?
In the bottom photograph, it's somewhere between us and the nearest rig on the right, but it's difficult to say exactly where. And on the top
Right.
one,
It's easier to say from the top photo because, well, there's a reference, right? So let's go with that one.
well, we look at both of them. They're both observations
No,
of
if we just
reality.
we need to work with one because we can't work with
Okay, so
both.
in the top one, the horizon is way, way beyond the furthest rig.
Mm-hmm. So minimum 10 miles.
So probably much further than that. I would imagine.
That lateral displacement. What's up with that?
Yeah, I get it. I understand that. The fact that the geometric.
No, it's not about understanding. I'm asking you what's up with that. In order to not actually address that directly, you responded with what about the vertical displacement of the oil rigs? Now, in order to assess that, give you an answer, I had to go along with your red herring and actually address both of the photos because otherwise, how could I talk about the vertical displacement? So I gave you the only answer I could think of that's out there. I don't know if there's another source that would say anything that would explain, and I don't know, but I gave you the answer that I knew from the place that I got it from. I answered your question in lieu of you responding to our question. So, how about you do me the courtesy and try to answer the question directly?
Okay, so you're asking me what I think is going on.
What's up with the displacement?
I presume that there's something just that if the rigs are just set distance apart, set distance from the observer, set altitude, ignoring the actual water itself, and the light coming from those two rigs.
You can't ignore the water because the question we want you to answer is what's up with the Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't
what's up
want to
to
repeat
the
myself.
horizon?
What is up with the displacement of the horizon that should be 1.2 miles, but is, or what, 2 miles? Well, no, the photo that you posted, 1.2 miles, when you can see it is definitely beyond at least 9.4 miles. What's up with that displacement?
What's up with that displacement?
Are you going to keep repeating back? Yes.
If some sort of distortion is able to elevate the furthest rig, why couldn't it elevate any physical position on the sea, near the rig or beyond the rig, to a point where you could see it as well?
I don't know how that question is even related to. I mean, it's non sequitur. You have vertical displacement. What would do you have a citation for lateral displacement? Because I'm talking about where is the light from the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles? Where is that light and why isn't it bouncing back to the observer? Because we only see a horizon that's far in the distance. That's the only light that's coming back to our eyes in respect to the Earth.
Well, you're seeing by definition, you're looking in the top picture. As you look across the surface, you're seeing water all the way. So every position at every distance has obviously got light getting to you. But evidently, in the top picture, you've got light coming to your eyes from a position on the sea way beyond the furthest lighthouse.
Yeah,
So that's
you're describing the problem because the light that's supposed to bounce to my eye from the geometric horizon should be the last bit of Earth that I see.
absolutely.
So you're detailing to me the problem that I'm asking you. Why is this here? Why is this problem? Why are we having this problem? What's going on? So what do you like? Do you have a source for what you're? Do you have a source rather than some hypothesis that you're coming up with to answer me? Is there actually, because this is obviously not just the only place that this happens.
Of course,
it's happened a number of places in different observations with different things. So now we're talking about this not from just this picture's point of view, but from a general point of view. What's up with the horizon not being geometric?
Not being geometric. I don't know what you mean by not being geometric. It's the geometry of the shape, whatever the shape of the surface is, the geometry stays the same. It's fixed. In the bottom one,
You know that. I'm sorry. Listen, you know that geometric means Earth.
Geometric geometry means is the mathematics of shapes. And whether you believe the Earth is flat or it's a curve.
But geometric, we're talking about the geo-Earth metric measure. That's what we're talking about.
Geometric, yeah.
I just want to know that. I just know that you're not equivocating, right? And you know that we're talking. I'm just getting you on the same page. You understand the room you're in, right?
Yeah,
So
of
we're
course.
talking about something specific. We're not just talking about geometry in general. We're talking
Well, then don't
about
say geometric then.
we're
'Cause
talking.
geometry and geometric are the same thing. They're the same field, aren't they?
No, you're equivocating because there's obviously a difference.
What do you mean by geometric horizon? You mean the observed horizon or where it should be?
First of all, we were talking about geometric, but anyway, yes, geometric. The geometric horizon is defined as the point of Earth.
Which, without any visual distortion, would be the furthest point you could see on the surface of the land.
No, that is where the ground, that's the last bit of ground that you see. That's what
That's
geometric
called the
means.
horizon.
It means there's a tangent point from
Yes,
you to the horizon.
absolutely. And that would be if there was no distortion in any observation we ever
No,
made. It would.
listen. If there was distortion from that point, it would be meeting your eye, distorted or not. It doesn't just disappear, and distortion changes that from there to somewhere else. That's not. Help me understand. You have a tangent point,
Mm-hmm.
and the tangent from that point to your eye. So now we factor in distortion. What happens to that tangent?
It's not a tangent anymore. You just
No, of course it
contradicted
isn't.
yourself. Pause, you just contradicted yourself. Then it's not a tangent. What's a tangent?
I know what a tangent is.
Then tell us.
You want me to explain
Yeah, I
the
want you to
basic
tell us.
geometric
Yes.
principles to you?
I want you to tell us what a tangent is.
A tangent is a line from a point to the surface of a sphere. It's a coincident sphere at one single point.
It's a straight line.
A
Once
line,
it's
yeah.
distorted, it's not straight anymore.
Okay.
Then you don't have a tangent. That's the contradiction.
Well, you don't have a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's what a tangent is.
A tangential line is a straight line in geometry.
That's correct.
So if you work on the premise that there's no distortion in the light, that's what you'd have every single
That's
time you
right.
observe
So
it.
you don't have a tangent because you're saying there's distortion, so there's no tangent. That's my point.
I've still not heard anybody explain why the lighthouse is
Explain why.
different altitude zone.
How is the geometric horizon 10 times further than it should be?
Because
Yeah, that's a lie. I just told you. But answer his question, please.
Yep. Why is the geometric horizon 10 times further than it should be?
Why, if you can suddenly, in one picture, you can see much further on the surface?
Oh, that's not helping you.
No.
That just destroyed you. But you're too stupid to realize it. 1 second, I'll show it to you.
Okay.
Of course, I had this in my fucking presentations from the beginning. Can you read this out loud, please? It's 38 minutes after the hour.
Read what out loud?
Yeah, I'll read it. You don't read my stuff well. These two photos are taken with the same camera and camera height 4 days apart. Not only are A and B both black swans, Baltards, pay close attention. Your physical sphere edge horizon that blocks boats and buildings is moved.
Yeah.
Does your spinning monkey ball inflate and deflate? You're finished. You don't even realize it. That's
You haven't addressed the point I made, though, have you, really, about the observed
the point.
distance?
I just killed your whole fucking argument right here.
Okay.
I don't need to address anything. Address that.
Which part do you want me to address there of that statement?
The whole fucking thing. Both are black swans. You brought up the second photo because I know that's the one you're parroting.
I'm not parroting anything. I'm just asking why.
Yeah, you are. You have no idea with what you speak of. How is
So
the
what?
horizon, geometric horizon, by the way,
It's all got
10
very
times
aggressive.
further than it should be? Answer that.
It would only be the case if the horizon was physically moving, the Earth was inflating or deflating, or some other phenomenon was coming into play.
How is the horizon, and why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be on your sphere? Simple.
Because
Answer
you
the
could
question.
see light from much further away getting to you.
Answer the question. You can see light from much further away. You think that answers the question? Are you kidding me?
If light was being distorted from a further position on the sea such that it
If
got to
light
your
was
eye,
being distorted, that is not answering my fucking question.
the horizon is defined as the furthest position which light can get to your eye, isn't it?
Negative. Citation, please.
Okay. What's
It's
the
the
definition of
apparent
horizon?
junction of the earth and sky. You're making shit up.
Yeah, but that means that there's
No,
that's
it
the
doesn't
furthest
mean
light.
nothing except what it says.
Okay.
That doesn't,
But
you didn't repeat that definition. It doesn't fucking mean anything except what it says. It is the apparent junction of the earth and sky. Period. End of story. That's what it means.
Yeah, you're
So,
shouting. You're getting angry.
Why is there, yeah, I'm shouting because you keep fucking avoiding the question. Why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be, Snowflake Sally?
Because the horizon has moved.
No, the horizon. So your
observable-
physical
the observable-
sphere edge, yeah, your physical sphere edge has moved. You just debunked your fucking sphere.
No, didn't say
Yeah,
that.
you did. You're
I
just too
didn't say
stupid
that.
to realize it. Does
I didn't say
geometry
that.
move?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Does geometry move?
No, the geometry Earth doesn't move.
Well, you just said it did.
No, I said the observed horizon moved.
That's the horizon. Yeah.
No, so you're
That's
conflating.
your
You,
fuck off. You're a double speaking numpty dipshit. You're busted. Say goodnight.
See, this guy wants to act and pretend like for the past, I don't know how many years, they haven't been claiming that boats go over the horizon, and that's how you know you live on a ball. Well, that worked really well for hundreds of years, possibly, because it appears that way. But when you actually get the newer technology and you look, and where's the horizon? It's all over the place. Well, if it's moving, that debunks their radius. And at this point, if they try to measure the distance to the horizon, they're no longer measuring the radius as they have claimed, right? They're actually measuring where it's at based on atmospheric conditions. They're just measuring the distance to the horizon. That's it. They can't tie it to the shape of the Earth anymore. QE and others have taken it away from them.
He was real careful not to say refraction. He knows better. Because I would have been all over it. I'd have been all over him like a duck on a fucking June
It's
bug.
it's a little slimy. I mean, man.
QE, is it possible that both your definitions for the horizon were accurate?
Which both definitions?
Yours was the apparent,
That's not my definition.
meeting of. Regardless, the one that you cited was the apparent meeting of the sky and the ground, and the one that he said was, the furthest part where light can reach our eyes.
How could it be the contrast of the light and the darkness? Really, show me the fucking photons coming from the horizon.
Do you disagree that the horizon is made up of the furthest part that the light can reach our eyes?
Yeah, because it's not the definition. You see contrast?
It is one of the definitions.
You see contrast. It's not sight.
Actually, it encompasses
Cite
more
it.
than what you said.
Cite it.
I'll tell you why. When you go up
Cite
into the
it.
high, hold up. I'm
You're
citing it
out
right
of-
now.
you're out of-
I'm
you're
making
out
the
of
citation.
context.
Listen.
You're out of
So when you go
context,
up,
though.
hold up, Elijah. Just
You're,
10
you're out of
seconds.
context. Before you continue, the reason he said what he said is because he falsely stated what I said. Well, I said something that was similar to what he said, but I didn't say what he said.
Okay.
So you're out of context. What he was talking about is the geometric horizon, which
Fair
I
enough,
kept
because we're only
saying
talking
was
about- Go ahead.
which I kept saying was the last bit of land you should see on a sphere. So that's why he said what he said.
Fair enough. It sounded like QE was making just like, the
It's
general
not the same
kind of claim
definition.
for what a horizon is. Like, that is the
Yeah.
definition, and that's it. But
Yeah, but what he was saying wasn't the
that's
same.
not it.
Yeah, it is.
No,
it.
but
Cite the other
Elijah, he's saying the context doesn't matter.
Cite it.
I'm making the citation. Listen, when you're in a high altitude balloon,
Fuck
right?
off. Go to your fucking high altitude balloon. Cite the definition of the horizon or shut the fuck up. Your definition could equal looking by a building. You're a moron. So cite it, and then you'll come off mute. Other than that, you're dust. Is that unreasonable? If it's unreasonable, just go ahead and vote. I'll take them off mute. All right. If I'm looking at a corner of a building, that's the limit. Yeah, you better go. Here, I'll help you with it. Deafen too, so you don't come back off. Since you deafened yourself, I'll just help you out.
It's surprising people doing the same thing, expecting different result.
Yep. His definition that he just made up could be the definition of looking at an angle at a building. Right? Couldn't it? Corner of a building? Yes? No?
Wait a minute. Say it again. Say it again, QE.
Be looking at the corner of the building. The limit to where the light meets your eye? Well, I could be looking at a corner of a building. I can't see anything behind the limit where the light meets my eye.
That's right.
So he's an empty dipshit. Yeah, it's just Elmer Fudd sophistry.
Yeah. Interesting how they just like.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, really strange. It's such a simple thing. Like my latest thing on this whole thing is okay. So use their geometry against him once again. they're bludgeoned to smithereens. But if the light's hitting something that's lower in elevation before it gets to you, what's their explanation? That it goes up and bounces back down. It would have to go up and down to the observer. That's what they're trying to say is doing. I guess that's what the refraction argument is. But they don't have anything. They just are making it up as they go along, because the answer is not 7/6R. Like, even if, like, we know they don't have R anyway, so that's a moot point. But they don't have any specificity.
No, they don't even know what
specificity.
No, they don't even know what refraction is. Ask them to define refraction. If you got a ball tart in there, ask them to define refraction right now.
Shit, I know more about refraction than they do. Yeah. I'm a guitar player.
Bet you they can't answer it.
I know.
Especially with citation, they won't be able to. They never post citations. They don't even know what one is.
I know. I thought you were going to show up earlier this morning when Zanuck was in here.
Nah, I was busy. I was shooting all morning.
That's cool.
I see he's on mute. Who muted that fucking lion Surat?
One of us did. I don't know if it was me or someone else, but
yeah, he got totally destroyed talking about the light from your eye going to the object.
The light from your eye, which your eyes shoot out beams of light.
Laser vision.
That's what he said. Sonny called him more than twice.
Who caught him?
I did.
Sonny, he that's what he said. He said it twice. He meant that shit until he realized.
Till the second time, I was a little upset. I got heated. I was like, the light goes from your eye? What? Oh, man. They're all freaking lost, man. They're painted in a corner, and they're thinking they're still painting. They're thinking there's still, like, room to still paint. They're in the corner, painting themselves in further and further. Funny.
Rolling boulders, you're guilty of an equivocation fallacy. I'll post it for you. Using two or more definitions of a term in a single argument.
And that's a literary term or a philosophical term, anyway. The context you're using it.
Yep.
Not a geometric or no, it's not a geometric.
Yep.
Not a natural phenomenon in reality.
I thought you guys already went over fallacies. I seen some announcements of a fallacy discussion.
Yeah. That was a 3 hours long with Drace. Made a presentation and had discussion with several of,
That was rolling boulders in here?
He might have been in the, I don't know, there was like 60 of us in the freaking chat.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I missed out.
Was that individually recorded? I would like to go back.
Yeah, Brad recorded it on the, what is it called? The Brad recording bot? Recording.
Cool,
Craig,
where do I find it?
Craig, the recording bot. His name's Craig. Yeah, I'm sure they got it. And I'm sure there's going to be Indio's going to get a bunch of clips. Somebody's been clipping off these clips, individual clips. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with them exactly, but I've heard several of them here already.
I got a question, and this is open-ended for anybody to answer. If flat earthers were making this shit up and we didn't have no evidence or anything like that, why would we be giving presentations on how to spot flaws in people's logic? If we were making this shit up, I mean, think about it logically for a second. If we were making this shit up, would we be given like sermons on how to spot like bullshit logic?
Yeah,
we wouldn't want anybody peeping out our logic, right? Because it would be full of holes if this wasn't true.
Think about that. That would be like the most illogical thing to possibly do. Why would someone do that on purpose if they were full of shit?
right? You know that you would be the see. That's what they have to. You know what they think we are? They think we're the biggest trolls on earth. Flat earthers who
Wow.
only want to talk about the scientific method and who only want to talk about the geometry, or like they're the only ones who want to fucking talk about. It's crazy.
It's like they're afraid of it. They're kryptonite. It's like they're kryptonite, but they can't stay away from it. It's so bizarre. Moths and to a flame.
And you know where a lot of this comes from? Like, it comes from them, like, lying to the point to where everybody's going, wait a minute, what? What did they just say? Like, evolution? Big Bang? Like, that's science? Really? Is that science? They're saying it's science. It's being taught in science classes. And it's like, okay, well, I guess as long as, they get taught creation, they can make a choice for themselves. Oh, no, they removed the Bible from the schools like in the 60s. Oh, okay. Maybe this is a problem we need to address, and we've been addressing it. Others like Kent Hovind and other people that have been around for a long time addressing this stuff, and man, it's so easy when you hear both sides of the debate to make up your own mind, right? It's so easy because what they got is ad hoc explanations, affirmations, and the rejection of experimentation. That's all they got. It's just tactics. And that's why we have to school people on tactics so that we can recognize what these people are doing, because they're not making arguments, they're making tactical moves to avoid our arguments. Right on. That's exactly what they've been doing. Tactics.
Hey, what's up? I'm back. I just unloaded all my stuff or organized it. So check this out. I went to another server a moment ago, and I uploaded the document. I linked it. I mean to say that there's no physical sample of that virus thing, and then it's amazing. There's like a handful of these
Well,
people. I
bro,
think they're
that's one of the tactics. Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, I'm just
Sorry. Yeah,
I'm changing the subject. Sorry about that.
yeah, yeah. So that's one of the tactics we're talking about, and it's okay if you accidentally do it, like Smurf just did. Like, I'm not saying that he deliberately did that. He was just excited about what he just got through talking about in the server, and I'm sure he would, love to share it off air. But
Well, on
that's
a
what they do.
related subject, I'm saying they're paying people like Flat Earth. They're paying people to counter the Flat Earth, And I've seen a mainstream news article. They have like a few $1 billion and like Air Force. I guess they have enlisted dudes in front of a computer ridiculing the Flat Earth, and they get paid to do it on the. It blows my mind, but I've seen these articles. They budget billions of dollars to try to make fun of us, and on YouTube or whatever. I'm a bit excited, like you said, Hank. Sorry about that. They're here in Discord, is what I'm trying to say. In Discord, there are these people. We're getting paid to argue with us. Do you know that? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, cite your source, buddy, because we don't like to speculate around here.
Oh,
So if
I
you think,
can. I can. I've seen this before. I can go look for it. I've seen an article where they allocated a few $1 billion to counter the flat Earth. And if you give me a minute, I'll be right back.
That's cool. I mean, we got like 32 people on average, so I can't see them getting paid much. I wish we were that for it.
yeah, I wonder if they use any of that money to counter their own scientists when they say some real shit sometimes. Like when Michio Kaku says, nobody that I know of uses the so-called scientific method. What the fuck you doing with all that scientific grant money, motherfucker?
Yeah. Well, he's all theoretical, right? It's a theoretical place. Theoretical everything. Everybody wants to go into quantum calculations and theoretical this and theoretical that. I don't know, I guess it's a theoretical world. We think people are making money out of denouncing this room?
So let's say hypothetically that Smurf is right and they're like paying money to have people argue against us. Like, that's kind of weird, right? I don't know if that's going on or not, but I don't like speculating about it.
Hey! Listen, Hank. I can't find it at the moment. I have to keep searching, but I swear, I promise, with God as my witness, I've seen this before on a mainstream news article, and I'll keep looking for it. But they allocate a budget, billions of dollars to the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, to counter flat Earth. Yeah, I'm still looking for it. I've seen it. I promise, I've read it with my own eyes. But you don't have to trust me. I'll keep looking for it.
Well, no, yeah, we've definitely been shadow banned. We've been absolutely shadow banned in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Big time. Nobody will deny that.
Well, I'm just having trouble tonight finding the article. I mean, it's just one of endless, many thousands of articles I've seen before, and yeah, I just know they openly admit they allocate budget to counter us. That's why they're so obviously fake. I imagine that you got dudes wearing AC, whatever, camouflage, sitting in front of computers, and they're sitting next to each other, and they're on Discord and YouTube and Facebook, and they're just trying to ridicule the flat Earth. Yeah, it's real.
I mean, it's
Go ahead.
no, man, thank you. It's already ridiculous enough within the paradigm of what we've been walked into, right? We already walked in there. We ridiculed ourselves. Myself walking into this world, right? It was like, no way, that's not true. Right?
It's really wild.
And until you do your own tests and understanding and learn enough about the world that's around you and not listen to your kindergarten teacher. I mean, you only have to get past that. It's really, you don't have to go past any of this stuff they really cloud us in. We only have to get past what is level and what is here and what's actually possible. Because we already questioned that when we were 5. We already did. We have.
I'd like to apologize to Hank that I don't have it right in front of me to cite it as a reference, but I've seen it with my own eyes. When I find it, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll be sure and post it in the live stream because
yeah,
that'd be funny if that was going on because people would want to do it for free. People like vigorously defend their religion, the heliocentric religion.
I was going to say, Smurf, I'll give you some back in there because I've heard of J-Trig is the program that I heard of where they have cyber groups of agents that are there controlling the patrolling the internet. So I've heard of what you're talking about.
Right.
It's called J-Trig.
I haven't heard that specifically, but that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
it could be related to what do they call it?
I would like
space war. Like they have these. They used to be aeronautical groups, and now they're spa war.
It was something with a 4. It could have been 4 billion or 14. I think it was 14 billion with a B, budgeted to counter flat Earth on the internet.
But I don't know if they specifically said flat Earth. Just anything that's not required, paradigm. They have to be strict lines of what the. Well, I'll just say it. What the rulers want. The controllers want certain things only coming through the media, so they're the ones that decide.
You guys heard about the Earn It Act?
No.
So you guys can look up the Earn It Act. It has to do with the Elimination and Rampant Neglect of Interactive Technologies Act of 2022. This bill revises the federal framework of governing the prevention of online sexual exploitation of children. But you know how they wrap things in a certain way to make it look good? So I think what they're trying to do in this bill is make it look like they're trying to get rid of the exploitation of children, but it's going to do away with a lot of like other stuff too. You know what I mean? They're not just going to put one thing in a bill and pass it. They never do. There's always like 500 extra things that they slide in there.
That's how they do it, buddy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. In a big, nice, tidy bow. You know, put a lot of other issues within another one. And everybody's really ho-ha for. You know? No, it's a crack. It's a crack. It's a crack.
I'm having some difficulties because the search algorithms are always skewed, which we know that, right? They change the search algorithms, but I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm sorry I don't have it right in front of me. I'm just presenting this. I'm just throwing it on the table. It's a real thing. Like they actually have, dude.
We know that there are people who are fact checking. We know there are people who are fact checking. So what you're saying isn't really that bizarre because flat Earth is one of those things that would be fact checked, right? And we know that there's special interest groups who are paying for this, you know, this type of thing, the fact checkers, and we know it's ramping up. And the way that they're doing the internet now is basically like they're taking control of everything because of the kung flu. Kung fu, excuse me.
That's right. Yeah, I hear you.
Because they got kung fu, right? They got, you know, the military and everything working on it, the industrial complex, the intelligence industrial complex. It's big money. I mean, just big industry.
Big money. I think they're pocketing most of that money.
Somebody's making.
Yeah, how much do you got to pay someone to sit down and here's your camo. Welcome to Space Force. Here's the Discord server. Here's where they're hanging out on Google Hangouts. So I need you in this computer chair that spins 360 degrees around with tablets and keyboards. Like I need you here for the next 12 hours, right? Trolling people who you disagree with. Or maybe people just do it on their own. Who knows, right?
What I think's funny though is that these dudes they have employed are going to learn the Earth is flat in the process.
Hey, now he's talking.
Oh, it is already. Like they do, but they must. But they're like it's demonstrably evident. I don't know. There's questionable. There's questions. There's the people who walk in who are really. It's kind of curious. That's cool. Be a little curious about it. And I don't know about this lethargic thing against flat. I mean, yeah, I suppose there is. Like, it's
You know, the internet used to be way more free back in like 2016 or 2014. You know,
we could look
What
up.
you talking about? 2005.
Yeah, right. We could just look up anything, man. Boom, it was at our fingertips, and now it's just mulched. And
how you type something in, and it's the latest propaganda for the entire first page.
Now it's like CartoonNetwork.com or some shit. The internet
Yeah,
itself.
we gotta go here. Yeah, there's one little spot.
I got in so much trouble. I watched a movie with my kids one time. They were young teenagers, and that Universal thing showed up one time. I think I coughed over myself or something. I did something. I said, "Oh, bullshit!" Holy smokes! There's like cries in the theater and everything. I was like, I've never did that before, but man, as soon as I saw that thing, it was like brainwash. That's Universal Studios logo, and that's what it. They're just giving me the preconception that that's where I live. I've never experienced that ever. It's only been told to me.
But why would they need to enforce, right, the way that they want us to think and stop having thought crimes? If they've been brainwashing us from the beginning, like why do they still have to clean up the mess on the backside?
Good question. That is a very good question.
I think the marijuana keeps it to where soldiers. Now, I can't cite my source for this. I'm speculating, but marijuana kind of makes you go, "Is it illegal for me to do that?" When if you're just on like something else, and you're not taking marijuana, you might just follow orders. And I don't know if that's true, but it makes a lot of sense to me because potheads are the type to go, wait a minute, should I do this? Is that right?
Yeah.
And the people that don't smoke pot, they're like, oh, I better not smoke that marijuana. It's illegal. Brain cells.
I know, but and then it's even worse when you show up to a workplace and then now it's illegal again. It's even stupider. It's legal, but when you go to a workplace, you got to piss for certain jobs.
Think
I
about
reside in the great state of Virginia, and the cops here let us know that weed is not illegal anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, you said that
Until you
before.
get a job. Until you get a job.
But think about this. So you have this thing, right? It's supposed to be a drug. It's supposed to be dangerous. It's a class 1, right? So, like, but you can forget where you put it, and when you do find it, you'll probably get hungry and eat something and get more calories, and then you might fall asleep early after watching half a movie.
No.
Sounds just horrible, doesn't it?
Oh, it's tragic. You might eat all the chicken tenders in the fridge.
Yeah. Yeah. I've dealt with this firsthand on a couple of levels.
It's really a struggle. Yeah.
It really is. It's terrible. We're trying to. I am trying to fight that within our labor laws and whatnot. It's legal to consume, but yet when I go to work, I have to fucking have zero tolerance. I guess I should find another fucking workplace. It's stupid. Okay. What do you do? I had to quit for like the last 3 months, last 2 months, just so I piss clean for my next job. Just because I gotta build vessels and stuff that deny the, second law of physical thermodynamics. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of got to build those. But yeah. They don't define the second law of thermodynamics. But I have to piss clean.
Is there any new people in here? Looks like we've got a cats.
Yeah.
Cats, if you would like to be unmuted, you're going to go to voice check-in. So if you go up there, I'll follow you up there and check in.
And if anybody wants to go to chill chat, I'm down with chill chat.
Peace.
Yeah, man, Hank, I've been drinking, man, and I tried to look for like half a minute or so. I mean, it should turn right up on my phone, but they skewed all the search algorithms, man. I just ask you to believe me, but I don't want to ask anybody to believe anything. The true wisdom, I think, is to not believe anything. Anyway, I've seen it though. Just let me just tell you, believe that I'm telling you, I've seen it. That there's a budget. I've seen a mainstream news article. There's a budget for the U.S. Air Force, and then they showed a photograph of these dudes sitting in camouflage in front of computers, but it said $14 billion to counter flat Earth. And I was like, well, I thought to myself, they're probably going to keep $13.995 billion in their back pocket. But yeah, they probably do have enlisted soldiers that sit in front of computers, next to each other on Discord, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter.
I think they're more worried about big old truckers there with their trucker hats and their horns nowadays.
Oh, now they are. You got that right.
Come on. We're messing that stuff up.
Yeah, they're. Sorry, I don't have
if
the
that's
citation.
true, if that's true, that would go right along with the Loyola doctrine, right? Once he was injured in war, his leg was completely messed up and he couldn't fight anymore. But he still had religious fervor and wanted to fight for the Pope. So he started the Jesuits, which was the head of the Counter Reformation. Right? When I say the head of it, this Counter Reformation was going against Martin Luther who was going, wait a minute, I read that book. That's not what that said. Here's 95 things you got wrong. Who wants to debate? And he nailed it to the door, which is a challenge to the debate. And the church couldn't like pull out the book and go, no, you're wrong. It says right here. They couldn't do that. So what they have to do? Tactics. Right? I mean, this is the same thing. It's happening again, just slightly different, right? It's like we're in the middle of a reformation of a lot of things, right? It's, from the industries down, right? And I say industry down because there's nothing above industry, in my opinion. This is the oligopoly of sorts.
True. I agree.
Bro, can you go on and elaborate what you know about that? I asked you about the Sabbatian Frankist, which seems to be connected with Adam Weishaupt, and then Copernicus is in there. Okay, so it's related to the flat Earth. Because I get a bit mixed up in Hank, you seem very knowledgeable in this subject. Can you elaborate?
So I don't know what you're talking about, Sabbati and Frankist, but I can tell you that this Reformation, it spun into a lot of problems. Because, the witch hunt, right, was because of mass formation psychosis, right? So they went around in some places, they killed all the women, and there was like barely any women left. After everybody kind of calmed down and settled down, all the women were gone, right? So this mass formation psychosis that's going on today, it's the exact same thing, but it's the people who believe in the Big Bang cosmology, the evolution, the spinning monkey ball, all this stuff. And if you look at mass formation psychosis, it's a pretty big fucking problem, right? Because you got some people that have a psychological break, right? And when that happens, they're not breaking down like losing it big time. It's like they're pulling their shit back together. Because what they do is they scare the fuck out of people. And when they do that, they start believing in things that aren't necessarily true to eliminate the pain that they get from this, constant fear, right? And they start believing things that aren't true. And then that's where you get people that are like not listening to facts and they're only listening to feelings and stuff. So this is like a huge problem because they want to virtue signal like this. They say, use the correct pronouns. And we're like, okay, we can be tolerant. We'll use your pronouns if you guys stop aborting children. Right? And if you can do that, then we'll use the right pronouns. And they're like, no, that's so immoral. Why would you even consider that? We should be able to kill all the babies we want to, right? Because they're under psychosis. Right? I would definitely say they, them, whatever the fuck you wanted to say. Yeah, save the babies. We'll say whatever you want. But they're not preaching it for us. I'm sorry, for them. It's only for us. We're the ones that have to be 100% tolerant while they do whatever they want and get away with it. And we're like, what about this fact? Like, I don't care about facts. I only care about feelings. That's psychosis. Like, that is a deep mental problem that the whole world seems to have right now on many different levels about many different things. If you would like to hear more, I can give you the YouTube video that I'm parroting.
Dude, that was so funny. I wanted to ask you, but you seem very knowledgeable. What do you know specifically about the Sabbatian Frankist and the connection with the Copernicus, the Vatican, and the you know what I'm getting at? There's a kind of a gray area in the
I don't know
15
anything
or
about
1500.
that.
I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about any of that. Sabbatian, like the Sabbath, Frankus, like the Franks. I don't know anything about it. Sorry,
Sabbatian
bro.
Zevi, the inverted morality from good and evil. You know about that, I'm sure.
Oh, 1666, the rabbi?
Yes, yeah, I think it's connected to what we're dealing with today, and I think that it's connected to Copernicus, but it's kind of a gray area in my mind. I was asking what you know about that.
Not a whole lot, to tell you the truth. I do know about the rabbi who had about 1 million followers in 1666, and he was preaching redemption through sin. I've heard about that before, but I haven't done a great deal of study on it.
Dude, it's got the inversion. The inversion of like the globe is an inversion of the flat Earth, and go ahead.
Yeah, I have not done in-depth study, only preliminary study into this, so I'm not real comfortable talking a whole lot about it. But
Okay,
Robert
I just wanted
Steffer,
to ask you.
So hold on, bro, hold on. Robert Steffer wrote a book on it. He's an independent anthropologist, and I believe that what makes him separate is he's going to tell the truth about anthropology, regardless of political correctness or getting canceled by cancel culture or anything like that. So I would definitely recommend the book by Robert Steffer if you wanted to know about the thing that he's talking about.
You know, I think I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy that book. But nothing that I should buy that book from Amazon. Yeah, I'm not advertising anything here. I don't have any shares in anything.
Yeah, I don't have any shares. I'm just a fan of Robert Steffer on his other work. So I would imagine that
What's his
he's
other
going to
one?
be
I have
just.
no idea.
Oh, the Vril Society. He's got a book on the Vril Society.
Wow.
He's got another. He's got two more books, and I can't really remember what they're about. But his YouTube channel, Robert Steffer, and Atlantean Guardians, is the other YouTube channel. Atlantean Guardians is really cool because it's a whole lot of stuff about areas. He doesn't like do the whole political correctness thing. And when I say Aryans, I'm not talking about just the ones from Nazi Germany. I'm talking about the Aryans all over the plain, from China, where they found some red-headed mummies at 3,500, 4,000 years ago that were European descent, and they even had the same kind of stitching that we use on our blue jeans today, the same kind of pattern that's only known from Europe. And there's mummies that they find, like in Florida, the giant red-headed mummies. What he does is he talks about this stuff, but he's not like part of the woke community, so he doesn't like change things around to fit the narrative. He just prevents facts, and anthropology isn't science. Okay, archaeology isn't exactly science, but it's it's like even worse when someone like comes from the colleges and they're all super, woke leftist. They just He's like not that. He's just like a dude who's trying to get to the truth, in my opinion. And I've
That's
watched
fascinating.
probably 100 hours.
I'm Jewish, but I find that fascinating. I've been trying to read more about this because I believe that the ancient Hebrews were Aryan, and I'm Jewish, but I find this very fascinating. And thank you for letting me know. There's he has a channel. I didn't know he has a YouTube channel, and is the Atlantean conspiracy? Is that what you call it?
Atlantean Gardens. And I
Oh,
would say
thank you. Thank you for the lead.
I would say he's not the conspiracy theorist type, in my opinion. In my opinion, he's like a dude that's really into anthropology and the different cultures of the world. He does do more than just European stuff. So it's more than just Aryans. There's also other groups that he talks about, including the European Jews and Sephardic Jews and all types of different people. And to be honest, I agree with you. Like the Israelites, they spread out into all kinds of directions. And to say that they're white or black is a really fundamental misunderstanding of what it is to be an Israelite. In my opinion, to be an Israelite, you don't have to have a color. There's no Jew, no Gentile, no Greek. In my opinion, if you're an Israelite, then you're following the Messiah, honest Jesus Christ. Although you may disagree with that, um, I don't think it has anything to do with black or whiteness. I think these are modern concepts that we're labeling onto ancient texts, and I think that's a folly.
Yes, my rabbi told me to not label and stereotype anybody. I found it very rather interesting, considering our religion. I find that very interesting, and so I believe that anyway, it's a bit of confusing subject. I've been drinking a lot, but I find this fascinating. Thanks for elaborating on that. I'm I don't know how we got to this point.
Well, you're welcome. Sorry I didn't know a whole lot about, what was his name? The rabbi?
Oh,
And
it's Sabati and Zevi.
yeah, that's it.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's connected to the globe today with the current events, and I believe that the inversion of the flat Earth is connected with the inversion of morality to do with 1666. What do you think about that?
You know, that's a really, really good point. I've never heard that before. But when you say it like that, it makes a whole lot of sense, respectively, because what he was doing, in my opinion, was he was subverting morality of as many people as he possibly could. They were doing like incestual stuff, they were doing like sex magic, in my opinion, and it was just like really disgusting what that group of people did. It has nothing to do with modern people of today, but there's still the after effects of what he did back then and modern people today. So this was a relatively large group, but you can't pin the tail on the donkey and blame other people for what they did. It's kind of like, yeah, there was slavery, but I'm not guilty of that. I've never had a slave, you know?
Well, they were a
So,
subgroup of a larger group, but they were a very large subgroup that I believe you mentioned.
yeah.
This is what brought this up is you mentioned Loyola and the Jesuit thing, which again is connected with Copernicus and Martin Luther. And so I need to research more in this area of the 15 and 1600s to get to the bottom of this, of how we found ourselves in this global deception, the deception of the, I just said global, because what I mean is the globe you know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
You know what I'm trying
I
to
just
say?
said right. Yeah, I just said right. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely.
And I believe it all began with the Sabbatian Zevi people, and then it somehow and I wish I knew more. And I'm going to research what's his name, Rob Sefer. I know how to find it. He wrote that book. It's Robert Sephirus.
Yeah, no, Sepher. It's spelled weird. Seph. Sepher, I think.
I concur on the Robert Sepper. I've been actually listening to him for years.
Yeah, he's good, dude. Especially the music in the beginning. There's always some, like,
Yes,
yeah.
good.
Anyway,
Yeah, exactly. Well put together, nice to listen to. Has a good voice. He's just plain and simple, kind of like I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to go listen to him at this particular moment, but perhaps tomorrow, listen to him for a couple of hours, and I'll see if I can catch up to y'all.
You'll never catch up to us, but just keep it.
Yeah, you're never gonna.
It's not about catching up, man.
No, see, here's the thing. I've been watching this dude like probably 100 hours.
Yeah.
Because he's got so much damn content between the Robert Sepper channel and the Atlantean Guardian channel and like other stuff that kind of sends you down like rabbit trails. Like the Scythians, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. The Scythian people.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Man.
I know what you mean.
But yeah, the importance of a flat earther to know about the Reformation and the subsequent counter Reformation. This is like a very important part of a flat earther study. I mean, it's absolutely imperative that they understood the Reformation, the counter Reformations, the subsequent wars between the Catholics and the Protestants, and why we are Protestant today is a mystery to most people because they're Protestants with amnesia. In other words, they forgot why they were protesting the church in the first place.
You know, I find this completely. I want to get to the origin of the globe, right? The globe concept is what it is.
The origin of the globe.
The model. Look, I was listening to a rabbi on YouTube, and the rabbi said the globe is just a model on the desk.
That's absolutely correct.
More specifically, he said it's a model on the desk. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where it exists. It exists in your mind. It exists on the desk. But in reality, it's not there. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. The Copernicus connection, I'll have to look into that. I didn't know. So that's definitely
Yeah.
going to be some meat to chew on later.
What I see is the connection with Copernicus and the Vatican we already are aware of. And you mentioned Loyola. But I also see the connection with the Loyola and the Sabbatean Zevi. In the middle there is Adam Weishaupt, Rothschild, and such. But that's a kind of an area that I really should do more research. I really
this should
believe
be
it
like
began with the
fundamental.
inversion of morality and good and evil. You know, with Sabbatean Zevi. I think it led to, again, my chronology might be a bit off because it's an area that I asked you about, or if anybody here knows about. I would be interested if anybody knows about this subject.
Yeah, actually, Robert Seffer has something called. He has a video called 1666, and the Dark Messiah. So, like, this dude's got some fascinating videos. Listen, Smurf, you could just put it on while you're falling asleep and listen to it. You don't have to like sit there and study it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just zoning out, relaxing, just put something on. Like, listen to that information instead of any other kind of garbage.
I'm actually going to do that tonight. That is a great idea. Hey, you don't happen to have a link that I can? I gotta ask. I mean, you've got a shortcut. You know, you don't happen to have a link, do you?
I've been.
Yeah, I'll see
putting
if I can
links
find
in
some.
there.
Dude,
Here,
that'd be so great, man.
I'm putting him in the voice text. I guess
I'm gonna save it. If anybody has a good links, I'm gonna save it to my notes and I'm gonna listen to it. Oh, thank you. I got it here. Yeah, thank you. I'm saving that right now, Sonny.
Awesome. So
I'm gonna listen to this one. This is good.
a bunch of us people that have been digging into history for a long time, you know. So like, we've seen hours and hours and hours. I've seen thousands and thousands of hours of history.
What about her story?
Documentaries and things like that. I've just sifted through.
Ain't nobody worried about that.
A whole bunch of it.
I'm going to post one.
Okay.
This is the kind of stuff that he covers. Wait, did I post the right one? Oh, that's somebody else's. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the lost continents of the ancient world.
Actually, let me
Thank you. I'm gonna listen to this one also. I'm saving both of these links and thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Like sharing information like this.
Another good guy to probably get information on the Reformation, if he talked about it, which I'm sure he did. Manly P. Hall, if he's talking about the Reformation, if you could find anything like that, that would be good content. I'll see if I can find it. I'm assuming it exists.
I'm just so interested in the origin of this globe concept. It's clearly inversion. It's an extrapolated from the flat plane, and I'm just so interested in how the hell did we get to this point? We have to go back to the very beginning. You know, I mean, I don't know how else to make sense of it because it's so nonsensical. The globe is like makes no sense.
Puck, you're not coming through too good.
Yeah, what I was going to say, I can
Yeah,
barely
it sounds
hear.
very quiet. Could you speak closer to your microphone? Dude, Hockey Puck, you gotta get closer to your microphone.
No, listen, it's not a
I didn't know.
closer
I didn't know.
problem.
I didn't know I was high mic and bros.
There you go.
Now we hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll keep going.
What's
Okay.
that?
There we go. Checking in from the Northern Territory.
Well, I just learned an awful lot, and I know I did because I got some links here where I'm about to learn a whole bunch more. So you guys are great, man. This is why I'm here.
Yeah,
you guys are great.
I would highly,
You're definitely.
recommend. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I would highly recommend Manly P. Hall. Guys, you should remember him. He was a Mason, but I mean, I couldn't care less. His information is so locked tight, the stuff that he talks about, and you may not agree with it, right? But it doesn't matter because he's so good at what he does, just sitting there talking for like an hour and a half, like with no notes, like just off the top of his dome. Anybody who can do that, you should probably listen.
Hold on, I'm having trouble pushing buttons on my phone, but I also drank a lot. But man, I'm saving these links. I'm going to be listening to these links, and thank you so much. I just want to learn how we got to this point. It's such a mad world. People believing in the globe. You know, how did we get to this point that people believe they're on a spinning ball moving in 5 different fluctuating speeds? And I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the information.
Sounds like you're going through the process of awakening to the flat Earth truth.
No, actually, I've known flat for several years now, but I just can't believe people still can't figure it out.
No, I know. Well, it takes years. Like it takes none of us are finished with shedding off that crap. None of us are. That's not going to be done. Now look how many years we spent.
You're right.
Eating
You're
that shit.
You're
So,
right.
it's just progress doesn't make perfection. Practice makes progress. That's my teacher statement. I'd agree with that. All Glovers have Stockholm syndrome. I agree with it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on, dude.
Whether they know it or not is besides the point. Whether
Oh,
they
look,
admit to it or not is besides the point.
I wanted to point
Yeah, I
out.
really think you guys, just real quick, sir. I really think you guys should look into that mass formation psychosis because I really think that's what's going on. That's what we're in the middle of right now.
Hey, Hank, I think it takes care of itself. You know, for example, today, the AIDS thing they're injecting with. Anyway, I don't want to change the subject to that, but I think the mass hysteria takes care of itself. What do you think about that?
Well, no, because sometimes they might take care of your bitch ass, you know?
Whoa! Good point. Good point, Steve.
You know, they might take you out, right? Not on a date, you know?
No. Oh, buddy.
Yep. So whatever happens, it's just another little ratchet. They get chink chink closer to what their end goal is, which we don't know what that is. We can only see what happens.
I think they want to be able to track everybody. I'm not parroting. I really believe, based on stuff I've seen on the internet, I really think they want to track everybody, and they want everybody branded, you know, and identified.
That's not news, though, at all. Like, have you ever heard of the Committee of 300?
Yeah.
Okay, you got to read some
Heard
of
of.
that book.
I don't know about.
There's a free PDF online. You should check that out, too.
Okay. Wow, this voice text is cracking me up. Yeah, Pac-Man. Eating red pill.
A bunch of red pills.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it. Y'all already know. Everybody here knows, but I mean, obviously, I think they're trying to track everybody, identify everybody, and basically impoverish everybody so that they extend the wealth inequality gap is why the rich are rich and the poor are poor, is because they have the wealth inequality gap, which is why it's about power. You know, what do you guys think about that?
Well,
Yeah, the inequality gap is basically what the goal of communism is, I think. It's to make everybody on the same level, and that way it's fair, except for the people on top. They're going to become increasingly more paranoid, like Stalin, and killing more and more and more people, right? Even the people that are pro-communism have to die, right? And it's like, I'm laughing, but it's like, that's exactly what's going on right now. like
I
the
have a
long
friend
march of communism.
I have a friend. I can't say who he is, obviously, but let me tell you, he went to the Soviet Union as a spy. Because I won't tell you who he is. You know, he went to the Soviet Union as a spy in the '80s, and he said that they were all extremely poor, except there was a very small group that was extremely wealthy.
Yeah,
Soviet
that's what
Union.
it does, right? So everybody who wants equality, trust me, you don't want that kind of equality, right? Because it's so bad that I've heard from a guy who grew up in a communist country around Lithuania. I can't remember which country it was. There's a country over there, like east of Italy. Um, and he's in fact on scientism, science versus scientism. He's one of the mods over there. I can't remember his Enigma. Yeah, so he was telling me that when he was growing up, like if someone were to complain about, hey, there's not enough bread, we're hungry, like that person would straight up disappear. He's gone because you
Whoa.
can't have hunger in a utopia. It's a perfect utopia, communism is. So anybody complaining about the utopia not being utopia, they got to go. They got to, they're gone. He said he didn't know if they were dead or put in a work camp or what prison or what. But anybody who was like, talking about, hey, why isn't there enough bread to go around? Like they had to fucking go.
I think that's coming around the corner, buddy. It's coming close to home now.
Yeah, it's looking a little weird these days. But I think everybody should just be as, extremely hyper self-reliant as possible. And that's what the U did. And apparently it's the enemy of communism because before he waged war on anybody else, he waged war on the Ukrainians because they were self-reliant farming in the rice belt of that area, the grain belt or whatever. I didn't mean to say rice. The grain belt of that area, they were self-reliant Christians, Germans, a whole bunch of people mixed together right there in the borderlands, right in between all those countries is Ukraine. And the Ukrainian people, like, there was a huge genocide. But estimates between 3 to 9 million people died in the Holodomor. And this is like something that the communists don't ever want to talk about or engage in, right? Because it was communism who did that to them, because they had to give all the food to the cities. And anybody who got caught gleaming food that was dropped by the machines, right, and feeding their children, that was a death penalty. So if they got caught feeding their children, then they would die. And anybody who didn't obviously eat the grain that was dropped, they would eventually, get involved in cannibalism. And it was a really, really, really bad thing to happen because it was man-made catastrophe. Meanwhile, they're telling people there's not enough food to go around. People are starving to death. And Stalin would let people into Russia, give them a guided tour, and up the amount of exported grain to other countries to pretend like, no, this isn't happening. This is, see, we're selling more grain. We have so much abundant grain. So nobody's dying in the Ukraine. Here's a tour, a bunch of lovely Russian women to give you, all the pleasure and sex and drugs and rock and roll. And then we'll send you back to America and you'll never know the difference.
We're doing the exact same thing today. We're doing the exact same thing. We're exporting a ton of agricultural. We're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, well, what's going on right now is there's a war on food production, and logistics. So this war on food production and logistics, you ain't ready. I'm telling nobody's ready because I'm not trying to be a naysayer, but these are the facts that are happening. Like people are literally like waging war. You guys heard about the government subsidizing farmers to mow their own crops, right? You guys heard about that?
We got to look at what
It's
kind of
not
food production too, right? We got to look at what kind of food they're producing. It's food that has
right,
been banned by a few countries,
right.
right? GMO modified food. There's no nutrients in it. There's no vitamins. Restock. Here, sorry.
Yeah, you're right, Hockey Puck.
Your Honor. Yeah, man, you got her, man.
Hey guys, I've been chatting in the lobby, going back and forth with some people there, and we have a wiggle bot. Maybe we could talk about how cardinal directions work on a flat plane. So, Wiggle, are you there, buddy?
Which directions?
Cardinal directions, like north, east, west, south, that type of stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like sailors back in the day. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah, you should be able to speak now. I've taken you off mute, so you should have permission to open your mic, Wiggle, if you want to just say hello. Yeah, you left the call.
I'm a pirate. I'm a pirate. I seek the Northern Star. It's the only way I know.
He jumped up to the check-in, so I'm gonna go up there and see what's up.
All right. The pirates are waiting. Until the studio science shows up, and then it's all mythical things.
I just want to thank you guys. I have saved these links, Hank and y'all. Thank you very much. I've saved these links. I'll let y'all get back to whatever you're doing. I'm going to review all these links you sent me. Thank you.
Right on, Smith. Right on, man. Good hearing from you.
Dude, this is my home, dude. I love all y'all. Keep going, carry on doing whatever y'all doing.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Peace to you, brother. I went to church and I said, that the pastor asked me to give thanks, and I said, thank God for the peace.
That's all we have. Yeah. Amen on that.
You know, I'm Jewish, by the way. Anyway, but I go to church because there's no temple around here. I just go, it's right down the road, and they asked me, to give thanks, and I said, I give thanks for the peace. But yeah, ironically, yeah, brother, thank you, and thank God for the peace is all I gotta say. And thanks for the links, and I'll let y'all get back to what you're doing.
You got it, brother. We walk through the world and where we are, and we walk as the people as we are, and let that world walk with us in the way we walk. And
Hell yeah, you got some wise words from Hockey Puck. Very wise. Keep on walking.
So let me try this one more time here. Wigglebots, are you able to come off mute for a few minutes?
Even Hockey Puck's right once a day.
Every now and then. Blind squirrel gets a nut. I'm patiently enjoy this room. I always have. Last 3-4 years I've been here.
The room enjoys you, brother. Keep staying. Do what you're doing.
It always reminded me of that fucking David Bowie song. Hello, hello, hello. Is anybody out there?
Isn't that Pink Floyd?
Is it Pink Floyd? Shit.
Sounds like Comfortably Numb.
Comfortably Numb. Yeah. Okay. The other one though.
Gotcha.
Fuck all of them, right? all coiled into a world.
Anyone at home?
That's right. I get called on my shit. I like that. It was somewhere like that.
Yeah, no worries. It's just classic rock, whatever.
That's right. I was almost there once. I'm not even old enough to be even there.
As a kid, it was Satan worshiping music.
It was what?
When I was young, like, heavy metal was called Satan worshiping music. That's what everybody called it.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I grew up like hearing Motley Crue and Beastie Boys, so it was like,
Well, in the Midwest, it was Satanic Panic, basically.
wow.
It's a really good psyop. It worked really well.
I'm sure it did. I got a little puppy. Ask her to go outside. Be right back. 'Cause she's like cool, and you guys are cool too. But she's so cool. Right, boo boo. Yeah.
Well, if the channel's quiet, I guess I better start with the beginning. Okay, according to scientism, in the beginning, there was nothing. And then something happened. And then everything blew out of that thing into the speed of light. And then it all kind of gravitatically, we never found that, by the way, but it kind of like went in every different direction away from the explosion of nothing, and then it kind of spiraled into itself. None of it makes any sense. I can't even explain this. Damn it.
Well, thank
The whole point was the galaxy. I've been drinking, but you know what? None of it makes any sense, and I've been drinking, and none of it makes any sense. You got to be an idiot to believe this thing. I don't even know what to tell you.
Genesis chapter 1 makes so much more sense.
Go ahead.
It gets worse. It really gets worse. Hey, there's no denying it. You can't even. The evidence is monstrosity.
I put a video in the chat to help
Yeah.
people pass the time.
Cool, it.
Thank you very much. Just what we need.
I had to withdraw this. What are you listening to?
Who's yelling in the background?
Sounds good.
Okay, so I was trying to say in the beginning, nothing happened. Oh, wait, hold on. I got a problem with that.
I got a better philosophy. How about in the beginning there was something and it exploded into nothing?
Wow. Hey, what?
What a concept, right?
Okay, so this is the kind of opposite.
Curry store, bro.
Sorry, bro.
I can hear you researching. Good.
Gizmo, your hot mic and burn.
A little bit.
Yo, Gizbo, you hot mic and Gizbo.
Oh, somebody.
Sorry about that.
No problem, Gizbo. You're right. We were just talking about how nothing exploded into something, which. Okay, what? I gotta get a step back. What happened? Okay. Can somebody help me with this? In the beginning.
They say that those people, who are we going to call them, they tell us that in the beginning there was nothing, and it exploded into something, right? So I say, how about this philosophy? How about in the beginning there was something and it exploded into nothing? Makes just as much sense.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense actually. It's kind of like throwing a grenade. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense actually.
Yeah, that's. I don't know, man.
All right. Okay. So we addressed at the beginning that nothing exploded into something. Then what happened next?
Kept exploding into more and more and more. Nothing.
Okay, so all of this nothing is now moving near the speed of light away from the explosion, right? And then
Trillions of miles of
space-time
speed
is
of light.
curved, right? We now have the galaxies. Can somebody elaborate? Somebody help me with this.
Okay, Smurf.
I mean, I'm just saying you got to throw curvy space-time in there. That's it's a part of the thing, you know.
Is this a question from Ricky One?
Space time is the curveball.
Well, everything's just relative, so that fits everything.
It's relative.
Hi.
Man, it's all relative.
You like that, right? You like that?
Relatively.
I'm just thinking.
See what I did there?
Okay, so now the galaxies are now relatively. Oh, none of this makes any sense. Can somebody help me?
Yeah, bro.
I think there's new people
Well,
coming in.
all I can say is that's what it's like to be a Glover, I guess.
All right. Okay, Smurf. It's okay, man. That's
So, do we got new people? Danny Glover, has anybody tried to speak to him?
Rookie 1973 is asking a question.
Y'all
Well,
funny.
Oh,
I'd rather
sorry.
talk to the new guy if there is.
Was that Rookie?
Yeah, we did have a wiggle bot from the lobby. Doesn't seem to have a grip on how direction would work on a flat plane. So I was hoping to explain that at some point, but no luck from Wigglebot. But don't be shy. If you want to say hello, that's cool too.
We don't bite.
Wigglebot 23.
So,
bro, you there?
And yeah, I've never spoken to Danny Glover, so if you want to say hi, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't mean to step on your toes. Forgive me.
No, not you, Hank. You're welcome.
You need.
We got Zanuck 3.0 in here, and Wigglebot, and Danny Glover. Anybody who
Wow,
wants to
sounds
talk?
like it's going to be a deep debate.
I
You
think
guys
it'll
got any
be a
questions?
debate on one side. Now we got Sleepy Joe.
What's up?
How's it going?
Cricket, why is it so quiet? Wait just a sec.
It's not
It
quiet. We're
always
here
gets
talking.
quiet here at this time of hour, buddy.
No, it's like on my
Smurf.
phone. I have a hard time hearing you guys. What's going on?
Okay, can you turn us up a little bit?
Yeah, it might
I've
be the
turned.
volume in your setting.
So who wants to talk to the new guy?
I'll talk to the new guy if he wants to talk.
I want to hear the new guy.
I could talk a little bit. It's kind of late here, but so I might have to. I might get tired. So, but
That's okay.
I might get a bit tired
I
of
hear
finding out, the shape of the world I reside in, that exists. I'm tired.
I wake up.
Come on, guys. We're gonna have a one-on-one conversation. Who's going?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we already had a volunteer. Who said Flat Earther? You're up.
I'll talk to him. What's
Go
up?
ahead, brother.
what's up?
How are you?
I like your avatar.
Thank you. I found that. It's from the Viking show, I guess. So, what brings you to the Flat Earth channel? What brings you to 24/7?
You guys have a podcast. Some of your mods weren't aware, but I found the podcast on the internet somewhere in one of the chans, and you guys were you were debating. There was one you were debating a physics student, and there was one you were debating a mathematician. And I just thought it was impressive how you guys exposed just how fragile their. I mean, it's really a belief system. This whole globe kind of belief system conspiracy, and they're just part of a religion. They're just taking so much for granted. They're just assuming so much, and for people who sort of laud themselves as technical experts, I mean, they really revealed themselves to not have much technical knowledge at all. They can just regurgitate basically what is what is the indoctrination that they've been brought up with.
Yeah, it looks like we've got somebody that's done their homework.
Yeah, I'm already on board with you guys. So I mean, I was basically brought to Flat Earth by Eric Dubay. I'm not sure what you guys think about him, but I thought his videos are very well done.
Yeah,
he makes some good videos. There's a lot of people involved in Flat Earth that make good videos. Some of them they're not always right, so we make mistakes, but overall there's some really good ones. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
Who else have you heard of? Who else have you listened to or checked out? If you don't mind me asking.
So there's who's this guy Decimal Z? He did this like experiment. I mean, it was like he got a grant for it to like shine a laser across these two lakes in Europe. Like let's see, there was one in Hungary, and there was one in like the Netherlands. And he just showed there's no curvature over 20 plus miles, which is just not at all compatible with the standard globe model, whatever the geological societies use. So I think that's pretty. I mean, that should be pretty shocking to everyone who's intellectually honest.
So what are some things that you're curious about that you haven't looked into or whatever? Or is there any questions you have about things that you don't agree with us on?
I mean,
or you just don't get where we're coming from or something?
No, well, I think I get where you guys are coming from. So I'm just sort of here to listen to the live streams. I mean, one thing I'm kind of sorry.
Yeah.
I say welcome here, brother.
Thank you. You guys seem
welcome, of course.
Do you have any questions at all about the concept?
Say it again.
Do you have any questions about the concept that the Earth is flat? I mean, clearly it obviously is. You ever, put some cards together and, we're not moving in 5 different fluctuating speeds, obviously, but there's no parallax in the sky, Anyway, but do you have any questions about the Earth being flat?
I mean, it's just like, how did the sun and the moon work? I mean, this just seems a little bit vague. I mean, what's keeping them? Like, so first of all, how far are they exactly? The ballpark.
We don't know. There's certain things we just can't know, right? We don't have a tape measure big enough, right? It's the apparent location and the apparent size of the sun and moon because of the atmosphere and the way that the light interacts with it. So you're kind of asking us questions that nobody can really answer, right? But if you go on your favorite search engine right now and you ask them, like the ballers, they'll tell you the mass of the sun, the mass of the earth. They'll show you Venetian and lunar real estate, all sorts of weird stuff that there's no way that you could really know. You know what I mean? Like if you're talking about do we know the size? No, we don't know. We couldn't begin to speculate, right? And keep a straight face because nobody can really know these things. Right? You can't manipulate space, therefore you can't do science. So anything you've ever heard about cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, it was all based on philosophy and has absolutely nothing to do with science because you can't manipulate the variables in space, can you?
This is the pancake of information that we have to smash down every day. It's the pancake of information every day. We got to smash those understandings. Misconceptions got to be smashed. Everything is in reality of exactly where you concept it.
Like some smash cakes.
Just smash it. It's done. Right? And Hank did a great job. Continue, please.
Hank is speaking the truth. We're not going to lie to you because we're all about the truth. Nobody knows because nobody has sent a probe to the sun. They even lie and say they claim that they know what's inside the Earth. Nobody's ever been there. They claim they know what's inside the sun or the moon. Nobody's ever been there.
Yeah, that's a huge red flag. It's like they claim to know all this stuff about the sun and the moon and the planets or whatever, and they don't know even what's underground or like what's in the oceans and stuff like that. I mean, it's just crazy how many holes there are in
Wow, man, your eyes are wide open. Welcome here.
Hey, man. Yeah, man. Like the deepest hole that was ever dug is the Borealis hole, and I mean we're not even close to the Earth's crust. We're not even close to even the Earth's whatever they claim it is.
We've got a live one here. We got a live one. What do we do with this one?
We got a few live ones in there.
Puck will get off.
He's asking questions. He's asking too many questions.
You talking?
I'm joking.
Let's see. What's the craziest? Okay, I mean, like, what's the thing you have the hardest time convincing people about with flat Earth?
Oh, that's easy, right? There's a lot of people.
Of a
There's a
galaxy.
lot of people. I'm sorry, bro. I'll go quick and then let you go. There's a lot of people who have this thing where it's subjective truth. Like there is no objective truth. So we had a
Oh
guy
yeah.
come on here the other day and we were like, look, some things are objectively true. He was like, no, everybody has their own truth. And we
Oh
were
my
like, bro,
God.
have you ever drank water? And he was like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean you don't know? Like, you might be a brain in a vat. It's like, no,
This
bro, you drink water. It's like, even your brain needs water, right?
it's this relativism. There's this like crazy all this new age philosophy, relativism. We're not accountable for anything. Whatever we do it could be true or whatever. Our feelings determine reality. It's poison. It's just totally like infected everyone. That's part of it. So if you get someone who can't even admit they drunk water, that's it just shows how to an objective mind that shows how brainwashed they are.
Yeah, so that would be our number one problem. Once we get someone in here like you, right? Let's say you came in here and you're just a normie, right? You're not a glober, you're not an anti-flat earther or anything like that. You're just a normie. We can have conversations with you all day long and have consistent, logical, concise conversations, point after point after point. But you get someone in here like that, and it's not even worth having a conversation with them, in my opinion. There might be some that like to toy with their food and cat and mouse these fuckers, but I don't like doing that. I like having legitimate conversations to the very end.
Me too. Makes total sense. We're actually thinking logically, discussing logically. We're not taking anything for granted. We're not like these people are just really just functioning on their own religion. And they're just too blind to admit it. They just shut down when you corner them. You can't have a debate with them because when you corner them, they'll just shut down and they'll just like either start denying everything or just talking nonsense. You can't get any results. These people are just they have a built-in kind of fail-safe where they'll just brick if things get too tough to admit.
Yeah, somebody else can answer that question too. He said that, what's your guys' biggest problem when talking to people about the subject? Anybody else can answer that?
I didn't quite get that, bro.
He asked, what is your guys' biggest problem when dealing with people and talking to them about the subject? And my answer was the relative truthers, the people that don't believe in objective truth and reality. So you guys can answer the question too. I'm not the only one. I'm not trying to hog the mic. I'm trying to pass it.
No, that's fine. I was thinking about it, and I hadn't come up with a good way to answer it yet. I think probably the things that for me are probably when they go into cog dis. You know what I'm saying? When you can feel it, when a person going into cog dis, and then you're following them, and you're starting to like back off a little bit, and then somebody comes along and starts drilling them and starts asking them too many questions, and then they start spiraling, and then they don't recover. Their ego or whatever it is, and their beliefs get hurt so much, and it's such a quick thing, and you don't give them time to like wrap their head around it. You know what I mean? Somebody was talking about this earlier too.
That's why I know this.
That seems to be like, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I get I tend to go on rants quite easily. So if I'm speaking too much, just tell me.
No, you're fine.
No, you're doing great.
I thought maybe you wanted to jump in and ask questions or anything.
Oh no, I just listening to. So I listen to. So yeah, you guys have a podcast. I'm not sure you're aware, but basically, I think you're just taking clips from this live stream. And
we're aware of it. We don't know about all of them, but I'm sure there's lots of people that do that. Yeah.
So two I really liked. So there's the one with the physics student. You know, I'm talking. I think his name is Nico or something. And then there was one with this mathematician. And yeah, I mean, you guys did a great job. I mean, you come off as very logical, and showing that these guys, they just have their head up their ass. Like really, they're just reciting, regurgitating their indoctrination. But like one like little criticism I have is like when you all jump in at once, on the guy, and it kind of like to a normie, like they might sort of get triggered by that. They might say, "Oh, you guys are like not letting him talk or something." But I understand. I mean, it's really hard, like when someone is just saying one thing and they're really doing another. I mean, and they're just totally logically incongruous with themselves. It's hard not to jump in and then correct them. But
Right.
so
Well, I think the dynamic of that is probably, there's a lot of different shows and they do things a little bit differently. Some of them mute people more, and they only allow certain people to actually, go up to the point where they can actually speak on the show when it's live and whatever like that. There's different ways of doing it, and I think we did it this way because it seemed like the most honest way to do it. It allows people to kind of say what they want because we want it to be free speech. At the same time, though, a lot of us do stream it, and we don't want those streams to get pulled off of YouTube and other places. So those issues that we have, it causes us to act a certain way and do things a certain way. And we've been kind of like trying to weigh out what the right way to do it is, and also to get people. Most of us are volunteers. Nobody here gets paid. Like we all just come in here because of our own interest in the subject. So it makes it difficult to get everyone involved to actually say things the same way and to learn the same stuff together. We're all on our own little trips, we all learn new things in different points and different times and this and that. So, it makes it, try to remember that's a big important part, and if somebody does seem to be attacking you, a lot of times the easiest way to do it is to just say, hey, is there a moderator that can give me a chance to speak? So that way, or just wait until they're done talking, or just ignore them, or just leave and come back another time. That's the best way,
I don't think he's
to
going
deal
to
with
have
that.
that problem because he doesn't appear to be a Glover. Our mods agree with you that, yeah, we don't need to be jumping all over people, dogpiling them 10 on 1. We've been working on that recently in the past, and hopefully it's gotten better. But the piranha effect is a real thing. You know what I mean? Like, once people start smelling blood, like, they get excited, they want to jump in. And we do our best to curb that, Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're so excited sometimes.
Especially, I mean, it's really hard to find places to have honest discussion outside of the internet or something like this, a platform like Discord. So I think people just get excited that they have this platform finally to actually speak what's on their mind, and to be it's their opportunity. So they'll just chomp at the bit. So, but I'm just saying for normie, like for optics, I don't know if you guys know this meme, but like for optics, it's like the normies might like shut down if like they heard this podcast. I wouldn't shut down. I mean, I'm like I could totally follow it. I understand you guys, but like
we are totally aware of that, and we are working on it very hard. We've been working on it a lot. Matter of fact, I personally have been throwing a big fit about it. So I don't know if it's made everybody uncomfortable, but I'm trying to, like, even though I'm new, I'm trying to like make changes because I'm aware of that, and I've asked a lot of people and talked to a lot of people from different places where they can find the show, and they all say pretty much the same thing, that they would probably never come on the show or even get serious about looking into the stuff. They only watch it just as entertainment. And the reason why they don't take it seriously is because of the way sometimes people are treated, or sometimes the way the people who are on, even the Globers, get out of hand. And, they start mocking people and just talking in circles, and everybody gets tired of that, But
I mean, Globers are the worst. I mean, you go in public, like try to go the other way. Like try to be a flat earther or globe skeptic, and then go into like whatever globe. I don't know if they have like globe tard, Discord or whatever.
I know.
Just ripped apart.
It's brutal. It's
I mean-
not a whole world. Dude. It's
Yeah,
fucking.
we're a lot nicer here. We do make mistakes, we're not perfect, obviously. Sometimes we attack the person and not the man. We try not to use any of those logical fallacies. We actually did a class on it not that long ago, Drinks, it's on here all the time. He's a mod. And him and others did like a logical fallacy course so that we don't make those mistakes because we're not attacking people. We're attacking this idea of the globe model and the subsequent, things that go along with it, like Big Bang cosmology and evolution, and this sort of thing. We're attacking pseudoscience.
Yeah, no, you guys do a great job. Staying logical. I mean, it's mostly like, yeah, I think the only like possible logical fallacy would be ad hominem, but like again, you guys do it like far less than the other side. From what I've heard from these podcasts, so there's really not much to improve. It's just a matter of getting these people to wake up, which is really frustrating.
Yeah, get ask. I'm not asking anybody to do anything. Just look at the evidences that surround us, right?
I think they know deep down.
They got
it's
it.
just it's just their worldview, right? It's just something. It's really hard to accept that everything one of the most fundamental things they know is wrong. They've grown up thinking there's like this fairy tale space like Star Wars or whatever, and it's like it's just hard to let go. It's really like the Matrix. That movie is that movie is like very pertinent in more ways than one. To the situation today.
More one than one man has wept in this room over the lies. I weep. Yeah, I did, and I wept. I was one of those children who had to watch Challenger supposedly crash. I was one of those children who, on all the lies, and it all builds up. It builds up and builds up and builds all upon you. I can't, I'm born in 1976, man. It's going to take a few years for somebody born in 2000 to get that. I got 22 decades on top of.
Yeah, all these psyops, when you're a child, you're vulnerable, you're impressionable. They really get you when you're young with all this like, fairy tale. When I was going to school, it was like the world would be flooded. We'd have to like, swim to work or whatever in 2010. It's like, and they would have a whole unit on this, It, like a
So
kid.
I want to talk about this. I want to elaborate. I talked about it earlier, but I think it's worth saying again that when you scare someone, it's trauma-based mind control. Because
Right.
when you enter into fear, your body your brain starts writing down immediately like as much information as possible, and then you re-experience this through memories like months and years later. That's what trauma does to you, right? So when they do the crash, it creates this mass psychosis that everyone is suffering from because what they told you after the crash, after the psyop, the narrative, it isn't true. So this mass forms psychosis. It's like really, really bad. And you can think about it like the witch hunts, like this mass formation psychosis that all these people are suffering from, and they don't know that they're suffering from it.
And it hurts. It really hurts.
It really just walking outside and seeing all the masked cultists, all the vax cultists, right? It's like, or am I not supposed to talk about this? Sorry, is this the mods told me there's some topics we're not supposed to talk about here for YouTube reasons.
I'm fine.
Yeah, that's one of the.
Okay,
usually
I'll
one of
stop.
the off topic. If it comes up, just you want to speak in a little code, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
The juice or what?
The juice.
Yeah, just don't bring it in as a topic to talk about. If you want to use parts of it to explain
Okay.
whatever.
It's just it's just an example. It's just people get into this cult mindset, and then everyone's the witch. It's like people who don't follow their witches or whatever. And yeah, it's fear. You're right. It's using fear to break people, to demoralize them, and then you can just rewrite them however you want.
I think we call it fear porn, or
Fear porn. Just listening to people during this, what's going on now. It's like the first thing they'll say is like, "Oh, it's a new reality," and then you can just see how scared they are. It's like you see in their eyes they're just broken. And they don't care if they're just talking nonsense as long as they feel safe. They feel like the big brother will take care of them or whatever.
Yeah, that seems to be the thought of, or the mindset of.
So they're like.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. See, I mean, when you guys were in school, did you guys? I mean, I'm trying to remember. I feel like a lot of this has been repressed. I mean, a lot of people I talked to, but they would do all sorts of weird stuff in school. Like I was just looking online, and there was like a kind of psyop they would do, where they would pretend like two of your classmates were killed in a drunk driving accident or something, and then they would just pretend like your classmates died like the whole day, and this would just like I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Did you guys have anything like this? Like,
Not like that, but they do the thing where the football players dress up as cheerleaders and the cheerleaders dress up as football players. Obviously, this is like introducing debauchery, right, into the children.
oh,
And
the
they
cross
do all
dressing.
sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do all sorts of other weird things that are just like, okay, like we're gonna wear our pajamas, right? And then maypole is an ancient bloodletting ritual. Has to do with children. So dancing around the maypole. Easter, obviously, this is about Ishtar, and it has completely everything
Right.
to do with fertility, hence the bunny and the egg, the two symbols of fertility, and has nothing to do with any Messiah's resurrection or anything like that. But they like to bring it into the school, and of course, Satan's Claus, also known as Santa Claus. Right? Once you start hearing about Santa Claus, you know, this guy who's all knowing, right? You better be good, right? He knows you won't get no presents, right? And then this all knowing, all powerful, he can deliver all the presents in one night. All knowing, all powerful being turns out not to be true. Well, what other all knowing, all powerful being are you going to automatically start doubting once you learn about this truth that Santa Claus isn't real? So they do all sorts of weird shit to like program you and to shape your faith into this, you know, this postmodernist, nothing matters, nihilist, spinning
Right.
space ball, you know, spinning monkey religion.
Oh, Paxi.
That's why. That's why flat Earth is so important. I mean, it's an important red pill to to swallow because it's the antidote to this nihilism, right? I mean, it's where it starts. This like modern nihilistic point of view is that we're like on this random gas water ball spinning a gazillion miles through space, whatever directions, and we're just like part of this like extremely huge unknowable universe that we'll never get to see. We're just this insignificant. We're just an accident. So there's really no point.
Nothing.
There's nothing out there. There's no point. We're just chemical reactions, which is obviously total bullshit, right? I mean, like you're telling me like you threw together all these random like molecules, and then it just creates like fully functional human beings who can ponder their own existence. It's like it's just I can't believe like people would believe this. I mean, 99% of people, I don't know what percentage people today, but like they'll just believe we're just like random arrangements of molecules. I mean, that's probably the stupidest thing about this whole nihilistic.
Yeah, we're all nothing, yeah, but we're also fucking special, right? I mean, we're nothing. We're nothing. We're just this rambling ball through everything. But now we're special. Now we're snowflakes. Now we're unique, right? Now we're this unique part of this world.
Narcissism. It's everyone. There's a cult of like this narcissistic psychopathy. They've gotten much of the West, at least in Western countries. It seems like I'd say 75% of the population. They're just totally consumerist, totally materialistic, and they think they're.
Sorry, cutting.
I think you cut out a little.
I want to say this real quick. Like, okay, let's just say hypothetically for 1 second that matter came into existence all in one way to create some form of life form, right? This like miraculous moment of existence. Now explain cellular respiration.
It's a big word.
Nice salad.
It's beyond my scientific. I'm his person. What?
Like you can explain something that created a form of a human or an amoeba or whatever it is that you want to say, and this lightning bolt came down and struck it. Now explain cellular respiration.
Yeah,
How did that come into existence?
Is that
Likely, yeah. Yeah, I know. Right.
Exponentially more complex. I mean, you could create a cell. Maybe you can imagine, if you suspended some disbelief, that you could create a cell. But how would it, to replicate itself? I mean,
There's 1,000 chemical processes involved just in parts of a lung, much less it
There you
being
go.
used by a system that doesn't exist yet. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay.
Sorry, it makes me laugh out loud.
Think about it, bro. I mean, think about it. Like, how do you evolve an ear onto something? Like, how does a one-celled organism just suddenly split into two, and then you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Not at
Enough
all.
to do that.
I mean, especially like today, we make computer programs, right? And some of the normies, they never kind of, it never clicks that, maybe we're doing something that we're mimicking this act of creation in our order of logic, of understanding. And it doesn't occur to them that maybe we're also some kind of, program or something of some higher entity. We were also designed, like the fact that we.
Sorry.
I thought we were
Sorry?
going to talk to a globetrot here. I didn't think we were going to talk to somebody who actually makes
Yeah, I
sense.
thought he was going to be. Yeah, this dude's not a globetrotter.
I just wanted to chill with
Let
you
me
guys.
say that. Yeah, you're exactly right. Right. So you said that they should realize, right, that we're some sort of designed program or something, and that's where they have the safety net of, well, maybe it's just all a simulation, right? Well, just like Richard Dawkins telling that guy on that movie where he said that we're basically a directed panspermia, right? And Richard Dawkins accuses the other guy of begging the question, right? But Richard Dawkins absolutely begged the question, well, if directed panspermia is where we come from, then where did they come from? Those who directed panspermia to us, right? In other words, the life was created on another planet, right? And it must have, through some natural process of evolution, yeah, then they seeded life on this planet. Well, where did they come from then? And this is an
Yeah.
infinite regression fallacy. Well, who created God? Well, who created God's creators? But it's the same thing, right? And a lot of people can't see it, but it's really so simple to see, and that's why they have backup cosmologies. Well, it's all a simulation then, right? It could be flat, it could be a globe. Nothing really matters. But if there's a simulator, that's also aka a creator.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think to these people, it's like if there is a creator, if there is intelligent design, I mean, they cannot handle. I mean, they cannot handle this being the case somehow. It's like they have an existential fear if there actually is a creator, right? It's like, but why? I mean, is the question. Is it because then they would feel they would have to be accountable for something? It means they have a purpose. They're not just here to do whatever they want. They have to do something. I mean,
You wouldn't want to ask anybody that. Oh man, I got to be accountable for my things that I did on this place, right?
That's why people are pro-government, right? Because they don't want to be held responsible for their own actions. Like they're afraid that they might get the chance to sink or swim, that they might actually sink, and they don't ever take the chances. Therefore, they want daddy government. So
there you
they'll
go.
accept benefits and privileges from daddy government, and when they do, it reduces their status in society, and them, instead of being a man, become a citizen, and whatever is created by Congress through the 14th Amendment, in other words, the United States citizen, Congress has the right to control. So that's what's going on right now. You've got a bunch of people who've been babied by the state and they're afraid, and it's such a snowflake that they don't want to step out on their own and quit accepting benefits and privileges from the government. And the more this gap is where people need the government, the bigger the police force is going to be, the bigger the government's going to be. But as the vacuum starts to close because people are becoming more self-reliant, and radically so, then the government has to shrink down or there's going to be attention. And there's way more of us than them, so they have to shrink down. All we have to do is take responsibility for ourselves and take action instead of inaction, because it's simply being said. It's so simple that what's it called when people do nothing, good men do nothing. Apathy. Apathy polices the populace. Yeah, apathy polices the populace.
Yeah, I mean, infantilization. I mean, they're really infantilizing people. They're making them eternal children, really.
Wow.
Right?
Good.
It's like
Yeah.
we're in daycare, like for life. You know.
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. You talk to people even with their little fancy college degrees and whatever they got, and they made their way through school, and they're in there, and they're just infantils when it comes to the concept of human beings.
I don't know. I mean,
No.
it's just like society now. You know, the modern lifestyle. It's like you're in a daycare, right? So you have to go do your activities for 8 hours a day. Then you go home, you watch Netflix and whatever, you know, nap time, and then it's like, yeah, the individual endeavors are definitely highly discouraged. Independent thinking, you know, exploration, that's just totally quashed in today's societal model.
I'm confused here, man. All right. I'm not confused. I'm confused by where you're.
Huh?
Yeah, I think you're going to fit in fine here. I'm just going to
Yeah,
ask
he's
you a few
doing good.
questions. Yeah, he's doing great. So I'm going to ask you a few questions,
shocked.
right? Because there's people that LARP as flat earthers. So I'm going to ask you, what are your 3 best evidences that you don't live on a spinning ball Earth?
You're asking me?
Yeah, what's your 3 best proofs that you live on a flat stationary plane?
Okay, so the one with the weather balloons that were going, you know, 20 plus miles in space, and you would just see a flat plane. You would see the horizon rising to eye level, and you see zero evidence of curvature. I mean, you could just mathematically show. I mean, you can go online. There's like Earth curvature simulators showing you what you should see. You know how much curvature you should see from whatever X height. So the fact you just see zero curvature from that height, and then given what we're told are the dimensions of the globe, so that's just already mathematically incongruous with the model they've given us. So that's sort of a basic one. It's just, you know, this footage, and then sort of in that same vein, I'm not sure if this is another piece of evidence or just part of the first one, but the official NASA photos, I mean, like really the only solid argument for globe Earth. I mean, that is not just like, you know, some random parlor tricks like Foucault's pendulum, which is, you know, it's clear, it's
Isn't
garbage.
that a good one? That's the best.
That's how is this like an official explanation for anything? It's like I'm just showing you like some random toy, and then therefore you're on this like spinning globe. You know, it's like
How long have you been sitting on this? How long have you been sitting on this? I mean, you've been sitting on this for a while, dude.
I mean,
You got a wealth of information.
I watched Dubé's video. This guy's great. I don't know what you guys think.
Oh, totally. Man,
I,
he's with a yeah.
I mean, I think he's done so much for waking people up. I mean, I think I think a lot of people, maybe he's like their gateway guy. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but
Well, whatever. He stops the gateway guys, but okay, carry on.
oh, okay, he's sort of the way he presents things like really opens, you know, gets you thinking. You know, he's approaching things very soberly, like, you know, without much emotion. I think that's very helpful for getting, you know, people to, you know, open their minds.
100%. 100%.
So, and he makes very good videos, and I don't know where he gets all his evidence. He's clearly done his research for many
Well,
years.
he did do his research. He actually brought up his research. It was 100 flat Earth proofs, and he made it into 200.
I saw that. Yeah, I watched that whole video.
Yeah, I kind of like the guy. Yeah, big fan. Yeah,
And he's very eloquent also, even in live interviews. I mean, like he's very good at expressing himself. So I think he's a boon to the to the movement, to the awakening. So
Like, when did you find Eric DeBay, man? And like,
I'm
how
trying
you
to find.
dude?
So I hang out on on 4chan. You guys know 4chan, right?
Oh no, I don't, dude. No, we just
Okay.
sitting like
I mean,
caveman. I guess I don't know.
so,
Dude,
some people.
4chan is like the deep space for the internet.
I don't go there, dude.
I
Yeah,
know you don't want to go there. It's like the most like insensitive place you'll ever go in your entire
yeah,
life.
it's bad. Like, okay, if
You
you're
can't get banned from.
I like that. That encourages me. I like that.
But I
Oh
mean,
man,
Let's
it's
go. Let's go
horrible.
together, man. We'll fucking go
You
together.
can't unsee what you see over there. Just so you know that.
That's
yeah,
okay.
like you'll get very desensitized. I mean, it's not a good idea. You should like.
So you rolled around this
It's
like a
not just flat
this
Earth.
dark web place, or what is this?
It's not dark web. It's not dark web. It's
It's
definitely like.
right before you get there.
How do you know
It's
it?
the
Oh,
bridge.
there's a bridge. Oh, this
I
is
mean, if there is a
awesome.
bridge, it's
Whoa,
a
I
bridge.
slow
love
down,
this, man.
slow down. Let
Oh,
one guy
man.
talk at a time, please.
I grew up on dial-up, man. So like, this is all good. And
It's hard to find places online where which aren't too like dark, like that are you can have free discussion. Like you can't have this on Reddit. Like really like the mods of Reddit. They're all sorts of shills and whatever, like agents, disinfo agents or whatever. So they'll just ban you if you try to bring up any real discussion.
you're so knowledgeable, sir. Like you're
Well,
very knowledgeable.
I've already. I mean, yeah, I just sort of found you guys, but I've been like doing my own research for like a year or so. I mean, I think really when this whole like lockdown started, that's when I really realized how easy it is to dupe, like the masses, like 99% of people. I mean,
Who's asking for 4chan? Real quick.
Sorry.
Who's asking for 4chan? I'll send you a
Nobody
DM.
is.
Oh, you're asking for in the chat. Oh, I see.
No, who was? I'll send it in a DM.
There's no way.
Because it'll
Don't
probably
go there.
ban me.
Yeah, just the DM if you want to share that stuff. Let's go.
I don't want it.
I don't know. I mean, some of
Okay.
the okay. I mean, well, anyway, so there, I just saw sometimes they have threads on flat Earth, like they have conspiracy threads which are kind of fun. Sometimes you don't take it seriously. Like we'll talk about.
How could you?
I mean, like okay, some people just do it for fun, but like. So, I used to be like, I was indoctrinated into the globe cult. So then I was like, okay, I have an open mind. So let's see how these guys make fools of themselves. Let's what's their best evidence? Like they're just, totally crazy tinfoil hat people. And I looked at the evidence and I'm just like, wait a minute, there's like no response to some of these. So I was like looking, what are the official like, globe earth proofs? And it's just like, it's either this ancient Greek story, Eratosthenes, has this like, whatever fairy tale, like the well experiment to show the Earth is curved, and then it's just like the pictures of Earth, the CGI photos, which are admittedly not real, and then
The Eddie Bravo stuff. Yeah.
and then Neil deGrasse, Neil Neil deGrasse Tyson, 33 degree Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever he is just like gaslighting you. Like that's it. Like it's so there's zero evidence. I mean, it's like, so that was like, okay, this is crazy. So
You're sitting in a town of fools, is what I'm feeling. You're sitting in a town of fools.
So I want to stop you. Everything you said was correct, except for one thing. The Eratosthenes so-called experiment was not an actual experiment. He made a lot of assumptions and made some speculations, and then tied things together that aren't necessarily, cause and effect, because correlation isn't causation, right?
Right. I mean,
right. And when you're dealing with, hold on, real fast. When you're dealing with a scientific experiment, right, it's all about cause and effect. You manipulate the independent variable to see the dependent variable. In other words, you manipulate the cause to see the effect. And that wasn't what was going on with Eratosthenes, but everything else you said was absolutely correct.
I mean, Eratosthenes. So I looked at his argument, and I mean, the first thing he does is he assumes the sun is extremely far away and so huge that the sun rays will come to Earth perpendicularly, right? Like that's one thing he already gets wrong. So he just assumes that the rays are coming down perpendicular from some source, right? They all have some fixed direction. And so, I mean, he has no good evidence for that, right? I mean, he didn't have NASA to tell him that the sun was 93, gazillion miles away or whatever, right? So he doesn't rule out the fact the sun could be much closer and then the rays would not be effectively perpendicular. You know what I mean?
Muscular.
So that already destroys it. I mean, so it's clearly it's just it's a contrived kind of sophistic argument just to support the globe model, right? It's just if you're not careful, you don't like most people, right? They're just presented this as a fact, right? These are like very smart people. They came up with this. If you're not ready for that, then you'll miss these things. But they just it's like a circular argument, right? They presuppose already something of their model. They assume it's true, and then they prove something else in their model is true. They assume the sun is like really far away and like huge, and then the light.
Yeah, and how can you? Hey, how could
Yeah.
you?
So
How would you?
yeah.
So
So
you've been talking about the things that I said earlier when I checked in a new guy. I said we are not the Flat Earth Society, right? They are the ones who are
oh my god.
Globers who make bad arguments for us
Oh
because
yeah.
they
Let's get
cannot take on our arguments directly. And the proof of this is that all they do is obfuscate. They're all obfuscation tacticians, right? They're all
There you go.
really good at going, oh, look at the kitty. Look at this over here, the red herring over there, right? And if they could take on our arguments directly, they would do it, right? Because we've been arguing this stuff since 2015. So off and on, I've been debating the subject since then, and I've just seen it go from ad hoc explanation, without any sort of demonstration or experimentation. It's all affirmation of their indoctrination.
There you go. I mean, they're sophists, right? I mean, like Socrates already had a word for these people, right? They're told charlatans. They're just they come up with like slick arguments and gaslighting techniques, and their purpose is just to kind of stop all actual debate. Just cause do Mike. I like this phrase one of you guys used, mic drop moments, right? So this like Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, he just has like a bunch of like whatever zings stored up in his in his script somewhere, which he'll just like bring out. But once he exhausts all those, like he's a total idiot, right? Like he can't actually on his feet like think of any like counter arguments to any of these points, right?
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
How does this change your life, man?
Like I said, so
I don't want to involve too much. I don't want to dive too much, but like, how has it changed your life, man? Is your perspective? You came here years ago, and now you're here.
I mean, I just like to find people that you can actually discuss with. Like, I was hoping here you would get like some Globe people to like. I mean, I know this is just like one time I've come here, but like, there's Globe people.
I'm shocked, dude. Like, you're
I want to be. I just want to like actually talk to people who are free thinkers and have an open mind, and it's really hard to find those. Or I mean, it's hard to find
How did
people
you
who.
make it out there? How did you fucking survive?
You have to hide your power level. Do you know this phrase? You have to really hide your power level.
Oh yeah, you're a Smurf. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You have to, but it's funny. You can subtly red pill people. I mean, so it's like you can't reveal you're like the witch to these people, right? Because then they'll just start going ape shit, right? So
nasty.
But you can make them question things. You just say something as like a joke, and then they're like, "Wait, is that is that really a joke?" Like then you can poke them a little. You can prod them, and it has an exponential effect. If you spread some seeds of seeds of free thinking to people, it can spread.
Free thinking. How you like that?
Say it again. I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
He
I
said he
just
likes that. The seeds of free thinking. Go ahead, bro. Continue.
What was I say? Yeah. So
agree with you, sir.
as far as changing my life, I mean, I think it hasn't like changed much, like as far as like like everyday life, but it's like I said, it's really the antidote to this nihilism, like to this modern, postmodern nihilism that's just spread. It's just ubiquitous throughout modern society. It's if like if flat Earth, this fundamental truth, right? If people awoke to this, then suddenly we're here for a purpose. We're not here randomly. We we're clearly we're clearly special in not just some personal way, but we were designed, to do something in this life on this earth. And we're not just here to watch Netflix or, whatever, just, hook up
Better than
every
that.
weekend. Yeah, we're better than that, right? We're
Yeah.
here to do something.
Just be
And
better. Yeah.
yeah, so like I mean, it's just I just see people on the street and they're just they're zombies, NPCs. You guys know NPCs, right?
Oh yeah.
There you go. So
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they knew this, I think society would be a lot different. I like to think it would be better. I mean, I really believe that humans aren't supposed to live like this. Aren't supposed to be like these nihilistic, whatever, like material obsessed, sex obsessed, whatever, dopamine addicted, you know, monkeys. Right? We're
You
not
know what
just.
it is, bro? You know
Hmm?
what it is? I found out that what they're doing is they're
Hmm.
just trying to go against natural law, or they're trying to get us to go against natural law as much as possible,
There you go.
right? And do this sort of thing where we're committing fraud by saying that we are the straw man, right?
The
And
inversion.
we're going along with this fraud, right? And then they go along with the fraud, but we know we're not supposed to make idols, right? Are you supposed to make any sort of idols, like an image, right?
Idols.
You're
There you
supposed to
go.
make anything in your image or any image, right? So that's what that is. A lot of people are saying, some people are saying nowadays, image is your straw man. You're not supposed to deal with images and straw men and things like that. But they want you to break natural law as much as possible while they keep it, right? So it's kind of like this. Hey, bro, I'm going to go mudding in your truck and you don't say anything. And I take the keys and look you in the eye and say, I'll be back in a few hours. Well, I break your axle. Whose fault is that? Is it my fault? No, your silence was acquiescence, right? So that was your fault that the axle got broke because it's your truck. You're the one that created it or purchased it. So you have all authority over the truck, but you just sat there idly by while I said, I'm going to go mudding in your truck. And you gave me permission with silence. That's what they're doing to us.
Exactly what you just said. That's a perfect way to describe this so-called phenomenon of predictive programming. You know about this, I assume.
Oh, yeah, it's all over TV programming.
So
Yeah.
they're telling you
Predictive
what they're doing.
programming. Oh,
There you
yeah.
go. They're telling you what they're doing. They're telling you they're going to break your truck axle. They're going to break
Yeah.
your fence, right? And in their kind of warped, their warped doctrine. As long as they tell you, they're kind of absolved of the karmic debt, right? That will come from this. They have a very particular way of doing things and belief system. So, right, as long as they have your consent, then they can do whatever they want without any repercussion, and it's actually
And
your
that's why
fault. Right.
That's why Trudeau is freaking out right now
Oh
and
man.
going all the way to like wartime powers because he's freaking out because these people are actually using their own willpower. Oh my
It's
God, what do we do? So he has control of the system, right? The Federal Reserve System. So he's using the Federal Reserve System to get them to bow back down because that's what they want. They want us all bowing down to this
yeah.
system. Anytime someone says the system, you need to say, excuse me, the Federal Reserve System? Yeah, that system. Okay. The world banking system? Yeah, okay, moving on. Yeah.
I love it.
They think they're God. Like really, like the people in charge. It's not like they think they are really God, or they think they can get there, right? So that's their ultimate goal, right? From a metaphysical point of view, that's their ultimate goal is to control everything and be all powerful. But Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Trudeau himself actually calls all the shots. I mean, he's really he's too stupid really to like.
Oh
Be,
no, of course not.
yeah, he's
I
just a
didn't mean to
puppet.
bring it on politics. Yeah, he's just a puppet. Yeah, but
But
yeah, the point was is that you can take the power back, but if you do so, you're going to lose, your lattes and your loans and everything that the fiat currency system, Federal Reserve System has given you. Right? You might have to
There you
lose
go.
some of that, but that's the price you pay. Right? So what I'm finding out nowadays is that most people do not know how to use their willpower. You ever heard of
there you
someone
go.
say, "Well, I'm going to go on a New Year's resolution, and I'm not going to do any of this," and that's great and fine and everything, right? While they're on New Year's and their blood is still full of alcohol and lots of carbs, but 2 weeks later, when their blood sugar is low and they're driving, down the road giving somebody a ride, and that person says, "Hey, let's go get something to eat," right? And they're like, "No, I don't want anything. I'm not hungry." And then by the time you get to the window, you're like, "Hey, can you add something to that order?" The next thing you know, you're eating fast food again, right?
There
Ask
you
me
go.
how I know.
Let's see.
Because you tested it yourself.
That's how you would know. I think a lot of us can empathize.
Big time.
But it's crazy. I mean, it's like a New Year's resolution. Once you get in the habit of doing it, it's like the opposite. You have inertia, right? You're stuck doing it, right?
We got to take the power back by using our God-given right to raise our children the way that they're supposed to be raised, and instead of raising a bunch of heathens like the school system has been doing. Right, we need to get back to the old school morals. Right, we need a re-foundation.
Yeah. So
Bring it up, bro.
you're breaking up, Hank. I tell you what.
I'm super amazed with our new friends here tonight. I am super amazed. This is Hog Putt, and I am working one. You brought 1973 with you. Working 1973.
Subversion tactics.
And we got Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe is the main team speak here.
Surveillance and
Sorry. Shit. I'm still dumbfounded.
That sort of thing.
You know the thing. I think there's more of us out there. It's just a matter of connecting. It's hard to find. I mean, it was hard for me to find you guys.
You're pretty cool, Sleepy Joe. Man, I
You're pretty cool too. You guys are pretty cool,
man. Hey, man, I'm just amazed because I've been like babbling around the world here for like more than 1 year, like and you're here. That's cool. I'm appreciative of that. Really am, man. I really am. I mean, it's refreshing. I expected another globe fucking idiot. I totally did, man. So, I'm.
Dude,
I gotta say,
those are a dime a dozen.
That was beauty.
I gotta say this: these kind of places, and then on YouTube and everything, it's all
Sacred,
hard to
right?
find. There's an algorithm out there, dude,
Oh, yeah.
and if you don't plug it in the right order, you're not gonna find anything.
No,
I know it's gotten harder, right?
YouTube is totally just it's impossible to find any info on YouTube now. You're just gonna get a bunch of like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Professor Dave, fake Professor Dave videos or whatever. If you type in flat Earth,
Professor Dave. Nobody even knows who Professor Dave is.
Oh,
How do you even? How would you even know that, man? Like
Professor Dave. I mean, you just type in flat Earth and you get
flat Earth, dude.
half the people don't even know that. They don't even know that, right? They don't know.
And they just watch the first video that pops up. How to debunk a flat earther.
Yeah. You get this guy's, huh? Sorry.
No, cool. Yeah, bullshit.
Huh?
Who the fuck's Professor Dave?
Just type in YouTube. Just go like just type in flat Earth. You'll see this ugly mug. This guy. You'll just if you go to YouTube, you just type in flat Earth, you will get this guy as the first search.
Type in hockey puck. He's a Boilermaker from fucking Saskatchewan. That's the end of the line. Oh, those bullshit motherfuckers. I don't know, man.
So information control is like one way these people control the narrative, right? Because, I mean, their control is much weaker than they portray. It's just if they can sort of, contain, they can just put us into these little containment zones, right? These little cells so that we don't spread, then they can keep things under control. But if they can't do that, then they're done.
You know too much, my friend, man. You know how do you know this much? It's fucking.
Yeah, a lot of people near,
bro.
huh?
Trip me out.
I'm freaking you out.
Well, not
you trip me
not
out.
to not to associate with you with anonymous or anything, but anybody who knows a little history about 4chan and anonymous, like it doesn't strike me bizarre at all. The things that this guy is saying, he's been part of a website that probably has more free speech than any of the websites we've been on, combined.
Okay.
It's I mean, this website has, I mean, it says it has like perfect free speech, but people will use this for different ends. So if you do go there, you should be careful. What?
You have to take me there, man. You can guide me there into a chat room, and I will definitely debate anybody.
So I'm pretty like normie tier for that website. Like you'll get people who are even like more,
You're like flat earth, natural, fucking here, but you came from another place that we don't even know exists. Like I have a hard time dealing with that. I accept it.
I mean, that's where I found you guys.
Yeah, we know about 4chan. This guy Hockey Puck, he probably doesn't spend a lot of time searching outside of the the weird places of the internet.
No, dude, I don't, man. No, take me there. We'll go. Let's go talk to these people.
Do they have voice over there?
There's no voice. I mean, it's literally just like a chat board. So you just type. It's kind of like Reddit, except there's no upvote system, and you're all anonymous supposedly, and like there's no censorship. So you can say anything you want as long as you're not like breaking the law or something. So you want. There are mods, and interestingly enough, if you post any flat Earth stuff, there will. I mean, there are also shills on there. So there's people. You know what shills are, right? Like they hire people. So there are a lot of shills on 4chan these days because like 4chan, is like free information, right? It's like free speech. So they're like trying to make sure that they can, keep it under control somewhat. So you'll get a lot of disinfo posters, but they sort of stick out, very conspicuously. And if you post flat Earth, it's very funny. Like you'll immediately get like 10 responses of like these very contrived like globetard like talking points, and if you engage, if you kind of like debate these guys and then you sort of reveal that they're shills, like your thread will just immediately get taken down.
How did you get to your level, man? How did you get to your level and survive? I'm shocked.
I mean, it's really, in real life, it's a matter of hiding your power level, but like just doing like your own research is the most important thing.
You're very well spoken.
It's over 9,000!
You're very well spoken, dude.
Oh,
hey, Sleepy Joe, I heard you wanted to talk to a Glober.
Are you a Glober?
I am a Glober, and unfortunately, I don't have very long. But I have a list of questions that I'd like to ask you if the other guys want to hear. Some of the people in here, like
proceed.
Hank. I thought Hank might be excited about that.
I'll leave it me.
All right, what's up?
Okay, so unfortunately, though, I just want to say up front, like after we're done, I have to go because it's very late for me. But so I'll just run through them I'll run through them just like I did for Hank. He'll call me out if I veer. Does light always travel in straight lines?
I'm not a physicist, but I mean, through a vacuum. I mean, what's your medium?
It's up. Does light always travel in straight lines? You tell
In
me.
a vacuum, I mean, it can refract. It could, whatever. So, what do you say? Like, what's your exact setting of your question?
The word always.
So the always is no. It can reflect from a mirror, for example.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
Can you experience constant linear velocity? I mean, depends. Like, if you're actually in the frame of reference, like theoretically, you could be in this Galilean frame of reference where you're constant linear velocity. But in real life, like if you're in a car, you will not be in a perfect frame of reference. So I assume you're talking theoretically. Like you're saying, can you be in a Galilean frame of reference? Like, right?
I'm leaving it up to you to define, honestly.
Well, I mean, you're asking the question, so.
Yeah. Can you feel constant linear velocity?
Okay, can you define what constant linear velocity means?
Velocity that's not changing, going in a direction that doesn't change its speed or its direction.
I mean, theoretically, like I said, so theoretically, you could be in a frame of reference where you do not feel it, right? If you like, okay, like math, I'm saying like theoretically, you could not feel it. Like you could be in a frame of reference that is moving with respect to some other, fixed point, and you would not feel it as long as you have no forces acting on you. So theoretically, yes, but I think in the examples you're probably gonna have in mind, you're not in a perfect frame reference. So.
Okay, I should have prefaced because I did that for Hank as well. I have very few follow-up questions. They mostly just stand on their own. Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
1,000 miles per hour is a speed. That's a number and a unit.
So would you say that's a rotational velocity or not?
No. The rotational velocity would be like a vector. I mean, a vector. You're just saying 1,000 miles per hour.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again without me touching it. Why?
Friction.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
It dissipated through the friction with the table, right?
Can you have acceleration without any force?
Force is okay. So if you're, force under the Newtonian model, force is basically equivalent to acceleration. So no.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Is the pressure of what? Like, are you assuming like
the gas that's in the container?
Eventually, well, okay, pressure against the like the container, like, or if I remember high school physics, man, like I don't. This is so yes, eventually, right? You have to let the gas stabilize, right?
I got to add, Jack. Yes, pressure within the container is always going to be absolute. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack.
In the long run, right? You have to let it, reach equilibrium.
So eventually, your answer would be that yes. Eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
Does GPS give your position on the surface of the Earth?
So, okay, so depends what do you mean by GPS exactly? So you just mean using towers to triangulate, or you're saying, oh, there's a satellite like in space that's.
Whatever it is.
Okay, so you're talking about like the balloons that like these companies put in space that don't do anything, or I mean, triangulation does, yeah. Like if you have, triangulation can pinpoint your coordinates, yes. But would you say GPS is maybe not what it actually is?
Yeah,
What do I feel when I put my hand out of the car window
What's
while I'm
your
going
fucking?
down
He
the?
asked you a
What?
question, dude. He asked you a question.
I asked
Get
you a
back.
question.
Stop
Yeah, what is
back,
it?
man.
Is it
Rewind
like
it,
a high
man.
school?
He asked you a question.
I
He
feel it's
asked
like
you
a
a
high school.
question. What's the GPS, man?
I
Yeah, what?
didn't.
You can't say fucking
GPS is a thing.
diarrhea. You can't diarrhea. Fucking
Hockey puck. I'll answer. The GPS that I'm referring to is the one that like whatever my phone does,
What
and
is
I
it?
get a
Whatever
map.
your
And what
phone
does your
does.
phone do, dude? What does it do?
Gives me. That's my
Is it
question. My
different what
question
he
is just,
said?
does it give
Is
you the
it different what
position?
he said?
Dude,
Is
why
it
are you
still
triggered?
anything different? I'm totally fucked, man. No, you're not going to railroad shit.
Yeah, what are you doing, dude?
I got you. Hockey puck, you're gonna mute for a little bit. I'm sorry, man. All right. Not really, but okay. Carry on.
This is a thing that I've been asking Globers and flat earthers, and just kind of getting a sense of like how people answer. So if you want to stop, we can. It's not meant to trigger or provoke.
I feel like
I'm curious though. Why would you want to know an answer to that question? Like, that do you?
So he can argue it in his own right.
I have asked that question because I want to know how people answer.
Wait, that's a weird answer. What? That's like, are you data mining? What are you doing?
No, I've been listening to globe people come here and argue. I've been listening to flat people argue back to them, and over the course of these times, I started wondering how, like, if I got them to answer questions, how they would answer, and I didn't. There was no other agenda. I just started getting curious how people would answer questions that weren't meant to like prove it one way or the other. Just questions.
Yeah, so I want to say that the reason I wanted him to proceed is because I like to hear how people answer these questions too. It kind of gives me a little insight on how people think, and I'm assuming that he was thinking the same thing.
I thought he was trying to, pull an excuse out of thin air of why the Earth is not flat somehow, some way that doesn't make sense. But
nah, man, you're overthinking, bro. You're overthinking. I like his questions. Hey, if you could come up with the second edition, I would love that, bro.
But dude, look up GPS. Like, what is that really? Because I mean, there's a lot to learn there.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question. Do you think that GPS can somehow be used to prove the Earth to be flat or a ball?
I think the notion of like satellites is totally misrepresented, and I don't think GPS uses satellites. As far as whether it can actually prove flat or globe Earth, I guess I haven't thought about it. I mean, it seems like it could possibly be compatible with both, but I'm saying, okay, if the people are telling you the Earth is a globe, if they're also lying to you about like satellites, then that's another red flag, right? That's just sort of part of their deception. So
I meant that question for the other guy though, who asked the question. Do you think that?
Say the question again.
Do you think that GPS can be used to prove the Earth to be a ball or flat?
Probably not.
Okay.
But I generally in terms of like trying to prove the Earth is a globe, that's a very hard thing to do. So
it's not. It shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, we're going to agree right there. We're definitely going to have to agree right there. But you got to ask yourself, bro. In the year 2022, hold on, gentlemen. In the year 2022, right? We've been going to the moon since 1969. Why is it so hard to prove something that is true? Right? Like I could make a claim that I have a 13-inch foot. It is not hard for me to prove that. And you might say, well, the Earth is a lot bigger than your foot. Yeah, but it's right here. We're standing on it. We should be able to measure it if we're like literally part of it. Like your dad injected your mom seminal fluids, and then a meat suit was created, right? And then the nutrients that she got from food from the ground wrote you a meat suit with the genetic code, right? You should be able to tell us a little bit about the Earth, right? Because we're standing here on it. We're literally part of it. Like we're earth and water, basically, walking around with consciousness somehow.
Yeah, Hank, I would prefer to keep myself out of it like I did when Like I had asked these questions the other times. I feel like if I start like debating, then it derails the spirit of what we were doing.
But I mean, that's a valid question. Rolling my boulder. I mean, like we're paying agencies like NASA $60 million a day, okay, of taxpayer money, and they can't take a picture of this so-called globe. Like we should have like actual pictures of the Earth everywhere. If it was actually a globe, it should be everywhere. It should be on like every single wall, right? It shouldn't just be some like weird CGI like cartoon, right?
From every
my answer to this question is that I think proving that the Earth is a globe is a very low priority to people not engaged in this discussion. That I mean, you can say no, but that's my answer.
That's bullshit, though. They would be taking pictures regardless of whether the goal was to prove it or not.
Yeah, but those pictures might be distorted, fisheye, whatever. Like the pictures wouldn't be to support the shape of the Earth.
You're telling me NASA, which gets $60 million a day, cannot like overcome simple problems like fisheye or distortion? Like, are you kidding me? And then their priority is to like take pictures of black holes like whatever a trillion like light years away instead of getting a picture of the actual Earth that we live on.
Yes, that's
what
exactly
the fuck?
Wow.
Okay, dude.
But you can't possibly know that because you're not NASA. So you're making an argument.
So then don't ask me questions about why NASA does what they do.
Fair enough. Or if you're speculating at something else.
But it was
and they can't take pictures of black holes. Didn't you know that?
You guys asked me to speculate. I actually cannot get drawn into like a hour-long discussion. So I'm gonna have to bow out. I have more questions though, so maybe another night.
Yeah, type up that list and post it in the chat sometime.
Or just carry on with the questions.
Do you guys want me to burn through the questions or another night? You guys pick. I don't care.
If you gotta go, we won't keep you. But the questions are good.
Okay,
he doesn't gotta go. He just doesn't want to debate.
I'll keep asking until we get derailed again, and then when we get derailed, I'll just bow out.
It's because it sounds like obfuscation. I need to point that out. It's because it sounds like obfuscation.
He's free to answer the questions with whatever clarification he wants to impose. Like if he feels like it's a bullshit question and wants to say why, that's a fine answer, and people definitely do that.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, it sounds like that's what you're doing. It sounds like you are obfuscating by asking these questions.
I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. They're questions that anybody can answer however they want.
That's why I'd like you to make a list so then maybe we could get your answers to the questions as well.
He's rolled through his answers to the questions on the other server, by the way, just to let you guys know. It's not like he's not trying to hide anything, but you did say that you formed these questions kind of based around the discussion of a flat versus ball, right?
I formed them less about whether it was a ball or flat and more about how people talk to each other and throw words around and stuff. And almost all of the time, the discussion is about the point of whether it's flat or ball. And I got to wondering what would happen if I asked questions where that wasn't the point. The point was just, here's a question. How do you answer it? Like, how do you make sense of the question? What do you have to say about it?
I think some of them trigger people because, especially when you start with, can you feel the linear acceleration? It kind of gives the impression that you're trying to kind of like lead up to a gotcha. Like there's going to be, oh, you answered this question, but now you've contradicted yourself by saying this about this question. And it may not be that the case. I've heard you do this a few times now. I know you're trying to be neutral, but the way that the work, maybe the order of the questions, also the fact that you're asking about linear acceleration and can you feel it when there's, most people in here that are aware of, orbital mechanics and how there is acceleration required if you're going in a circle rather than just one linear straight path. I know there's a debate about that we could have, but there's momentum changes with elliptical orbits and all that. So it kind of feels like if you're going to, ask that question in particular to a flat earther, you might get the trigger going early on in that series of questions. That's all I'm saying.
That is
I just want to say, this real quick. This guy, he's a glober, right? But I don't think he's a globe-tard, or at least not yet. Maybe he's still in training. And at any moment, the hidden Xanac is going to pop out of his ass, and he's going to be an NPC just like everybody else. But so far, I think he just wants to learn, and he enjoys like in-depth conversations rather than the mundane "How's the weather, Joe?" I think
I
just
would have given
he's
that
all
same
right.
impression of him, except that when you guys just asked about why don't we have pictures from satellites, and he gave the patented answer that I was hoping he wouldn't give, is it's a low priority, or
Yeah, he's a shill.
why would they care to try to prove that to you? You know, like that's just like the patented answer. So if anyone ever asks you that again, you might want to come up with a better creative answer to try to just because it's not really, it is bullshit. If someone else called you out on it too, we would have tons of pictures. Come on, it's not like they're trying to, please us or any of that. It would exist if they were out there doing what they say they're doing. And most people here's opinion, I think.
You know what? Like, I have to be honest. I didn't give the question that much thought, and a much better answer would be I don't know. But that's just like my baseless assumption about why.
Yeah, we hear that response so much. It sounds like you guys are reading from a script sometimes.
Yeah,
not that you're one of them, but yeah.
It sounds like a scripted answer, or you heard it from like a scripted answer somewhere.
Or maybe it's just a conditioned response.
Yeah,
it could be. Professor Dave response.
Yeah, there you go. It's Professor Dave response.
That, but
for that particular question, it was my like knee-jerk reaction. But I stand by. I should have said I don't know because it was just wild speculation, and I have no.
But it sounds like you're trying to make an excuse for him when we should all, if we all want to know, we should all be like, what the fuck, you know? And so if
Yeah,
someone's
but
not
like
like,
full
what the
disclosure,
fuck,
I'd like totally what NASA's priorities were, and like I'm not a manager at NASA or an employee or in any way affiliated with them. So how in the hell could I assert what their priorities are? I was wrong.
Yeah, it sounds like a calculated response. That's all.
Well, I mean, NASA is a
I think we can move past it.
So, what? Sorry.
Who was the one answering the questions?
Sleepy Joe was answering them, and Sleepy Joe, can we press forward? Take
Go
it to
for
the
it.
end. Okay.
Go for it.
I'll just keep asking them the way I was before. I mean, if like Hank did this with
Go
me the
for
other
it.
night, and we just burned
It's
through.
all good.
What are latitude and longitude?
These are just your it's your coordinates on your whatever your map, your position. There's a coordinate system to describe your position on the Earth specifically, but it could be used in more general contexts.
How does triangulation work?
Triangulation works. I mean, you have some kind of source with a signal, some electromagnetic signal, and basically using three sort of signal sources and sort of the bounce back from your signal, you can uniquely describe where someone with their signal source is on whatever geography you are on, like on the map on the Earth or something.
How does trilateration work?
Say it again.
How does trilateration work?
What is that?
If you don't know, I don't know is an okay answer.
I mean, I might know what you're talking about. I've just never heard that word. Trilateration.
Trilateration is used when you have. Hold on. When you have a sextant, and you take 3 different measurements of 3 different heavenly bodies, and you use those to get your equidistance of altitude, I think. And through that, you can trilaterate your position on the Earth a lot like triangulation, but it's a different process, and therefore it has a different name, but it has a same or very similar result. Thanks.
It only works on a flat Earth.
Exactly. That's
Someone posted it in the chat.
How does GPS work?
Well, GPS, I guess, works much in the same way, the same principles of trilateration, but you're using signal towers on the Earth. Not satellites.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
Me personally, I have not personally done it, so I would just use Google, but I'm not saying that that's actually correct. So I have not actually measured the city. You're saying how would I?
I said, how do you?
How do I? Yeah, I haven't actually personally done that.
Good answer.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan picture with the oil rigs?
I've heard. I'm not 100% familiar. What is that?
Okay, we will skip this question then.
Okay.
How do you measure weight?
A scale. Is that not good?
Yeah. And do you know
weight is by
do you know
definition.
how a scale works?
Yeah, weight. I mean, weight by definition is the force you're putting on the scale. So it just measures. I don't know how much tension. I don't know what's the right word. How much pressure you're putting on the scale.
Now I know who this is.
So
how do you measure mass?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, what is it? You can use Archimedean principle. I mean, something like that. I mean, so if it's not uniform, if you don't have a uniform density, it's trickier. But I think you can use the Archimedean principle. You can use this displacement trick to maybe measure your mass.
How do you measure temperature?
Thermometer.
And do you know how a thermometer works?
You have, the old school one works with mercury, and it will have a different density depending on the ambient temperature. So if it's warmer, it will expand further up the glass tube. And then the modern ones use something else, some kind of heat rating.
How do you measure air pressure?
Man, I'm not an engineer, dude, but I assume there's just machines that can do this. I mean, I'm not sure if there's like a first principles way to do it. So I would just say a machine right now. In my state of mind.
Next question: on a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
I mean, does it appear the same size, or is it the same size? What are you asking? It's not the same size. The answer is no.
Okay. And I was asking, I guess, if it appears the same size.
No.
Was that it?
That's two different questions. If it is the same size, or if it appears to be the same size.
That's true. And I actually scribbled a note here on the side because that's a pretty astute observation. He actually made me add 2 notes because I have been asking, is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container? And people answer that people answer it, but he's the first person that's been like, pressure of what? So I had to add of gas.
I was inspired by your list of questions, and I came up with my own questions for you, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Hank.
No, if you got questions,
are you done?
Yeah, that was the last question.
All right.
Go ahead, Hank. I have a whole list of questions for this guy. Go ahead, Hank. What were you going to say?
I'll be super quick to the guy who just answered the questions. You kind of got put on the spot tonight. You did really great. Many men know many things. No man knows everything. So even though you didn't know all the answers, I would think that you were a liar if you made shit up. So you did great. Go ahead, sir. I apologize. Please continue.
I think that was Sleepy Joe that was answering. This is a new perspective.
Yeah, great job, Sleepy Joe. That was great.
Right, thank you.
Can I weigh in as the only Glober I think that's here right now? I also appreciate your answers. So you sounded very honest and genuine to me too.
Okay, so I was trying to think of some neutral questions, and then I started 2 different lists, but this is kind of a little bit more for a Glober. So I'll ask you if you don't mind.
As long as I should have logged out about 20 minutes ago, but so I'll give us 10 more minutes, and then I just have to cut it off.
Okay. What is it? Okay. Question 1. What is the difference between knowing something and believing in something?
I think that we all believe things, and knowing is saying I believe it really, really strongly.
So, can things be known? Follow up, I guess, to that, rather than just believed.
To me, yeah, sure, they can be known.
There's an objective reality.
This gets existential for all practical purposes. I believe in an objective reality, but I don't know. This gets very philosophical. I'm just trying to gauge.
Yeah, that's it's a runaround a little bit in some people's minds, but yeah, I hear you. Second is, what is the second law of thermodynamics off the top of your head? And does this include the idea of high pressure to low pressure according to your interpretation?
I think the second law of thermodynamics is a statement about energy transfer, and I am not. It's not clear to me how it relates to. I mean, yeah, I guess high pressure to low pressure. Sure, it is involved, definitely.
It is involved. Okay. Can elliptical orbits have a completely consistent constant velocity?
No.
What is define conspiracy?
I can't without Googling.
Are there okay, well, maybe just the general answer to that you could go on since there's a follow-up question without looking it up is just, colluding between people without everyone's awareness. It's a short answer to that, I guess. It could be anybody. It could be just me and you, have a conspiracy because we have a secret, right? It could be that simple. Are there any conspiracies that you've become aware of that we're admitted to and or not admitted to?
I guess the Edward Snowden debacle sounds like a conspiracy to me.
That was kind of admitted to, right? In the mainstream.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Please forgive me. What do you mean the Snowden thing was a psyop? You think that he's working for the government still and working?
He didn't say it was
I would agree with that. I don't think he said it was a psyop. I don't think he said it was a psyop, but that would be my answer. Go ahead. What was your actual answer?
Conspiracy.
So you think that your interpretation of the Snowden thing is that he actually busted these people listening to us and was going to the mainstream with the information? Because they're always so honest. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get into that.
I cite that as a conspiracy, and there are multiple ways to spin it, and every way that it could be spinned sounds like a conspiracy to me.
Right. Are there any conspiracies that we're not aware, like that are kind of out of the mainstream that you're aware of? Like known conspiracies?
I don't know. I'm not really a conspiracy theorist. The thing, if you're asking me, like, what am I the most suspicious of? I'm the most suspicious of our food chain. That's probably my biggest thing of where I feel like conspiracies might lie. That I feel like the food that I eat, I'm not getting the whole truth about it because people want to make money.
Yeah, like
that was my follow-up question. And or are there any you suspect or speculate about that haven't been admitted to? If there were a worldwide conspiracy to keep the nature of our reality hidden from the masses, would you want to know?
Yeah, sure.
You would. And if yes, how might you go about discovering such a thing beyond asking the sources that would then only reify a reverse engineered masterpiece of deception? What would be your strategy to find out?
Say that again. I don't know if I understood.
If yes, how might you go about discovering such a thing beyond just asking the sources themselves? Because they would tend to just reify the reverse engineered masterpiece that we would call the globe deception.
Yeah, okay. So then I'll just cite my own, like, where's my food come from? And I start asking questions. Like, I asked the grocery store clerk, can I talk to the manager? And like, hey man, where's the delivery come from? Where's the truck come from? And I start trying to follow it. I start trying to follow the trail.
You might ask other people, like come to these kind of groups and talk to them about what they've heard, that kind of thing, right?
Say that again.
You might come to groups like this, even is what I'm saying. Like you start investigating through word of mouth instead of through sources that are online, that are sources at least, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hey, guys. I just need to say something real quick. I will probably mute myself afterwards. I will have a friend who will be joining like any minute now. He's got verified and everything. And I'm just saying he's new to Flat Earth and all that, so if like y'all could possibly help him, I would just be most grateful for it. So I will mute myself now. He should be joining anytime. His name.
Okay. I've only got a couple more questions.
Octopus Exodus. So
That's me.
see y'all later.
That's me.
Bye.
I'm right here. Yeah.
Okay. The last couple questions. Do you think Flat Earth was an organic movement And do you think there's a possibly a government-controlled opposition on the flat Earth side?
Yes.
I don't
Not
know the
you.
answers.
Actually,
I don't
we're
know if
asking somebody else. If you could just, we'll get to you in a minute, buddy. We're just asking this one guy questions.
Oh, okay.
Can you ask them one at a time, because those were
Do you
hard
think that there's
questions.
possibly a government-controlled opposition on the flat Earth in the flat Earth movement, quote unquote?
I didn't think that before, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was.
And if yes, do you think that it'd be just to create the societal confusion and separation, or are there reasons that you might have pondered about beyond that?
The flat Earth is one of there seem to be lots of more conspiracies out there than I've ever heard of, and I guess infiltrating the conspiracy community could possibly be a priority of the government. That does seem plausible.
Do you think that flat earthers just believe the Earth is flat, or do you think that they've simply stopped believing that it's a spinning ball?
My answer to that question is I don't want to generalize flat earthers. I've met a lot of different kinds of people in here, and I don't feel like it's easy to make summary statements about everybody.
Well, what's your general idea if you had to generalize? If you had to generalize,
conversations are really frustrating.
Okay. So do you think that flat earthers believe in something? Or do you think they're more just like they've lost?
Some flat earthers feel very strongly that they know things. Some flat earthers believe things without much evidence. Some flat earthers have mountains of evidence. Some flat earthers are really easily triggered. Some aren't. Some have really explained stuff to me that I didn't know before that I was wrong about. So there's just no way for me to make a single summary statement about the people I've met.
Last question. Is there anything about the Earth that would, in your experience and or sensual experience, without excluding observations with multiple interpretations, that would tell you that you're on a spinning ball?
Is there anything that tells me that I'm on a spinning ball?
Yeah, according to your sensory experience, excluding just observations that can be interpreted a certain way.
I don't know. The exclusion part, I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, I was trying to get you not to answer with I observe the stars or the ceiling, and that tells me that I'm on a spinning ball, or the horizon and with the ships and all that. Because a patented baller answer would be the only experience they have is the observation that they interpret as they're on a spinning ball. But I'm trying to get you to say anything about your sensory experience. If you were just a person on this earth, never told about the spinning ball theory or any of that, what would you assume the Earth to be?
So I'll just give you my total honest answer. I can't pretend like I was never told about the spinning ball, because I've been told about that from before I can remember things, and just all of my experience is that. So, and
you can't imagine that you weren't told. You can't imagine that you weren't told that, and what it would seem to be without that knowledge.
I don't know, but I also hit the 10-minute mark, and I have to bow out. So
okay,
apologies.
I just want to make sure that we all I was trying to come up with another list of questions, things that we could all agree on. And one of the first ones was, I think most, at least honest ballers, but at least admit locally, it seems flat, as well as stationary as far as our sensory experience goes. Most ballers admit to, at least at some point in this conversation.
Well, I appreciate the questions. Until next time.
Take care.
You have to at least answer that. You have to at least answer locally flat, right? I'm not saying it's not a ball.
Sitting here talking to you, I do not feel any motion.
I didn't think so. All right. Good night. Thanks for doing that.
Does anybody object to me? Anybody object to me talking to the new guy?
Hank, you're up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what's the new guy's name? He sounded like a young man. What's his name?
Octopus.
Octopus. Is that what you said?
Gone. Gone. Fuck.
Yeah, him and his friend, I
Thought he
guess they
was
went for.
Giannis or something. No, he's gone.
What
Well,
about
we have.
John?
We can.
We
You
got
can have.
John.
You can.
Wait,
John.
wait, Sid, you're not talking about me, are you? Is there
Are you the new guy who came in to talk about the flat Earth with your friend?
no. That's who is that? I thought it was you can't handle the
That's someone
truth.
else.
That was Octopus Extender or something. I don't know.
Okay, I don't
Okay.
see him.
No, he's gone. And we have You
We
Can't
got a.
Handle the Truth, and John, who's new, and Danny Glover. Danny Glover's new, so
He hasn't started talking yet. I haven't heard him talk yet. So this is my last person. Anyone want to speak up?
John,
Because
maybe John.
I'm about to call tonight. Yeah, John, are you there, bro?
He just talked.
John Pones.
He said you can't swim in the water if you're afraid of the sharks. That's what it says when you click on his name. Well, I guess I'm done then if there's no new people.
Aww.
Yeah, sorry if I was stepping on your toes while you're trying to answer those questions. I get excited.
You Can't Handle the Truth. Are you there? Hank
Yes,
wanted to
I'm
talk
here.
to you. Oh, Hank, you got a live one.
You can't handle the truth. Have you been here before?
Yes,
You've been listening, have you?
yes.
And what side are you on currently? It doesn't matter, globe or flat.
Open to everything, which is why I
All right.
just listen.
Open-minded. Yeah, you need input, do you?
Making sure I'm always open for input. Absolutely. If you would mind sharing it, yeah, I'm always open to it and appreciate it.
Cool. You ever heard me talk about specific gravity?
No, I haven't heard you. I've been on probably about 3 times before. I would say 1 to 2 weeks ago. A friend of mine who frequents on here turned me on to this.
All right. What is the word? We're going to do a little word association. What does the word gravity mean to you?
I'm going to be
I'm
honest
not.
with you. I'm not going to be the best person here to answer questions because I wasn't ever interested in science and in school. So
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I'm probably the dumbest one on the group here, but I'm always looking to learn. So
well, that's what a smart person would say. That's not what a dumb person would say, according to the Dunning-Kruger effect. But anyway, moving on. All I'm asking for is minimal not precipitation, participation. Thank you. Yeah, and if I ask you a question, you can say I don't know, or if you do know the answer, because I don't like talking and not knowing if you're listening or watching cat videos. So I just
no,
need minimal
I drive
participation.
trucks for a living. So this is keeps me awake and entertained while I'm driving these long
All right,
hours.
I'll carry on then. Okay. What they say is that mass attracts mass in, elementary school, middle school, high school. And then you start to learn about Einstein in between high school, I suppose, and college. And that replaces mass attracts mass, and they go to the bending and warping of space-time. You have heard of Einstein's special relativity, right? Space-time continuum.
Yes, I've heard of that. I don't know what it means though, but I have heard of that. Yes.
Okay, cool. So what they're saying is that mass is causing space-time to warp, and the space-time warping then affects mass or material or matter, right? And that's really cool and everything, but this space-time thing, when you look it up, it's not actually something that you can tangibly touch. It's not made of material. In fact, most space-time, according to their model, would exist in a near perfect vacuum, meaning there's no matter around, right? So this space-time, it's not actually physical at all whatsoever. It's more like it's metaphysical, right? It's kind of like talking about how many angels can dance on the head of a needle, right? And in science, we like to manipulate the cause to see the effect. Are you familiar with the cause and effect relationship between the scientific method and how we learn things?
Very little.
All right, so your truck breaks down. What does the mechanic do? Does he throw like 5 treatments, new tires, new battery, new interior light, a new CB radio, and a new starter? We'll see if that fixes your truck. That's not how he does it, right? So what he does most likely is your mechanic will manipulate the different components of your vehicle until he finds one that's not functioning. And at the moment that he replaces that, after he's diagnosed it, he replaces the cause that was causing the truck not to run correctly. And then afterwards, the effect will be shown that now it's running correctly. And that's kind of how science works. Another way to think about it is heat boiling is boiling water, right? So a caveman sees water boiling. He wants to know what's causing the boiling, right? So he sees that there's heat involved with the fire. So he goes home, he adds heat to the water and makes it boil. And then that proves, right, through the process of elimination, because he didn't manipulate any other variable. He didn't go to the top of the mountain and cause it to boil at a low temperature with a low gas pressure. He just added heat, and that was the cause. So it's cause and effect. Do you understand now?
I'm with you. I appreciate you
Okay.
simplifying.
Yeah, it's like turning on a light switch and seeing the bulb come on and off, on and off, on and off, right? And you've got the cause in your hand, you're manipulating it. And that's what we do in science. We manipulate the independent variable, and it's independent because it's the only one getting manipulated. And the dependent variable is your naturally observed phenomenon, like the light coming on, or the water boiling, or your truck not running. So now that you understand that, I want you to look I want you to look up specific gravity in your own time and learn about it. Not right now, of course, because you're driving, but it's talking about relative density. So this is a really easy concept to understand if you've ever had a glass of iced tea. What happens when you put ice in the water?
Well, after a while, it begins to melt.
Well, it floats on the top of the water, right? The ice floats in your cup, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then you manipulate the.
I will say that I like to drink my water room temperature, so maybe I'm not the best
That's
person
cool.
to ask.
That's cool. Just try to follow along, bud. So, so you drink the ice. You're manipulating the medium, right? Because the medium is what the ice was in. And when you do this, it causes the ice to go down, right?
I'm with you, bud. The thing is, I just have to keep pressing the phone over here. It's probably not a good idea for you to keep pressing the phone to answer you, but I'm with you, man.
All right. If you're just going to pay attention, you're driving. So just pay attention. I want to ask you no more questions. All right. So once you manipulate the medium by draining the liquid water, right, or the tea, it causes the ice to go down. So what did we prove here? That it has nothing to do with space time or mass attracting mass. What I proved is that you put an object in a medium, and according to its relative density, it will sink or rise, or in other words, fall, right? So they say that it's bending and warping of space-time. I didn't manipulate the bending and warping of space-time. I manipulated the relative density between the ice, which is the object, and the medium, which is the water. And this is what actually causes things in nature, despite one caveat, birds. Birds use aerodynamics, but all of the rest of nature, right? My claim is that things rise and fall due to an object will rise and fall due to the relative density or specific gravity. It has nothing to do with their version of gravity, although they like to come along and put, Einstein's gravity on everything, like the gravitron That has to do with centrifugal force, has absolutely nothing to do with gravity, but they like to put the word on gravity. They like to put the word on there anyway. So basically, this is a simple experiment that anyone can do in their bathroom, in their kitchen, outside. Anybody can prove that relative density and buoyancy is what causes things to rise and fall. So if you let go of a helium balloon, it's going to rise because of buoyancy. If you drop an anvil, like the old cartoons, it's going to fall, right? But if you drop it in a pool of mercury, something weird happens. It floats. An anvil floats in mercury. And that's basically 105 years, 106 years of propaganda debunked with one scientific experiment that you can do with a glass of iced tea. And that's why the scientific method is so important, because you can differentiate truth and bullshit. Because when you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happen, there's not a whole lot of doubt left. Maybe like less than 1% that you flip this switch, this light comes on, or you manipulate this medium, that thing goes down. That's the cause. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hope that was entertaining. Are you not entertained? And I know you're driving, but I just posted a GIF of the anvil floating in mercury.
Thanks. I'll check that at my next stop. Thank you.
Someone can take over. I'm done for the night. 43 minutes after the hour in case you want to go back and find it. Peace.
Thanks, Hank. Good night.
Hey, thanks, Hank.
Good night.
Cheers.
Good night.
Okay. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how we doing?
I was entertained.
Showing up for late night again, hanging out. Just we got some new
Awesome.
people. What's up? Got some.
Yeah, John is new.
Or
I think.
Davey.
Danny Glover. Heretic Dunn.
New
He's
perspective.
got a value.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
New perspectives here. That's all I want.
Oh.
I
Is he
say
new?
hi. Say hi to my brother.
What's up, brother?
What's up?
You just missed. I was going through a whole list of questions for the Glover that was just here. If you want rewind later.
Oh shit!
I just decided to reverse it on him because it seemed like he was a little bit of a. He seems like a good guy that is a little bit confused still that this is actually happening and that people have actually found out that we're not on the spinning ball. So he kind of devised some questions that a little bit triggered some people, but he seems pretty harmless.
Was he driving? He was driving.
No, it was opposite.
That was a different guy. He left. He kind of obfuscated some of my questions actually.
Yes. So new perspective. I think, and he got triggered is maybe a strong word for it, but we asked people the 3 questions, right? Curvature, rotation, and gas pressure without containment. And I think he got triggered by that and tried to devise his so-called questions, right, for the globe side.
Right.
Yeah, especially starting with the whole idea that linear motion is not the same as circular motion.
He also asked, does light... Well, 1 second. He also asked if light travels in straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because and when you answer no, then it can bend over a ball, right?
Exactly.
But light does travel in straight line. It changes angles always.
Mm-hmm.
So it does travel in straight lines.
And it appears to be one way rather than actually being one way as well.
But somebody wanted to interject? My apologies.
No, I'm just.
I just posted my questions, by the way, in the locker room for to add to them or revise.
Sleepy,
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
What happened?
What's up, Sleepy Joe?
What's up, baby? What's up,
Oh,
Joe?
sorry. No, I was just you're talking about that Boulder guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get slightly. Yeah, I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's harmless. I think he's just sort of trying to see how people answer like some neutral questions. But I sort of got the sense that the first few questions were kind of like the beginnings of a lead up to like gotcha questions. I mean, they didn't seem quite as neutral as the later ones. Like it seemed like he was like coming up with a script. He's like, "Oh, like how are you going to respond to this? So I can come up with a question like later or something." But
yeah, that's what it seemed like, huh?
I mean, then he backed off as soon as like you guys called him out. Then he's like, "Oh no."
Well,
He's new to the conversation. He's only been around for a couple months. I've heard him on the other server, and I've also heard him debate a little bit for the Globe, and he does give kind of typical answers still at this point. He sounds like he wants to be honest, and he's a smart guy at the same time. So we'll see.
So he's not a data mining shill, right? You never know. Like it's like
who knows?
Yeah, like
who knows?
They just want to like harvest their answers and then whatever.
But I did want to say this. He made that comment about NASA having a low priority for having pictures of the Earth. Like that should be their only priority if
Absolutely.
they're trying to
that I mean that's like the most I mean like messed up thing. I mean NASA, they're just like, oh, we're gonna we're more preoccupied with like science fiction, with stuff we'll never be able to like really you'll never be able to observe, rather than taking a picture of the actual Earth. I mean,
yeah, no, they would have that in every classroom, and you'd have books on it from like every altitude that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, it's such a excuse answer to say it's low priority. Like that really makes sense to anybody. That's what it makes me suspicious of the guy, because it's like, well, come on, everybody should be like, what the fuck?
That was weird. He had that like ready to go in his wheelhouse, like that answer.
That's every Glober's excuse.
It really is. That's the only thing that you can say.
We're not smart enough to understand all of the data that they have out there. So why should we observe it?
They don't have time to appease you flat earthers.
Yeah,
they've got
just
things they're doing with their budget. Yeah, exactly.
60 million a day. Well, this is like insane how much money they suck up. So where's it going? Just paper mache? What? Paper mache lunar modules?
Helium balloon.
Pizzagate. Oh, I didn't say that.
Ruh-roh.
Really expensive orgies? I don't know.
Oh boy.
Trips to the Bahamas, man.
So one answer I always laugh about is when I just posted the GIF in the live stream voice text. When you ask them, so look at this GIF, right? What happens here? And then there's the doll just appears. Yeah, but that's a kids show. That's a kids. They do it for the kids.
I took that up with Scott Veach. I'm like, come on, man. He goes, oh wait, well, NASA's boring and they have to entertain the kids. I'm like, I'm like, fuck off, man. Come on.
I always laugh my pants when a Glober says that. Yeah, it's just for the kids, man. I mean, kids need to be entertained. It's like, what? Okay, so they pinky promise. They didn't do it for the adults, right? They don't do it for the adults. They pinky promise.
Yeah, it's like we've all come from this magic show where the magician totally fucked up and like all the tricks were obvious, and we're all walking out and we're like, oh yeah, okay, so how'd you like the show, dude? It sucked. That was terrible. And this one guy's going, well, I thought that it totally looked like that rabbit disappeared for real. You know, like
trying to pretend like it worked.
You know, like where's your standard, bro?
Logic, man. Come on.
There's a guy on YouTube, Jaronism. He made like this thing called NASA Comedy Hour. It's pretty hilarious. He just like takes compilations of NASA press conferences and just makes it into like a stand-up comedy routine. It's pretty funny.
He's got the laugh tracks and shit going.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he did a good job with the Kermit voice for that kids show that they put out. That was an amazing piece of work that they put together. I can't believe they don't have any copyrights or anything. on that, using like real Muppets.
Right.
Like Kermit, hi, I'm Kermit. The Earth is flat. Hi, I'm Cookie Monster. The Earth is flat. It's been up on Mark Sargent's channel for a month now, and there's no complaints. I can't even believe it.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is very weird, man. It's a bit creepy.
It's nice talking to you.
Take care,
nice
Roger.
talking to you.
Hey,
You out of
Roger.
here?
Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Bye.
Have a good day, man. Yeah. It's for the kids, man. It's all for the kids. All for.
We still have to watch that, Kenny. We'll still have to sit down and watch that through again. There were some funny parts too. I mean, it was well done. I can't believe they mixed the Mandela effect part in with like the regular flat Earth information, as if it's like on the same equal plane of deception.
And the moose on the shore, man, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Which video is this exactly? Actually,
I'll post it in the live stream right now for you.
Okay.
It's man. I don't know what to make of it.
I just can't believe it. They were able to get away with it. I mean, it's something that we'd all like to. I mean, aiming it at kids is something that a lot of us, are weary of to begin with. But it's just so like over the top. Like, hey, kids, the Earth is flat. I mean, wow, crazy. All right, that's where it's going. It just baffles me that it hasn't been flagged 100 times already.
Yeah,
which is good, I guess. That it hasn't.
Yeah, they know something we don't know. I don't know.
Let's see if it has. I'll see if the links are still good here. I almost want to record it before it gets. Dude, you should get a recording of that before they take it down.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, now that it's been up to.
Yeah, right. They got all the globe shields in here, like all of a sudden flagging it as soon as I talk about it.
Oh shit! Like Shield Team 6 is in.
Wait till he posts it. Wait till he posts it.
Shield Team 6. I love that, man. Hey,
Sleepy Joe, you've been around. I haven't seen you before, but you seem to know what you're talking about as far as the flat Earth goes.
I just found you guys, but I'm well versed. I'm well versed in the flat Earth, so like, there's almost nothing you can say that will shock me at this point. But you can try it.
Awesome, man. Well, we're pretty easy to find, man. If you're looking.
No, dude, you really don't know.
Really?
Dude, everything's under an algorithm.
Yeah, no, seriously. If you type in any flat Earth on like the usual websites, it's just going to give you a bunch of disinfo.
Who would know to type in flat Earth clock
on Discord? If you search on flat Earth Discord, nothing. I haven't done it in a long time, but
honestly, I wouldn't even think to look on there. I don't even know if it's open for you unless you get an invitation. Most places on Discord, you have to have an invitation just to get in, invitation key.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
Anyway, glad you found us, Joe.
Yeah, the invitation on your YouTube channel is expired as far, so it also is a little bit hard to actually join. I don't know if that's something you're aware of.
Helio, where the fuck is Helio? Fix that shit. Somebody mentioned that to Helio next time he's in here. We'll update that.
Okay, I posted the Flat Earth for Kids video. It's still up.
I'll text Helio right now.
Just let him know. Tomorrow morning needs to, if he could update that link on the YouTube, that would be cool. I drop that link sometimes, like just in chat in somebody's comments, like if they're, if it's flat Earth video or whatever, or Tartaria, or whatever, man. I'll just drop, hey man, flat Earth Discord right here, 24/7. And I've had a few people come in here and say, man, I found a link on a comment.
The link?
Just drop the links and comments. If you're going to leave a comment, just, drop the link too, it just takes a second.
That's really how rando it is, though.
But, just random shit, you never know. You never know. You might end up with another Matthew in here. Yeah, I met Matthew a couple times, man. Just he's the same in person as he is on here, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for the shout out, by the way. Actually, when I was without reception for a while, I was listening to a replay of a live stream that you were on talking about the first time you met Matthew.
Yeah.
And I was debating him for an hour and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys were on a hangout for a couple hours, hour and a half or something.
We
And
still go at each other in here.
Yeah. And he'll still he all his answers are still the same, man. It's funny.
Well, he's better at admitting some of the things that other Globers should admit, which
right.
I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, that's why he's still around. Yeah. He's not.
Look at this picture I dropped in live chat.
So you got something with the QR code, Antarctica.
Uh-huh.
And this is a zodiac clock.
It's the 24/7 flat Earth clock on the app.
Right.
And if you're looking for like friends who also share the same opinion, and just so happens someone in Antarctica has the app.
No way. That's awesome, man. Shit. Can we get them on here? Fuck. Send them a link. Send them a link. That's hilarious. Somebody's fucking
dude, I thought that was like awesome. I had to take a screenshot.
That's David Weiss's humor, probably, man. I'm sure. Like,
that's my screenshot, dude. That's my screenshot.
I know, but he probably put that in the app, man, just to everybody, you know. I know his humor, man. Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah, I don't know how all that works and everything. If there really is a locator, but it'd be funny if that's real.
That's hilarious. Anyway, hey, welcome to 24/7 Discord. The greatest place on earth to talk about Earth.
Right.
It's so crazy, man. People don't like talking about Earth, man. Not on a large scale, man. They just want to watch their fucking Disney movies and get into their Star Wars and shit and just totally out of their sports or whatever. How dare them want to be interested on where they live? Oh, man, that would be horrible. How dare you? Most people like going outside, you know, and looking around and going, hey, man, that's a cool mountain or ocean, or that's a nice looking tree or whatever, you know, but they just don't want to like look and say, wow, well, let's question this place we live on. Can we do that? No. We're just here, man. We're just here for the party. Grab a beer, relax, have a good time.
Yeah, they've just been conditioned by this nihilism, right? Mm-hmm. So flat Earth is the ultimate antidote to this nihilistic.
It is. And we've seen people, man. I've gone to a party, man, mentioned flat Earth, and it's like all of a sudden I got 27 zombies going.
It's The Walking Dead. Yeah,
they like the fucking heads just blew off, man. I'm like fucking flat Earth, and they just completely. I'm like, what the hell happened?
It just go ape shit. It's crazy. It's like,
yeah. I mean, it's weird, man. I've seen that. Like,
and the thing is if any of them were ever took it seriously enough to consider and want to know, that's why I asked that one of those questions is, would you want to know? That's the most important question to go with for anybody that's even on the verge of looking into this, because they don't want to know. You know, and most people don't want to know at first, you know, because they don't want to think of the world that way. They don't want to imagine that they've been fooled since they were third graders with the globe and everything. It's just like this overwhelming sense of panic comes over them. And maybe if they were able to, like, you know, actually calm down and act and think about it, they might want to know. But the trigger's there, and the trigger usually makes them react in a way that they can't then, you know, get past.
Yeah, something short circuits in their head, and they're like, it's too. The illusion is too deep.
Yeah,
and you know, it's just no chance, man.
But I'd say that 100%, almost at least 100% of the people that have any common sense that actually spend time to look into this realize that we're not on a spinning ball. It's not something you believe. It's something you realize.
Yeah.
And that's the reason it's only going to grow still.
It's still growing, man. I'm impressed. I ran into a few people this year in here, even just like, hey, man, I'm new to this. What's up? And they seem legit. A few of them. Anyway.
Even in the YouTube comments, like it's quite a white pill. You mean you wouldn't expect it. You read some of these YouTube comments, and there are a lot more actually woke people. People who are actually getting you expect than you meet in real life. I think it's like a silent, kind of like a silent majority thing. Except they're not the majority still. We're not the majority.
First time hearing about a white pill. I've heard of black. I've heard of blue. I've heard of red. I've heard of green. I've heard of purple. But what's the white pill?
White pill's the opposite black pill. It's like immoralizes you. It's like inspiring. It's like there's hope. So it's just the opposite.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, the nihilist is the black pill. That's right. Okay.
Nihilist is black pill. That's what they want because then they can control you. I mean, the control.
Well, if you don't know about the white pill, you probably don't know about the white hole. I'll see if I can find that for you, Dr. Becky.
The white hole.
There's a white hole now.
Oh,
it's like the opposite.
Where them white holes at? I want them white holes.
Wow, that's interesting, man. White pills and white holes, man. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Yeah. We bring it all up here, man. It doesn't matter. We'll talk about it. If it has to do with Earth. Or
can you explain it, Hank, without just posting something? What's the white hole? Tell me about that white. I want to know about
So the question is, Dr. Becky says, was the Big Bang a white hole? So I'm about to share this.
That's probably a takeoff on Stephen Hawking's whole idea that there was actually light emitted from the black holes, right?
I don't know, bro. She's an astrophysicist, right? So she's one of them dum-dums. So I'll post it here. And you started talking about white pills, and I thought I'd be like, I bet they don't know about the white hole.
So you posted something about a white hole from that white hole?
So I fucked up last weekend, man. I mean, I only had a couple hours to think about the question on as far as the precious metal show, and it's like I forgot about Wakey Wakey. Fuck, man.
Oh yeah, you should have been in there.
One of my favorites. Fucking
yeah.
Going out and get the interview of that fucking cunt. Fucking.
You can't see shit. Yeah, he's got nothing on YouTube right now. I don't even think people's reposts are up still.
Wakey Wakey was early Flat Earth and early fucking kick ass, and he still is. Just I don't know. He's still out there.
Has he come out with anything new? Last time we were looking at his stuff, it was like okay.
He did come out with something. I watched like 20 minutes of it or something. It seemed shorter than most of his stuff. He started going to the Zodiac and all that. I had to go, but
yeah, he does a great job with astrotheology as well.
Yeah, he's amazing. So I don't know him. There were so many great people that have done amazing videos and works, and Jazzla 111, Geometry, Wakey Wakey doing interviewing the fucking astrophysicist on the sly, man. One of the greatest busts. And then, Robert Pisano calling up fucking NASA going, hey man, what's up with Hubble? Talk to me. Like, fuck yeah. That's the kind of attitude I like, man.
That's what we should be doing. These people are taking our money. Like
we should be taking it to them. But Robert Pisano, man, he had all the lingo. He knew all the names of everything and the propulsions and the distance and the fucking, if it had, he knew the shit. He studied it. It was amazing. Fuck.
Hey, Sleepy Joe, I'm going to say, sometimes when there's a new Glober in here or a new person that seems like they're worth messaging, I'll sometimes send them a list of links that you can't find unless you like totally know what you're looking for. I'll send it to you, Sleepy Joe, just in case you want to send it to anyone else, or something in there you haven't seen yet.
No, go for it.
Yeah, it's got a little intro with the list of like the links that you just can't find anymore, but are at least still on YouTube.
Yeah, that'd be great
stuff.
Yeah, there's some great old amazing videos, man. Yeah, you can't just go search and find them. They used to come up on our the videos used to just come up when we were on YouTube. We watched one flat Earth video and we'd get 10 more to watch, and it was like, cool. Then you watch those and you get, oh shit, there's 5 more. Okay, oh shit, RV put out a new one today. Oh, ODD's got one. David Weiss, fuck, is another one. It was like, fuck, it was just, the feeds were unbelievable, man. I mean, it was just great, man. And now you type in flat Earth and your next,
can't find shit.
You can't find shit, and anything that's suggested to you, it's all shit. It's all complete the debunking shit. I hate that.
It used to be like just the thinking that you're just saying research flat Earth would be enough, but you can't. You have to like actually have these physical links to give to people. Otherwise, they're just gonna
get lost
in the fucking
they're gonna
subterfuge.
Get lost in the misinformation, man.
It's crazy how much YouTube has changed. I mean, they really like way back in the day, they were like, we're a free speech platform, and then they just dropped all pretense like around 2017. They started getting freaked out by flat Earth, so then they just like put all these like algorithms.
They also put that Wikipedia warning also at the top of the page, saying that this is an archaic thought. And
this is archaic way
like,
of thinking. We've got pictures. Believe me.
It's the official stamp of approval. Yeah, I mean, that's how you know it's true. They put this there.
It's like, if you're going to stamp that and say that, then let the algorithm go so that way I can find the videos I want to find.
There was that lady, and she's the president of New Zealand. She says, if you're not getting your information from us, it's not true.
Oh, man.
It was like, did she just say that? Really? She said, wow, okay.
I still think they're going to absorb flat Earth and go with the outer ponder scenario, because I just watched some of the NBA All-Star game, and I was flipping between that and some of the stuff, and there was 2 commercials on. I just found one of them. I'll post it with Matthew McConaughey, and he's in a spacesuit. And
I was
like,
talking about that last
Final
night.
Frontier. Were you?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? He's like space, and then he's like, eh. He's like, eh. And then you see that he's in a balloon on top of that. They're like totally exposing that it's a balloon fucking up there instead of what we're told.
Yeah.
That whole thing is like flat Earth rollout almost. Weird.
Almost flat Earth
rollout. I know I said I was going to leave, right? I'm so sorry. But yeah, I want to point out that, all these people, right? Like Dr. Fauci is saying that if you disagree with him, you disagree with science. And my dad used to say, when people would say stuff like that, like, who died and made you king? Right? Who made you the purveyor of all truth? Who made you that? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, Fauci's the Pope of COVIDism.
I'm sorry, I applied for the job, and that's why they gave it to me. Thank you.
You're a good man. You're a good man, Sean.
Just saying, someone had to do it, right?
Taking one for the team.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. I'm relaxing now. Okay. Been a long weekend. I like to come in here in the evenings, get a laugh, and laughing at the round spinning ball thing, man. It's pretty funny. But
the second commercial was Ewan McGregor, and the beginning of it, he walks by astronauts on pulleys, on strings, and then he walks behind a TV, and the strings go away.
Oh, dude, seriously? They put that on TV?
Yep.
This is on mainstream.
Two major commercials with 2 major stars right in a row.
They're pivoting. I mean, I think they're feeling it out.
Yeah. They've been doing this for a while, though. Like, even the last year's Super Bowl, I remember they had a whole thing about the ice wall, or they all these stars, and they have little, dome model Earth popping up from the ice and shit. And then there was one before that, the year before that, they said there was it was a Siri commercial or something, and there was like this, period type flashback to a woman carrying a cart with a dead guy in it, and someone says, "What's new?" And she goes, "Well, Earth is flat." And it wasn't like she was saying the Earth is flat in any kind of mocking way, kind of like that's what it is. But because it was set in those times, that they could get away with it being interpreted either way. But the way she says it is definitely like the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that? I think they're really they must be feeling out the reactions, how people will react, and then they might pivot.
Yeah.
Or they're just making fun of flat earthers.
Well, they get away with it because it could be seen as like something that people laugh at or something people jive with. They're pleasing both sides at the same time.
I mean, do you guys remember this? Like, it was in one of Eric Dubé's videos. There's some Google commercial from maybe around when Flat Earth was taking off, like 2015, and it just flashes across the screen for like 1 second. It just says the Earth is flat, and it just shows like a flat horizon, flat water, flat horizon. But it's an official Google commercial. It's like promoting YouTube videos and stuff, and it just has all these like trendy topics. And then one of them was the Earth is flat, which without any anything disingenuous. It just said it. Do you guys remember this?
I do. I kind of remember that.
No,
you mentioned it.
I do.
It's in one of Eric's videos. Yeah, it's kind of the memory hole.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Another question or answer or topic, whatever that Glover's trying to bring up is so are you saying that most of the people in the world are wrong? And it pertains to like everybody believing that the Earth is round versus the Earth is flat. And my thing is like, how long have we been indoctrinated by NASA? Like, how many generations do you think are still alive pre-World War II versus post-World War II?
Well,
they've had decades to master this craft. Like
2 generations for sure. I mean, I guess I'm a boomer. I've been told.
Can you definitively prove that there's a time before NASA?
Yeah, I think I can. But
how?
Well, my parents, they were alive.
You mean a time that existed before NASA? So like before NASA?
You're talking about globe Earth before NASA?
1958, man. I mean, NASA's what, 58?
No, it's about like what can you definitively prove, and history is like it's unreliable. We can't, especially with the standards of today, where you have video that's like the gold standard for proving something, uncut, raw video.
Why is
that a lot of things historically that we can't prove?
I mean, there's deep fakes and stuff like that, but I mean,
I had grandparents and I had parents. I'm pretty sure they were born for NASA, but I'm pretty sure my dad was a pilot. What can I say?
Yeah, it was, I mean, obviously there's people that were born before 1960 that could attest to it. I mean, nowadays most of them are dying off, right?
I got pretty solid, evidence. Yeah, there's definitely some people around there.
But my point was just like, to kind of consider what evidence is.
Right, I'm a tangible guy, man. I build things for a living. I fix things. I like physical things that are real, man. I can prove that 100% of the time. I get it. Can I prove that people lived in shit during the Depression? No, I wasn't there, man. Can't guarantee you that. But the pictures look good. The stories look good.
What I'm saying is when people make the argument for the globe, they're like, well, are all these people in the world wrong?
Well,
and it's like they've all been indoctrinated.
That's the appeal to the masses, appeal to, well, everybody thinks that. I got to go along with it.
Appeal to majority.
Yeah, it's like
that's all they've all been ever taught for the last 60 years, 70 years,
100, 200 years, maybe 300. I don't know, man. It's been a long time, man. They've been pushing.
Dude, I wasn't alive, but not even 40 years ago. So, you know what I'm saying? How are we proving all this other shit hundreds and thousands of years? Get out of here with it.
Oh, we can't prove that thousands. There's probably 1,000 years missing. They kind of like just erased from the record books. From my research, that's kind of what I've come to.
Yeah. When did Medusa turn the giants into rocks? That's all I want to know.
Let's carbon date the rocks.
No,
Before
that does not work.
Before
Carbon
Ragnarok.
dating is bullshit. Yeah.
You know that they carbon dated a mouse and 3 different parts of a mouse, and the tail is
20,000.
Anyway, yeah. Someone
Like 20,000
was talking about it the other day, and then they
That's
posted
funny.
it, so it's
I
way
did-
better
I
than
didn't
my
know-
cool
I didn't
story.
know they did
Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know they did that. The mouse, 1,000, 2,000, and 400
They
years.
cut a mouse into pieces, and each piece was carbon dated, and each piece came up with wildly different dates, like hundreds of thousands of year differences.
Carbon dating relies on so many assumptions. I mean, it's extremely unreliable.
I can't imagine what it relies on factually at all. Like, what is it, like the deterioration of what, a cell, or what are you talking about? Like, how are we doing this?
The half-life of the carbon atom.
It's like the
It's
carbon.
ridiculous.
The carbon's decay into another isotope. If nothing happens, assuming it's just sitting there, no interaction with its environment, it has a half-life, so they can like figure out whatever how much carbon 14's in it or something, and then they can determine how old it is. But it's bullshit because like something in the environment's going to interact. There will be more chemical processes, even if it's
There's just so many variables. It's ridiculous to think that you can do that.
Listen, here's how it worked. Okay, first Medusa dated them. They turned to stone. Then we carbon dated them, and that piece of stone.
I dig it, man. Yep, that's the story we're sticking with. Alrighty.
But speaking of this,
I
have you
love
guys heard of Anatoly Fomenko's alternative history?
No.
I've heard of it. I have not.
So I heard, yeah, you guys are talking about like this 1,000 years missing, right? This like dark ages, right? Which maybe could just been inserted in. But there's this guy. He's like a serious mathematician in Russia, and he like devoted his entire life to applying statistical analysis to various historical documents.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote this extremely long book, like several volumes. It's been translated to English, where he's like basically debunking most of history before 1600. So he posits that there was this like Vatican cardinal named Scaligeri who just like forged a lot of history. So the way he proves this is he like takes different excerpts from different cultures and he finds too many connections between them. So there'll be like events that are completely analogous between these two different cultures' histories, and there's just
different times in history.
Different times. It's just been like transposed. It's been like shifted, just like several hundred years, but like the relative history within each culture is the same. So like 50 years from now is a war. 50 years
based off of events that are happening.
So it's just like there's no way, if it was like random, like history should basically just be random, that this would actually happen. It's an extremely small probability. This guy wrote this extremely like detailed book, and like in Russia apparently like a large percentage of the population actually believes this. Like, so here, like in Western countries, right, we're like, you're just surrounded by like brain dead normies, right? So they'll just believe anything they're told by the official narrative. But apparently in Russia, like 50% of the population believes in this alternate history, or at least they believe that like, history before 1600 is heavily altered. So yeah, I encourage you to look that up. It's slightly different maybe from like the 1,000 year. I mean, it might be similar to this Tartaria, all this Tartaria.
I think it's all, horse of the same, horse of a different color. Same breed of horse, though. You know what I mean?
That's right.
But like I'll say this, like anything before the Papal Dark Ages, history is hard to really confirm.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I'm not saying the Dark Ages of just the Dark Ages. I'm just talking about the Papal Dark Ages.
Once they came up with the printing press, man, all fucking
all bets are off. It was over.
Yeah.
All bets are off. Whoever controls that fucking ink going on that paper controls the information.
It's funny. I'll bet stories were way more accurate and genuine for that. Like you could trust your great grandpa telling you about something that happened rather than a piece of paper supposedly written around the time, or not even around the time, but it describes what happened around that time because we talked to a few people that might have lived back then.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Sneeze, man.
Why would audible stories, like narrated stories, be more credible?
I don't know. I have no idea. That's my guess. It's my guess, my hunch. How about that?
Fair enough. Definitely the
Oral
source.
history.
If it's your grandpa versus just like this random book or
Oral-
whatever, then yeah.
Yeah.
But they had
I
like
guess
tall
it's
tales and
situational,
myths
subjective.
and old wives' tales. They had a bunch of different stuff, you know,
Right.
passed down
We
orally.
should have a hunch night, man. Or just everybody take their hunches.
Hunch night.
What's your hunch on
Just guesses? Well, we do that a lot here anyway. I mean,
Wild speculation night. Just like
wild speculation night or something.
But like oral histories must be fairly reliable, right? Because you get all these stories of the flood across all these cultures, right? And they're fairly consistent. Like,
That's an interesting one. The flood.
So like clearly these guys can't be like lying. I mean, it's like everyone's lying. It's hard to get everyone to have the same lie, right? It's like,
hey, they got the same lie with the Coco 19, man. Straight up.
Oh yeah.
They fucking
Coco 19.
completely
I like that.
rock that one. And we all
my
got
grandmother told me. My grandmother told me
what's
they were
Coco 19?
lying to me, right? But NASA's
the
not.
thing that's going around, it's been fucking us up for the
T-Voc
last
19.
couple of years. You know, that thing where everybody's wearing a fucking disguise.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, how about that fucking trickster move? It was pretty impressive. I'll tell you.
Man.
It was a good one.
Man, it was easy for them.
It was so easy.
So many
if they can do it that easy, man, imagine what they can do just writing a book fucking 200 years ago. No problem. I'll write that book. Give me a second.
No, I think it would have been harder back then.
Wow.
Because it's so much easier to disseminate information now. You know, it's so much easier to indoctrinate. Back then, it would have been harder to actually relay this information far and wide and stuff.
That's
People
true.
wouldn't be concerned about it.
What was it, Jules Verne?
You need the guns.
What about Jules Verne? You know, okay, let's put out that'll keep them busy for a while. Would have been, 150 years ago, man. You know, there was still a lot of books and papers, newspapers.
I'm just,
it was still out there every day, man.
A lot of hemp and a lot of cannabis, man. Where'd it all go? Where'd it go?
Where did it go, man? Where the fuck did it go?
I'm still weirded out, like how the architecture from 150 years ago and like the engineering, like it just seems so much better than what we do today. Like,
oh my goodness, are you kidding me? I work on antiques, man, and
man, you don't have to do
I cannot believe the shit they built 200 years ago. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, have you seen the EUR Anon videos yet concerning that topic partly?
Wait, is this
called the Lost History of Flat?
I watched all of that, dude. Yeah.
And then there was
That's awesome.
The second one was What on Earth Happened?
I saw that's what I'm thinking of right now. So all the photos he found
on Earth Happened.
Yeah,
I love
it.
Yeah,
that's what I think of when you say that for sure.
I'm very suspicious of this guy that you are, man. I wish he would come on a hangout or go on a fucking a Zoom call or something. Somebody interview him. Fucking something.
I was talking about his stuff the other night on the other server and saying that it doesn't matter how much speculation he does or whether you think everything he's saying is true or criticize him for being too claimy about the whole thing. But the photos speak for themselves, and the way it's presented and stuff is so entertaining that it's worth it just to watch it.
100%. It's so entertaining, but it definitely brings up a lot of this stuff we've been talking about for years now, and it just puts it in a nice little sweet little video, man. It's amazing. Look again.
You're amazing.
Look closer.
Again.
You see it now.
I know.
We'll talk about this again next time.
Right. You want more, don't you?
Wait till the next video. Yeah, he'll be like, oh, fuck it. Like, shit, really? Fucking. Anyway, he's got 3-4 new parts of this new section of the same series. I guess it's season 3. It went back. I think it's called Lost History of Flat Earth Part.
Yeah, there's 3.1 and 3.2.
There's
Natuber has all those on his channel. Natuber.
I think he's up to like the 4th part of the second,
5th
thing, or 5th. He's already up to the 5th. Shit. See, I'm way behind. I've been spending too much time with my wife. How dare me?
What are you doing? Wait, not tuber, NA tuber? Is that what you said?
I'll link it to you if you want.
Okay.
I just linked something else to you. So
yeah, good.
Yeah, link it up, man. But what's this picture in the back? That's pretty interesting little artwork. Cool. All right. I like it. Giz, can I call you Giz or Jizz?
Sure, man.
Giz or Jizz? Which one do you like?
Come on, man.
I like
if you have to ask, you're a little gay.
All right.
Yes. All right. Giz, what's up?
Not much.
No, man. That's cool. Interesting artwork, man. Damn, that took a minute to make, huh?
What on my for my photo?
Yeah, that. Yeah.
What is it?
The gizmo dropping the pointer finger.
The gizmo, man. Look at that.
I didn't make that. Someone sent that to me. Said they found it on the internet. I was like, oh, I'm keeping it, dude.
That's, I don't know. Is it stone? Is it wood? Is it a metal? It's really hard to tell.
Oh, you're talking about the wiki?
Yeah, the JPEG you just dropped there, man.
Which JPEG?
It looks like a human with the squirrels and like, I don't know. It's really cool.
Oh,
man.
I don't think it's a JPEG. The link that I just dropped.
Yeah,
where it says Ragnarok.
Yeah. Ragnarok.
That's just that's an old Norse photo that goes on the Wikipedia. Yeah. Ragnarok is the story of the ancient gods being drowned to death in the flood.
Damn.
In the Great Flood.
That sucks, man. Gods got drowned. That's really shitty, man. When the gods get drowned.
Were they? They weren't really gods,
man.
probably.
When the gods get drowned, there's no hope for the rest of us, man. That's all I'm telling you.
Well, when Ewar mentions the giant trees being cut down, some of the reasoning he adds in is that they cut the trees down so that the giants couldn't climb the trees to avoid the floods.
Yep.
But isn't that also part of Ragnarok? There's that world tree gets cut down. Yggdrasil. Right? Whatever.
I don't think it's in Ragnarok. I think it's in early on.
It just gets cut.
Story.
Oh, okay.
That was the
great
tree of life in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah, was it called Yggdrasil? I don't know how to say it. Yggdrasil.
But that had something. It had something to do with being a god itself too, didn't it?
It's something. Yeah. But yeah, that video. What's that Chimney Rock? Like it's this big. What's the thing in Wisconsin? Not Wisconsin. Shit, Wyoming. There's like
Devil's
Wyoming.
Tower. Devil's Tower.
Yep.
Devil's Tower. Yeah, that's a big giant tree stump. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Seems like
I don't know shit. Call it whatever you want. You carbon dated all
you think it's lava that's solidified. Yeah, right.
Just look again.
Look closer.
Hey,
everyone is like, yeah, right.
But you guys think like, can Superman drown? Right? Like, yeah, look, Thor, Marvel. You know what I mean? Like, cause you know what I mean? Like, what is it? What's a god? You know what I mean? When we read about it, we know it's not like an immortal god, right? So when we say drowned, right?
Well, they like being compared to God himself, so they made themselves out to be God.
Well, would you guys say that the comics today, like Marvel Comics and DC Comics, are reviving those gods?
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Thor's revived, right?
Thor's revived.
Yeah, keeping their memory and their stories alive, right?
Yep.
Shazam.
Oh yeah, there was a Thor called Ragnarok too, wasn't there? One of the movies.
One of the movies.
Yeah. It was the Great War.
So what are aliens, huh? Is Superman an alien? I'm just kidding.
But going back to Devil's Tower, do you guys remember that Spielberg film Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Absolutely.
So that tower.
Yeah, that was all about Devil's Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about that. So.
Or used Devil's Tower as the place where the aliens were showing up.
Yeah,
and music.
What's that about? Yeah.
Steven Spielberg, man, that's what that's about. Steven Spielberg.
Oh yeah,
Hollywood.
it's a shady dude.
You fuck up it at more Hollywood. Yeah, fucking Hollywood, man. You guys, maybe you know my background or not, but I hate that place. But it's such a fucked up thing, man. Hollywood has manipulated everybody's head so bad. They think they live on a spinning ball shooting through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Did you see that?
And they buy it. They're buying it. They're fucking buying it. Like by the trainload, they're buying.
Have you seen?
It's almost like the globe, Hollywood, NASA, and the governments are working together to revive the gods. Right?
Exactly, Bon. 100%.
Well, didn't they say that when the didn't they say when Area 51 happened, or not Area 51, when that Roswell thing happened?
Yeah.
Didn't they move when they moved those bodies? Didn't they perform like some big occult ceremony with Aleister Crowley?
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it. That Crowley guy was out here in Pasadena, California, man, hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And they're like doing weird shit, and then they start NASA. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What? Oh,
Selima, right? It's at the center, right? It's where the alien. It's where that gray alien image comes from. You know, Lamb.
There's probably something to the name Pasadena, man. I haven't looked into, but
yes, and it's all in the songs. It's all in the music as well. Oh, it's thunder.
Yeah, we had Laurel Canyon out here, man. That was
yeah, that's what I mean.
Here's another thing, man. Laurel Canyon had this fucking movie studio, one of the largest in the world at the time, man, called Lookout Mountain. And that's where they produced every single film for every single nuclear bomb.
Oh yeah. I heard about this.
And I was like, what?
Who owns it? There's some A-list celebrity who owns it, right?
Now they do. Yeah. Now it's turned into a house, but back then, man, it was some kind of like it was like a film editing studio. That's where they edited all the film from the nuclear bombs. Every single one of them was done in Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon, and that's where the whole hippie thing broke out, man.
Hey, you know how they did the buildings and the stuff looking like it was getting blown up and blown to the left, right? Just right. Well, if that was all blowing up like that, how'd the camera stay in place?
It's so crazy.
Whoops.
Dude, Sean.
Whoopsies.
You're asking too many questions.
And nobody gives a shit. Nobody bats an eye.
Nobody bats an eye, dude.
How does the camera work when the car blows up? And well, exactly. No different than Hollywood. It's Hollywood, man. 100%.
It's real because it looks so fake.
I mean, they literally, what they did, they like built some small stuff, looks like a little community. Yeah. Like for a movie or something, then they covered it in dust, and then they just turned the fan on.
Hey,
that was Hollywood's magic at the time, and it was pretty convincing and realistic at the time. Yeah,
absolutely. Nobody had seen anything like that other than in the movies, so that's how they got you.
Yeah.
Speaking of seeing things and maybe shaking your head, is that in the last few years I got introduced to this thing called deep fake.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I fucking was like, no. I literally got up, walked around.
Pretty scary.
It freaked me out, man. I'm like, if they can do that, man, how long have they been able to do this? Because I know that the government's 20 years ahead of us minimum.
Yeah, 20 at least.
At least 20. And
I mean, that's lowballing it, dude.
No, 20's on pretty close, man. I saw the internet, Google Hangouts. I saw Discord in 1995.
Seriously?
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it. And it was like live streaming fucking data going through fucking hoses, man, going and sucking down videos and screen sharing, the whole bit, man. I saw it all in 95. I was like, oh shit. And we didn't get that 20.
The Tom Cruise videos on.
Man, we started getting these like hangouts and shit, man. You know.
Tom Cruise, man, somebody deepfaked them. The scary thing for me is that you can now create fake people. People that aren't real.
I've seen news people, man. I go, there's no way in my reality is that a real person talking to a camera. I can.
Well, we can't let it get to the point where there's like the metaverse, like your personality in the metaverse is more valuable to you and your survival in the physical world than your physical personality in the physical world.
Officer Didi meant doo-doo. I'm sorry. Deidre meant doo.
I don't know what you're saying.
Sean, there's...
I don't think he does either.
What's up, Kenny?
I'm just gonna leave it. I'll come back.
Okay.
You guys
happens to me all the time.
News anchors like fucking up all the time, like saying weird shit.
Who's saying weird stuff?
Don't know how to fucking read. I'm like, wait, does she know how to read? I was like, no, I don't know.
Bong, who are you talking about?
Yeah, news anchors.
I know I've watched newscasts where I go, there's no way that's a human. I
right.
Know. And
it's
man, there's a feeling you get inside that's non-human.
Conspiratards are supposed to believe that is a cloned reptilian Baphomet tranny creature.
Reptilian.
Okay, that's the narrative now.
The Baphomet is going to come on. And
Alex Jones has nothing on what we truly think.
Sean, do you think there'll be a time when Baphomet's coming on and delivering the news?
Like the real one, like
with a goat head, like with the goats.
They might as well go all the way. They have to go all the way.
That woman goat has bigger arms than I do. It's
no, man.
It still sounds like a woman in heels walking around. It's just the goat feet.
Our energy is to beating these motherfuckers is to just keep calling them out for their cuckiness and make fun of it and just keep calling it out, boys and girls. Just keep calling it.
That's all we can do.
That's all we can do, man. And if that's all we can do, that's good. I'm happy. I hope you guys laugh and say that's ridiculous and go, wait a minute, man. That's not real. I can verify that's not real, man. If you can do that, you're good. Oh my goodness. There's a picture of Beetlejuice there in the middle. In the
oh
damn, dude.
If a cockroach had like a human
the middle top
caricature, right?
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like empty, dark face. And I mean the eye sockets.
The eye sockets.
Look at that.
Exactly.
God, it's a largemouth evil bass.
It's the forehead. His eyes, yes.
That's perfect. That's a great GIF right there.
Oh,
I love that with that's the baby of E.T. and Beetlejuice.
It's perfect.
Oh shit. Damn.
Hold on, I got one here if I can find it.
Beetlejuice.
Great. Look what you did.
Look what I did. Look what I've done. That is a great picture, man. That made my whole weekend, that picture.
What happened in here? What's going on in here?
We're laughing, man. Laugh with us.
That's CB?
That's not allowed.
It's not laughing is not allowed. I'm going to find
No,
you.
I got yelled at twice for it already.
Just want to tell everybody I love you guys, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, wait a minute.
I gotta go.
And then you're just gonna leave now. Huh?
Right.
I mean, you know when I'll be back in a matter of hours, bro.
He's got a rest.
Rookie 1973 sounds a lot like Creation Bear's voice. Does anyone else think so? You guys have a similar voice.
Sus, bro. Fucking sus. All right, you guys have a good night.
Not to say you're the same person. I'm not trying to say that.
Yeah, take it easy, bro.
Later.
Later, man.
Later, bro. Oh man.
Cheers.
Well, which one of us should be insulted then?
Definitely I should.
No insult. You guys both sound very intelligent and cool. I just was confusing you for a minute. And I'm like, you guys sound a lot alike.
There we go.
I've never heard that yet, so I guess I'll just have to accept it because I said the same thing to like plenty of people.
All
right.
It's all good, man. You know, everybody's auditorial perceptions can change because of gravity. And if you're not getting the proper sound waves, you're being pulled down at a 32 feet per second. It can definitely interfere with your perception of your hearing.
Is Creation Bear still here? He should come on and say something.
What'd you say? What'd you say? No, wait a minute. Go back. What'd you say? What happened?
Because what you hear is not exactly what you're hearing. Is because
because everything's relative. I got it. All right.
The gravitational pull is causing what you're hearing coming out of my mouth going into your ear. It's been diverted with the refraction from the gravitational pull, of course, and it can be verified through auditorial recordings. I'm just making shit up, man. Fuck. You see how easy it is? I can work for NASA, man. I can shit up.
Sound refraction, huh? Well, that's interesting.
Sound refraction, yes.
Sound refraction. Okay.
You're not hearing.
You know what? You might want to be careful because tomorrow someone will be on the show trying to like throw that in our face.
You're sound refracting me. It's not what I said.
No, am I? That was a good one.
Yeah. So yeah, we can mess with them too, man. It's have fun.
There was something interesting I heard on the other stream yesterday. Percentage, you were probably in the room at the time, but Gio was pointing out that there are no women at all that we can name, except for maybe Brenda, if that counts, that are arguing for the globe on their side. And
I made that note earlier too.
Oh,
Isn't that interesting?
That's an interesting observation, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Like there's no women Glovers.
I think
no women Glovers. Twitwit is the only one I could think of, but she's not even really getting the conversation very much.
Yeah, if you go to Gems, that's not necessarily true. There's a few of them.
Like there's some NASA.
But are they actually arguing? Like, are they at the forefront? Like we could all name who they are. No, there's not.
I can name them, but they're not like at the forefront or whatever.
There's no.
They're not like arguing.
No Patricia Steers of fucking the globe, except
there's no leading women figures on their side at all.
The chick from NASA. She was that. Everybody come rocks are our cousins. What was that? That cunt.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Bong's favorite.
She's a cunt. Fuck her, man. Anyway.
My favorite. Yeah.
My bad. I get.
But you could. It's an interesting topic of conversation, just in that you could say there's reasons for that, other than